The Saffron Line. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. Vale and Company in Wartime. The next knock had not been one knock at all. It had become an entire season of them, morning after morning, until Vale and Company opened each day to a queue that began at the shuttered window and bent around the wet pavement before Tom had finished lifting the front bolts. By 8, the shop smelled of warm brass, lamp oil, paper, coal dust carried in on boots, and the sharp bite of small crystal housings waiting beneath green cloth. 3 repair trays were already full. 2 more had been made from biscuit tins because Maddie refused to let customers stack broken apparatus on the counter, like a market stall for idiots. Ned stood behind the main bench with his sleeves rolled and his wand focus tucked against the heel of his hand, trying to listen to a cracked carriage ward latch while a clerk from a boiler works complained into his left ear. "I was promised Thursday," the clerk said, tapping the ticket as if the date might become more persuasive under assault. "My employer has men waiting on that gauge." "You were promised Thursday if the replacement spring arrived," Ned said, easing the ward latch open with a brass probe. "The spring didn't arrive. I can fit a tempered salvage spring by this afternoon, but it won't hold calibration past 6 months." "6 months is better than no months," the clerk said. Maddie looked up from the accounts desk. "Then you'll sign the substitution line before he touches it. No one comes back in winter saying Mr. Vale secretly sold them miracles at salvage prices." Slip slid along the side shelves with a tray of labeled parts held high over his head. "Good news, bad news, and news Maddie will call bad because she lacks poetry. We have 3 small Blackstone collars, no 4th collar, and a ceramic sleeve that only looks disgraceful if you understand shame." Tom took the tray from him before it tilted. "Ceramic sleeve goes to the nursery glow buttons. Blackstone collars go to the field signal repeaters. Nobody dies because a rich child's nightlight has to look pretty." The woman waiting beside the counter stiffened. "Those buttons are for my sister's children." Ned set the ward latch down and looked at her properly. Tired eyes, good gloves mended twice, wedding ring turned inward while she counted coins in her fist. "Not rich, then. Afraid. Tom's right about the order of need," he said, gentler. "But Slip can polish the ceramic sleeve and I'll tune it low. It'll glow warm, not bright, and it won't crack if a child drops it." Slip pressed one hand to his chest. "My disgrace becomes nursery safe. I live for art." Maddie pointed her pen at him. "You live because I haven't billed you for dropped washers." The shop laughed in small pieces, customers included, and the queue breathed easier for half a minute. Ned picked up the next ticket, saw the red war priority stamp in the corner, and felt the warmth thin without leaving. Success had filled the benches, paid wages, and put Vale and Company's name into better ledgers. It had also taught the whole city where to bring the things it could not afford to have fail. The red stamp belonged to a field signal repeater from a depot outside Woolwich, brass casing dented on one side, crystal collar cracked through 2 screw points, and a warning needle stuck just below failure in the sort of position that made tired men think they still had an hour. Ned carried it to the rear bench himself and cleared a space with his elbow, pushing aside a tray of nursery buttons, a packet of screws, and Slip's half-eaten bun wrapped in an invoice. Maddie saw the bun before Ned touched the repeater. "If that has grease on a customer's bill, I'm charging you for the paper and the shame." Slip, already retreating, pointed at Tom. "Shared shame. Communal bun." Tom did not look up from the carriage latch. "I disclaim all pastry liability." Ned set the repeater on the padded block and turned it so the dent faced the light. The casing had taken a blow, but the uglier fault sat beneath the collar where the Blackstone insulation had chipped away in a crescent no inspector could see without removing the outer screws. He drew the fine probe from his bench roll, eased the service plate open, and felt the crystal's complaint arrive thin and sour behind his teeth. "Not dead," he said. The Woolwich clerk, who had remained close enough to look useful and far enough not to be blamed, leaned in. "Can it be ready by noon?" "No," Ned said, loosening the second screw and catching it before it rolled. "By noon, I can make it look ready. By 3, I can make it survive being used." The clerk's face tightened. "The depot asked for noon." "The depot asked for a repeater that works," Ned said, sliding a brass shim under the loosened collar. "Those are not always the same order." Maddie came from the accounts desk with the war contract ledger open across both hands. "And before anyone agrees to 3 o'clock as if time grows in the drawer, Woolwich is already £87 in arrears on 3 invoices, 2 emergency surcharges, and a materials substitution that some clerk marked, pending review, because paying people promptly has apparently become optional patriotism. The clerk colored. I don't control disbursement. No, Maddie said. You control who gets promised work before payment limps in wearing excuses. Ned fitted the shim, touched his wand focus lightly to the collar, and watched the warning needle twitch, then settle higher into the amber band where an honest instrument admitted danger. This needs a new collar. Proper Blackstone, not patched ceramic, and a fresh guide screw. If Woolwich wants it today, they sign for field repair, limited life, and priority material cost. The clerk looked from Ned to Maddie, then to the repeater as its needle trembled under the lamp. How limited? 2 months if treated kindly, Ned said. 3 weeks if some corporal uses it as a boot rest. Tom finally looked up. So 3 weeks. Maddie turned the ledger toward the clerk and placed a pen beside the substitution line. Sign here for the truth, or take it away broken for free. The clerk signed. Ned bent back over the repeater, feeling the shop move around him in practiced rhythm, and knew Maddie was right. War could fill every bench they owned and still drown them if the money arrived after the brass, Blackstone, wages, and men had already been spent. By midday, the Woolwich repeater sat open beneath Ned's lamp with its damaged collar lifted clear, 3 guide screws laid in order, and the replacement Blackstone ring cooling in a clamp after Tom had filed its outer edge half a hair thinner than the catalog allowed. Ned checked the fit with his smallest measuring cord, then turned the ring between finger and thumb until the crystal stopped complaining quite so sharply. The shop had not grown quieter around him. It had merely changed its noise. Fewer customers at the counter, more messages arriving folded, stamped, and urgent enough to make paper look breathless. Slip came in from the front with rain on his cap and 2 parcels under one arm. One supplier says no more Blackstone collars till Friday unless we pay before delivery. Another says he has collars now but they're campaign grade, which means ugly, dear, and probably made by a man who hates circles. Maddie did not look up from the ledger. The Friday man gets a promise. The ugly man gets inspected before he gets coin. The ugly man also says Crown Depots are buying everything not nailed down, Slip said. He offered to buy our nailed down things if we had a pry bar. Tom snorted. Tell him we sold the pry bar to Woolwich and they've marked payment pending. Ned seated the replacement ring and felt the repeater settle into a cleaner line, not perfect, but honest. We need 6 collars in stock after this one leaves. Minimum. Maddie's pencil stopped. 6 collars at current price is £21 before carriage. I know. And if the Crown delays payment? I know, Ned said, then touched the wand focus to the guide screw and watched the needle climb into safe amber. But if another field repeater comes in cracked and we have no collar, we're not a shop. We're a room full of apologies. The front bell rang before Maddie could answer. A man entered in a dark military cloak with a red-banded dispatch case chained to his wrist, and the queue near the counter went very still in the way civilians did when uniforms made ordinary errands feel smaller. He removed his cap, shook rain from the brim, and looked straight past the customers to the brass nameplate above the inner door. Mr. Edmund Vale? He asked. Ned wiped his fingers on a rag. That depends what's broken. The officer's mouth did not move. Captain Sayer, War Office Procurement Liaison. I am instructed to determine whether Vale and Company can accept priority repair and modification work for signal, field regulator, light walking frame, and portable crystal governor apparatus under emergency supply schedule. Maddie closed the ledger with a soft, dangerous sound. Priority over whose work, Captain? Sayer looked at her as if he had not expected the accounts desk to speak first. Civilian orders may be deferred under compensation terms. Maybe, Maddie said. And who decides whether compensation remembers to arrive? The captain's gaze shifted to Ned. Mr. Vale's name appears on 3 recent technical recommendations, 1 Justiciar service file, 2 Inventors Protections, and a parliamentary demonstration record. The War Office believes this shop has unusual competence in field use apparatus. Ned heard the compliment and the hook beneath it. Around him, customers listened harder. The Woolwich clerk stood a little straighter, suddenly proud to have been difficult in a shop the War Office had noticed. Tom set the carriage latch down very carefully. Unusual competence still sleeps, eats, and has only 2 hands. Sayer's face softened by the smallest amount, which made him more dangerous rather than less. War seldom waits for ideal staffing. No, Ned said, looking at the open benches, the signed forms, the waiting tickets, and the people who had built this shop around him. But it can still be made to sign for what it takes. Captain Sayer did not object to signing. That made Ned more wary of him, not less. Men who objected to accounts could be argued with openly. Men who accepted terms too quickly often carried a second paper inside the first. Maddie brought out the priority work form she had drafted after the Malvern case and set it on the counter with the inkstand, 2 copies, and the expression of a woman prepared to invoice a cannon if it rolled through her door. You'll sign receipt of work, acceptance of delay to existing orders where required, material priority rate, and separate compensation for shop disruption, Maddie said. You'll also provide written authority before any War Office man removes apparatus from this shop. Sayer read the form with the grim patience of a man who had seen worse traps laid in nicer handwriting. You have done this before. Ned tightened the last screw on the Woolwich repeater and watched the needle settle into the safe band. The Crown has habits. So does Maddie, Slip said. Hers have sharper nibs. Sayer signed both copies. This establishes inquiry only. Formal allocation may follow. May follow is not work, Maddie said, sanding the signature. May follow is a polite ghost. Tom brought the finished carriage latch to the counter and held it up for Ned's inspection. Ned took it, worked the catch twice, listened for the little scrape that had been hiding under the main fault, and passed it back with a nod. The customer waiting beside the door breathed out as if the sound of a working latch had saved her afternoon. The shop, somehow, kept moving even while the War Office stood in it. That steadied Ned more than any official reassurance could have done. By late afternoon the rain had cleared from the windows, leaving the street shining under gas lamps and pale winter light. The Woolwich clerk left with the repeater wrapped and signed for, the nursery buttons were collected, the carriage latch paid in coin, and Slip was sent to inspect the ugly collars with strict orders not to be charmed by insults pretending to be discounts. Sayer had gone too, taking 1 copy of Maddie's form and leaving a sealed card on the counter that said War Office Priority Review in red letters. Ned stood at the front window after the shutters were half drawn, rubbing oil from under one thumbnail. Inside, Vale and Company glowed warm behind him. Tom sweeping filings into a tin, Maddie balancing the day's ledger, Slip returning with a triumphant parcel and a suspicious grin, benches crowded but alive. It was noisy, costly, impossible, and theirs. Then the private yard bell sounded once from the back passage, low and patient. Tom's broom stopped. Maddie's pencil lifted. Slip's grin faded around the parcel string. Ned looked toward the rear door and felt the day's warmth hold for one last breath before duty found the latch. 2. The Saffron Line. Tom reached the rear passage first, but he did not open the yard door. That had become one of Vale and Company's private rules after too many official knocks had proved that danger preferred patience to force. He slid the viewing plate aside, held still for one breath, then looked back at Ned with a face gone careful in all the wrong places. Not white and gold, Tom said. Dark blue, military courier. Maddie closed the ledger fully this time. Of course it is. The War Office got as far as the front door and decided the back should feel neglected. Ned crossed the shop with oil still under his nails and the day's warmth thinning behind him. Through the viewing plate, he saw a young military courier standing in the wet yard with a dispatch satchel sealed by red wax and brass wire. 2 stripes marked his cuff. His boots were muddy enough to be real, and his face had the stiff blankness of someone told not to know what he carried. Ned unbolted the door himself. If Captain Sayer forgot a clause, tell him Maddie charges double for after-hours memory. The courier did not smile. Mr. Edmund Vale, licensed inventor, maker and recognized crystal tuner. Yes. The courier drew a sealed packet from the satchel, held it flat across both palms, and waited until Ned took it by the lower edge. The wax bore the Crown's service crest over crossed lightning and rail, not Sayer's procurement mark. Ned felt the difference before he understood it. Procurement paper asked whether a shop could work. This paper had already decided something. Maddie stepped close enough for the lamp to catch the red thread along the fold. Bring it to the counter. If the Empire means to ruin supper, it can do so under proper light. The seal opened when Ned touched it. Gold ran once through the wax, then faded into the page with a clean crackle. He read the first line, then the second, and the shop seemed to grow quieter around every word. By authority of the Crown's Arcane Muster and the War Office Field Service Board, Edmund Vale is hereby summoned to temporary active technical attachment under Military Logistics Command for service connected to the Saffron Line. Slip's voice came from behind a shelf, smaller than usual. That sounds worse than priority work. Ned kept reading until the formal sentences stopped marching and the meaning stood plainly in front of him. Railheads, field repair, signal governors, walking frame apparatus, immediate reporting, oath sworn obligation, not commission, not inquiry, not a job he could place on Maddie's ledger and argue into civil shape. Tom's hand tightened on the door bolt. Ned? Ned looked down at the crown crest cooling beneath his thumb and felt the life he had built behind him, lit by lamps, smelling of oil, brass, paper, and people who expected him to come back through every door he opened. It isn't asking whether we can take work, he said. It's calling me. Maddie took the summons from Ned before the silence could make it holier than paper. She did not snatch it. That would have admitted panic. She set it flat on the counter, pulled the nearest lamp closer, and read with one finger moving beneath the lines as if the crown might try to slip extra teeth between words when no one was watching. Travel provided, she said. Rations or allowance in field. Materials consumed under direct military instruction reimbursable. Personal tools damaged in lawful service may be compensated at assessed value. Assessed by whom, naturally, is hidden under 6 layers of patriotic fog. The courier stood just inside the back door, cap tucked under one arm, trying not to hear and failing because Vale and Company had never been designed for private catastrophe. I am only instructed to deliver and witness receipt, miss. Maddie looked up. Then witness this too, may be compensated, is not a promise. It's a door with a polite handle and a pit behind it. Slip sidled closer, eyes bright in the way fear sometimes dressed itself as curiosity. Does it say if they're borrowing him for days, weeks, months, or until the mountains apologize? Ned took the lower corner of the paper and turned it toward himself again. Temporary active technical attachment. That means nothing, Maddie said. It means they don't know, Tom said, and his voice had gone low enough that the shop felt smaller around it. He reached past Ned for the dispatch envelope and checked the outer markings, not because he understood crown seals better than Maddie, but because his hands needed work. Does it say where he reports? War Office Field Service Board, tomorrow morning, Ned said. 7. Slip made a wounded sound. 7 is not a reporting time. 7 is what clocks say when they hate breakfast. Tom did not laugh. What kit? Ned looked at the paper. Field clothes, personal focus, compact technical instruments, no heavy apparatus unless instructed. Personal protective gear if owned. If owned, Maddie repeated. How generous. Shall we also provide our own artillery? Tom had already turned toward the tool wall. He takes the narrow wand focus, the brass listening fork, probe roll, measuring cord, 2 crystal testers, spare gloves, oilcloth, knee straps, and the better goggles. Not the cracked pair. If they send him near walking frames or field governors, he'll want both hands free and no fancy case slowing him down. The courier shifted. Standard military issue will be provided where required. Tom looked at him. Standard issue fits standard men doing standard things. Mr. Vale rarely gets sent where anything standard has survived. That landed harder than Tom seemed to intend. Ned looked from the open summons to the tool wall, then to Maddie's ledger, Slip's parcel, Tom's square shoulders, and the half-lit benches waiting under a day that had suddenly become the last ordinary one for a while. Slip swallowed. Do they expect him back in one piece? The courier's training held his face still, but not his eyes. That is always the intention. No, Maddie said, taking a clean sheet from beneath the counter. Intention is not a clause. Ned touched the summons again, feeling the faint cold of spent crown magic under his fingertips. Write the list, he said. Tools, compensation, shop coverage, and every gap they left open. Maddie dipped her pen. Already started. The courier left only after Maddie made him sign receipt of receipt, which offended him in a small, helpless way that did not survive her stare. Once the yard door was bolted behind him, the shop seemed to expand around the absence he left. The summons lay on the counter beneath the lamp, too official to ignore and too thin to explain what it had taken. Ned reached for it again, but Maddie slid a folded note from the dispatch envelope before his fingers found the crest. "There's an enclosure," she said. Ned frowned. "I didn't see one." "That's why they fold things," Maddie said. "So men can call a trap an appendix." The enclosure was not written in the same hand as the summons. It was smaller, neater, and far more alarming because it looked as if someone had expected Ned to read the parts the main paper preferred to hide. At the top sat Livia Mach's name in a clerk's copy mark, followed by a certification line from the Office of Legal Apparatus and Service Records. Ned read the first paragraph twice, then handed it to Maddie because his own understanding had begun to feel too hopeful to trust. Maddie's eyes moved quickly. Miss March reviewed the service category before the summons issued. Of course she did. That girl could smell a clause through stone. Tom came closer with the tool roll still in his hands. "What does it say?" Maddie placed one finger under the critical line. "Temporary active technical attachment is not a commission, not a civilian contract, and not ordinary procurement. It attaches him to Military Logistics Command as an oath-sworn magical professional. The Crown can require attendance, movement, technical work, inspection, repair, field modification, and related reporting." Slip's face had lost its brightness. Can he refuse? Ned knew the answer before Maddie said it, but he let her say it because paper made different wounds than thought. "No," Maddie said. "Not safely. Not unless he wants an oath-duty hearing, professional suspension, and every Crown office from here to Avalon asking whether Mr. Vale's private business has made him forget who paid for his magical education." The words were fair. That made them worse. Ned looked at the shop sign visible through the half-drawn front shutter, at the name he had paid to have engraved, at the benches he had filled by work instead of permission. "So it isn't a question." "It's a hook," Maddie said. Tom set the tool roll down on the counter. "Then we make sure the hook doesn't tear out half the shop when it pulls." Ned picked up Livia's enclosure and found a second note at the bottom, this one in her own hand, brief and sharp enough that he could hear her voice in it. "Ned, do not treat this as Sayers' procurement inquiry. The summons is lawful. Argue terms, protect the shop, list personal tools, and make them acknowledge that inventions, designs, and workshop property remain yours unless separately contracted. Do not sign anything tomorrow without reading the ownership clause twice." Slip leaned over his elbow. "She wrote, twice, like she knows you." "She knows all of us," Maddie said. "That is why the note is frightening." Ned folded the enclosure carefully and placed it beside the summons. "Then we send her our list tonight and carry a copy tomorrow." Maddie was already reaching for fresh paper. 3 copies. One for the War Office, one for Miss March, and one for me to wave at anyone who mistakes patriotism for theft. They worked the problem as if paper could be made into armor if enough honest hands folded it correctly. Maddie wrote at the counter with the summons to her left, Livia's enclosure to her right, and the shop ledger open below both like a third witness. Tom moved between the tool wall and the packing bench, laying out instruments in clean rows before rejecting half of them with a grunt. Slip fetched envelopes, string, sealing wax, and 3 biscuits from somewhere he refused to name, then placed the biscuits beside Ned with a solemnity that made them harder to refuse. "You'll eat those," Slip said. "Field service probably feeds men things called ration slabs, and nothing with slab in the name has loved anyone." Ned picked up one biscuit and found he did not know what to do with it. "I'm reporting tomorrow, not marching tonight." "That's how they trick you," Slip said. "They start with tomorrow." Tom closed the small tool roll and strapped it tight. Narrow focus, listening fork, probe roll, measuring cord, 2 testers, spare gloves, goggles, oilcloth, no heavy case unless they order it and carry it themselves. Maddie's pen did not pause. If they order it, they sign for the weight, the transport, and the risk of loss. Ned looked at the benches. The Woolwich repeater's empty place still held a clean rectangle in the dust. The nursery button tray had been stacked for morning polishing. The carriage latch ticket had been spiked. Captain Sayers' red-lettered card lay near the till, suddenly less important and more insulting for having tried to look large. Every object in the shop seemed to belong to a life that had expected tomorrow to be busy, costly, and ordinary. He set the biscuit down untouched. "I'll go." Nobody said the obvious thing. That he had to. That refusing would only make the Crown arrive with harder hands. That every advantage Avalon had given him had always carried this shape hidden inside it. Maddie stopped writing at last. Say that again, properly. Ned looked at her. I'll report tomorrow. I'll read before I sign. I'll keep the shop out of any ownership clause. I'll list tools before they leave my hand, and I'll send back copies of anything they put me under. Tom nodded once, jaw tight. And you come back. That isn't entirely in my hands. Then keep it in as many hands as you can, Tom said. Slip's grin tried to return and failed halfway. Preferably both of yours. We're fond of the hands. They fix things and occasionally pay wages. Ned looked from Slip to Tom, then to Maddie, whose pen had left a dark mark where she had pressed too hard into the paper. The shop's lamps burned warmly over brass, blackstone, ledgers, tools, tickets, and the ridiculous biscuits. He had wanted a place that was his. Somehow, by making it, he had also made something the Crown could take him away from. Maddie folded the first copy and slid it into an envelope. Then we make them work to take you neatly. Ned picked up the summons and placed it inside his coat. The paper sat against his chest, cold and lawful. Across the counter, beyond the tools and ledgers, Vale and Company waited around him like a promise he had no intention of breaking. 3. The map with a break in it. The War Office briefing room smelled of damp wool, ink, polished floorboards, and men pretending that maps were obedient. Ned stood at the rear of the long table with his tool roll under one arm, Maddie's copies inside his coat, and the summons folded in the inner pocket where it pressed coldly whenever he breathed too deeply. Around him, officers in dark blue, logistics clerks in brown, 2 ministry record men, and 3 magical specialists arranged themselves by rank with the ease of people who had done so since childhood. Ned had been given a chair near the side wall. He had not used it. At the front of the room, a colonel with a clipped gray mustache drew a pointer across a wall map so large it made geography look like a matter of confidence. The Saffron Line holds here, he said, tapping a red-marked front that ran along the far side of the range. Our Western Rail brings stores to Railhead West. Eastern Military Rail distributes forward from Railhead East. Between them lies Saffron Pass. The pointer moved over the mountains in one neat stroke. Ned stared at the gap the pointer had crossed as if wood and brass could bully rock into agreement. The rail lines came in bold black from either side, strong and sensible until they stopped. Between them, the pass was drawn as a thin saffron-colored curve that climbed through little shaded ridges and descended again, no wider on paper than a scratch from a careless ruler. A major beside the map lifted a paper. Current schedule maintains daily flow by rail to the Western Depot, pass transfer by pack column, and forward redistribution. Disruptions are judged manageable with tighter discipline, improved loading priority, and reduced civilian interference. A clerk near Ned muttered, reduced civilian interference usually means hungry civilians. The major heard enough to glare, but the colonel continued. Skyship relief remains available for priority loads when altitude, enemy observation, and fuel allocation permit. It is not to be treated as ordinary carriage. Ned looked at the painted skyship route above the pass. It was even cleaner than the road line. He disliked it immediately. Colonel Armitage turned from the map. Mr. Vale, you have experience with skyship systems, signal repeaters, and field governor apparatus. You will observe first, then answer when asked. Is that understood? Yes, Colonel, Ned said. The colonel's eyes settled on the tool roll. This is not a workshop. No, sir, Ned said, looking again at the broken rail lines and the scratch between them. That appears to be the problem. Colonel Armitage's mustache tightened before the rest of his face did, which gave Ned just enough warning to regret the sentence without withdrawing it. The major beside the map drew himself up as if personally defending the dignity of ink. A few clerks lowered their eyes to their notes, not because the remark was funny, but because laughter in a briefing room was a career-limiting act. This room plans work before workshops receive it, Armitage said. Yes, sir, Ned said. I'm only saying the map doesn't show where the work changes hands. From the far side of the table, a familiar voice said, it also doesn't show how many times the hands change. Ned turned before he could stop himself. Rafiq Khan stood near a side cabinet with a brown logistics folder under one arm. Older than Avalon in every line of his face now and somehow still exactly himself when his eyes met Ned's. His uniform was not officer's blue, but a logistics service coat with brass buttons, route tabs, and a cuff mark Ned did not know. He gave Ned the smallest nod, then stepped toward the map when Armitage gestured permission. Mr. Khan has been attached from Imperial Route Analysis, Armitage said. He has opinions about delay. Rafik set his folder on the table and opened it to a stack of narrow papers ruled in columns. Opinions are what one has before the numbers begin misbehaving, sir. After that, they become evidence no one invited. The Major frowned. The official schedule accounts for pass transfer. It accounts for a load leaving Railhead West and arriving at Railhead East, Rafik said, placing one sheet beneath the map and weighting it with 2 brass markers. It does not properly account for unloading from rail wagons, repacking into mule lots, rejecting overweight crates, matching fragile crystal housings to steadier animals, resting animals after ascent, clearing narrow passing points, returning empty frames, moving wounded down against supply traffic, or stopping men from sleeping on sacks because there is no covered staging space. The room had gone very still. Ned looked at the Saffron Line again and saw it begin to thicken with invisible labor. A captain near the table said, "Those details are operational." "Yes," Rafik said, "that is why leaving them out makes the operation imaginary." Ned had to look down at the table for half a second, because Rafik had apparently learned to stab politely while dressed by the crown. Armitage did not smile, but he did not stop him. "Continue." Rafik drew a pencil line across the lower switchback and tapped 3 marked points. "Here, here, and here. Only one loaded animal column can pass at a time unless men unload by hand and carry round the outer edge. The official schedule treats the climb as movement. It is also waiting, rebalancing, arguing, feeding, watering, shoeing, and sometimes burying. A late healer chest going up meets wounded men coming down, and suddenly the map asks which pain has priority." Ned felt the tool roll under his arm as if it had grown heavier. "And the return trip?" Rafik looked at him properly then. "That is the part everyone forgets until the empty frames aren't where the next load needs them." The Major's jaw tightened. "You are making the route sound impossible." "No," Rafik said, turning back to the map. "I am making it sound occupied." Colonel Armitage let the silence sit until the room stopped trying to decide whether Rafik had been insolent or merely correct. Then he moved the pointer to the shaded bulk of the Saffron Range and tapped once, harder than before. For the benefit of anyone still hoping geography can be shamed, it cannot. A tunnel has been proposed 6 times in 11 years. It remains impossible for current wartime purposes. The Major recovered enough pride to lift a second paper. Imperial Geological Survey reports extreme depth instability, hard metamorphic bands, lay shear pockets, winter water ingress, and unacceptable time estimates. Even with magical boring assistance, a full rail tunnel would take years, not months, and would swallow tuners, warders, miners, crystal braces, and labor battalions needed elsewhere. Ned looked at the mountain shading again. The little ridges on the map no longer seemed decorative. They looked like a wall that had been drawn politely so officers would not have to admit it hated them. A naval liaison near the window folded his arms. "Then build a road fit for steam tractors." Rafik did not look up from his figures. "The gradient breaks them before the second turn. The outer ledges break wheels. The inner turns break axles. If the tractor survives, it blocks the line when it fails." "Road widening?" the liaison asked. "Under enemy observation, in bad rock, while still moving supplies over the same track?" Rafik said, "Yes, if we are permitted to borrow another army to protect the men who build the road, and a second pass to feed them while they do it." Ned set his tool roll on the table before his hands could begin arguing without permission. "What about limited walkers?" Armitage's gaze came back to him. "We have them." The Major's expression suggested he wished they did not. "Too few, too delicate, useful for short depot work, uneven beyond that, and maintenance hungry. Their crystal governors dislike repeated side load correction on narrow switchbacks. Repair parties report hip joint fatigue, broken guide collars, and field men bypassing safety stops to gain speed." Ned's fingers pressed into the leather of his tool roll. Broken collars, bypassed stops, men persuading machines to lie because the route demanded more than honest design allowed. And skyships? The room's attention moved upward on instinct, as if the ceiling might open to reveal the clean solution painted on the map. Armitage's mouth tightened. "Skyship relief is valuable. It is not salvation. Altitude cuts lift margin. Mountain winds scatter formation. Enemy observation flags every predictable route. Fuel is not infinite. Hulls are not invulnerable. And one skyship load is impressive until compared with a day's hunger for shells, coal, healer chests, boilerplates, and food. The Major added, less confidently, there are also losses. No one asked him to define losses. Ned thought of elegant hulls, blackstone casings, lift crystals hidden under polish, and old sabotage that had once begun his whole life by sounding wrong. Rafik touched the gap between the railheads with the end of his pencil. So the rail stops here and starts there. Everything between is not an inconvenience. It is the Army's throat. Ned stared at the two severed rail lines, at the saffron scratch struggling through mountain shade, and felt the shape of it settle inside him. A machine with one broken gear could be repaired. This was worse. This was a body that had to breathe through a wound while men argued over whether air was being used efficiently. Armitage let Rafik's words remain on the map for a moment before he moved the pointer again. This time he did not cross the mountains cleanly. He set the brass tip on railhead west and walked it along the saffron curve by small increments, stopping where Rafik had marked the choke points. Mr. Vale, you will report to railhead west under Colonel Haversham's Logistics Command. Initial duties will be field repair observation, signal governor inspection, walking frame assessment, and technical support to the pass workshops. Ned reached inside his coat for Maddie's folded list before anyone could pretend tomorrow's signatures had already been settled. I have tool schedules, ownership protections, and shop service notes to enter before attachment. The Major looked pained. Mr. Vale, this is a military assignment, not a commercial negotiation. No, Ned said, placing the folded papers on the table without raising his voice. It's both if my tools go with me and my shop keeps operating behind me. Rafik glanced at the papers and almost smiled. Miss March? And Maddie, Ned said. Armitage took the top copy and read the first lines. His mustache did not approve, but neither did it dismiss them. Sensible enough. You may submit these to the Field Service Board clerk before departure. They will not delay movement. That depends on what they say after reading, Ned said. For a moment, the room held its breath around the civilian shape of the answer. Then Armitage folded the paper once and handed it to the record man beside him. Mr. Vale, if you were being sent to Polish bolts, I would be less patient. You are being sent because the pass is consuming apparatus faster than replacement schedules can explain, and because too many damaged systems are returning with field modifications no manufacturer will admit designing. We need your hands and your eye. We do not need your shop stolen by a sloppy clause. Ned had not expected that. It made the colonel harder to dislike and no easier to trust. Yes, sir. Armitage looked to Rafik. Mr. Khan, you will travel on the same military train. Your delay tables will be tested against actual movement. I expect them to become worse. They usually do when reality gets involved, Rafik said. The colonel tapped railhead west again. You depart tonight from Victoria Military Platform. Report with personal kit by 6. Written movement orders will be issued downstairs. From railhead west, you proceed by field transport toward the lower pass workshops once authority confirms road conditions. Ned looked at the map, then at the broken rail line ending against the mountains. And if the pass fails before we arrive? Armitage's face did not change. Then the front begins starving while the trains keep arriving at the wrong side of the mountain. The sentence landed more heavily than any dramatic speech could have done. Ned gathered his papers, tool roll, and summons, moving carefully because his hands wanted speed and speed made mistakes. Rafik closed his folder beside him, and for one brief moment they stood together at the edge of the table as they had once stood over school maps, only now the little lines meant hungry men, late healer chests, broken governors, and a railway that stopped where the war most needed it to continue. Rafik lowered his voice. I used to think a bad timetable was an insult to order. Ned looked once more at the saffron scratch between railhead west and railhead east. Now, Rafik said, I think it can kill people. Ned tucked Maddie's copy back inside his coat, over the cold summons and under the weight of every tool he had promised to list. Then we'd better see where it bleeds. 4. Suitable arrangements. Ashcombe House had learned to make wartime prudence sound like music. The dining room gleamed under shaded crystal lamps. Silver warmed the table without glittering too loudly, and the tall windows reflected candlelight back over polished mahogany, porcelain plates, dark wine, and flowers arranged low enough that no one could accuse them of obstructing conversation. Beatrice sat halfway down the table with her napkin smooth in her lap and her hands steady on either side of the plate, listening while her family discussed danger as if it had been invited to dine and properly announced. Her mother said, "The saffron matter has made everyone more attentive to sensible futures." Everyone meant families with daughters. Sensible meant arrangements made before uncertainty became harder to price. Futures meant Beatrice, though courtesy had not yet required anyone to say so. Lord Ashcombe cut a small piece of fish and glanced toward the guest seated opposite Beatrice. "Sir Reginald has been advising the Ministry on hospital endowments and supply charities. A man who understands both money and necessity is valuable in times like these." Sir Reginald Valeham received the compliment with a modest inclination of his silver head. He was not ugly, not foolish, and not loudly unpleasant. That made him more dangerous to refuse. His waistcoat was perfectly fitted, his hands were clean and ringed, and his smile carried the calm patience of a man who had never needed to hurry toward anything because most things were brought within reach. "Your father is generous," Sir Reginald said, looking at Beatrice as if the table had gently delivered her into the conversation. "I understand the value of stability, Miss Ashcombe. War teaches even spirited households that affection and security should not be treated as rival virtues." Beatrice lifted her glass, took one measured sip, and set it down without touching the rim against her teeth. "Does it? I had thought war mostly taught people how fragile their assumptions were." Her younger cousin, seated near the end, looked down quickly at his soup. Her mother's fingers tightened once on her fork, then relaxed. Sir Reginald's smile deepened by a fraction. A fair correction. Still, a fragile world makes wise shelter more precious. "Shelter for whom?" Beatrice asked. "For those one has the honor to protect," Sir Reginald said. There it was, laid down softly between the silver and the candlelight. Not command, not offer, a shape made of kindness, money, age, and expectation. Beatrice smiled because manners were armor when fitted properly. "Protection is a generous word, Sir Reginald. It does rather depend on whether the person being protected requested a roof, a wall, or a locked door." Her father looked at her then, not sharply enough to be rude before company, but with warning folded into paternal concern. "Beatrice." She turned her smile to him and let it remain bright, calm, and impossible to scold without making the room honest. "Yes, Papa?" Lord Ashcombe did not rebuke her. A rebuke would have admitted that Beatrice had named the room's hidden machinery too clearly. Instead, he set down his knife and fork with the care of a man placing tools back into a velvet case, then turned to Sir Reginald with a smile that asked the guest to forgive youthful sharpness without forcing anyone to say the words. "My daughter has always had a precise mind," Lord Ashcombe said. "Avalon encouraged it. One cannot complain of a result after paying for the education." "One should not complain," Lady Ashcombe said, with a softness that carried farther than scolding would have done. "But precision can become a habit of resistance when tenderness would serve better." Beatrice folded both hands in her lap beneath the table where no one could see the fingers tighten. Tenderness, in her mother's mouth, meant accepting a cage because it was lined. "I do not resist tenderness, Mama." "No," Lady Ashcombe said. "You resist being guided." Sir Reginald lifted his wineglass but did not drink. Guidance is unpopular with the young because it resembles constraint before experience has taught them the difference. "I have seen a little constraint," Beatrice said, keeping her voice pleasant. "It often introduces itself as guidance." Her father's eyes sharpened. "Beatrice, Sir Reginald speaks from long service and considerable generosity. This is not a courtroom." "No," she said. "In a courtroom, one is at least told what question is being asked." The silence that followed was very well bred and therefore twice as suffocating. A footman moved too quietly beside the sideboard. Her cousin stared into his soup as though it contained military intelligence. Sir Reginald looked at her with renewed interest, not annoyance, which Beatrice liked less. Annoyance could be turned aside. Interest settled claims before they had names. Lord Ashcombe drew a breath. "The question, since you require directness, is whether you understand your position. The country is at war. Families are consolidating security where they can. Your brothers are not placed to repair every uncertainty. Your connections, gifts, and education matter, but they do not make you immune to practical realities. Lady Ashcombe reached for Beatrice's hand across the corner of the table. Beatrice let her take it, because refusing would make her look childish and accepting cost nothing visible. Your father and I want you safe, Lady Ashcombe said. Not hidden, not silenced, safe. Sir Reginald's household has influence, stability, and charitable work suited to your abilities. Hospital committees, relief funds, proper authority used properly. There was the lure inside the lace. Useful work, relief, influence, a place where her mind would not be wasted, merely supervised. Sir Reginald inclined his head. I would never ask a lady of Miss Ashcombe's education to become ornamental. I have always believed capable women improve a household, provided capacity is joined to discretion. Beatrice looked at his clean hands, the calm ringed fingers, the confidence of a man offering a gilded room and expecting gratitude for the window. And if capacity is joined to conviction? Then conviction must learn where it can do the most good, Sir Reginald said. Her father nodded, as if sense had finally re-entered the room. Exactly. Beatrice withdrew her hand from her mother's gently enough that no one could call it a refusal. Then perhaps we are all agreed on one point, she said. A woman's future should not be wasted merely because others find it more convenient when she is arranged. Sir Reginald did not answer at once. He let the pause lengthen as if Beatrice's last sentence were a spirited remark to be admired before being put away. That was when she understood he had not been offended. He had been pleased, not by her words, but by the challenge of arranging them into something harmless. Miss Ashcombe, he said, setting his glass down with exquisite care, I would be disappointed if you were easily arranged. Her mother looked relieved, mistaking the sentence for generosity. Her father leaned back slightly, as if the difficult turn had been handled by a practiced hand. Beatrice felt the trap close more neatly because no one else heard the hinge. Sir Reginald continued, a young woman of intelligence naturally wishes to test the boundaries of any future proposed to her. That is not rebellion, it is temperament. Properly understood, temperament can be guided into strength. Beatrice smiled. How fortunate for temperament to have such patient managers. Her cousin's spoon clicked softly against porcelain. Lady Ashcombe's glance touched him and he became very interested in the soup again. Sir Reginald's smile remained kind. You dislike the word guided. I dislike the assumption that my judgment requires ownership before it becomes respectable. Ownership is a legal vulgarity, Sir Reginald said. Marriage, at its best, is stewardship. Lord Ashcombe gave a small nod, not quite agreement, but enough to show where the family wanted the conversation to land. Beatrice felt it as clearly as a hand at her back. Stewardship sounded gentler than control. Security sounded gentler than purchase. Protection sounded gentler than possession. Polite society had a whole cabinet of softer names for the same locked drawer. And what would you steward, Sir Reginald? Beatrice asked. He looked at her fully then, and for the first time the grandfatherly warmth thinned enough to show the calculation beneath. A rare mind, an admirable name, a useful connection to younger professional circles, and a lady whose independence would be more effective if placed where influence already exists. There, Beatrice said quietly. Lady Ashcombe frowned. Beatrice. No, Mama, that was the first honest sentence of the evening. Sir Reginald inclined his head as if accepting praise. Honesty is useful when parties are serious. Parties? Beatrice asked. How many parties are there in this arrangement? I had begun to suspect I was the object rather than a participant. Her father's chair creaked as he shifted forward. You are being willfully sharp. I am being precise, Beatrice said, and kept her voice calm because raised voices made girls look unreasonable, while calm ones made men decide whether they wished to reveal themselves. Sir Reginald does not want a timid wife. He wants a clever one whose cleverness can be placed under his seal. He wants my usefulness, my family, my acquaintance, my education, and just enough spirit to improve the drawing room without disturbing the deed box. Sir Reginald watched her with approval that made her skin tighten. You would be wasted on a fool. And diminished by a collector. That reached him, not deeply, perhaps, but enough. His ringed fingers rested beside the glass, and the warmth left his eyes without leaving his face. Careful, Miss Ashcombe. Conviction is attractive, contempt is not. Beatrice set her napkin beside her plate and rose before anyone could tell her the meal was not finished. Then I shall take care to offer neither where my future is being discussed without my consent." Beatrice left the dining room at a walking pace because flight would have given everyone too easy a word for it. The footman by the door looked at her, then past her, then opened the panel before anyone could call her back. Behind her, her father said her name once, low and controlled. Sir Reginald murmured something too smooth to carry. Her mother's chair shifted, but no steps followed. That, more than anger, hurt. They were still deciding how to make this reasonable. The corridor outside felt colder than the dining room. Beatrice kept her shoulders straight until she reached the little morning room at the back of the house, then shut the door with her own hand and stood beside the writing desk until the candles steadied. Her reflection in the dark window looked exactly as she had been trained to look. Neat hair, composed face, fine dress, no visible wound. It was astonishing how much could be arranged around a girl before a ribbon slipped. A soft knock came almost at once. "Not now, Mama," Beatrice said. The door opened anyway, and Lady Ashcombe entered without a maid. That was either kindness or strategy. Beatrice had not yet decided which. Her mother closed the door gently and stood with one hand still on the handle. "You embarrassed your father." Beatrice turned. "No, I interrupted him." "You insulted a guest." "I named what he wanted." Lady Ashcombe's face tightened, but her voice stayed quiet. "Sir Reginald is not a monster. He is wealthy, connected, steady, and willing to admire your mind rather than fear it." "Admiration that requires custody is not admiration," Beatrice said. "You speak as if marriage were a prison by definition." "No," Beatrice said, and the answer cost more because she meant it. "I speak as if I know the difference between choosing a door and being carried through one." Her mother looked away first. For a moment, Beatrice saw not the manager of suitable futures, but a woman who had once been young enough to think choice and duty might come to terms without one of them being buried. Then Lady Ashcombe's training returned, soft and exact. War changes the price of hesitation. Men leave, fortunes move, families fall if they wait too long to secure what can be secured. "Ned has been summoned to the Saffron Line," Beatrice said. Lady Ashcombe's eyes sharpened. "That is precisely why fantasy must not rule you." Beatrice reached for the back of the chair because the first answer in her chest was too hot for speech. Fantasy. As if Ned were a boy at an academy window instead of a man with a shop, an oath, a maker's stamp, and crown papers cold against his heart. "Do not make the mistake of thinking I refuse Sir Reginald because of Ned." "Then why?" "Because I belong to myself before I belong beside anyone else." Lady Ashcombe absorbed that as if it had been ruder than anything said at dinner. She opened her mouth, closed it, then inclined her head with a sorrow that was real and still not enough. "Good night, Beatrice." When she was alone, Beatrice sat at the writing desk and pulled paper from the drawer. She dipped the pen, then held it above the page while every proper opening failed her. Dear Mr. Vale was ridiculous after all they had survived. Dear Ned was too bare, too easily found by the wrong eyes, too much like placing her pulse on paper. At last she wrote, "Ned, I hope you are being properly impossible about tool clauses." That, at least, was safe enough to make her smile. The smile faded as she continued, choosing each sentence as carefully as if Sir Reginald's hands already hovered over the page. She did not tell Ned she had been cornered. She did not ask him to come back and rescue her. She told him the truth in a shape that could travel. That war had made people practical in ugly ways. That she was learning how many locks could be hidden inside good advice. And that she intended to remain herself while he was away doing the same. She sanded the ink, folded the sheet, and sealed it with plain wax instead of the family stamp. Then she held the letter beneath her palm until the wax cooled. "I will not be arranged quietly," she said to the empty room. Outside the window, London's lamps burned on through the dark, and somewhere beyond them trains were already preparing to carry men toward the mountains. 5. Orders, receipts, and goodbyes. Ned packed on the long rear bench because the room above the shop was too small for the number of ways the Empire had found to enter it. The military kit bag lay open beside his ordinary tool case, its canvas mouth waiting while Mattie placed 3 labeled envelopes in a row and Tom checked the buckles as if a loose strap might personally insult him. Slip had produced a pile of useful objects, half of which looked stolen from reasonable categories and the other half from unreasonable cupboards. "You are not taking 6 bootlaces," Mattie said. Slip looked wounded. "War has boots, doesn't it?" War has boots issued by people who know where bootlaces come from. Then it has delays, Slip said, adding 2 bootlaces to Ned's side pocket when Maddie looked away. I'm improving Imperial readiness. Ned folded a spare shirt and tucked it beside his field clothes. The clothes had arrived from the War Office store that afternoon, gray-brown, plain, practical, and cut with the assumption that bodies came in categories rather than particular men. He had tried the coat on once, felt it sit wrong across his shoulders, and let Tom mark the places where it pulled. Now it lay folded with needlework still warm from Maddie's last-minute corrections. Tom lifted the narrow wand focus from its tray and held it out. Main focus goes inside coat, not bag. If they lose the bag, they don't lose your hand with it. It isn't my hand, Ned said, taking it. Tom gave him a flat look. It answers faster than half the men who will be ordering you about. Maddie opened the first envelope and tapped the contents. Receipts. Every cab, meal, billet fee, damaged glove, snapped strap, and tool repair. If someone says the Crown will settle it later, you ask for a written note, a name, and a date. Ned slid the focus into the inside coat loop and fastened the little strap. I know. No, you remember when I'm in the room, Maddie said. Knowing on a military platform with officers breathing impatience at you is different. He could not argue with that, so he checked the compact measuring cord instead. Brass listening fork, probe roll, 2 crystal testers, spare gloves, goggles, oilcloth, a small screwdriver set Tom had sharpened and rue-wrapped, the better pliers, the small field notebook Livia had sent over by messenger, already divided with tabs marked orders, tools, damage, names, and promises. Slip leaned over the bag. There should be 1 marked idiots. Maddie sealed the second envelope. That would require more paper than he can carry. Ned smiled despite the tightness under his ribs and placed the notebook in the safest pocket. Outside the shuttered windows, London moved toward evening, carts rattling over wet stones, a newsboy calling something about saffron dispatches, and the gas lamps beginning to glow one by one. Inside, the shop smelled of canvas, oil, brass, paper, and the supper no one had remembered to cook. Tom set the closed tool case beside the bag. Again, he said. Ned looked at him. What do you do before signing? Read the ownership clause twice, Ned said. Maddie nodded. Good. War may be allowed to borrow you. It is not allowed to misplace the shop. Livia arrived before the last buckle was fastened, which meant either the messenger had found her quickly or she had already been halfway to the shop with objections prepared. She came through the rear door in a dark traveling coat, damp at the hem, with a folio under one arm and an expression that made Slip step aside before she had said a word. I have seen the Field Service Board copy, Livia said. Maddie looked up from the envelopes. And it was written by someone who believes danger becomes lawful if divided into subclauses, Livia said, setting the folio on the counter. Let me see what they sent you. Ned handed her the movement orders, the summons, and the tool schedule Maddie had copied twice. Livia opened them in order, not rushing, which made the quiet worse. Her finger moved down each page with the old Avalon precision, pausing at ownership, authority, and materials language. When she reached the service attachment clause, her mouth tightened. There, she said. Ned leaned closer. What? Work product generated in the course of assigned technical service may be subject to Crown review, requisition, or restricted use under wartime necessity. Livia tapped the line once. That is too broad. Maddie's eyes narrowed. Broad enough to steal? Broad enough to argue about stealing after the fact, Livia said. Which is often the preferred method. Tom made a low sound. Can we cross it out? Not on the Crown copy, Livia said. But we can attach a reservation. She pulled a prepared sheet from the folio and slid it toward Ned. Sign this and submit it with the tool list. It states that ordinary field repairs, notes, sketches, and emergency modifications made with private tools do not transfer ownership of existing Vale and Company designs unless separately contracted, paid, and witnessed. Slip peered at the page. That sentence has armor on. It needs it, Livia said. A knock came from the front door before Ned could pick up the pen. Tom moved at once, hand near the drawer where the heavier shop cudgel lived. Through the shutter crack, a familiar voice said, If Vale is being smuggled to war through the rear door, I should hate to miss the paperwork. Ned closed his eyes briefly. Peregrine. Maddie opened the door only after checking the street. Peregrine Roth entered in a dark coat cut too well for the wet evening, carrying no luggage and somehow making the shop look more informal by existing inside it. Livia did not look pleased. How did you know? War Office clerks drink tea, Peregrine said. Crown Company families employ people who pour it. His gaze moved over the open kit bag, the envelopes, the tool case, then settled on Ned. Read everything before you sign. Smile at officers who rush you. Smiles make them think you are obedient while you count the knives. I'm already being told to read, Ned said. Good. Then be told again by someone unpleasant enough to remember. Peregrine drew a folded card from inside his coat and placed it beside the orders. Colonel Haversham has a procurement aide named Bell. He praises clever men before asking whether their little adaptations may be copied for wider use. Do not give him sketches. Do not lend him samples. Do not demonstrate anything twice without a written purpose. Livia picked up the card, read it, and gave Peregrine a look Ned had only seen her give useful evidence. That is specific. Yes, Peregrine said. Specific dangers are the only tolerable kind. Ned signed Livia's reservation slowly, then added the card to the notebook pocket marked names. The kit bag looked no heavier, but the war had gained faces now, smiling ones with clean hands and polite claims. Anything else? Peregrine's expression lost a little of its polish. Yes, come back owning your work, Vale. Otherwise they'll call it service while taking the man along with the invention. Peregrine left the card behind and himself shortly after, which was probably the most considerate thing he had done all evening. Livia remained long enough to watch Ned place the signed reservation in the correct envelope, then made him repeat where each copy would go until Maddie looked almost approving and Slip began mouthing the answers with theatrical despair. War Office Clerk, Livia said. Original reservation, tool schedule, and movement copy, Ned said. Miss March? Copy of everything they stamp. Vale and Company? Copy here, with Maddie, where it can frighten anyone who opens the wrong drawer. Maddie sealed that envelope with unnecessary force. Correct. Only then did Tom clear his throat and drag a wooden crate from beneath the bench. Now the useful things. Livia looked at the crate. Everything until now was useful. No, Tom said, opening the lid. Everything until now was paper trying to stop men with better paper. This is what he reaches for when paper has gone home. Inside lay spare leather straps cut to different lengths, 2 waxed repair cords, a tin of oiled screws wrapped in cloth, a compact buckle kit, 3 small clamps, 2 Blackstone shims, a flat coil of brass wire, a folded square of tarred canvas, and a little packet labeled "Do not use unless swearing has already failed." Ned picked it up. What's this? Emergency solder paste, Tom said. And a striker, and a very small apology to whoever owns the surface beneath it. Slip placed a separate cloth bundle on top of the kit bag with great ceremony. Field rations. Maddie narrowed her eyes. That better not be stolen. It is not stolen. It is repurposed from our own kitchen, which nobody was using because everyone decided anxiety was supper. Slip untied the bundle to reveal hard cheese, bread, wrapped ham, 2 apples, and a small paper twist of boiled sweets. Also, morale. Ned touched the edge of the paper twist. Sweets? For bargaining with clerks, children, frightened privates, angry muleteers, or yourself when you look like a funeral with tools, Slip said. Livia folded her folio. That may be the most strategically sound contribution of the evening. Slip brightened. I accept rank. No, Maddie said. Tom pulled one final object from the crate. It was a short, ugly little pry tool with a flattened Blackstone handle, brass collar, and hooked steel nose. Not elegant, not new, not the sort of thing an officer would admire. Ned knew at once that Tom had made it from 3 broken tools and a grudge. For crates, jammed fittings, bent strap loops, and doors pretending they're shut for lawful reasons, Tom said. Don't use your good screwdriver as a lever. If I find out you did, I'll come to the front and embarrass you in front of soldiers. Ned took it carefully. The tool sat heavy and honest in his hand. You made this today? Finished it today, Tom said. Started it when Voss first dragged you out for Malvern. Figured the Crown would keep finding doors. Livia looked from the pry tool to the signed reservations, then to Ned's packed kit. Between us, he now has clauses, names, straps, food, tools, and sweets. Still short on cents, Maddie said, though her voice had softened. Ned placed Tom's tool into the outer pocket where he could reach it without unpacking. The kit bag finally looked less like military luggage and more like something Vale and company had argued into existence around him. That helped. It hurt too. Slip tightened the top strap and patted the bag. There. If the Empire breaks him, it's because they ignored the instructions. Victoria military platform had been added to the station like a stern thought bolted onto a public room. Ordinary passengers moved beyond iron railings under bright lamps and painted advertisements, but Ned stood beneath a darker roof where military clerks checked names, porters loaded marked crates, and soldiers smoked beside kit bags with the tired impatience of men who had already learned that waiting was part of war. Steam gathered along the platform edge in white folds, carrying the smell of coal, wet wool, hot iron, and boiled tea from a canteen cart nobody had time to enjoy properly. Maddie thrust the last envelope into Ned's hand. Stamped copy back to me at the first post. Not the second, the first. Yes, Maddie. And no verbal agreements. Yes, Maddie. And if anyone says, standard practice, without showing you where it is written, you assume standard theft. Ned tucked the envelope into his coat. Yes, Maddie. Slip leaned around Tom's shoulder. Also remember the sweets. Use them wisely. Not all at once unless morale collapses completely. Tom took the kit bag from Ned, not to carry it away, but to set it more squarely against his leg. Straps twisted. It was not. It was thinking about it, Tom said, fixing it anyway. Rafik stood a little farther down the platform with his own service case and a logistics folder tied in brown cord, speaking to a clerk who looked increasingly sorry he had asked a question. He glanced over once, met Ned's eye, and lifted 2 fingers in a small promise of shared departure before returning to the argument. That steadied Ned more than any speech could have done. He would not arrive alone into the vast, hungry machinery of the pass. Rafik would be there, counting the delays the map had tried to hide. Livia pressed a folded packet into Ned's palm. Beatrice sent this through my house. Read it on the train, not here. Ned's fingers closed around the letter before he could stop them. Plain wax. No Ashcombe stamp. His throat tightened, which was inconvenient on a platform full of witnesses. Is she all right? Livia's expression softened and sharpened at the same time. No, but she is herself. The guard's whistle blew once at the far end of the platform. Men began to shoulder bags. A sergeant shouted for attached specialists to board the third carriage, then shouted it again as if volume might improve literacy. Tom held out his hand. Ned took it, expecting a shake, and was pulled into a brief, hard embrace that smelled of oilcloth and shop smoke. Come back, Tom said against his ear, too low for anyone else. Ned gripped his shoulder once. Keep the shop standing. Maddie hugged him next with one arm because the other still held papers. Don't be brave when sensible will do. Slip tried to grin and failed, then hugged Ned so quickly it was almost a collision. Don't die, it's terrible for business and we'd miss you. Ned laughed once, rougher than he meant, and stepped back before the platform blurred. The train breathed beside him, black and brass and impatient, its windows glowing with men already inside. He lifted his kit bag, felt the weight of tools, clauses, food, straps, and other people's fear packed carefully around him, then climbed into the carriage. At the door, he looked back. Maddie, Tom, Slip, and Livia stood beneath the military lamps with Vale and Company written nowhere visible and everywhere that mattered. Ned touched the pocket where Beatrice's letter rested, then raised his hand as the whistle blew again. The train moved. London slid past in lamps, iron, wet stone, and smoke. Ned kept looking until the platform curved away, because survival had an address now, and he meant to find his way back to it. 6. Railhead West. Railhead West announced itself before the train stopped. Coal smoke pressed against the carriage windows in brown smears, and the steady rhythm of wheels gave way to shunts, whistles, shouted numbers, and the hard clank of buffers meeting too many urgent things in too little space. Ned stood before the carriage had fully settled, one hand on the luggage rack and the other checking the pocket where Beatrice's letter rested under Maddie's stamped envelope. Around him, attached specialists and uniformed men gathered bags with the practiced irritation of people who had slept badly and expected no apology from the morning. Rafik leaned into the aisle with his service case wedged against one knee. If the official unloading schedule is correct, we have 12 minutes before our baggage appears. A corporal outside the window shouted at two porters, one mule sneezed violently somewhere beyond the steam, and a crate marked healer glass, keep upright swung sideways from a trolley and nearly took a clerk's hat off. Ned looked at Rafik. How much do you trust the schedule? I trust it to be beautifully wrong, Rafik said, then stepped down after him. The platform hit Ned in layers. Heat from the engine, cold morning air from the open yard, wet boards underfoot, coal, mule sweat, hot iron, boiled cabbage, lamp oil, damp canvas, and the sharp mineral bite of cracked crystal housings waiting somewhere nearby. Railhead West was not a station so much as an argument built around tracks. Trains stood in crowded lines under soot-dark gantries while cranes swung loads between wagons, depot carts, mule frames, and broad sledges dragged by cursing men. Clerks moved with boards held against their chests. Soldiers slept sitting against crates until sergeants kicked their boots. A line of wounded men waited near a red-striped shelter, some standing, some on stretchers, all of them watching fresh supplies arrive with the flat interest of people who knew arrival was not the same as usefulness. A quartermaster captain near the platform stairs lifted a speaking cone. Attached technical specialists report to the east table. Route analysis to brown flags. Medical stores to red. If you can't read the flags, ask someone who can and don't stand where carts are moving. A cartwheel struck a loose rail plate with a crack that made Ned turn sharply. The sound vanished under another whistle. Too much noise overlap here for any one fault to hold still. He tightened his grip on the tool case and followed Rafik toward the east table, where a tired sergeant was already sorting names faster than courtesy could survive. Vale, Edmund, the sergeant read, then looked up at Ned's face, his civilian-cut coat under the field overcoat, and the tool case in his hand. London maker? Crystal tuner and inventor, maker, Ned said. The sergeant made a mark. That'll be tested by lunch. Rafik placed his papers down before the man could bark twice. Con, Rafik. Imperial route analysis attachment. The sergeant's expression improved by half an inch, then worsened when another clerk shoved a slate under his elbow. Good. You can explain why 3 wagon lots of boilerplate arrived before the mule harness meant to move them. Rafik glanced toward the yard, where iron plates lay stacked under rain-dark tarpaulin while a string of mules stood nearby wearing frames patched with rope. His face changed from travel-tired to awake. Where is the harness? If I knew, the sergeant said, I'd be shouting at it. Ned looked past him to a fenced yard piled with damaged walking frames, broken pack cradles, cracked signal boxes, bent crystal collars, and mud-stiff straps thrown into heaps that should have been sorted and were not. The whole place seemed to be swallowing material faster than men could name it. Rafik followed his gaze. That, he said quietly, is a delay with teeth. Ned shifted the tool case in his hand. Then we'd better hope it only bites paperwork. The sergeant sent them from the east table with 2 stamped slips, a warning not to lose them, and directions that assumed the yard was less crowded than it was. Rafik tucked his slip into his folder while walking, already marking where a crane delay had blocked one track and forced 3 mule strings to wait beside a coal wagon that had no business sitting there. Ned followed with his kit bag cutting into one shoulder, tool case in hand, and the uneasy sense that Railhead West had been built by men who understood urgency and then abandoned neatness as a luxury. A cart lurched across their path so abruptly that Ned had to step back into a puddle. The driver shouted an apology without looking at him. One rear wheel climbed aboard, dropped hard, and set the stacked crates rattling. The topmost crate bore the red cross of medical stores. Rafik's voice sharpened. That cart is taking healer supplies away from the red flag. The driver jerked the reins. Orders say East Shed. Rafik stepped close enough to make the mule toss its ears. Your chalk mark says Red Shelter. East Shed is boiler fittings. The driver looked over his shoulder, saw the chalk, and swore. They changed the board. They changed the board badly, Rafik said, already pulling a pencil from his pocket. Turn before the signal post, not after. If you go after, you'll block the coal line. The driver looked as if he might argue, then glanced at the red cross and changed his mind. The cart turned with a groan of wheels and a burst of shouting from men who had to move out of its way. Ned watched the medical crates vanish toward the red-striped shelter and felt the first small correction of the day disappear into the larger noise like a screw dropped into a machine. A woman in a dark engineer's coat met them outside a corrugated shed with smoke-stained windows and a sign marked Technical Stores and Field Repair. Her hair had been pinned up with a brass gauge pin, and her left sleeve bore a lieutenant's stripe above a patch for the Royal Engineers. She looked at Ned's face, then at his tool case, then at Rafiq's folder. "Vale and Khan?" she asked. "Yes," Ned said. "Lieutenant Ada Merrick. I was told to expect a London maker and a route man. I wasn't told whether either of you knew mud from polish." Rafiq glanced down at his boots, already wet to the ankle. The mud introduced itself. Merrick's mouth twitched. "Good. You're trained fresh, not blind. Vale, you're under Colonel Haversham's logistics command but attached to my repair shed until someone hired decides to steal you for a prettier disaster. You'll inspect returns, note patterns, repair what can return to service by nightfall, and not redesign the army before tea." Ned shifted the tool case to his other hand. "What if the army needs redesigning before tea?" "Then write it down and fix the thing in front of you first," Merrick said. She pushed the shed door open with one shoulder, letting out heat, oil smell, hammer noise, and a curse from someone beneath a half-collapsed walking frame. Field Rule 1. Cleverness that doesn't get tonight's load moving is decoration. Inside, the shed was less a workshop than an overcrowded argument with benches. Damaged signal governors lined one wall. Pack cradles hung from hooks in pairs, some cracked, some patched, some marked condemned in chalk and clearly still being considered by desperate men. A walking frame stood in the center with one hip locked high and two soldiers holding it steady while a mechanic fought a seized collar with a wrench. Merrick pointed to the frame. "That one must carry a signal battery up the lower pass by dusk. It has failed twice. Tell me whether it can be made honest or only hopeful." Ned set down his tool case, rolled back his cuffs, and looked at the crooked hip. "Honest first. Hopeful gets men hurt." Merrick's expression changed by a fraction. Then perhaps London sent the right sort after all. Ned had one knee on the walking frame's lower brace and his brass listening fork against the hip housing when the shed door opened behind him and let in a slice of cold yard air, coal smoke, and complaint. "I was told the repair shed had truth in it," a man said. Naturally, no one mentioned the smell. Merrick did not look up from the part slate she was marking. "If you are press, leave before someone drops a governor on your foot." "I am not press," the man said. A mechanic under the frame snorted. "He's Murdoch. That's worse." Ned glanced over his shoulder. Joseph Murdoch stood just inside the door with a camera case slung across one shoulder, a plate satchel under the other arm, and a notebook tucked into his waistcoat as if paper might leap from him if not restrained. He was older than Ned by perhaps a decade, lean, sharp-eyed, and untidy in the deliberate way of a man who had dressed for weather, soldiers, and argument rather than approval. Mud marked his boots. Soot marked one cuff. His smile suggested neither was accidental. Murdoch's gaze moved over the shed, the broken pack cradles, the condemned chalk marks, the soldiers holding the walking frame upright, the mechanic's boots sticking out from beneath it. Ned crouched with a listening fork in one hand and oil already on his sleeve. "That is a better picture than the one they wanted me to take." Merrick finally looked up. "They wanted crates, flags, and orderly loading." "They always want crates, flags, and orderly loading," Murdoch said. "Crates don't complain about being misquoted." Rafiq, who had been copying yard delays onto a folded sheet near the bench, looked at him with interest. "Are you here to photograph disorder?" "I am here to photograph the Saffron Line," Murdoch said. "If disorder stands in front of it, I cannot be blamed for composition." The soldier holding the walking frame's right support shifted his grip. "Sir, if you're taking pictures, don't take my face. My mother thinks I'm guarding a depot with roofs." Murdoch's expression changed with surprising gentleness. "Name? Private Ellis." "Then Private Ellis may keep his mother's roof until he chooses otherwise," Murdoch said, and made a note instead of lifting the camera. Ned turned back to the hip housing because the frame did not care about mothers, photographers, or dignity. He tapped the fork once against the collar, listened to the dull answering burr, and reached for the wrench. "This collar's been tightened past sense." Merrick came closer. "We loosened it twice." "You loosened the visible clamp," Ned said. The guide collar underneath is chewing itself because someone wedged a shim in to stop the wobble instead of asking why it wobbled. The mechanic slid out enough to glare. That shim got it through 2 trips. And then failed twice, Ned said. Murdoch had gone very still, watching not the frame but the hands around it. May I take that one? Merrick's answer was immediate. No. Ned looked up. Why not? Because if command sees one photograph of a specialist crouched under a broken walker, they will call it proof that repairs are under control, Merrick said. If they see 3, they will call it a system. Murdoch lowered his camera without raising it. Then tell me what picture would be honest. Ned looked around the shed, at the patched frames waiting to be sent out, the condemned ones being reconsidered, the soldiers pretending not to hear whether tonight's load would move, and Rafiq's pencil stopped over another delay. Take the row of things marked condemned, he said, with the repair tags still hanging from them. Merrick gave him a sidelong look. Why? Because that's the truth, Ned said, loosening the hidden collar by a careful quarter turn. The line isn't short of broken things. It's short of permission to admit what's already broken. Murdoch took the photograph Merrick permitted, not the one he wanted. He set the camera before the row of condemned frames, ducked under a swinging lamp, and waited while a mechanic swore at the light, the angle, and all men who turned broken work into evidence. The plate flashed with a small white glare. For 1 second, the chalk marks, hanging tags, cracked collars, bent joints, and mud-stiff straps stood brighter than the rest of the shed. Then the light faded, and everything became merely urgent again. Merrick pointed 2 fingers at the walking frame. Vale, honest or hopeful? Ned braced one shoulder under the side rail while Private Ellis and the other soldier took the weight. Honest if we change what it's being asked to do. Hopeful if command insists on the full signal battery. Merrick's eyes narrowed. Explain quickly. He wiped grease from his thumb with a rag and pointed to the hip. The frame can manage the lower climb if the load split. Battery casing on this one. Charge cells by mule or men behind it. The collar will hold if it isn't fighting the whole weight on every turn. The shim comes out. Proper brace goes in. It moves slower but stops lying. Private Ellis looked at the frame as if it had personally betrayed him. Slower gets shouted at. Broken gets carried back, Ned said. Merrick turned to Rafiq. Can the load be split without losing the dusk window? Rafiq had already drawn 2 short columns beside the yard delay. If the mule string leaves 12 minutes later but doesn't stop for frame failure halfway up, yes. If they wait for perfect harness, no. If they send this as originally loaded, the pass gets a dead frame, a block turn, and a battery still on the wrong side of the hill. Merrick looked from him to Ned, then to the mechanic under the frame. Pull the shim, fit a real brace, split the signal load. I'll sign the delay and take the shouting. The mechanic grunted. Rather you than me, Lieutenant. That is why rank has buttons, Merrick said, then pointed toward the far doors. Vale, once that collar is reset, I want you in the return yard. You need to see where tomorrow's loads are staged before anyone pretends this shed is the worst of it. Ned tightened the final nut, then put his hand on the frame's side as the soldiers eased it down. The hip settled with a dull but honest knock. Not good, not elegant, honest. They left the repair shed through the rear doors into a yard wider than the platform and more exhausted than the train. Here, tomorrow had already begun badly. Crates stood in rain-dark rows under chalkboards listing food, shells, coal, healer chests, mule feed, signal gear, boilerplates, and replacement crystal collars. Men moved between them with hooks, barrows, straps, and the bent shoulders of people sorting urgency by weight. Beyond a low fence, damaged equipment waited in piles. Returned pack frames, splintered stretcher poles, burst harness, cracked walking feet, empty battery housings, and 3 small mule carts with wheels removed. Merrick stopped beside a stack marked Lower Pass, First Light. This is what must move tomorrow. Rafiq stared at the rows, pencil still in his hand but not yet moving. This is too much for the listed animals. It always is, Merrick said. Ned looked at the crates, then at the heaps of broken carrying gear, and felt the railhead's truth settle into him with a weight no map had managed. The station was not failing because one thing was wrong. It was failing because every load arrived with the same silent demand, carry me anyway. 7. The first mule line. The Lower Pass Road began where the railhead's confidence ended. Ned reached it in the gray bite of morning with his field coat buttoned wrong at the throat, his tool case strapped to a pack frame, and the smell of Railhead West still clinging to him in coal smoke, mule sweat, and damp canvas. Behind him, crates and cranes shouted at each other in all but words. Ahead, the road rose into the mountains by turns so sharp they looked less built than negotiated. A supply sergeant named Bragg stood beside the first loading point with a slate under one arm and a temper already several hours old. Keep left of the loaded animals, right of the wounded coming down, and out from under anything that starts sliding. If you hear stone, don't look up to admire it. Move. Rafik looked up the slope, where men were tightening straps across mule frames and adjusting loads with the reverence of people who knew one loose buckle could ruin an hour. How many columns today? Too many, Bragg said. That is not a number. It's the only honest one, Bragg said, then jabbed his slate toward the line. Food, healer chests, signal parts, cartridge boxes, mule feed, 2 small boiler plates, and a blessed clockwork pump someone decided must go up because apparently water will obey machinery if officers write sternly enough. Ned walked to the nearest mule and watched a young handler settle a crate across the animal's frame. The mule stood with its ears angled backward and its sides already tight from yesterday's work. The frame was patched in 3 places. One leather strap had been doubled with cord. The load marker said 40 pounds. The man lifting the other side grunted as if it weighed more. That crate isn't 40, Ned said. The handler gave him a quick, suspicious glance. It was 40 when it left a table. Bragg snorted. Everything weighs less on tables. Ned crouched, checking the frame without touching until the handler nodded. Mud had dried along the lower buckle. The pad beneath sat crooked where sweat and old pressure had hardened the leather. He slid one finger under the edge and felt the mule's skin twitch. Pad's biting, he said. The handler's mouth tightened. We know, it goes up anyway. Ned looked from the mule to the road, where the first loaded animals were already moving into the first bend. Men walked beside them with hands on straps, eyes on hooves, breaths saved for the slope. A stretcher party waited to descend on the outer edge, 4 men standing still under a burden that made stillness look like work. Rafik had stopped writing. The official table says the first bend takes 7 minutes. Bragg looked at him with dry pity. Does it say what it takes from the men? Ned stood as the column began to move, the mule's patched frame creaking under a load that had been honest only on paper. The pass rose above them, narrow, wet, and already crowded, and for the first time since the summons he understood that the line did not merely need repairing. It needed mercy that could carry weight. They climbed behind the second column because Bragg said watching from the bottom made fools optimistic. Ned took the inner side where the rock face sweated cold water and scraped at his sleeve, while Rafik walked beside him with his notebook held against his chest until the road widened enough for a pencil. The mules moved one careful step at a time, hooves finding old dents in the mud and stone. Their handlers walked close, not leading so much as bargaining with each animal, touching straps, murmuring curses, and leaning their own weight against loads whenever the road tilted wrong. A man with a red scarf tied round his cap glanced back at Ned's tool case. You the London fixer? Ned Vale, Ned said. I'm attached to field repair. Then fix the hill, the man said. Name's Coulter, muleteer, carrier, amateur prayer maker when the stones roll. Rafik looked up from his notebook. How many trips a day? Coulter laughed without humor. Up, down, and whatever some bright soul calls one more if we've still got legs. Mules get counted better than men, mind. A lame mule makes a report. A lame man gets told to keep beside the wall. Ned watched Coulter settle one hand against the rear of a swaying crate as the mule before him took the bend. The whole column slowed while the animal found footing. 2 men behind them shifted a healer chest from one shoulder to the other, breathing through their teeth. Bragg, climbing ahead with his slate, called back, Don't stop at the first turn unless something's broken. Everything's broken, Coulter called. Some things are just moving. The stretcher party from below reached the bend then, coming down along the outer edge with a blanket-covered shape between them. Everyone tightened at once. The loaded mules pressed inward. Men flattened against the rock. Ned stepped back until the stone dug into his shoulder blades, and Rafik tucked his notebook inside his coat before the wind could take it. The stretcher bearers did not look up. Their boots slid in the muck, their arms locked, their faces gray with the concentration of not dropping a man where the slope fell away into mist and loose shale. One of the loaded crates knocked against the wall. The mule flinched. Coulter swore and put his shoulder under the frame, hard enough that the strap bit into his coat. "Easy, Magpie, easy, girl. Don't make a widow of my spine." Ned moved without thinking, catching the swinging side strap and lifting enough to ease the pressure. The weight dragged through his arm at once, far heavier than the neat marker had promised. Coulter shot him a quick look. "Don't pull, lift and walk. If you fight her, she fights back." Ned adjusted, matching the mule's pace for 3 steps until the stretcher cleared the bend and the column breathed again. His shoulder burned from the effort. Rafiq's voice came softly behind him. "The table says this is passing traffic." Coulter spat into the mud. "Tables don't carry dead weight." Ned let go when Coulter nodded. The strap settled, the mule moved on, and the column resumed its slow, cramped climb. Behind them, the stretcher party continued downward toward the railhead without drama, without music, without anyone writing down the cost of making room on a road too narrow for both need and consequence. Bragg glanced back at Ned. "Now you've met the route." Ned flexed his aching fingers and looked up at the next bend, where more men waited under more loads. "No," he said, "I think it's only introduced itself." The next bend proved Bragg had been generous by calling the first one a meeting. The road narrowed where a water run had eaten the outer edge, leaving boards laid across mud and stone with stakes driven through the corners. A loaded mule stepped onto the boards, paused, and refused the world. "Don't let her turn," Bragg called. Coulter was already beside the animal, one hand on the halter, the other braced against the crate frame. "She isn't turning. She's thinking about murder." The mule's ears flattened. One hoof slid half an inch, and the whole column stopped as if someone had thrown a switch behind them. Men caught straps. A handler farther down swore as his load shifted against his hip. The heeler chest behind Ned bumped against its carrier's shoulders, and one of the men carrying it bent forward with a sound too small to be called a groan. Rafiq looked down the line. "How many behind us?" Bragg did not need to turn. "Enough." "That is still not a number." "It becomes one when someone writes the delay report," Bragg said, then raised his voice. "Hold your animals. No crowding the bend." The mule on the boards took one frightened backward step. Its rear load swung, striking the rock face with a hollow crack. The crate's upper corner split, and fine white packing straw pushed through the seam. Ned's stomach tightened. "What's in that?" "Signal cups," Coulter said, not taking his eyes off the mule. "Fragile, expensive, and apparently very attractive to gravity." The handler tried to tighten the rear strap, but the crate had shifted too far. Ned saw the angle before the strap gave. He dropped to one knee, dragged Tom's ugly pry tool from his outer pocket, and wedged the hooked nose beneath the frame bracket, not lifting the crate so much as stealing 1 inch of fall from it. "Ned," Rafiq said sharply. "I've got it," Ned said, though his arm disagreed at once. Coulter moved with him, shoulder under the frame again. "Good lad, keep that bit greedy." The handler fed slack through the buckle with shaking fingers. Ned held the pry tool steady while the crate scraped against its own frame, straw spilling over his sleeve. Below them, the line had begun to talk in angry fragments. "What stopped?" "Ben's blocked." "Tell them we've got wounded behind." "We've all got wounded behind." Bragg looked down the pass once, then up toward the stuck mule, and made a decision that had no room for comfort. "Unload 2 rear boxes by hand. Carry them past the bend. Coulter, get that animal light enough to move before the whole lower road stacks against us." 2 men climbed forward from behind Ned, took the first box between them, and immediately sagged under it. The road had no spare width, so they had to edge past the mule with their backs to the rock and the load against their chests, each step slow enough to hurt everyone watching. Rafiq had his notebook out again, but his pencil moved differently now. Less tidy, more angry. "The table calls this a 1-minute obstruction." Ned eased the pry tool free only after the second box cleared and the mule stepped forward at last, trembling but moving. The column breathed, then shifted, then began to climb again by inches. Coulter patted the mule's wet neck. "There, Magpie, see? Only the Empire trying to kill us. Nothing personal." Bragg glanced at Ned's tool. "Keep that handy, London. The pass likes a man with ugly answers." Ned wiped mud from the Blackstone handle and looked down at the waiting line, where one small stuck mule had turned supplies, wounded men, handlers, carriers, and tomorrow's promises into a single unmoving knot. "It doesn't need much to stop everything," he said. "No," Rafik said, closing the notebook with care. "That is what makes it a line." They reached the lower overlook shortly after noon, though noon was only a paler thickness in the cloud. The road widened there because engineers had cut a shelf into the mountainside years ago, then apparently decided generosity should not be repeated. A low stone wall marked the outer edge, patched with timber where slides had taken bites from it. Men used the shelf to retee straps, pass canteens, check hooves, swear at buckles, and pretend standing still counted as rest if one did it with a load still nearby. Bragg let the column halt for 3 minutes and no more. "Drink if you've got it. Don't sit unless you want your legs to remember they hate you." Coulter leaned against Magpie's frame and rubbed the mule's neck with a tenderness that would have embarrassed him if anyone named it. "Hear that, girl? No sitting. Sergeant says misery works better upright." Ned stepped to the wall and looked back down the pass. The railhead lay below in coal smoke and smallness, its cranes and roofs reduced to a dark, busy knot at the foot of the range. The road between seemed impossible from above, a narrow brown scar scratched across gray stone, crowded with strings of animals, bent men, hand-carried loads, stretchers, sledges, and little pauses that had looked small from the ground and now showed themselves as knots tightening through the whole route. One stopped mule at the second bend had become a waiting column below. One stretcher descending had pressed loaded animals into the rock. One crate carried by hand had left 2 men breathing against the wall as if pride alone kept them standing. Rafik came to stand beside him, notebook open but lowered. The map made it look like distance. "It's not distance," Ned said. "No," Rafik said, "it's resistance." Below them, a shout rose thinly through the damp air. A handler had lost a strap end. Men shifted. A mule sidestepped. The movement passed backward through the line in little corrections, each one costing breath, balance, patience, and time. Ned's shoulder still ached from lifting Magpie's load. His fingers remembered the hard pull of Tom's pry tool. The road had made his body understand what the briefing room had only explained. Bragg joined them at the wall, slate tucked under his arm. "Pretty, isn't it?" Ned looked at him. The sergeant's mouth twisted. "That's what visiting gentlemen say when they haven't watched it long enough." Coulter snorted from behind them. "Give them a crate and a mule with opinions. They stop admiring the view by Bend 3. Rafik finally wrote something, not in one of his tidy columns but across the bottom of the page. Ned saw only a few words before Rafik turned the notebook slightly away. "Every delay has a back." Ned looked higher up the pass. The road climbed into mist and vanished, then reappeared far above as a faint line with black dots moving along it. Men up there were already carrying what men below had not yet loaded. Men below were already waiting because men above had not yet cleared a turn. The whole route was one strained body pretending to be separate tasks. Merrick's words from the railhead returned to him. "Tomorrow's loads. Tonight's load. Fix the thing in front of you first." Ned had thought the thing in front of him was a walker, a collar, a frame, a broken carrying gear. Now he was not sure. Perhaps the thing in front of him was the space between a man's strength and the weight someone else had ridden beside a crate. Bragg tapped the slate against his thigh. "Time. Move them." The handlers stirred at once. Coulter tightened Magpie's patched strap and gave Ned a nod. "Come on, London fixer." Hills still broke. Ned pushed away from the wall, eyes still caught by the switchbacks above and below. "Yes," he said, picking up his tool case. "I can see that." 8. The Bone Yard. The field salvage dump sat beyond the repair sheds where the railhead stopped pretending broken things still had dignity. Ned reached it with the ache of the lower pass still sitting in his shoulder and the mud from the switchbacks dried in hard flakes along his boots. Merrick led him through a gap in the fencing, past a painted board that read "Returned Apparatus, Assessment Pending," though the heaps beyond it made pending sound like a mercy word for forgotten. "Mind your feet," Merrick said. "Half this yard is sharp, the other half is heavier than it looks, and the clerks only know where a thing is after someone signs that it has vanished." Ned stepped over a cracked pack cradle and stopped. The dump spread across 3 fenced acres of mud, cinders, tarpaulin, and bad sorting. Broken walkers crouched with legs folded under them like dead insects. Mech limbs lay on sleepers in rows that had once been orderly and were now interrupted by piles of bent braces, split harness frames, cracked governor casings, blackstone collars, damaged lift assist plates, torn straps, wheel hubs, pressure cylinders, snapped spring housings, and brass guide rails twisted into shapes no factory drawing would admit. Chalk marks named some of them. Red tags condemned others. Many had no labels at all, only mud, dents, and the quiet accusation of having failed where men needed them. Rafik stood beside Ned with his notebook held shut. This is where the delay goes when it stops being a number. Merrick gave him a look that was not quite approval. This is where it goes when I haven't got men, benches, parts, or hours enough to make it useful before the next load wants moving. A corporal in an oilskin apron waved them toward a shed roof patched with corrugated tin. Lieutenant, if this is another inspection party, tell them the neat piles are on the left and the honest piles are everywhere else. Mr. Vale is not inspection, Merrick said. He is dangerous curiosity with service papers. The corporal looked Ned over. That better mean useful. Ned crouched beside the nearest walker limb. The outer plate had split around a bolt hole, but the lower hinge still moved when he eased mud from the joint with one gloved thumb. Not clean movement, not serviceable as it stood, but movement all the same, stubborn beneath the filth. What do you do with these? Ned asked. Record, strip obvious parts, condemn, wait for transport, lose arguments with requisitions, the corporal said. Sometimes we raid our own dead when the living refuse to wait. Ned looked across the yard again, but the heaps had changed while he was crouching. They were no longer only failure. A brace was a question. A cracked frame was a lesson. A dead walker joint might still remember how weight moved. The past had shown him men carrying too much because the route demanded it. The boneyard showed him machines that had failed the same question in metal. Merrick watched his face. Careful, Vale. Most men see scrap and think treasure until they try to make it march again. Ned wiped mud from the hinge and felt the joint answer with one rough, resisting turn. I'm not sure it needs to march, he said. Not yet. The corporal gave Ned a shovel handle with the blade snapped clean off and pointed him toward a heap of failed pack frames as if conferring a royal honor. If you're sorting, sort that. If you're admiring, do it somewhere that doesn't block the carts. Ned took the broken handle, tested its weight, and used it to lever a torn canvas strap away from a collapsed frame. What happened to these? What didn't? The corporal said. Mud, falls, bad loads, bad fittings, men using them past sense because the past doesn't care what the maker intended. Merrick crouched beside a governor casing with the impatient grace of someone who had done the same motion too often. Most are write-offs. A few are donors. Springs, pins, collars, plate, strap hooks, whatever we can strip before requisitions ask why the condemned pile has been robbed again. Failed answers, Rafik said. Failed yesterday's answers, Merrick corrected. Some were good answers in a dry yard with rested men, clean tools, and an officer nodding over the trial sheet. Ned worked the broken handle beneath the frame and shifted it enough to expose the lower brace. The upper rail had cracked where anyone would expect, but the brace beneath still held square. He ran his thumb along a gouged edge and felt no hidden splintering. The part had not failed. It had been carried into disgrace by the frame around it. This brace is good, he said. The corporal looked over. Frames condemned. I didn't say the frame was good. That's how the forms work. That's how forms waste braces, Ned said, and dragged the piece clear enough to mark it with chalk from the corporal's own pocket. The corporal blinked. You just marked my condemned pile. I marked a useful brace hiding inside it. Merrick's mouth twitched. He does that. Ned moved down the heap, slower now, because the yard had begun speaking in pieces rather than piles. A cracked governor casing was worthless until he opened the side plate and found the inner stop still clean. A splintered pack saddle had two buckles with honest wear and one release hook that had failed because mud packed behind it, not because the design was foolish. A small walker foot was too narrow, too elegant, and nearly polished smooth at the outer edge, but its ankle pin moved well once he scraped grit out of the housing. Rafik knelt opposite him and held a bent strap assembly steady while Ned tested the release. That one failed honestly? No, Ned said. That one failed because a tired man with cold fingers couldn't find the release under mud. The corporal folded his arms. So it failed. Yes, Ned said, looking at the hidden catch, then at the pass road beyond the fencing where men were already moving like dark marks along the slope. But not in the way the tag says. Merrick picked up the red condemnation tag and read it aloud. Release unreliable under load. Too polite, Ned said. Right, release invisible when needed. The corporal stared at him for a moment, then barked a laugh and took the chalk. That'll annoy the clerks. Good, Merrick said. Annoyed clerks read slower. Ned set the release hook in a new pile beside the brace, the ankle pin, the clean inner stop, and 3 ugly buckles no catalog would praise but any freezing man could grab. The heap was still a graveyard. He knew that, but under the mud and failed intentions, some of the dead were offering parts of themselves back to the living. The argument began over a cartload of new fittings that had not arrived and 3 condemned carriers that very much had. A quartermaster lieutenant came through the yard gate with 2 clerks behind him, a clipboard under his arm, and the expression of a man who had been promised order by people not currently standing in mud. He stopped at Ned's new chalk pile, took in the brace, the buckles, the ankle pin, the hidden release hook, and the clean inner stop, then looked at Merrick as if she had personally misplaced the dignity of the War Office. Lieutenant Merrick, he said, those items are listed under condemned apparatus pending final record. Merrick did not stand. She was prying open a spring housing with a screwdriver that had already lost the argument twice and intended to lose it more usefully the 3rd time. Then the record can follow them to the repair shed. The record says they are condemned. The record says the apparatus is condemned, Merrick said. Not every screw that had the misfortune to be attached to it. One of the clerks, a thin man with ink on his cuff, looked distressed enough to be sincere. If parts are removed before final assessment, the inventory won't balance. The corporal in the oilskin apron snorted. Neither will Private Ellis if we send him up with 1 good buckle and a prayer. The quartermaster lieutenant's jaw tightened. Everyone wants new equipment. Engineers want more repair hours. Soldiers want anything that keeps moving. Clerks want a pile they can count before it disappears. I am attempting to keep this railhead from becoming a rummage sale with artillery. Ned set down the release hook carefully. Who gets the new equipment when it arrives? The lieutenant turned his irritation on him. Priority loads, essential signal systems, medical transport, and whatever command has decided became urgent after yesterday's report. So the pass gets new fittings after the front, the guns, the signals, and the hospitals? The pass is all of those things, the lieutenant snapped. Yes, Ned said, that's why dead piles shouldn't be treated as dead if they still have parts that can move tonight's load. Rafik had been silent until then, but he lifted his notebook and turned it so the lieutenant could see the figures. If a carrier waits for a new release hook, it misses the afternoon column. If it takes a stripped ugly hook that a tired man can see and grab, it moves today. That is not a rummage sale. That is time recovered from the condemned list. The clerk looked between the notebook and the pile, visibly hating both. But the form has no line for partial resurrection. Merrick finally got the spring housing open with a crack that made everyone pause. Then write 1. She held up the intact spring, grimy and bright beneath the mud. Or keep the pile tidy and explain to the pass why its paperwork behaved. The quartermaster lieutenant stared at the spring as if it had betrayed the proper order of things by still being useful. Then the yard behind him shouted. A cartman needed clearance. A clerk called for signatures. Somewhere beyond the fence, a mule brayed in the sour, indignant tone of an animal who had discovered policy and disliked it. The lieutenant looked from Merrick to Ned, then to Rafik's notebook, and the anger in his face shifted into the worn calculation of a man deciding which rule could be bent without breaking his own neck. Temporary salvage release, he said at last. The thin clerk made a small noise. Sir? Write it, the lieutenant said. Condemned apparatus may be stripped for field use parts under engineer witness, route necessity, and technical marking. Parts must be listed before transfer to repair shed. If the form lacks space, use the back. The corporal grinned. The back of the form. Innovation has reached the War Office. Corporal, Merrick said. Admiringly, Lieutenant. Ned took the chalk again and marked the spring housing with a white cross, then added it to the new pile. The movement should have felt small. 1 spring, 1 brace, 1 release hook made honest by mud, but the condemned heap no longer sat before him as waste. It had become a rough grammar of failure and salvage, each piece arguing about what men on the pass actually needed. Not elegance. Not full walkers too delicate for side loads and frightened animals. Not fine releases hidden where gloves could not find them. Something closer to the body. Something that took weight from a man without pretending the man had vanished. Merrick watched him sort a bent guide rail from two broken strap housings. "You've gone quiet." "I'm thinking," Ned said. "That is usually when officers become nervous." "They should," Rafik said, making another note. Ned set the guide rail across two braces and held them apart with one boot while he imagined force running through them. The shape was wrong for a walker. Too short, too ugly, too dependent on the person carrying it. But for one moment, with mud under his boot and the pass road visible beyond the fence, he could almost see a frame that did not walk instead of a man, but walked with him. A frame that took part of the load, spared knees on the climb, steadied a crate on the turn, let two exhausted hands do the work of three. The idea vanished when he looked at it directly. What remained was only a guide rail, two braces, a spring, and his own breath held too long. The quartermaster lieutenant cleared his throat. "Mr. Vale, are you requisitioning that or communing with it?" Ned looked up. "Not requisitioning. Not yet." Merrick's eyes narrowed with interest. "What did you see?" "Nothing useful enough to say aloud," Ned said, because Livia's notebook marked names and promises sat heavy in his pocket, and Peregrine's warning about men who praised cleverness had not traveled all this way to be ignored. He chalked another mark on the brace instead. "But this shouldn't go back into the dead pile." The corporal dragged over a half-broken crate and kicked it into place beside Ned. "New pile, then. What are we calling it?" Ned looked at the salvaged parts, then at the dark line of men and mules moving along the lower pass. "Not dead yet." The corporal wrote it on the crate in large chalk letters, grinning as if that were enough rebellion for one afternoon. Merrick did not stop him. Rafik copied the words into his notebook, slower this time. Ned stood in the mud among broken machines and useful bones, feeling the first rough shape of an answer press at the edge of his mind, not ready, not named, but stubbornly alive. 9. Quartermaster's Arithmetic. The quartermaster's office had no room for romance about war. It sat behind the railhead's main counting shed, squeezed between a wall of root boards and a cupboard that smelled of damp wool, sealing wax, and old tea. Ledgers covered the desk in stacked ranks. Slates leaned against chair legs. A map of the pass hung under so many pinned notes, colored strings, and replacement labels that the mountains themselves seemed to have been buried under corrections. Major Calder, the quartermaster in charge of westward movement, did not ask Ned to sit. He was a square man with red-rimmed eyes, ink on 3 fingers, and the exhausted composure of someone who had become too tired to waste cruelty on strangers. He placed 4 ledgers on the desk, one after another, with heavy, practical thumps. "Loads sent," Calder said, tapping the first. "Loads delayed." He tapped the second. "Animals lost, lame, rested, missing, or stolen by departments that claim urgent need." The third ledger landed harder. "Men sick, injured, detached, reassigned, sleeping where they fell, or officially present but no longer useful for carrying." The fourth ledger opened beneath his hand. "Frames broken." Ned stood opposite him with his field notebook already open, though the pencil felt too small for the room. Rafik leaned near the root board, looking at columns copied in 3 different hands. "These don't match the official summary." Calder gave him a humorless glance. "Official summaries are what numbers wear when they go upstairs." Ned copied the headings first because Maddie had taught him not to trust a number until he knew what drawer it belonged in. Food, shells, medical, signal, coal, boilerplate, replacement fittings, men down, animals out, frames returned. He looked up when Calder slid a slate across the desk. "Yesterday," Calder said, 187 planned loads over the lower pass. 142 began movement. 113 reached upper transfer before dark. 21 were held overnight on the road. 8 returned damaged. 5 are still being argued about by men who believe shouting moves crates." Ned read the slate twice. "And wounded coming down?" 46 carried, 19 walking, 12 delayed because the road had no room when the shell crate stalled at the second turn. Rafik's pencil stopped. "Delayed how long?" "Long enough," Calder said. "That is not a time." "No," Calder said, looking from Rafik to Ned. It is a consequence. Time is what the report asks for after the consequence has already happened. Ned turned the pencil in his fingers. The numbers were neat because numbers always were until someone made them tell the truth. How many frames broke under load? 7. 3 repaired, 2 stripped, 1 lost over the side, 1 still blocking a disagreement between engineering and transport. Blocking a disagreement? Ned asked. Calder's mouth tightened. If I write, blocked the bend, the road failed. If I write, held pending retrieval, the apparatus failed. If I write, delayed by unsafe recovery conditions, no one is blamed until tomorrow. Rafik stared at the board, his face gone very still. And tomorrow has already borrowed the same men. Calder closed the ledger with one hand. Now you understand the arithmetic. Calder opened a side drawer and removed a canvas pouch of ration tokens, then spilled them across the desk with a flat clatter. Each token was stamped with a unit mark, date, and load class. Some were brass, some tin, some cheap treated wood darkened by handling. Ned had seen tokens before in workshops and docks. They made promises small enough to count and easy enough to lose. Here, Calder said, pushing 3 brass tokens toward Ned. Ammunition crates for the forward ridge guns. These should have crossed 2 days ago. Frame failure at the lower bend held them overnight. Mule exhaustion delayed the next column. They arrived yesterday afternoon. Rafik looked toward the route board. How much ammunition was held short? Enough for the guns to fire half rate for 6 hours. Ned picked up 1 token. It was warm from Calder's hand. And the front held? This time, Calder said, do not make romance out of arithmetic, Mr. Vale. Sometimes half-rate fire is a disciplined choice. Sometimes it is a polite way of saying men are waiting for boxes. He drew 2 wooden tokens forward next. Bandages, splints, and stasis cloth for the upper dressing station. Late by 1 day because the healer chest was held behind boilerplate. The boilerplate was mislabeled priority red by a clerk who thought red meant urgent, not medical. Rafik closed his eyes briefly. Color categories should not require bravery. Most systems become brave when exhausted men use them, Calder said. A young clerk entered with a folder held too tightly against his chest. Major, the veterinary returns are ready. Calder took the folder, glanced at the top sheet, and handed it to Rafik without softening. Read the left column. Rafik read silently first, then aloud because Calder's look required it. Lame, 9. Harness sores, 14. Falls, 3. Unfit after double ascent, 7. Destroyed after leg break, 2. The clerk swallowed. 1 more pending, sir. The muleteer is objecting. Name? Coulter, sir. Mule is Magpie. Ned looked up at once. Calder noticed. So did Rafik. Do you know the animal? Calder asked. I saw her on the lower pass, Ned said. Her pad was biting. The frames patched badly, but she still moved when the load was lightened. Calder turned to the clerk. Where is she? Lower veterinary line. Marked for assessment before dusk. Calder rubbed 1 ink-stained finger over his brow. If she is destroyed, her next 3 scheduled loads go where? The clerk opened his mouth, then looked helplessly at the board. Rafik answered instead. Onto men, or onto animals already overworked, which makes tomorrow's loss column worse. Ned set the ammunition token down beside the veterinary return. A crate late became guns quiet. A chest late became bandages missing. A mule lame became men carrying double. Every number seemed to cast a longer shadow once someone bothered to stand in it. Calder looked at Ned's tool case. You wanted the figures. There they are. Now tell me which number you can change before sunset. Calder did not wait for an answer. He took Ned and Rafik out through the counting shed, past clerks chalking revisions onto boards faster than porters could misunderstand them, and into the yard where the day's arithmetic had acquired boots, coughs, limps, and tempers. The lower veterinary line stood beneath a strip of canvas pegged between 2 posts, too narrow to be called shelter and too useful to be mocked honestly. Mules waited there with heads low, ears flicking at flies that had no respect for war. Coulter stood beside Magpie with both hands on the halter and the expression of a man prepared to fight the Empire using only stubbornness and a dirty scarf. A veterinary orderly crouched by the mule's shoulder, probing the sore patch with competent fingers. Magpie stamped once, then leaned into Coulter's sleeve as if complaint had weight. She can rest, Coulter said before Calder had spoken. 2 days. 3. She's not done. The orderly stood and wiped his hand on a rag. Harness sores ugly. Left shoulder rubbed raw under the pad. No fracture. No heat in the leg. She's exhausted, not ruined. Calder looked at the schedule board carried by the young clerk. 3 loads tomorrow. Give 2 to the larger string, the clerk said quickly. 1 to hand carry. Rafik's reply came sharp enough to make the clerk flinch. The larger string already has 5 extra loads because yesterday's harness returns were short. Coulter pointed at Ned. London saw the pad. Tell them. Ned stepped closer, and Magpie's ears angled back until Coulter murmured nonsense into her cheek. The pad lay on a crate nearby, stiff with dried sweat, mud, and bad stitching where someone had tried to repair the edge without softening the seam beneath. Ned picked it up, bent it once, and felt the hard ridge that had been biting into the animal every step up the pass. This pad made the sore worse, Ned said. Calder's face tightened. Can it be fixed? The pad? Yes. The damage today? No. She needs rest. The clerk swallowed. Then the loads still move. Calder looked at Ned. Which number can you change? Ned looked from Magpie to the board, then to the stack of spare harness pieces near the veterinary table. The pad number, the harness sore number, not by sunset for every animal, but for the ones going up tomorrow. We strip the bad seams, add soft backing where we can, and mark any pad that bites before it gets near a mule. Coulter's face shifted, hope trying not to show itself too plainly. That saves her? It gives her a chance, Ned said, and it stops the next mule from becoming another line in Calder's book. Calder pointed to the clerk. Write it as emergency harness inspection under field repair. The clerk blinked. For all outgoing mule frames? For every one Merrick and Vale can touch before dark, Calder said, then looked at Ned. You wanted a number. There's one. Ned did not change the number by cleverness. He changed it by sitting on an upturned crate outside the veterinary line with Magpie's ruined pad across his knees, Tom's ugly pry tool beside his boot, and a borrowed awl in his hand while Coulter held a lamp and complained whenever Ned cut too near a seam. By the second pad, Merrick had sent 2 mechanics. By the 5th, the young clerk had stopped hovering over the form and begun carrying marked harness pieces in both arms. By the 9th, Rafik had turned a spare slate into a little queuing system that kept the worst pads closest and the sound ones moving. Next, Rafik said, pointing with his pencil. Frame 12, lower strap bite, right side. A handler brought it over and dropped it with a wet slap. If you can make that one stop chewing Daisy, she'll write you a poem. Can Daisy write? Ned asked, cutting the old seam. She's a mule, the handler said. So better than most officers. Merrick, bent over a pad of her own, did not look up. Less commentary, more cutting. The work was not grand. It was leather, sweat, mud, thread, softened backing, ugly patches, obvious chalk marks, and a growing pile of rejected pads that should not have been near an animal in the first place. Ned's hands cramped. His shoulders ached. Twice he had to stop himself from improving a pad beyond what the hour could afford and force the answer down to something a tired handler could inspect at a glance. Calder returned near dusk, when the yard lamps were being lit and the pass above had faded into a darker line against the mountain. He stood over the repaired stack, checked the clerk's form, then looked at Magpie lying under canvas with Coulter still beside her. How many? Calder asked. The clerk answered too quickly, proud and afraid of it. 23 inspected. 14 repaired for tomorrow. 6 rejected before loading. 3 held for new backing. Rafik added, projected avoided losses unknown, but tomorrow's lower mule allocation no longer borrows 5 loads from the already overworked string. Calder's face did not soften, but some of the exhaustion in it shifted shape. Write that plainly, no flourish. Ned tied off the last stitch and flexed his fingers. It's still only pads. No, Calder said, it is one place where tomorrow stopped paying for yesterday. That was praise, perhaps, or only another line in the ledger. Ned looked toward the pass, where small lamps moved like fireflies along the lower road and men still carried what the day had failed to finish. He thought of the boneyard, of parts marked not dead yet, of Rafik's figures, of Magpie's raw shoulder, and of the brutal arithmetic that made one fixed pad worth more than a beautiful idea that arrived too late. Calder took back his slate. You leave here with copied figures, Mr. Vale. Do not mistake them for an answer. Ned wiped his all clean and set the repaired pad on the stack. I won't. Rafik closed his notebook beside him. The figures say the load itself is wrong. Ned looked from the stack of pads to the darkening road, and the first rough shape from the boneyard pressed harder at the edge of thought. Then that's what has to change. 10. Rafik's delay table. Rafik took over half of Merrick's repair bench after supper, which was to say he cleared enough room between a cracked governor casing, 2 rejected mule pads, and a tin cup of tea gone cold enough to be a structural material. Ned sat opposite him with his own notebook open, fingers still sore from harness stitching, while the repair shed settled into its night rhythm around them. Hammers struck less often after dark. Men spoke lower. Somewhere outside, a mule coughed, and the pass lamps moved in damp air like tired stars. Rafik laid the official route table flat between them. It was a handsome document, ruled cleanly and printed with the confidence of a railway timetable. Railhead west to lower loading point. Lower loading point to first bend. First bend to lower overlook. Lower overlook to upper transfer. Return intervals. Rest intervals. Daily capacity. The lines were so tidy they seemed almost insulting after the day Ned had spent in mud. This, Rafik said, tapping the table, is not a lie. Ned leaned closer. It feels like one. That is because it is worse. It is a true thing asked to do a false job. Rafik set a second sheet beside it, blank except for a hand-drawn column of numbers and marks. The official table measures movement once movement begins. It does not measure becoming ready to move. Ned looked toward the door, where Calder had earlier dragged away 3 repaired pads with the solemn gratitude of a man accepting weapons. Loading. Unloading from rail first, Rafik said, writing as he spoke. Then sorting. Then repacking. Then arguing about priority. Then discovering the crate marked 40 pounds weighs 52 because someone included only the contents, not the reinforced casing. Ned winced. Then finding the right frame. If the frame exists, Rafik said. If the mule is rested. If the pad does not bite. If the handler has slept. If the column does not meet wounded men at the wrong bend. If weather has not turned the outer boards into soap. Merrick passed behind them with a parts tray and paused long enough to look at Rafik's sheet. You'll run out of paper. I usually do, Rafik said. She set a stub pencil beside him. Then write smaller. Calder likes ugly truth if it saves him a worse surprise. Ned watched Rafik add a new heading, hidden time. Beneath it came load made ready, load made bearable, load made possible. The words were plain enough, but they changed the table more than any number could have done. Rafik looked up at him. The pass is not failing only while men climb. It is failing before the first foot moves. Ned thought of the boneyard's not dead yet crate, of Magpie's pad, of Calder's ledgers, and of every neat category that had hidden a body behind it. Then we stopped timing the road as if the road begins at the road. Rafik smiled faintly and drew the first black line through the official table. Exactly. Calder arrived before Rafik had finished the second column, which made the table feel less like a private correction and more like evidence found beside a body. He entered with a ledger under one arm, rain still dark on his shoulders, and the young clerk from the veterinary line following with a tray of fresh slates and the expression of someone hoping not to be blamed for mathematics. Merrick looked over her shoulder. Major, if you've come to reclaim your root man, he is currently committing arithmetic. I can see that, Calder said, stopping at the bench. His eyes moved across Rafik's crossed-out table, the new headings, the growing list of hidden delays, and Ned's notes beside them. Mr. Khan, why is my lower pass 37 minutes longer than it was at supper? Because it was 37 minutes longer at supper, Rafik said. Your table had not been informed. The clerk made a small choking sound and disguised it as a cough. Calder set his ledger down. Explain without elegance. Rafik turned the corrected sheet toward him. Official timing begins at column departure. Real timing begins when the rail load is opened. This shell crate loses 6 minutes while men find a frame, 4 more while they replace the wrong strap, 12 at the lower bend because the heeler chest is descending, and 15 at the second board crossing because the mule string ahead has to unload 2 boxes by hand. Calder's finger found the last number. You cannot assume every column meets wounded at the lower bend. No, Rafik said, but you can assume some column will. The question is whether the timetable admits that descending wounded are part of the road. Ned watched Calder's face, expecting irritation. Instead, the quartermaster's gaze sharpened in the way of a tired man offered a tool he did not yet trust but badly wanted to. The clerk leaned closer. Sir, if we add all that, the schedule collapses. The schedule is already collapsing, Rafik said. The paper is merely standing upright. Merrick made a soft sound that might have been approval if she had been less busy scraping dried mud from a collar housing. Calder tapped another line. Animal rest. You've doubled it. I've written what happens when it is not doubled, Rafik said, and nodded toward Ned's notebook. Harness sores, lost loads, hand carry, and tomorrow borrowing from the next day. Rest is not kindness in this calculation. It is load protection. Ned picked up one of the rejected pads from the floor and set it on the bench between the tables. Its stiff seam threw an ugly shadow across the official timings. This was counted as equipment available this morning. Calder looked at it. It was. It wasn't, Ned said. It was an injury waiting for a mule. The young clerk stared at the pad, then at the route table, and his pencil lowered slowly to the fresh slate. So availability needs a second mark. Rafik gave him a quick, grateful glance. Available and usable are different numbers. Calder stood silent long enough for the rain on his coat to drip once onto the floor. Then he pulled the nearest stool closer with his boot and sat. Show me the column that fails first. Rafik began with the column the official table called simple. Food sacks from the morning goods train, sorted by unit, loaded onto mule frames, carried to lower transfer, then sent upward in 2 strings. On paper, the movement used 26 animals, 32 men, and a clean sequence of departures that looked almost elegant if one did not know any of the animals, men, or weather personally. He set 3 ration tokens beside the first line and looked at the young clerk. Read the official departure. The clerk straightened. 7:20. Actual? The clerk checked the slate. 8:11. Calder's finger tapped once on the bench. Why? Rafik did not answer for him. He waited until the clerk looked again, then found the scattered notes that had been treated as separate inconveniences rather than one connected failure. The clerk swallowed. Goods wagon not released from rail siding until 7:34 because coal carts blocked the crossing. Sorting delayed by missing unit marks on 3 sacks. 1 mule rejected for harness sore. Replacement frame unavailable because repair shed had not cleared yesterday's returns. Merrick held up one oily hand. Repair shed had not cleared yesterday's returns because yesterday's returns arrived after dark with no tags and 2 broken collars hidden under tarpaulin. Rafik drew a neat bracket around the explanations. None of those delays happened on the road. Ned leaned over the paper, seeing the shape form line by line. But all of them reached the road. Exactly, Rafik said. The first bend receives the delay even if the first bend did nothing wrong. Calder looked at the clerk. Write that. The clerk hesitated. As wording, sir? As a wound, Calder said. Use wording if it helps you hold the pen. Rafik moved to the second column. Now return frames. Official table assumes empty frames come down between upward loads. Actual returns show gaps of 2 hours, then a glut of equipment arriving together. The clerk found the figures faster this time. Descending wounded took priority at the narrow shelf. Empty frames held above the lower overlook. Ned thought of the stretcher party's gray faces and the loaded mules pressed against the rock. They should have taken priority. Yes, Rafik said, but the table treats that as an interruption instead of a recurring truth. So every time mercy happens, the schedule calls it surprise. For a moment no one spoke. Even Merrick stopped scraping the collar housing. Calder stood, took the pencil from the clerk, and drew a hard line down the center of the official table. Then make me a table that expects mercy, mud, rest, and stupidity. I can argue with command about a worse number. I cannot argue with a pretty lie that keeps becoming tomorrow's dead. Ned watched Rafik's face change, not into triumph, but into the steady concentration of a man finally given permission to measure the thing that mattered. Time, Ned realized, was material in Rafik's hands. Not brass or leather or crystal, but something that could be bent, wasted, hidden, carried badly, or saved. And somewhere in the gap between the official line and the lived one, men were being spent because no one had made the time honest. They worked until the shed lamps burned low and the corrected table no longer resembled the printed one except by ancestry. Rafik wrote in tight columns, Calder dictated missing figures from memory and ledger, Merrick supplied the rude practical reasons behind every tidy delay, and Ned kept setting objects beside numbers so no one could pretend a category was only ink. A rejected pad for equipment available, a bent release hook for frame failure, a ration token for guns waiting on boxes, a splintered stretcher pole for mercy counted as interruption. The young clerk, whose name turned out to be Hob, began nervously and ended with his sleeves rolled up, copying headings onto fresh slates with a grimness that made him look older by lamplight. If we add a usability mark to equipment, sir, the totals won't match last week's reports. Calder did not look up. Good. Hob paused. Good, sir? If they matched last week's reports would still be wrong. Calder shifted a slate closer to Rafik. Write it cleanly. Total stock, usable stock, recoverable stock, dead stock. Then add who can make recoverable stock usable before the next movement window. Merrick pointed with the screwdriver. And who can't? If command sends me 6 cracked frames and 1 mechanic, I will not be blamed because paper thinks 6 frames repair themselves out of patriotism. Rafik added another line. Repair capacity becomes part of root capacity. Ned looked at that sentence for longer than it deserved. Repair capacity, root capacity, carrying capacity. The same word kept wearing different uniforms, but underneath it was always the same question. What could the line bear before it broke? Calder rubbed both hands over his face, then dropped them and stared at the new table. This lowers tomorrow's planned movement by 21 loads. Hob looked alarmed. Sir, command will object. Command objects to weather too, Calder said. The mountain remains unmoved. Rafik set down his pencil. It lowers planned movement. It may raise completed movement. That is the argument I can use, Calder said, then looked at Ned. Can engineering support the difference? Ned understood the question properly this time. It was not whether he could fix a collar or patch a pad or rescue a brace from the dead pile. It was whether tools could help the root carry what the honest table had just admitted men and animals could not. He opened his notebook to the page where he had sketched nothing useful enough to name, only 2 braces, a rail, a spring, and a crude shape beside the words not dead yet. Not by tomorrow, he said. Calder's disappointment was immediate and hidden almost well enough. Ned kept his hand on the page. But I think we can start with the loads that punish bodies worst. Not the heaviest on paper. The worst to carry. Boilerplate, signal batteries, healer chests, awkward crates. Things that twist men or animals sideways on bends. Merrick leaned closer. Redistribute through better frames. First, Ned said, then maybe build something that doesn't ask a man to become a mule before it helps him. Rafik looked from the table to Ned's half-hidden page. A third category? Ned closed the notebook before the idea could become too visible to the room. A useful one, if I can make it honest. Calder folded the corrected delay table carefully, as if ugly truth had weight. Then tomorrow we move fewer lies and more loads. After that, Mr. Vale, you may show me what honesty looks like when it has hinges. 11. The men who carry. Morning put Rafik's ugly table onto boots, backs, straps, and breath. Calder sent Ned with the lower supply movement after breakfast, not as a carrier and not as an officer, but as something more awkward than either. He was to walk far enough to understand the loads, keep out of the way, and come back with observations that could be turned into work. Ned stood beside the loading point with his notebook inside his coat and his toolkit strapped high on his shoulder, watching men make Rafik's hidden time visible one curse at a time. Sergeant Tully, a square man with a broken nose and a voice polished by shouting uphill, looked Ned over without much hope. Major says you're the clever hands from London. Ned Vale, Ned said. And I'm meant to watch. Good. Watching weighs less than helping badly. Tully hooked one thumb toward the waiting line. You fall, you roll inward. You get scared, you freeze against the wall, not toward the drop. You see a mule lay its ears flat, you don't admire its character. You move. I've met mules, Ned said. Not these mules after 3 weeks of officers, bad straps, and patriotism, Tully said, then turned to the line. Right, lads, food sacks first, signal batteries behind. If anyone puts batteries above flour again, I'll send him up as ballast and write fragile on his forehead. The men laughed because the alternative was beginning the climb in silence. They worked by habit too deep to look clever. One man lifted a ration sack while another slid a folded pad beneath the strap before the weight bit into shoulder. A muleteer ran 2 fingers under a girth, frowned, and shifted the whole load an inch without seeming to measure anything. A young soldier with blistered hands tried to pull a knot tight with his teeth until the older man beside him slapped the rope away and retied it properly. "Teeth are for supper, Will," the older man said. "Use them on rope again and the sergeant will feed you soup through a whistle." Will grinned, pale under dirt and tiredness. Soup would be an improvement. Ned walked with them when the column moved, not at the front, where confidence belonged, and not at the rear, where the limping gathered, but awkwardly in the middle where every adjustment became contagious. A strap slipped. 3 men stopped. The line behind them breathed irritation but waited. A mule coughed, shook its head, and knocked one box crooked, and 2 hands reached at once, not gently, but with practiced care that kept the load from striking the animal's flank. The first bend was not far. It only felt far because the path rose immediately, meanly, as if the mountain disapproved of straight lines. Ned's own kit, light by the pass's standards, began to pull at his shoulder before the men around him admitted anything hurt. They saved breath by making jokes shorter. They saved anger for straps, stones, and officers not present to hear it. They saved one another without ceremony, a hand under an elbow, a shove behind a crate, a warning muttered before a boot found loose gravel. Tully glanced back at Ned as they reached the bend. "Still watching, London?" Ned looked at the men, the loads, the careful hands, and the small kindnesses hidden inside rough words. "Yes," he said. "But I'm starting to think watching isn't light either." Tully did not let Ned answer properly before the line moved again. The path narrowed after the bend, squeezing men, animals, and loads between the wet rock on one side and air on the other. Ned kept his shoulder toward stone and watched a muleteer named Ellis talk a gray mule past a patch of loose shale as if the animal were a nervous ant being coaxed through a railway station. "Come on, Duchess," Ellis murmured, one hand low on the lead rope and the other hovering near the load. "Don't look down. Nothing down there owes you money." The mule snorted, stepped sideways, and the signal battery on her left frame swung outward. Ned moved before thinking, catching the corner with both hands. The weight jarred through his arms hard enough to make his teeth meet. "Easy," Ellis said, not sharply, but with enough command that Ned froze instead of hauling. "Don't fight the whole load. Nudge the wrong bit back into line." Ned shifted his grip, pushed inward rather than upward, and felt the frame settle. Ellis scratched the mule's neck with 2 fingers and kept walking. "That's the thing paper misses," Ellis said. "Load says 80 pounds. It doesn't say 80 pounds that wants to throw itself off the mountain every time Duchess remembers she's mortal." Tully glanced back, "And it doesn't say Duchess has opinions." "Duchess has military judgment," Ellis said. "She objects to the campaign." A stretcher party came down from above before the laughter had properly finished. 4 men carried the stretcher, 2 at a time with 2 waiting to change in, their boots placed with horrible care. The wounded man's face was gray beneath a blanket, and one bearer had both hands wrapped in strips of cloth so dirty they had become part of him. The upward line pressed tight to the rock. Mules breathed hot and sour in the narrow space while the stretcher slid past inch by inch. The bearer nearest Ned saw him looking at the bindings and gave a tired grin. "Go on then, clever hands. Design us gloves that stay warm, stay dry, grip rope, don't split at the thumb, and can be patched with a knife, twine, and language unfit for chapel." Ned looked at the man's fingers, stiff around the pole. "What happens to issued gloves?" "They happen to officers' reports," the bearer said. "Out here they soak through, freeze stiff, or vanish when someone worse off needs them. We wrap what's left and pretend fingers are optional." The stretcher passed. The upward column started again, but slower now, as if every man had remembered he might come down horizontal. Ned wrote nothing yet. He didn't trust his hand to make words small enough. He watched straps bite through coats, saw men shift loads away from rubbed skin without complaint, and began to understand that the pass was full of measurements no table had room to hold. The delay began with a shout from above, sharp enough that even the mules stopped pretending not to understand men. Tully lifted one fist, and the upward line froze against the rock while a runner came down 2 bends too fast, one hand dragging along the wall to keep himself upright. Broken leg at the second shelf, the runner said, panting hard. Stretchers caught behind the boiler plate. They need hands. Tully's face lost all humor. Ellis, hold Duchess. Will, stay with the food sacks. Vale, you wanted to know what carrying means. Keep behind me and don't become another load. They climbed faster than the path wanted them to. Ned's lungs burned before the next bend, and his kit struck his hip with every step until he dragged the strap across his chest and held it flat. Above, the second shelf was jammed tight with men, 2 mules, a long wrapped plate of boiler iron, and a stretcher tilted at an angle that made the wounded man bite down on a folded strip of leather. The boiler plate had shifted across the shelf, not fallen, but threatening to do so. It lay half across the path with 4 men holding it by ropes and handles, their boots braced on wet stone. The stretcher party could not pass it. The mule behind could not back cleanly. Every wasted breath tightened the knot. Set it down, Ned said, then hated himself because the men holding it were already shaking. A corporal with sweat running down his dirty face snapped, set it where, clever hands. In the sky? Ned dropped his kit, pulled out 2 short clamps and the measuring cord, and crouched beside the plate before fear had time to make him polite. Not down, inward. If you can hold it 6 inches toward the wall, I can fix the lower edge long enough for the stretcher to pass. Tully looked at him once. You heard him. 6 inches inward, on my count. The men heaved. Ned shoved the first clamp over the plate's lower lip and hooked the cord round an old ring bolt sunk into the rock. The cord went tight at once, humming with strain. He set the second clamp with both hands, fingers slipping on damp metal, and twisted until the screw bit. The plate sagged, held, and dragged at the cord like an animal trying to return to the drop. Now, Tully said. The stretcher moved past, slow and awful. Ned pressed his shoulder against the plate because the cord alone wasn't enough, and the weight came through him so hard his knees shook. He was not carrying the plate. He was only borrowing a little of its anger and feeding it into clamps, cord, bone, and rock. Even that was too much. When the stretcher cleared, Tully seized Ned by the back of his coat and hauled him away before the men eased the load down again. Ned staggered, breathless, while the wounded man vanished round the lower bend. The corporal looked at the clamps, then at Ned. His voice was rougher now. Useful trick. Ned flexed his aching fingers and knew, with a sick certainty, that useful was not enough. Only because 4 men were already breaking themselves on it. The corporal's face closed around Ned's answer as if he had been given thanks in the wrong shape. 4 men breaking is still 4 men holding, he said. Don't make a sermon of it unless you mean to carry the next plate yourself. Tully gave Ned a look that stopped apology before it climbed out of him. He means you're right and he hates it. Pick up your kit, London. We've still got food going stale behind us. They got the boiler plate settled against the inner wall with 3 wedges, 2 ropes, and language that would have made Slip take notes. Ned retrieved his clamps only after Tully made him wait until every man's hands were clear. The cord had burned a line across one glove and frayed at the edge. He turned it over in his fingers, seeing the way the strain had gathered at one ugly point, then looked at the men around him and saw the same thing repeated in flesh. Shoulders, knuckles, hips, knees, one poor part taking what the whole structure had failed to share. The column restarted in pieces. The stretcher party had gone below, the mule line above had begun moving again, and the men who had held the plate took their places without drama. One rubbed his forearm. Another spat into the stones and laughed when Will offered to carry his pride for him since it looked lighter than iron. They were funny because they had to be. They were brave in a way that did not announce itself. They were also wearing out. Ned finally opened his notebook at a wider shelf where the line paused for water. His hand shook badly enough that the first word slanted. He crossed it out, steadied the page against his knee, and began again. Not heavier lift, better sharing, lower pull, inward balance, quick release before man breaks. Field cord too weak at one point. Gloves fail at thumb, loads twist worse than they weigh. Ellis leaned over just enough to read upside down. If you're designing Duchess a gentleman escort, she prefers tall, rich, and carrying carrots. I'm not sure I can make tall and rich out of the boneyard, Ned said. Then make honest, Ellis said, scratching the mule's jaw. Something that doesn't promise to carry the mountain. Just something that takes the worst of the weight before a man's bones start bargaining. Tully capped his water flask and looked toward the higher bends. And if it breaks, make it drop the load, not the lad. We can curse a broken frame. Harder to curse a dead man without sounding foolish. Ned wrote that down exactly. Drop the load, not the man. The words sat on the page with more authority than any sketch he had made so far. At the lower road, beyond the bend, a camera flash cracked pale against the rock as Murdoch caught the mule line, the stretcher track, and the men resting beside crates they had not yet carried. Ned looked from the flash to his notebook and understood that the first proper drawing would have to begin not with hinges, springs, or cleverness, but with mercy made strong enough to survive bad hands and worse ground. 12. Murdoch's plate. Joseph Murdoch had learned that officers preferred photographs with horizons, flags, and men standing upright. They liked smoke at a distance, guns looking purposeful, and uniforms arranged so mud seemed temporary rather than governing. The lower Saffron Road offered none of that when he set his camera case beside a rock shelf after noon. It offered mule droppings, torn straps, men asleep against crates, a stretcher track darkened by many boots, and a line of faces too tired to remember whether a photographer was supposed to be good news. Captain Ellery stood beside him with one glove tucked under his arm and impatience in the set of his shoulders. If you come 10 yards higher, Mr. Murdoch, you'll have the pass behind the column. Better view, cleaner light. Murdoch unfolded the tripod legs one by one and pressed their feet into the damp grit. Cleaner for whom? For publication, Ellery said. The public understands scale, mountains, columns, guns, that sort of thing. The public eats breakfast, Murdoch said, opening the plate box with 2 fingers and a care that made even Ellery fall silent for half a breath. It can survive straps. A muleteer sitting on an ammunition crate laughed without opening his eyes. Tell the public we'd like some breakfast too. Ellery's mouth tightened. The point, Mr. Murdoch, is morale. The point, Captain, is record. Murdoch slid the dark cloth over the camera and ducked beneath it, the world narrowing through glass to a composition no patriotic committee would have chosen. A man's hand lay open on a ration box, the knuckles cracked white with dried mud in every split. Behind him, 2 soldiers dozed sitting up because lying down would cost too much effort to reverse. A mule lowered its head while a boy with a bandaged thumb rubbed salve into a raw patch beneath the harness line. No one looked noble. That made it harder to lie about them. Ellery stepped nearer. You'll make them look beaten. Murdoch adjusted the focus. They look tired. There's a difference. Yes, Murdoch said, checking the plate and waiting for the mule's head to lower again. That's why I'm taking the photograph. The flash cracked pale against stone. Men flinched, cursed, or did not wake at all. Murdoch withdrew the plate and marked the edge before the image could become argument in someone else's office. Lower road, mule line pause. Straps, hands, rest. Not victory, not defeat, proof. Murdoch carried the marked plate back to the case and took out another before Captain Ellery could decide the first argument had been won or lost. The road did not pause for dignity. A mule had been led aside near the rock wall, one foreleg lifted while a veterinary orderly cleaned grit from the shoe and another man held the animal's head against his chest, murmuring nonsense with the seriousness of prayer. Beside them, a soldier slept with his cheek on a crate marked for field guns, one hand still looped through the rope handle as if the box might desert in his absence. Ellery followed, boots placed too carefully for a man pretending not to care about mud. That animal is not significant. Murdoch slid the next plate into place. It is if it stops walking. There are guns waiting for those crates, Ellery said. Then the mule is part of the gun, Murdoch said, and lowered himself beneath the cloth again. Through the lens, the orderly's hands became the center of the war. Not the field gun higher up the track, not the artillery crew waiting beside it, not the officers arguing over a parts manifest, but a thumb working dirt from under an iron shoe while the mule stood trembling with one ear twitching backward. Murdoch caught the image as the soldier on the crate shifted in his sleep but did not wake. He marked the plate, mule treatment beside gun crates, delay before battery supply. Then he moved on before Ellery could read over his shoulder. At the next shelf, 2 field guns waited under tarpaulin, their crews gathered near them in useless readiness. One gun had its breech covered. The other sat open with a missing recoil collar laid on a blanket beside it, polished bright where too many fingers had worried the same edge. A young gunner looked at Murdoch's camera and straightened by reflex, trying to become a better sort of photograph. Murdoch shook his head gently. As you were. The gunner frowned. Sir? As you were, Murdoch said. Not as someone wants you remembered. The boy looked uncertain, then slowly let his shoulders drop. Behind him, a sergeant glanced at the missing part and spat into the stones. Remember that collar while you're at it. We've got gun, crew, shells, and no blasted answer until some crate finds its legs. Murdoch wrote that down, not a quotation for easy use. Not yet, a truth with grease on it. A stretcher party paused below the guns, blocked by the same crates the sleeping men had failed to carry farther. Murdoch took one more plate, hands steady because anger spoiled glass. The Empire would want courage in the caption. He wrote the note smaller. Courage waiting behind missing parts. Murdoch found Ned Vale above the field guns, not where officers usually place technical men for photographs. He was crouched beside a crate that had lost one corner to rough handling, his notebook balanced against his knee and a frayed length of cord stretched between both hands. A clamp lay on the stone beside him, its screw jaw scratched bright. The young maker did not look at the mountains, the guns, or the column in any grand arrangement. He looked at the cord as if it had betrayed a soldier personally. Murdoch set the camera case down a little way off. Mr. Vale. Ned's head lifted. Recognition came after a second, followed by caution. Mr. Murdoch. You were in my lower road plate, Murdoch said. Or your shoulder was. Hard to say. You were leaning into boilerplate at the time. Ned looked back down at the cord. I'd rather not be remembered for that. Most men I photograph would prefer to be remembered doing something cleaner. Murdoch opened his notebook, not the plate box. You studying the breakage? The breakage is easy. Ned held up the cord and showed the burned line across one edge. All the strain gathered there because we had one useful ring bolt, 2 clamps, bad footing, and no time. It held because men held before it did. Murdoch wrote the sentence almost exactly, then stopped when Ned's eyes narrowed. That wasn't for print, Ned said. It was for memory, Murdoch replied. Print is another argument. Ned's mouth pressed flat. He was young enough that exhaustion sat plainly on him and old enough that usefulness had already made him suspicious. If you print it wrong, it becomes courage and leaves out the part where the load should never have been carried that way. Murdoch liked him better for the warning. He looked past Ned to the resting men, the gun collar on its blanket, the mule being shod, and the stretcher party still waiting below. I'm beginning to think this pass is made of things left out. Ned followed his gaze. That's one way to say it. What's your way? Ned folded the cord carefully and set it beside the clamp. The war keeps asking men to become missing machinery. Murdoch wrote that down too, slowly. Ned saw him do it and did not object this time. Captain Ellery called from the lower bend, irritation sharpened by distance. Mr. Murdoch, if you've quite finished interviewing Grease and String, the staff position is ready. Murdoch closed his notebook. Tell them I'll come when the staff position has carried a crate. Ned gave him a brief, unwilling look that was almost a smile. Murdoch lifted the camera, not toward Ned's face, but toward the cord, the clamp, the waiting stretcher, and the gun without its collar. They were both studying the same wound now. Murdoch would take its picture. Vale, if the war gave him time, might build something against it. Murdoch exposed the last plate just as the afternoon light began to thin behind the ridge. He took the image low, almost level with the stone, so the foreground held Ned's clamp and frayed cord, the middle held the waiting stretcher and the gun collar laid uselessly on its blanket, and the background held the mule line bending upward until men and animals became small against the pass. It was not the view Ellery wanted. That was why Murdoch trusted it. The flash left a pale ghost over the shelf. Ned blinked and looked away. That one will make no one happy. Good plates rarely do, Murdoch said, withdrawing the glass with both hands. Ellery came up behind them breathing hard and trying to hide it. You've had your mud, Mr. Murdoch. The staff position has officers waiting, and there is a perfectly respectable gun line above us. There is an incomplete gun line above us, Murdoch said, sliding the plate into its holder. Respectable when the missing collar arrives. Ellery's patience frayed. You cannot caption every delay as accusation. I don't intend to. Murdoch took out his pencil. Some delays accused themselves. The captain stepped close enough that Ned shifted his clamp aside, not yielding exactly, but making sure no boot came down on it. You are accredited under military permission, Ellery said. That permission depends on judgment. Murdoch looked at him then. The camera case sat between them, heavy with glass that could be lost, broken, seized, or softened into harmlessness if he let more careful men choose the words first. So does memory, Captain. Ned watched the exchange without speaking, but Murdoch saw him take in the shape of it. The young maker knew tools could be claimed by whoever named their use. Apparently photographs were no different. Murdoch crouched beside the case and wrote on the plate envelope slowly enough that Ellery could read each word if he wished. The men who carry. Lower Saffron Road. Waiting gun, mule treatment, stretcher delay, improvised support. Ellery made a sharp sound. That is not a victory title. No, Murdoch said, blotting the pencil with his sleeve. It is a war title. Ned's gaze stayed on the envelope a moment longer than comfort required. Then he picked up his cord and clamp, turning them over in his hands as if the photograph had placed new weight on old metal. Murdoch packed the plate away and felt, for once, that the camera had not stolen a moment from the road but pinned it where paper might have to answer for it later. Behind him, Ned opened his notebook again, and the scratch of his pencil sounded smaller than the pass, but more stubborn. 13. Broken walkers. By morning, Ned had stopped trusting any machine that had not personally met the pass. Murdoch's plate title still sat in his head beside Tully's warning and Ellis's plain demand for honesty, and neither left much room for elegant theory. Calder sent him to the upper repair yard after breakfast with Hobb carrying 2 slates, a map roll, and the anxious air of a clerk who had learned that numbers could bleed if filed badly. The walkers were stored behind a canvas screen near the boneyard, not quite hidden and not quite displayed. Someone had arranged them in rows as if failure might look more disciplined when aligned. There were 6 small pack walkers, 2 modified course runner carriers, a 3-legged ammunition crawler, and 1 squat military load frame with brass shoulders, blackstone socketing, and mud dried thick in its joints. Each had a tag wired to its frame. Overbalanced on shale, governor fouled, knee-lock sheared, crystal response unstable, uneconomical repair, unsuitable terrain. Merrick stood beside the first row with her sleeves rolled and a mug of tea balanced on a cracked governor casing. Welcome to the graveyard of clever answers. Ned crouched beside the nearest packwalker and touched the mud-caked foot with 2 fingers. It's too small. It was praised as compact, Merrick said. By someone who didn't watch it step into a rut. Ned rocked the foot gently. The whole machine tilted at once, obedient and useless. Narrow stance, high load, little feet. It doesn't fail because it's weak. It fails because it thinks the ground is fair. Hobb copied that, then paused. Should I write that in official wording? Write, unstable on uneven ground, Merrick said. Then write Mr. Vale's version in the margin if you want anyone sensible to understand it. Ned moved to the course runner carriers. He knew their bones at once, or near enough to feel accused by them. Springs, little guide beads, clever balance, light joints, all scaled from work meant for fast demonstration and controlled ground. One carrier still had a painted stripe along its flank, jaunty under the dirt. It looked like something that had been promised an exhibition and sent to war instead. A soldier sitting on an overturned crate watched him with 1 boot unlaced and 1 sock drying over a warm pipe. That one danced beautifully for 6 yards. Then it met a stone, bowed to His Majesty's mountain, and threw medical tins into a ravine. Ned looked at the carrier's delicate hip joint and felt irritation settle into something colder. It was built to show movement. It showed movement, the soldier said, mostly downward. The soldier's name was Price, and once he discovered Ned would listen without telling him to stand properly, he became generous with disappointment. He limped from machine to machine with 1 boot unlaced, pointing with a spoon he had apparently stolen from breakfast and now used as an instrument of technical judgment. That little spider there, Price said, tapping the air near a 4-legged carrier with a cracked crystal hood. Very clever. Climbed over stones like a curate over gossip until mud got into the knee teeth. Then it knelt down and prayed. Merrick made a warning sound into her tea. That carrier moved 900 pounds of signal cable before it failed. Aye, Price said, and then 6 men moved the carrier. Hobbs' pencil paused over the slate. Ned crouched beside the spider carrier and worked the nearest joint by hand. It moved smoothly for half an inch, then caught where grit had packed behind a fine brass guard. The part was beautifully made. Too beautifully, perhaps. Fine teeth, close tolerances, little screws that would require a dry bench, steady fingers, and light good enough for a jeweler. Who designed this? Ned asked. A thin engineer with captain's braid on a mud-stained coat stepped out from behind the canvas screen. I did, in part. Captain Sayer, experimental field apparatus. Price lowered the spoon. Oh, sir. Keep your spoon, private, Sayer said. It has already made several arguments command should have heard sooner. He looked at Ned, not defensively at first, but tiredly. The spider carrier was never meant to run this road for weeks without proper servicing. It was intended for short emergency cable movement over broken ground. And then the road made every movement an emergency, Ned said. Sayer's mouth tightened. Yes. Merrick set her mug down. That's true of half this row. Good answers to smaller questions. Bad answers once the pass got hungry. Ned moved along the machines again, seeing them differently now. The compact walker was not foolish. It had been made for storage, not ruts. The course runner carrier was not lazy. It had been asked to stop performing and start surviving. The spider had done real work before fine teeth met wet grit. The load frame with brass shoulders looked sturdy until he saw how the repair plate covered 3 separate access points, meaning one cracked pin demanded half the machine be opened. Price watched his face. You're pitying them. No, Ned said, touching the load frame's release catch and finding it stiff enough to need 2 hands. I'm accusing the questions. Sayer's gaze sharpened. Meaning? Ned straightened, wiping mud from his fingers onto a rag. This one asks how to replace a mule. That one asks how to carry more than a man. The spider asks how to move cable without a road. They all try to be a carrier instead of helping the carrier survive. Price nodded slowly. I don't need a brass mule that sulks in mud. I need my knees back at the top. Merrick picked up her tea again, but she was smiling now. Write that, Hob. Hob did, very carefully. Ned looked down the row of failed cleverness and felt the shape of the next wrong question waiting. Not how to make the machine carry the war. How to stop the war spending the man who carried it. Captain Sayer did not argue at once. That made him more dangerous than a fool, because a fool would have defended the row by pride and made dismissal easy. Sayer studied Ned for a moment, then turned toward the squat load frame with brass shoulders and mud in every hinge. Then let us test your accusation against metal instead of mood. Merrick's eyebrows rose. That frame hasn't walked since yesterday. It moved yesterday, Sayer said. It fell yesterday, Price said, spoon tucked back in his pocket now that Rank had entered the room. Moving was only how it reached the ground. Sayer ignored that with effort Ned almost respected. He called 2 mechanics over, and together they dragged the squat frame into the open yard where planks had been laid across the mud. The machine stood waist-high on 4 jointed legs, with a load cradle above, shoulder bars for steadying, and a crystal governor sealed behind a blackstone plate. It looked solid enough to trust until Ned watched the mechanics wind tension into the spring stack and saw how much of its balance depended on the governor guessing faster than the ground changed. What load? Sayer asked. Merrick pointed toward a crate of scrap collars. 200 pounds. No more. I'm not fishing your experiment out of the lower ditch. The crate was strapped into the cradle. One mechanic touched the governor key, and the frame stirred with a clicking, insect-like patience. Its first step was good. Its second was better. Hobbs' pencil began moving hopefully. Price folded his arms. Wait for the plank gap. The front legs met the uneven join between 2 boards. The left foot found purchase. The right struck damp edge, slipped half an inch, and the governor corrected too hard. The whole frame lurched, not wildly, but with the blind determination of a machine that had no knees to save and no fear of falling on someone else. Ned stepped back. A mechanic grabbed the shoulder bar, swore, and was dragged sideways before Merrick caught his belt and hauled him clear. Kill it, she snapped. Sayer struck the governor key. The frame froze with one leg buried in mud, the load tilted toward the watching men, and the shoulder bar hanging exactly where a tired carrier's ribs would have been. No one spoke until the spring stack ticked itself quiet. Ned looked at the frozen frame, then at Price's unlaced boot, then at the mechanic rubbing his arm where the bar had nearly taken him. It didn't know when to give up. Sayer's jaw tightened. Machines do not give up. They have to, Ned said. If they're working beside men, they have to know how to fail smaller. Sayer looked at the frozen frame as if it had insulted him in a language he had helped invent. For a moment Ned thought pride would win after all. Then the captain walked to the machine, knelt in the mud without caring what it did to his braid, and pulled the access cover free with 2 sharp turns of a key. "Show me," Sayer said. Ned hesitated. "Sir? You say it must fail smaller. Show me where it failed too large." That was not permission to be clever. It was permission to be useful, which was more dangerous. Ned crouched beside him and pointed to the governor linkage, then to the shoulder bar and the load cradle above it. The correction goes straight through the frame and into whoever is nearest. If a man is steadying it, he becomes part of the machine before he chooses to. Price limped closer. "That sounds familiar." Merrick looked at him. "Most bad designs do." Ned took Hobbs' pencil, turned to a clean page in his notebook, and found the heading he had written 2 nights before, Carrier Trial Notes. It had seemed sensible then. After Tully's men, Murdoch's plate, Price's knees, and the load frame's blind lurch, the word looked guilty. He drew one hard line through Carrier and wrote assist above it. Hobb leaned in. "Is that official wording?" "No," Ned said. "That's the point." Sayer watched the pencil move. "Assist what?" "The man," Ned said, and the answer came easier once it was too plain to sound grand. "Not replace him, not outguess him. Help his lift, steady his step, share the worst of the load, and let go before it breaks him. If the ground changes, the man knows first. The frame should answer him, not pretend it knows the mountain better." Merrick picked up the burned test cord from Ned's kit and laid it beside the open governor. "Bigger release. Easier reach. Mud can't be allowed to make the emergency handle ornamental." "Obvious handle," Price said. "Not some little polite brass pedal an officer can admire and a freezing man can't find." Ned wrote that down. "Obvious release. Man first, load second. Fail away from ribs." He added wide feet, low pull, field pins, open joints, mud gaps, repair with cold hands. The page filled quickly, less like invention and more like a list of things men had already told him by surviving badly. Sayer stood slowly. "I can request limited salvage access if Major Calder supports it." Merrick gave him a dry look. "Request it before supper, then, while the pass is still killing people at the approved rate." Ned closed the notebook on the new heading, but the word assist seemed to remain under his palm, warm and stubborn. The walkers had failed because they tried to walk the pass alone. Whatever came next would have to begin with the man already on the road. 14. Livia's requisition trap. The requisition came back faster than any honest repair part had all week, which made Ned distrust it before he saw the wording. It arrived after dinner in a brown dispatch tube, carried by Hobb with both hands and opened by Major Calder in the corner of the repair shed where maps, slates, and cold tea had begun forming their own government. Captain Sayer stood beside the table with Mudd still on one knee from the walker test. Merrick leaned against the bench with a wrench in one hand, and Ned waited with the uncomfortable feeling that his notebook had become heavier since the word assist appeared in it. Calder unrolled the paper, read 3 lines, and stopped. "They've granted provisional salvage access." "That sounds too easy," Merrick said. "It is not easy," Sayer said, though he sounded less certain than he wanted. "It is expedited." Ned reached for the paper, but Calder held it away. "Not yet. Miss March asked that any new authority touching your work be read before you signed, accepted, acted under, or looked grateful." Ned stared at him. "Livia's here?" "Rear clerical office," Calder said. "She arrived with the afternoon packet and enough sealed authority to frighten my adjutant. I sent for her when this came." Livia March entered before Ned could decide whether relief or alarm was more sensible. She wore a traveling coat still creased from the railway, her hair pinned with fierce neatness, and a satchel under one arm that looked ready to prosecute the room. She took the requisition from Calder, found the lamp without asking, and began reading while everyone else made the mistake of waiting for her face to change. It did not. "That bad?" Ned asked. "That depends," Livia said, turning the page. "Do you intend to become government property before breakfast?" Sayer's head lifted. "Miss March, this is a standard emergency salvage authority. No, Livia said. It is wearing one. She laid the first page flat and tapped a clause with her pencil. Here, all apparatus, notes, derivative designs, field modifications, and practical improvements generated under this authority are to be considered Crown-directed experimental output unless otherwise assigned by the supervising office. Merrick lowered the wrench. Meaning Ned may pick up a broken knee from the boneyard, Livia said, and someone in a clean office may later claim the leg he builds from it was never his. She moved the pencil to the next line. And here, field trials may proceed under supervising officer discretion where military necessity is judged sufficient. Ned looked from the paper to the open shed door, beyond which the pass had vanished into dark. Men were still carrying up there. Men were still breaking while words worried over ownership. We need the salvage. Yes, Livia said, looking at him properly at last. That is why the hook is sharp. Livia did not let the room argue in generalities. She put the requisition between the lamp and Ned's notebook, weighted one corner with Merrick's wrench, and drew 4 narrow boxes on Hobbs' clean slate. Ownership, trial authority, failure record, compensation. Those are the traps. Not because someone in London has sharpened a knife and written your name on it, necessarily, but because bad wording lets careless hands behave like thieves without the inconvenience of admitting it. Sayer folded his arms. That is a strong accusation. It is a structural one, Livia said. You may be personally virtuous all week and still stand inside a bad structure. That is why we read the structure. Calder made a low sound that might have been approval. Continue. Livia tapped the first box. Ownership means someone can later say Ned did not invent an assist frame. He merely modified Crown salvage under Crown authority. Vale and Company then becomes a useful workshop, not the owner of the design. Ned's stomach tightened at the plainness of it. He thought of Maddie's accounts, the sign over the shop, Tom and Slip keeping benches alive while he stood in a war shed arguing over a machine that did not yet exist. Could they do that? With this wording, they could try, Livia said. Trying is expensive even when they lose. She tapped the second box. Trial authority means an officer under pressure could order a field test before the design is ready. If the frame injures someone, the blame could fall on Ned's workmanship while the order hides under military necessity. Merrick's face hardened. That happens. Yes, Livia said, and moved to the third box. Failure record means unsuccessful trials can be buried as experimental wastage or classified inconvenience. If a brace breaks a man's ribs, I want the report to say the brace broke a man's ribs, not that a field adjustment produced adverse outcomes. Hobb looked faintly ill as he copied the phrase. And compensation? Ned asked, though he already knew he would dislike the answer. Livia's pencil stopped above the last box. Materials consumed under service may be reimbursed. Lost shop income, delayed civilian orders, damaged proprietary tools, and emergency use of Vale and Company designs are not protected clearly enough. In simple language, the Crown can borrow your future, break parts of it, and argue later over the bill. Sayer looked toward the open shed door, where cold air carried the distant clank of the night loading line. Men need this work. Then protect it, Livia said, not gently. A design stolen into confusion, rushed into trial, and blamed on its maker when it hurts someone is not help. It's another broken walker with better paperwork. Ned knew she was right, which made the impatience worse. He could feel the pass beyond the shed as surely as he could feel a bad gear through a handle, every night movement grinding through cold, straps, animals, and men who did not care whether a clause had been filed correctly. He put one hand on his closed notebook and tried not to sound like a fool. If we wait for better wording, the salvage waits too. The men don't. Livia's eyes did not soften. And if you build under this authority, the wrong person may order 300 crude copies before you've found the safe failure point. Then the men don't wait. They fall. That's not what I'm doing, Ned said. No, Livia said. That is what someone else can do with your work once you let them name it. The shed door opened before Ned could answer, and Peregrine Roth stepped in with snowmelt dark on his coat hem and the expression of a man who had followed bad manners to their natural habitat. Miss March is correct, which will surprise no one sensible and irritate everyone pressed for time. Ned stared at him. Why are you here? Because your war has developed paperwork with old family teeth, Peregrine said, removing one glove finger by finger. Also because Livia sent a note that said, come if you wish to be useful rather than ornamental. Naturally, I objected to the insult and came at once. Calder looked from Livia to Peregrine. You have authority? None that should comfort you, Peregrine said. But I can read a gentleman's trap when it has been dressed as a patriotic convenience. Sayre's jaw tightened. This is not a drawing room. No, Peregrine said, glancing at the requisition. In a drawing room, this clause would at least have the courtesy to smile while stealing the silver. He tapped the supervising office line. This is Colonel Sir Alaric Fenwick's office. Fenwick's brother-in-law sits on the apparatus procurement board. His nephew has money in Harbury Mechanical. Harbury has been trying to win mountain apparatus contracts for 2 years and failing because its devices dislike mud, men, and truth. Merrick said, very softly, ah. Ned looked down at the paper again, and the words changed shape. They no longer looked like distant crown hunger. They looked like men with names, cousins, investments, dinner tables, and polite ways to turn one field sketch into someone else's contract. Peregrine's gaze found Ned. If they take it badly, they'll waste it. If they take it early, they'll kill men with it. If they take it successfully, they'll thank you in a footnote. The shed went quiet around Peregrine's warning. Outside, a mule bell rang once in the dark, small and stubborn, and Ned hated that the sound made him want to snatch the requisition from Livia's hand and run to the boneyard before another man had to carry what metal might share. Instead, he looked at the paper until the words blurred into hooks. What do we do? He asked. Livia took a fresh sheet from her satchel. We answer with better wording. Sayre looked doubtful. You intend to amend an emergency authority from a colonel's office in the field? I intend to make acceptance conditional, Livia said, already writing. Major Calder may attach local operational terms before acting, provided they do not exceed the authority granted. Salvage access begins under his command, not Fenwick's procurement office. Design notes remain Vale pre-existing and Vale generated unless formally purchased by separate agreement. Field trials require signed readiness by maker, engineer, and responsible officer. Failures are recorded plainly. Injuries are named. Calder's hand settled on the table near the requisition. Can that hold? It can hold long enough to make a thief show his hand, Peregrine said. Which is often the practical purpose of law. Merrick leaned over Livia's shoulder. Add that no design leaves this shed without a copy lodged here. Livia wrote without looking up. Local copy, dated and witnessed. And with Vale and Company, Ned said. Her pencil paused. She glanced at him, then nodded once and added the line. Duplicate copy to Vale and Company register when military post allows. Sayre's mouth tightened. This may slow approval. Calder took the amended page when Livia sanded it, read it fully, and reached for his pen. The pass is already slow. Bad paperwork only makes it dangerous later. He signed with a hard stroke, then pushed the sheet to Sayre. Captain? Sayre stared at the paper for a long moment. Then he signed too. For the record, I object to the implication that experimental field apparatus is staffed entirely by fools and vultures. Your objection is noted, Livia said. Merrick took the pen last and signed as witness with a mechanic's blunt satisfaction. There. Now if anyone steals it, they'll have to trip over all of us first. Ned looked at the signed sheet and felt no less urgent, but steadier. The men on the pass still needed help. The salvage still waited. The difference was that the work now had a wall around it, built from names, ink, and friends who understood that saving a man and protecting the answer could not be made into separate jobs. Calder rolled the amended authority and handed it to Hobb. File that, then wake the salvage guard. Mr. Vale gets his boneyard at first light. Peregrine drew his gloves back on. Try not to invent anything priceless before breakfast. It makes people vulgar. Ned took up his notebook, the word assist waiting inside it like a tool already warm from use. No promises. 15. Arthur under fire. Arthur Penrose had imagined forward relay positions often enough as a boy to be ashamed of the memory now. In imagination they had been clean places of purpose, with signal officers calling crisp orders beside shining apparatus while guns answered somewhere below like loyal thunder. The real relay post above Saffron's third ridge was a cut-into stone roofed with canvas and corrugated iron, smelling of damp wool, lamp oil, hot crystal, old tea, and men who had not slept properly for days. He stood beside the message board with a slate in one hand and a field focus at his belt, attached for observation and minor assistance under Lieutenant Fane's authority. The wording mattered because Livia would have approved of it and because Arthur had repeated it twice that morning to stop himself trying to become useful in ways no one had requested. Fane leaned over the signal table, one finger following the blue-lit route marks between relay points. Penrose, copy that last movement time cleanly. If West 3 argues with me again, I want my irritation numbered. Yes, sir, Arthur said, and wrote carefully despite the tremor in his fingers. West 3 reports ammunition mules delayed at lower shelf, stretcher traffic descending, estimated clearance 12 minutes. A corporal named Din laughed from the apparatus shelf without looking up. 12 means 20 if the road's feeling honest. The road is rarely honest, Fane said. We compensate by being tedious. Arthur smiled because the men did, and because smiling seemed part of not showing fear. Outside the slit window, the pass fell away in gray stone, dark track, and moving dots that were men and animals only if one already knew how hard they were working. Somewhere below, Ned was probably arguing with dead machinery. Arthur envied him fiercely for half a second, then hated himself for envying anyone in this place. The first shell landed beyond the ridge with a flat crack that shook dust from the canvas seams. The signal crystal flared white, then steadied. Every man in the post stopped moving for less than a breath. Fane's voice cut through the silence. Positions. Din, shield hood. Marsh, lower shutter. Penrose, keep copying until I tell you to stop. Arthur's mouth had gone dry. Yes, sir. The second shell struck closer. A mug jumped from the table and shattered against the floor. Arthur bent over the slate, forcing the pencil to move while men looked toward him because he stood near the board, because his coat marked him as an officer's son, because fear made people search faces for permission to panic or not. He did not feel brave. He felt observed. That, somehow, was enough to keep his hand moving. The third shell did not land close enough to break the relay post, but it broke the idea of it. The neat blue route marks on the signal table fluttered, 2 tower points blinking from steady to uncertain, and a burst of static snapped through the speaking horn so violently that Din jerked back and struck his elbow on the shelf. West 3's gone dirty, Din said, grabbing the hood clamp with his other hand. Crystals catching noise off the ridge. Fane did not look up from the table. Filter it. I am filtering it. Then filter it with more personal resentment. Arthur copied the next line as the post shook again. Dust fell onto the slate, turning his careful numbers into gray smears. He wiped them with his sleeve and immediately regretted it because the sleeve left damp across the slate. In Academy demonstrations, signal apparatus had answered like obedient light. Towers spoke, lines brightened, messages traveled with clean little chimes while instructors discussed delay, interference, and field degradation as if they were manners a machine might display at the wrong dinner. Here, the apparatus spat, flickered, and sulked while men shouted over concussions and tried to keep the war from misplacing itself. Marsh slammed the lower shutter down and swore when the latch stuck. Penrose, hand me the hook. No, not that one. The ugly one. Arthur snatched the iron hook from beside the message rack and passed it over. Another shell landed, farther away but longer in sound, rolling through the ridge and into his knees. Marsh drove the hook into the latch and dragged it shut, then gave Arthur a quick look that was not quite thanks. You still writing? Yes, Arthur said. Good. If I'm deaf by supper, I want proof I was employed. A red spark snapped across the signal table. Din hissed and shook his hand. West 3 is repeating the same message. Ammunition delay. Stretcher delay. Ammunition delay. It's stuck in the line. Fane's voice sharpened. Penrose, mark the repeat as unconfirmed. Do not let it enter the movement board twice. Arthur's pencil hovered. The wrongness of it struck him harder than the order. A repeated message looked like 2 delays if copied badly. 2 delays would move men, mules, perhaps guns, perhaps wounded. He wrote slowly, carefully. Repeat signal, unconfirmed, no new movement. The post cracked with another impact, and someone outside screamed once, then stopped. Arthur's hand froze. Fane looked at him across the table. Penrose. Arthur dragged breath into his chest, felt every childhood daydream of war burn down to one small, ugly duty, and finished the line. Marked, sir. Fane did not praise him. Praise would have made the moment grander than it deserved, and the relay post had no room left for grandeur. He simply pointed toward the secondary board. Good. Now keep the road from inventing an army we don't have. Arthur crossed to the board with his slate hugged against his chest. The next shell burst lower on the slope, close enough that a shower of stones rattled against the corrugated roof. Marsh ducked despite himself. Din swore at the signal hood as West 3 flickered again, then vanished into a smear of blue noise. Line's breaking, Din said. I can send, but I can't swear they'll receive. Fane looked toward the shuttered slit, then at the wounded runner lying beside the wall with blood seeping dark through his trouser leg. The runner had arrived between impacts with a paper strip from the lower relay and a face gray enough to make Arthur stop pretending not to notice him. Marsh, can you get him down? Marsh glanced toward the doorway as another shell cracked against the far ridge. Not alone, sir. Not while that's coming in. Arthur heard himself speak before courage had time to dress the words properly. I can help carry. Fane's eyes snapped to him. You are not assigned stretcher work. No, sir, Arthur said, and his voice shook badly enough that he hated it. But if he stays here, he's in the way of the board and too far from the aid point. If he goes down, Marsh can come back, and I can keep copying until he does. Din looked over from the apparatus, surprise sharp through the fear. Marsh was already reaching for the folded canvas stretcher behind the rack. Fane held Arthur's gaze for one hard second. You follow Marsh's word exactly. You do not run. You do not look noble. You do not drop him because a shell makes a louder argument than sense. Yes, sir. They got the runner onto the stretcher between blasts. Arthur took the rear handles because Marsh told him to and because the rear man had to watch the bearer ahead rather than the wound. The canvas bit into his palms. The runner groaned once when they lifted, and Arthur nearly apologized before Marsh snapped, breathe and step. They carried him through the doorway into dust, smoke, and open noise. The aid point was not far. It only felt far because every yard had to be chosen. Arthur kept his eyes on Marsh's boots, matching each step, refusing to look at the sky, the slope, or the burst that threw dirt across his cheek. When they reached the low stone shelter, 2 orderlies took the stretcher from them. Marsh clapped Arthur once on the shoulder, hard enough to hurt. Back up, Penrose. If the board lies while we're gone, Fane will blame your handwriting. Arthur turned back toward the relay post with shaking knees and mud on one sleeve. He had not charged, fired, or saved the ridge. He had carried one frightened man a short distance without dropping him, and somehow that felt more adult than every brave dream he had ever had. By the time the shelling moved off toward the next ridge, Arthur's slate looked as if it had fought beside him. One corner had chipped. Dust had dried in streaks where his sleeve had smeared it. 3 lines were written twice, once badly and once corrected, and the unconfirmed repeat from West 3 had been boxed so hard the pencil had nearly cut the surface. Lieutenant Fane read it without comment while Din coaxed the signal hood back into steady blue. Marsh returned from the aid point with blood on one cuff and no runner beside him. Alive when I left him, he said before anyone asked. Orderly says he'll keep the leg if infection doesn't get ambitious. Fane gave one sharp nod. Good. Penrose, take the corrected slate to lower relay. You are walking, not proving anything. If anyone tells you to hurry, assume they're stupid unless they outrank me. Arthur took the slate and discovered his hand did not want to close properly around it. Yes, sir. The path down felt stranger than the shelling had. It was quieter, which gave fear room to arrive late and look around. Arthur passed fresh scars in the stone, a torn sandbag, a dead mule covered with canvas, and 2 men repairing a cable splice with the bitter concentration of people refusing to look at what lay under the tarp. By the lower relay shelter, Ned stood beside a stack of salvage crates with Merrick, both of them marked with grease and mountain dirt. Ned turned when Arthur came into view. For one awful second, Arthur expected Ned to grin, ask whether he had finally got his war, or say something clever enough to make the shaking bearable. Ned did none of that. He looked at Arthur's face, his filthy sleeve, the chipped slate, and the careful way he held himself, and his expression changed into something quieter. You all right? Ned asked. Arthur meant to say yes. It was the obvious answer, the useful answer, the sort of answer office's sons gave when others were listening. Instead he looked down at the slate and said, I was frightened the whole time. Ned nodded once. Looks like you worked anyway. The words went through Arthur more deeply than praise would have. He handed over the slate because his hand had started shaking again and because Ned was close enough to take it without making a show of the matter. Merrick glanced at the boxed line. Unconfirmed repeat. Good catch. Arthur let out a laugh that had no humor in it. I nearly wrote it twice. But you didn't, Ned said. Arthur looked at him then and saw no boyish envy, no teasing, no old academy game in his friend's face. Ned had seen men carrying the war with their backs and hands. Now he was seeing Arthur carrying one small, ugly piece of it with fear still plain on him. Arthur straightened, not because he felt brave, but because the work had followed him down the ridge and still needed delivering. 16. The first frame sketch. Ned did not sleep after Arthur came down from the relay post. He tried, because Calder ordered it and Merrick threatened to drug his tea if he kept staring at salvage by lamplight, but rest only made room for too many images to crowd in. Arthur's chipped slate, Tully's men under boilerplate, Murdoch's envelope marked the men who carry, Price asking for his knees back, Livia's 4 traps, and the frozen load frame hanging its shoulder bar where a man's ribs would have been. By first light, he had spread the war across a field bench. Rafiq's delay figures lay weighted with a cracked governor ring. Soldier comments filled 3 notebook pages. The burned cord, 2 clamps, a broken mule pad, Price's spoon, and a sheared Walker knee sat in a line that would have made no sense to anyone who thought invention began neatly. Ned placed the Walker's damaged release beside the mule pad, then moved it away again. Merrick came in carrying tea and stopped at the sight. That's either a design meeting or a nervous collapse with accessories. Both, Ned said, without looking up. She set the mug beyond the reach of ink. Major Calder wants to know if you need men, parts, or permission. Yes. To which? Ned rubbed both hands over his face, then pushed the course runner sketch aside. Not a vehicle, not a walker, not armor. Merrick leaned over the bench. You're starting with what it isn't. I have to. Ned tapped the rejected walker drawing. A vehicle needs a road. The pass isn't a road. A walker tries to choose the ground, then falls stupidly when the ground disagrees. Armor makes officers imagine charging things. The moment they call it armor, they'll want men to wear it toward guns. Then don't give them that word. I won't. Ned picked up the mule pad and held it against his own shoulder, then grimaced at the memory of straps biting through coats. The load has to stay with the man because the man reads the ground faster than any governor we can field repair. But the man can't be made into the missing machine. Merrick was quiet for a moment. Outside, the yard began waking into hooves, carts, and shouted lists. So what are you building? Ned looked at the bench again, at the parts that had failed separately and the notes that kept pointing to the same wound. I don't know yet, he said, but it starts by refusing to carry the war for him. It only helps him carry the next step. Merrick did not answer at once. She picked up the mule pad instead, turned it over, and pressed her thumb against the worn underside where sweat, grit, and pressure had flattened the padding into something meaner than leather. Harness makers know this already, in their own way. Put weight where the beast can bear it, keep it from shifting, and stop one strap doing the work of 6. Ned reached for the pad. That's for a mule. Men have shoulders too, Merrick said. He stared at her, then at the pad, then at the broken strap beside Price's spoon. The thought did not arrive like a lantern lit in a dark room. It came meaner than that, dragged through every ugly thing the past had shown him. Men leaning into loads, shoulders rubbed raw, knees bargaining with slopes, hands failing at rope, a mule frame twisting because the load sat high and stupid. The failed walkers trying to make little machines walk where men already knew how. The load has to sit with him, Ned said slowly. Merrick watched him carefully. With the man? With the body. Ned grabbed a fresh sheet and drew the rough outline of a man from the side, ugly and fast. Not above him like the pack walkers. Not out in front, not dragging behind. With him, close enough that when he steps, it steps. Low pull, not high sway. Weight into hips and legs, not all on the shoulders. Merrick took the pencil from his fingers, drew 2 crude lines from the back down toward the thighs, and handed it back. And if he stumbles? Then it must not shove him harder. Ned drew a breakpoint at the side and then crossed it out. No, not there. If the release is under the load, he can't reach it when he's falling. A voice from the doorway said, "Put it where cold fingers go when frightened." Price stood there with his boot properly laced for once, though not well. He had a ration heel in one hand and the expression of a man who had followed the smell of argument. Ned looked from him to the sketch. "Where do they go?" Ned asked. Price hooked both hands near his own ribs, just below the breastbone, where straps would be easy to grab without looking. "There, or anywhere a man can find while swearing in blind." Merrick nodded. "Obvious release." "Not pretty," Price said. "Pretty gets buried under mud and called refined." Ned drew the release handles large enough that no respectable instrument maker would approve. The sketch looked worse at once and more honest for it. He added hip braces, thigh lines, wide foot straps that did not quite touch the ground, and a spring assist mark beside the knee. Not carrying for the man. Helping through the stride. The missing angle had not been a joint or a governor. It had been where the load met flesh. Once the first shape existed, the wrong ideas attacked it from every side. Ned could feel them trying to make themselves useful. Add a little more spring and it could lift too much. Add a harder governor and it could correct too fast. Add plates over the ribs and some officer would call it protection. Then send a tired man toward fire because brass on his chest made him look less breakable from a distance. "No breastplate," Ned muttered, crossing out the line before it finished forming. Price chewed the last of his ration heel. "I wasn't asking for one." "You will if someone tells you it makes you safer." Price considered that with annoying honesty. "I might, if it looked impressive." "Then it mustn't," Ned said. "It has to look like work." Merrick reached across him and pulled the sheared Walker knee closer. "Use what the dead things still know. This joint took load badly, but the stop here is good. It doesn't let the leg fold past sense." Ned turned the knee over, thumb finding the worn edge of the stop. Course runner balance lived in his mind as quick, responsive, clever little corrections, but the past did not need cleverness that danced. It needed a correction that knew when to stop. He drew the joint at the side of the thigh, then simplified it, taking out 2 screws before they were ever built. "Field pin here, big enough for gloves, no hidden spring housing." Merrick nodded. "Ugly, reachable, cleanable." "Insulting to manufacture," Ned said. "Good." Price leaned over the page. "What's that bit behind the knee?" "Assist spring," Ned said. "Not enough to throw your leg forward. Enough to give back some of what the climb takes. If it pushes, it's wrong. If it helps you finish the step you already chose, it's right. And if it chooses for me? Then I break it before you wear it." Ned drew the governor small and low, protected but not buried. "No sealed mystery box. A man with cold hands has to open it, clean grit out, change a pin, and curse me by name without needing a jeweler's lamp." Merrick smiled faintly. "That can be arranged." Ned added load rails close to the back, hip transfer, shoulder guides that steadied without biting, and 2 release handles where Price had shown him frightened hands would go. The page grew crowded, ugly, and stubbornly possible. Every line had an argument beside it. Not armor, not walker, not vehicle, not charge gear, not officer's toy, assist frame, man chooses, frame helps, load drops before man breaks. Calder arrived while Ned was still adding ugly notes in the margins. He had Rafik with him, which meant someone had decided the sketch was no longer only a bench matter. Rafik carried his delay table under one arm, edges damp from the yard, and stopped beside Price without greeting because the drawing had caught him at once. "That," Rafik said, "is not a walker." "No," Ned said. "It is not a mule frame either." "No." Calder leaned over the bench. "Then tell me what I am looking at before I begin disliking it officially." Ned looked down at the page. Now that other people were seeing it, the sketch seemed worse. The lines were crowded. The release handles were embarrassingly large. The thigh braces looked too plain, the hip frame too close to harness work, the governor too small to impress anyone with a procurement budget. It was not beautiful enough to seduce an officer and not complete enough to comfort a mechanic. "An assist frame," Ned said. "For load men, stretcher parties, maybe signal carriers. It sits close to the body. Takes weight through the hips and legs. Gives back some stride through springs and a low governor. Doesn't choose the ground. Doesn't fight the man. If it fails, it drops the load away from him before it breaks his ribs." Price tapped the release handle on the drawing. "And a frightened idiot can grab that." "Can a tired idiot repair it?" Calder asked. Merrick answered before Ned could. "If Vale listens to me, yes." If he listens to soldiers, too, Price said. Ned picked up the pencil again and wrote both names at the bottom of the page without quite meaning to. Merrick, Price. Then he added Rafik because the table had made the need visible, and Livia because without her the first official paper might have swallowed the thing before it had a proper joint. He hesitated, then wrote Arthur because the slate mattered too. Fear had delivered those numbers correctly. Rafik set his delay table beside the sketch. If one frame lets a man carry the worst loads with fewer rests, the route changes. Not fixed, changed. Calder's face did not soften. If it works, command will want 20. If it works badly, men die, Ned said. If it works well, command will want 200. The shed seemed to narrow around the page. Ned saw the whole future trying to reach into one rough drawing. Crown claims, contractor hands, officer dreams, route tables, tired men, broken straps, and a line of soldiers somewhere above them waiting for ammunition that had to climb. He placed his palm over the sketch before anyone could move it. Then we build one honest, he said, and we make everyone else catch up to the truth of it. 17. The Dead Mech's Knee. First light made the boneyard look less like a heap of failures and more like a battlefield that had been asked to organize itself by category. The amended Salvage Authority had opened the gate, but not made the place welcoming. Frost clung to bent braces, cracked housings, broken pack frames, and half-stripped walker limbs. Tags snapped in the wind from wires and bits of string. Dead stock, recoverable, parts only, unsafe under load, no crystal response, return to railhead when possible. Ned walked between the rows with his notebook under one arm and Merrick beside him, while Hobb followed with the authority tube held like a shield against future blame. The salvage guard, a narrow man named Coombs with a scarf wrapped up to his ears, watched them as if every broken part were a prisoner he had personally arrested. You're to sign for everything you remove. I know, Ned said. And state purpose. I know. And mark whether it's Crown salvage, local repair stock, experimental discard, or unclassified. Merrick looked at Coombs over the top of her collar. If he knew all that from outside the gate, we wouldn't need you, would we? Coombs sniffed, offended but functional. I'm here to prevent enthusiasm. Poor place for it, Merrick said. Most of this lot has had enthusiasm beaten out of it with a hammer. Ned crouched beside a dead walker hip, turned it by hand, and rejected it almost at once. Too much housed inside, too many fine channels, not enough field forgiveness. A spring case from a pack frame had better promise until he found the casing cracked through the mount. He moved slower after that, not hunting for a miracle part, but for something that had failed in the right direction. The first frame sketch had told him what the machine must do. The boneyard had to tell him what metal already knew. Near the rear fence, half buried under torn canvas and two bent armor skirts, he found a mech leg severed above the knee. It was not elegant, it was too large, too heavy, and scarred by old repairs, with mud packed around the lower pivot and one Blackstone collar cracked clean through. The thigh casing had been stripped of anything valuable, but the knee itself still held its stop, hinge, and load path in one ugly lump. Merrick followed his stare. Too big. Yes, Ned said, and reached for the mudcake joint anyway. Coombs made a pained noise. That is marked parts only. Ned smiled despite the cold. Good. Coombs's idea of parts only did not survive contact with Merrick's crowbar. She levered the torn armor skirt aside while Ned cleared mud from the knee casing with a flat scraper, working carefully around the cracked Blackstone collar and the two exposed load pins. The joint was cold enough to sting through his gloves. When he rocked it, nothing moved at first. Then something inside gave a dull, reluctant click. A voice behind him said, "If that moved, it moved because you annoyed it." Captain Sayer had arrived with his coat buttoned wrong at the throat and a field mug in one hand. His eyes went from the exposed mech knee to Ned's crouched posture, and then to Coombs, who looked relieved by the appearance of superior disapproval. Sayer stepped closer. "That knee is dead, Mr. Vale." The upper response crystal was stripped, the governor cradle cracked, and the limb overstrained when the mech fell. "We marked it parts only because no sane mechanic would put it back under a chassis." "I don't want it under a chassis," Ned said. "That does not make it lighter." "No," Ned said, scraping packed grit from the side stop. "But it might make it useful." Sayer set his mug down on a broken axle and crouched opposite him, irritation waking properly. Show me without sentiment. Ned liked that better than show me why you are right. He braced one boot against the torn lower casing, slid both hands under the hinge lug, and nodded to Merrick. She fed the crowbar through the gap and took some of the weight. Together they lifted until the knee opened 3 inches. The motion was ugly, heavy, and nothing like the clean action of a living mech, but it did not kick back. It rose, caught on the worn stop, and held. Merrick grunted. It remembers load. It remembers too much load, Sayer said. Ned shifted his grip and let the joint settle by a fraction. The stop took the downward force before the hinge folded past sense, and the cracked governor cradle, ruined for battlefield balance, still left enough mounting shape to guide a smaller response. He saw Price's stride in it suddenly, not the mech's. A man's leg choosing the ground. A spring giving back the last part of the lift. A stop that did not let panic, mud, or tiredness turn one step into a fall. It's wrong for a mech because the mech needs the joint to decide too much, Ned said, breath fogging in the cold. But a man already has a knee. This doesn't need to be his knee. It only has to help the part of the step that steals from him. Sayer's expression changed by the smallest degree. Load transfer, not locomotion. Ned nodded, one hand still on the dead hinge. Exactly. Getting the knee free took more honesty than force. Ned refused the first hammer Coombs offered because it looked eager to turn insight into scrap. Merrick fetched wedges, a broad cold chisel, 2 chain hooks, and a squat little jack that leaked oil from one seam and smelled like every desperate repair shed Ned had ever trusted. Sayer rolled his sleeves, which surprised Coombs into silence and made Merrick's mouth twitch. You know this will not come loose politely, Sayer said, fitting one hook through the torn upper frame. Polite parts get stolen by procurement men, Merrick said. Useful ones make you swear. Ned set the jack beneath the hinge housing and checked the angle twice. I don't need the whole knee. I need the stop, the load pin, and enough casing to see how force moved through it. That casing weighs more than some boys, Coombs said. Then we won't invite it to supper, Ned said. They worked the joint loose inch by inch. The first wedge opened a seam packed with frozen mud. The second found old damage where the mech had twisted before it fell. Ned scraped, Merrick levered, and Sayer held the chain steady while the dead limb groaned like a ship hull in winter. The sound brought 2 mechanics from the next row and Price from wherever he had been pretending not to be interested. Price folded his arms. If that thing stands up, I'm deserting into accountancy. It won't stand, Ned said, breathless. That's what I like about it. The final pin did not release until Merrick struck the chisel with a short-handled hammer, once, twice, then a third time hard enough to ring across the boneyard. The knee dropped 6 inches into the chain, stopped, and held there instead of folding. Everyone saw it. Even Coombs stopped preparing objections. Ned put one hand on the scarred casing and pushed down carefully. The hinge gave a little, caught at the stop, and settled into the chain with a heavy, controlled refusal. Not graceful, not alive, but limited. There, Ned said, more softly than he meant to. Sayer leaned closer. Assist the lift, limit the fall. And let the man stay in charge, Ned said. Merrick looked at the knee, then at Ned's face. That's your first bone, then. Ned nodded, fingers cold against dead metal that no longer felt dead enough to leave behind. Yes, cut it free. Cutting it free made the idea heavier. While Merrick and Sayer marked the casing for removal, Ned signed Coombs's ledger line by line until his name began to look less like a signature and more like a promise someone could hold against him later. Hobb copied every mark onto a second slate, including part number, source frame, damage state, and purpose. Coombs peered at the entry over his scarf. Purpose says reduced human assist principle. That's what it's for, Ned said. It's a knee. It was a knee, Merrick said, winding the chain tight around the freed section. Try to keep up. Sayer chalked 2 cut lines across the casing. We take too much and we waste handling time. We take too little and Vale cannot read the load path. Mr. Vale, choose. Ned looked at the chalk, the cracked collar, the stop, and the ugly hinge that had held because it could not pretend the load was smaller than it was. He moved the upper line 3 inches higher and the lower line 1 inch below the pin housing. There, I need the scar, not the whole corpse. Price laughed once. That may be the worst thing anyone said before breakfast. The mechanics brought a field saw and a heating wand. The work was slow, loud, and sour with the smell of warmed oil, cold mud, and old stress released from metal. Ned held the lamp where Merrick told him, steadying it while sparks spat against the frost and died. When the final cut gave way, the knee section swung in the chain, smaller than it had been as part of a mech and still large enough that 2 men grunted lifting it onto the sled. Coombs thrust the ledger forward again. Weight estimated? Merrick looked at him. Too bloody heavy. Hobb wrote, after a nervous glance at Ned, weight to be measured at shed. The sled runners scraped over frozen grit as they dragged the knee toward the gate. Ned walked beside it with one hand resting on the chain, feeling each jolt travel through the salvaged joint. It did not feel like Discovery exactly. Discovery sounded too clean. This felt like taking a useful bone from a dead giant and hoping not to build another monster from it. At the gate, Sayer stopped and looked back over the boneyard. You realize this proves nothing yet. Ned looked at the sled, then toward the pass where the morning line was already moving under loads no drawing had relieved. No, he said, but it gives us something honest enough to argue with. 18. Not powered armor. By mid-morning, the dead mech's knee sat on trestles in the repair shed like a witness too heavy to intimidate. Ned had cleaned enough mud from it to show the stop, pin, and scarred load path, then propped his first sketch against a crate beside it. The drawing looked worse in daylight. Its lines were dark with corrections, its release handles too large, its hip frame too plain, and its notes crowded around the edges like suspicious relatives. Calder brought the officers because no useful thing in war stayed private for long. Captain Sayer came with him, as did Lieutenant Fane from the relay posts, an artillery major named Strake, and a polished ministry observer with clean gloves who introduced himself as Mr. Ashcombe Teller and looked at the repair shed as if dirt were a language he had once studied but did not speak. Ned's hand tightened around the pencil. This is an assist frame, he began. Not a walker, not a vehicle, and not armor. The purpose is load support on the pass. Carrying crates, hauling signal parts, helping stretcher teams, reducing strain on men and animals where the road is too steep or narrow for wheeled movement. Major Strake leaned closer to the sketch before Ned finished. How much weight could a trained man carry in one? That depends on the grade, fitting, and how much rest he's had, Ned said. With strengthening springs? Strake asked. With safe springs. Mr. Ashcombe Teller touched the edge of the drawing with one clean-gloved finger. But it is worn by a man. Yes. And it multiplies his effective carrying ability. In a limited way. And if plated properly? Ned went still. Across the bench, Merrick made a small sound that was almost not a warning. Ashcombe Teller smiled as if he had found a respectable name for someone else's thought. I am not suggesting cavalry nonsense, Mr. Vale. But surely you see the implication. Mountain assault sections, shock carriers, protected engineers advancing under fire. A properly armored frame could let men carry heavier weapons into positions previously thought impossible. No, Ned said. The word came out too fast. Fane's eyes moved to him. Strake's brows lifted. Calder did not interrupt. Ashcombe Teller's smile remained, but cooled. No? Ned put his palm on the sketch before the clean glove could tap it again. No, that isn't what this is for. Ashcombe Teller looked at Ned's hand on the sketch as if the gesture were a breach of procedure rather than a refusal. You may not be seeing the larger utility. I'm seeing the utility too clearly, Ned said. Major Strake's voice came rougher, less polished, and therefore harder to dismiss. If a man can carry ammunition farther in that frame, he can carry a heavier gun. If he can carry a heavier gun, he can put fire where the enemy thinks we cannot. You cannot expect artillery to ignore that. No, Ned said. I expect artillery to remember the man has to get back down. Fane's mouth moved slightly, but he said nothing. Sayer folded his arms and watched the dead mech's knee as if it might answer for all of them. Ned lifted the sketch and turned it so the officers could see the ugly release handles, the hip transfer, the open joints, and the lack of chest plating. This works only if it follows a tired body instead of commanding one. It helps with a load close to the back. It gives back part of a climb. It steadies a stretcher pull, a signal battery, a healer chest, a crate of shells, perhaps a broken collar that needs to reach a gun before dark. It does not make a man bulletproof. It does not make him tireless. It does not make him taller than fear. Ashcombe Teller's clean gloves settled on the bench beside the drawing. No one suggested tireless. You suggested assault sections. Ned pointed through the open shed door toward the pass. Those men are already being spent hard enough. If you put plates on this, add weapon mounts, and call it protection, some officer will order a man to carry more than he should because the frame makes him look able. Then when he falls, the report will say mechanical failure or insufficient training. It won't say we dressed exhaustion in brass and called it imagination. Strake's face darkened. Careful, Mr. Vale. Calder spoke before Ned could decide whether care was possible. Let him finish. Ned swallowed once. His throat felt dry, but the sketch under his fingers held him steady. The pass is failing because men carry loads the system has hidden inside tables. This frame is for keeping the line alive. Carrying, climbing, dragging, hauling, getting wounded down and needed parts up. If it becomes a way to send men uphill under fire with heavier guns, it stops being an answer and becomes a new way to break them. For a moment the only sound was the repair shed beyond them, hammers and chains and the distant cough of a mule outside. Ashcombe Teller's smile had gone completely polite. How passionate, he said. Merrick leaned against the bench, voice flat as a file. He means accurate. Calder did not let the word accurate settle comfortably. He took Rafiq's folded delay table from beneath the sketch, opened it beside the dead knee, and set one blunt finger on the lower transfer line. Mr. Khan, if this frame is used as Mr. Ashcombe Teller suggests, what happens to my road? Rafiq had been quiet near the shed door, which meant he had been listening more dangerously than most men argued. He came forward, glanced once at Ned, then at the ministry observer's clean gloves. If it carries assault weight, it does not relieve the line. It consumes it. Strake frowned. That depends on deployment. It depends on arithmetic before deployment, Rafiq said. A frame with armor plate, weapon mount, extra ammunition, and trained escort becomes another special load. It needs fitting, repair, rest intervals, spare springs, governor parts, and men strong enough to recover it when it fails. If it goes uphill as assault equipment, it competes with ammunition, healer stores, signal batteries, food, and wounded movement. Ashcombe Teller's expression sharpened. You are assuming incompetence. No, Rafiq said. I am assuming weight. Merrick made a small approving noise and did not hide it. Rafiq moved the pencil down the table. A supply assist frame earns its place by reducing rest loss and injury loss on loads already moving. It gives time back. An assault frame creates a new appetite. It asks the pass to feed prestige before necessity. Major Strake looked at the dead knee and then at the pass beyond the open door. The artillery in him had not vanished, but something practical had caught at it. Could a supply frame bring a heavier gun collar to a forward battery faster? Yes, Ned said, if the collar is the load and the man is not being asked to fight while wearing it. That distinction will be inconvenient, Ashcombe Teller said. Most safe things are, Merrick said. Sayer picked up the sketch and held it away from the ministry observer's hand. Then the first prototype is built to make misuse difficult. No weapon mounts, no breastplate fixtures, no forward hardpoints, load rails shaped for crates, stretchers, batteries, and field parts only. Ned felt the pressure in his chest shift, not gone, but shared. He reached for the pencil and wrote beside the main drawing, logistics assist only. No assault fittings. Ashcombe Teller watched the words appear. You may find command more imaginative than you prefer, Mr. Vale. Ned kept writing until the letters were dark enough to survive handling. Then I'll make the frame less imaginative than command prefers. Ashcombe Teller did not argue further in the repair shed, which told Ned more than argument would have. The ministry observer merely adjusted one glove, looked at the sketch as if memorizing its defiance for later use, and stepped back from the bench. I will note your reservations. Note the design limitation, Livia said from the doorway. Ned turned so quickly his shoulder brushed the dead knee. Livia had arrived without fuss, satchel under one arm, her face pale with travel and annoyance sharpened to a professional edge. She crossed to the bench, took the pencil from Ned's hand, and wrote beneath his line in smaller, cleaner script. Prototype authorized for logistics assistance, load relief, recovery, and field movement support. No assault classification, no armor classification, no weapon-bearing classification. Ashcombe Teller's mouth tightened. Miss March, I was not aware you were attached to this technical review. You are now, Livia said. And the amended authority already requires design purpose to be recorded plainly before prototype work proceeds. Calder looked at the new wording, then at Ned. Does that describe your intent? Yes, Ned said, and felt the answer steady him. Major Strake exhaled through his nose. It limits artillery use. It limits stupidity, Fane said quietly. Strake gave him a hard look, then, to Ned's surprise, laughed once. There is some overlap. He tapped the sketch near the load rails. If my men need a collar, recoil part, or battery hauled to a forward position, I want access to the frame. Not as assault gear, as supply gear. Can your language allow that? Livia glanced at Ned. Ned nodded. If the load is the purpose, yes. If the weapon is the purpose, no. Livia added another line. Field artillery parts permitted as carried loads only, not as mounted or fired weapons. Sayer leaned over the page. Good. The first prototype will be built to enforce that physically, not merely politely. No fittings that invite clever mischief. Merrick snorted. Clever mischief is how half the shed keeps warm. Then we shall make this one too blunt for it, Sayer said. Ned looked at the dead mech's knee, the ugly sketch, Livia's neat clauses, and the officers gathered around a thing still more argument than machine. The frame had nearly been stolen by imagination before the first brace was cut. That frightened him more than Ashcombe Teller's clean gloves. Calder signed the corner of the marked sketch. Build the logistics assist prototype. 1. Ugly if necessary. Honest by requirement. Ned took the page back carefully. Ugly will be easier. Good, Calder said. Then perhaps it will survive the pass. 19. Ned's legs. The first prototype began as a disgrace to proper drafting. Ned knew that because Captain Sayer said so within 5 minutes of the frame pieces reaching the main bench, and because Merrick laughed hard enough to spill a stripe of oil across her sleeve. The dead mech's knee had been reduced to one usable pattern, not one usable part, and its lesson now lay spread across the shed in smaller, uglier pieces. Paired thigh braces, a hip yoke cut from salvage strut, 2 broad shoulder guides padded with mule leather, spring stacks from a broken carrier, and a governor housing so plain it looked as if refinement had been banned by military order. It has the air of a laundry rack that lost an argument with artillery, Sayer said. Good, Ned said, tightening a clamp around the left thigh brace. No one will mistake it for assault equipment. Price sat on an ammunition crate nearby with his boot up, officially resting his knee and unofficially supervising. No one will mistake it for equipment, either. Merrick pointed a screwdriver at him. You volunteered to advise, not heckle. I'm advising through heckling, Price said. Soldiers understand that better. Ned adjusted the hip yoke against the wooden fitting stand, a crude human-shaped Merrick had built from crate boards, coat hooks, and contempt. The frame sat close to the body, too close for easy assembly, which meant every bolt had to be argued into place around imagined ribs, hips, and fear. He reached for a slimmer pin, stopped, and chose the larger one instead. Merrick noticed. Too pretty? Too easy to lose in mud. Ned pushed the larger pin through and felt it catch. If a man can't see it with one eye full of rain, it doesn't belong. Sayer marked the change on the trial sheet. Hobb copied beside him, tongue caught between his teeth as if one wrong letter might injure someone later. Outside, the pass kept moving. Hooves struck stone. Men shouted for straps, tea, stretchers, and missing crates. The shed did not feel separate from that noise anymore. Every hammer blow had an answer from the road. They fitted the release handles last. Ned made them larger again after Price reached toward the stand without looking and missed the first mark by 2 inches. There, Price said when his hand found the new handle. That one even I could grab while regretting my life choices. Merrick stepped back and folded her arms. It's hideous. Ned looked at the frame hanging from the stand, all exposed joints, broad straps, blunt handles, and honest limits. It's trying. Price leaned forward, eyes sharper now despite the joke still waiting at his mouth. Then let's see if it can stand before someone official teaches it manners. They tried the frame first on the wooden stand, and the stand immediately proved too well behaved to be useful. It accepted the hip yoke without complaint, bore the shoulder guides without flinching, and did not once swear when Merrick tightened the lower strap. Ned looked at it with growing dislike. It has no opinions, he said. Price lifted one hand from the crate. That's because it's dead wood. Put Private Bell in it. He has enough opinions for a mule string. A young soldier near the doorway choked on a laugh. Private Bell, who had been sharpening a pocketknife against orders and pretending not to watch, looked up in alarm. I'm not wearing that. No one asked you, Merrick said. That sounded like asking. That sounded like prophecy, Price said. Ned glanced from Bell to the frame and then shook his head. Not yet, it hasn't earned a body. The soldiers drifted closer anyway, drawn by the kind of ugliness that invited ownership. One pointed at the shoulder guide. That edge will chew through coat cloth by dinner. Merrick ran her thumb along it and grimaced. He's right. Ned took the file before she reached for it. Name? Cobb, the soldier said. And if it chews through coat cloth, it'll chew skin worse once the coat's wet. Hobb wrote Cobb, shoulder edge, wet coat in the trial notes. Another man, older and broad through the chest, leaned in and tapped the hip strap with 2 knuckles. Too high. The load'll climb into his ribs once he bends. You've worn pack frames? Ned asked. Worn them, cursed them, slept in one once because I was too tired to remember how buckles worked. The man shifted the strap down 2 inches on the stand. There, let the hips take the insult. Price nodded solemnly. Sergeant Vale, your army of unemployed knees has spoken. I am not a sergeant, Ned said, marking the strap position. Good. Sergeants shout more. The jokes kept coming, but the advice came with them. A mud gap widened near the lower hinge, padding tied instead of glued, release handles angled out from the body rather than flat against it. No little catches a frightened thumb could miss. Ned took each insult apart, kept the useful piece, and put it into the frame. Slowly, the machine became less like his drawing and more like something the shed was making around him. When Bell finally came closer and looked at the thigh braces with unwilling interest, Ned noticed every soldier watching him watch it. Hope, he thought, could be as embarrassing as fear when it had nowhere proper to stand. Private Bell became the first man into the frame because he complained most loudly and therefore proved everyone had noticed him. Ned still almost refused. The prototype was too new, too crude, too full of borrowed lessons and unfinished suspicion. But Bell stood beside the wooden fitting stand with his sleeves rolled and his jaw set in the particular way of a frightened man trying to look inconvenienced. This kills me, Bell said. I want it known I objected before volunteering. Price lifted a hand. Witnessed. Also badly phrased. Merrick guided Bell backward into the hip yoke. Stop wriggling. It's not a dance partner. It's colder than one. Then choose warmer girls, she said, tightening the side strap. Ned worked more slowly than his nerves wanted. He checked the shoulder guides with 2 fingers beneath the pad, set the thigh braces where Bell's legs could move without being driven, then tested each release handle before stepping back. The frame looked worse on a living man. Wood had hidden its awkwardness. Bell exposed it. The springs sat too visibly beside his knees, the hip yoke made him stand oddly, and the shoulder guides gave him the air of a man wearing a collapsed chair. Sayre stood close with the trial sheet. No load. No load, Ned agreed. 3 steps only. Bell looked down at his own boots. 3? I've done more than that unassisted, you know. Try not to boast, Price said. It attracts officers. Bell took the first step. The frame clicked, resisted, then followed. His mouth opened. For one breath Ned thought pain had taken him, but Bell only stared down at his leg as if it had told him a secret. He took the second step. The spring gave back a little of the lift, not enough to throw him, enough to make him swear in surprise. The third step came too fast, and the left brace knocked against his knee. Stop, Ned said. Bell stopped, grabbed both release handles without looking, and then laughed. It came out half shock, half insult. Bloody things got my legs wrong. Price leaned forward, grinning now. No, lad, it's got Ned's legs. Yours are just attached. The shed laughed before Ned understood the shape of the words. Bell patted the ugly hip yoke with startled affection. Ned's legs, then. Tell them to learn left from right before I take them uphill. The nickname should have annoyed him only because it was imprecise. It was not his legs. It was not even properly a frame yet, not with the left brace tapping Bell's knee and the spring response lagging behind the second step. Ned reached for the adjustment wrench and told himself that was the reason heat had climbed up the back of his neck. It is not called that, he said. Bell looked delighted. It answered to it. It did not answer. It malfunctioned. Price pointed at the frame with solemn authority. Ned's legs malfunctioned. The shed took up the phrase at once because soldiers could turn anything useful, frightening, or ugly into a joke before an officer could make it respectable. Cobb asked whether Ned's legs came in officer sizes, which earned him a cuff from the older pack-frame man. Someone at the door shouted to another mechanic that Ned's legs had walked 3 steps and insulted Bell's left knee. Even Hobb wrote the phrase in the margin before realizing what he had done and hurriedly scratching a line through it. Sayer looked at the trial sheet, then at Ned. The official record will use logistics assist prototype. Vale armored frame, Hobb offered nervously. That was the authorized designation. Ned should have preferred it. Vale armored frame sounded clean enough for a report and sturdy enough for procurement, even if the word armored still made him uneasy. It held his name in the proper place, on paper, under authority, with Livia's protections around it. Ned's legs, by contrast, sounded like a joke painted on a crate by men who would use it badly, fix it worse, and trust it only if it earned the insult. Bell took one more careful half-step before Ned caught his arm and stopped him. Enough. Out of it before bravery gets ideas. I wasn't brave, Bell said, still grinning as Merrick loosened the straps. I was curious and surrounded. That's most of soldiering, Price said. When the frame came off Bell, it hung awkwardly between Ned and Merrick, suddenly emptier than it had been on the stand. Ned checked the rubbed mark near the left brace, found the offending angle, and marked it for cutting down. His fingers moved steadily, but inside him something had shifted in a way he did not want to name. The soldiers had not waited for the official name. They had named the thing from use, mockery, fear, and hope. Merrick's voice softened only a little. You all right? Ned looked at the frame, hideous and unfinished, and heard Bell laughing at it instead of shrinking from it. No, he said, but I think it's alive enough to improve. 20. Trial on the lower switchback. The lower switchback chosen for the first field trial was safe only by the pass's standards, which meant a man could fall badly there without immediately becoming part of the scenery below. It widened beside an old retaining wall, with a flat loading shelf, a shallow rise, and enough room for 2 mule strings to swear past each other if everyone breathed carefully. Ned disliked it at once because the slope was kinder than the real road, the footing was cleaner than the upper bends, and the witnesses had arranged themselves as if the frame were a performance rather than an argument with gravity. Private Bell stood near the retaining wall wearing the first adjusted frame over his coat, looking less alarmed than Ned preferred. The left brace had been cut down after yesterday's insult to his knee. The release handles stood out bluntly from his chest straps. The hip yoke sat lower, the shoulder guides were newly padded, and the governor housing had been opened and closed so often that Hobb could now do it by memory while frowning at everyone else's handwriting. Price sat on a crate with a blanket over his bad knee and the air of a man supervising a hanging. Remember, Bell, if Ned's legs betray you, fall toward the officer. They're insured. Lieutenant Fane, acting as the skeptical officer because Calder had sent him with a face that suggested no nonsense would survive him, looked at Price. They are not insured. Then I withdraw my confidence, Price said. Bell flexed his hands near the release handles. What's the load? Ned looked at the crate Merrick had chosen. It was marked signal battery casing, empty, weighted inside with scrap to make it honest without making it murderous. 40 pounds to start. Bell snorted. I carried more than that before breakfast. Without help, Ned said. Today we're testing help, not pride. Merrick checked the lower strap with 2 fingers and tugged until Bell grunted. If it bites, you say so before it draws blood. If it slips, you stop. If you feel clever, you apologize and become dull again. Sayer marked the starting time. Rafik stood beside him with a slate, his attention on the route rather than the frame. That made Ned more nervous than the officers. A machine could look useful and still waste the road. Ned stepped close to Bell and touched the release handles one last time. 3 steps to the mark, pause, then the rise. You choose the pace. The frame follows you. Bell swallowed, then nodded. Right, tell your legs to behave. They're yours while you're in them, Ned said, and wished that sounded less like a prayer. Bell took the first 3 steps as if each one might file a complaint after reaching the ground. The frame clicked behind his knees, not smoothly, not beautifully, but in time enough that his shoulders stayed level under the empty signal casing. Ned walked beside him with one hand close to the release handle and the other clenched uselessly around a spanner he had forgotten he was holding. "Does it pull?" Ned asked. "It thinks about pulling," Bell said, concentrating on the mark Merrick had scratched into the stone. "Then remembers it's been told not to." Merrick paced on Bell's other side, eyes on the hip yoke. "Left strap is climbing." "I feel it," Bell said. "Stop," Ned said at once. Bell stopped. The frame stopped half a heartbeat late and gave a small forward nudge that made him swear and grab both handles. The crate shifted, but did not drop. Price whooped from his crate as if near disaster were a sporting event. "That's spirit. Terrible spirit, but spirit." Fane's expression did not change. "Record overrun." Hobb wrote quickly. "Governor response late after stop. Minor forward pressure." "Not minor if the wall's in front of him," Bell said. Ned knelt, loosened the side cover, and adjusted the governor tooth by one notch with fingers already cold despite his gloves. The exposed part was ugly and reachable, which was the only reason he could do it on the road instead of dragging Bell back to the shed. "Try the stop again. No load movement first." Bell took one step and stopped. The frame clicked, checked itself, and settled without shoving him. "Better," Bell said. "Still rude." "Rude is acceptable," Merrick said. "Murderous isn't." They added the rise. The first step up made Bell laugh once, startled and breathless, because the spring gave back just enough lift to make his leg feel less alone. The second step pinched at the hip strap. The third made the right brace scrape grit into its lower hinge. Ned called a halt, marked both faults, and widened the mud gap with a file while Bell stood sweating in the cold. Rafik watched the time, then the man, then the slope. He has stopped 3 times and still reached the upper mark faster than the unloaded average pause. Bell looked back over his shoulder. Was that praise? "No," Rafik said. "It was arithmetic trying not to get excited." They tried the full climb with the same 40 pounds and no cheering allowed, which meant Price had to hold both hands over his mouth and looked in immediate danger of medical collapse. Bell set his boots at the lower mark, rolled his shoulders under the crate, and waited while Ned checked the governor housing one more time. The frame stood closer to Bell now after the strap correction, less like it was riding him and more like it had accepted an awkward partnership. "Ready?" Ned asked. "No," Bell said. "Begin." He climbed. The first 3 steps came steadier this time. The lower hinge scraped once, caught grit, and then cleared it with an ugly click that made Ned wince but did not stop the motion. Bell bent into the rise, and the load tried to climb toward his ribs before the adjusted hip strap took it back down. His face tightened, his breath shortened. The spring stacks gave help, not rescue, and that difference mattered with every yard. Merrick walked beside him, eyes narrowed. "Pain?" "Insult," Bell said between breaths. "Not pain." "Useful distinction," Hobb muttered, riding too fast. Halfway to the upper mark, Bell slowed where the stones broke into a shallow step. Ned's hand lifted before he could stop it. Bell saw the movement and shook his head once, angry now in the way a man got when he wanted a machine to be worth trusting. He planted his left boot, let the frame settle behind his leg, and pushed. The step took him up. Not easily, not prettily. The right brace clicked late, the shoulder guide rubbed, and Bell swore at least 3 words Ned hoped Hobb would not record. But he reached the upper mark with the crate still held close, his knees under him, and his hands not on the release handles. Rafik stopped the watch. Bell stood bent over, breathing hard. "Well?" Rafik looked at the slate, then down the slope, then at the line from which Bell had started. "With stops, corrections, and bad language included, you are still faster than the average rest-adjusted climb for that weight." Price removed his hands from his mouth. "That sounds like praise wearing a false mustache." "It is data," Rafik said, though his eyes were bright. "Promising data." Ned looked at Bell's shaking legs, the scuffed hinge, the marked slope, and the crate that had reached the top without turning one man into a mule. The frame had not succeeded cleanly. It had done something better. It had told them where success might live. The list of faults took longer to read than the climb had taken to make. Hobb sat on the retaining wall with the slate balanced on his knees, pencil moving in quick, worried strokes while Bell stood with both hands on the crate and his breath gradually returned to something less dramatic. Ned crouched beside the right hinge and picked grit from the gap with the point of his knife. Hip strap climbs under bend, hob read. Right lower hinge admits grit. Shoulder guide rubs under load. Governor stop improved but still late after abrupt halt. Left release handle satisfactory. Right release handle satisfactory. Wearer's language unsuitable for chapel. Bell lifted one hand weakly. I stand by my contribution. Price nodded. Language under pressure is a valid field condition. Fane looked at Hob. Do not write that. Hob froze with the pencil already halfway across the slate. Merrick leaned over Ned's shoulder. The hinge gap needs a cover that doesn't trap mud. Not a fine cover. A rude flap. Leather, maybe. Something a man can replace with boot scraps if he has to. Ned nodded and marked the casing with chalk. And the hip strap needs a lower keeper. It climbed because the load shifted when he leaned. It climbed because your contraption tried to sit like a gentleman, Bell said. Tell it to be commoner. Ned glanced up. That may be the most useful thing you've said. Bell looked offended. I've been useful all morning. Rafik came down from the upper mark with the timing slate held close to his coat. His face had the careful restraint of a man trying not to frighten hope by naming it too quickly. He needed fewer pauses than the ordinary climb, and the pauses were correction stops, not exhaustion stops. That distinction matters. Fane took the slate from him. Enough to recommend another trial? Enough to recommend a better version before another trial, Rafik said. Ned looked at Bell's legs. They were shaking now that pride had stopped carrying him. He looked at the frame, the scraped hinge, the chalk marks, the rubbed shoulder pad, and the crate that had reached the top without needing two other men to rescue the first. The failures were everywhere. They were honest, practical, and specific enough to fix. Bell followed his gaze and patted the hip yoke. It's ugly, uncomfortable, rude, and possibly malicious. But, Price asked. Bell gave the frame a grudging look. But I got there. Ned wrote that down before any cleaner phrase could replace it. Bell got there. The words were not proof enough for command, not yet, but they were true in the only place that mattered. A tired man had carried more, climbed longer, and reached the mark because the machine had helped in the right places. 21. The wrong praise. The fault list had barely reached its second page before success began attracting men who had not carried the crate, climbed the rise, or stood close enough to hear the frame think about shoving Bell into the wall. Ned was still crouched beside the right lower hinge, chalking the places where a leather mud flap might be fixed without trapping grit, when boots stopped at the edge of the loading shelf. They were polished boots, not new to mud exactly, but treated as if mud were an inconvenience assigned to other ranks. Lieutenant Fane straightened. Colonel Haversham. Ned looked up and found a tall officer in a dark field coat with staff braid at the cuff and two aides behind him, one carrying a notebook and the other carrying the careful expression of a man who expected to hear something worth repeating upward. Haversham's eyes moved over Bell, the crate, the frame, the chalk marks, and Ned's hands. He smiled as if the machine had already become cleaner in his imagination. So this is Vale's walking apparatus, Haversham said. I am told the man reached the upper mark under load. Bell, still breathing harder than pride liked, lifted one hand. Reached it, sir. Didn't enjoy all of it. Soldiers rarely enjoy the tools that keep them alive, Haversham said, and the remark sounded sensible enough until Ned heard the smoothness beneath it. But they learn. How much weight? 40 pounds for this trial, Rafik said before anyone could embroider the number. With pauses, corrections, and recorded faults. Haversham glanced at him, then back to the frame. 40 today, 60 after refinement, perhaps 80 with selected men. A trained mountain section with assisted stride, heavier ammunition, reinforced plates, and shock batons could take ground no ordinary infantry could reach in time. The switchback seemed to lose a degree of warmth. Ned set the hinge down slowly. The frame looked uglier than ever against Bell's coat, all straps, scuffs, chalk, and honest discomfort, and somehow Haversham had already dressed it in parade words and sent it uphill under fire. It isn't for assault, Ned said. Haversham looked at him with patient interest, as if a maker objecting to his own usefulness were a stage of procurement. Mr. Vale, every device begins with a declared purpose. War discovers the better one. No, Ned said, standing now. His knees complained from the crouch, and his fingers were dirty with hinge grit. War discovers the easier one to abuse. This helps men carry loads over the pass. It doesn't make them into machines for taking hills. Price, from his crate, said softly, "I liked it better when the thing was only trying to murder Bell by accident." Bell put one hand on the hip yoke. "Beg pardon, sir, but if anyone sends me charging in this contraption today, the enemy's safest plan is waiting for me to fall over." Haversham's smile thinned by a fraction. "No one is speaking of today. I am speaking of promise." Ned looked at the list in Hobbs' hands, the shaking in Bell's legs, and the slope that had been chosen because it was kinder than the real pass. "Then promise it to the men carrying healer chests, signal batteries, ammunition boxes, and stretchers. That's where it belongs." Colonel Haversham accepted Ned's answer with the politeness of a man who had heard a moral objection and filed it under temporary inconvenience. One aide opened his notebook. The other drew a folded paper from a leather dispatch case and held it ready without quite presenting it, which told Ned the conversation had arrived with teeth already written down. "You are admirably protective of your original purpose," Haversham said. "That speaks well of you. It does not, however, answer the larger need. The pass needs loads moved, yes, but the front also needs ground taken before the enemy cuts those loads apart." Ned wiped his dirty fingers on a rag and tried to slow his temper before it became something Haversham could dismiss as youthful heat. "The frame hasn't survived one proper ugly trial yet. We used a kind slope, a small load, and a soldier with sense enough to stop when it bit him. Which is precisely why the next stage should be placed under more serious military observation," Haversham said. "Selected men, better conditioning, controlled weapon load, a short uphill advance with rifles, shield plates, and perhaps a shock baton harness once your governor is improved." Bell looked down at the frame as if it had personally betrayed him by becoming interesting to officers. "Sir, with respect, I'd rather carry a battery casing than be asked to stab someone while my hip strap climbs toward my ribs." Price raised one finger from his crate. "As the invalid voice of wisdom, I also vote against Bell becoming a mechanical bayonet before luncheon." Fane's mouth tightened, but he did not silence them quickly enough. Ned noticed that. Haversham noticed too. "No one is asking Private Bell to do anything beyond his strength," Haversham said. "But the Empire cannot afford sentimental boundaries around promising apparatus. If a frame allows one man to climb carrying 40 pounds, it may allow another to climb carrying armor, ammunition, and useful offensive weight. That is not misuse. That is imagination in wartime." "It's spending the same man twice," Ned said, the words coming out harder than he had planned. "Once as a carrier and once as a weapon. You're not asking whether the machine helps him survive the pass. You're asking how much more weight you can hang on him before calling it courage." Haversham's eyes cooled. "Careful, Mr. Vale." Ned felt the warning, but the sight of Bell's trembling legs held him steadier than caution did. "I am being careful, that's the point." The aide with the paper finally stepped forward. "Colonel, the preliminary expansion note." Haversham took it without looking away from Ned. "A note only, nothing binding." Rafiq's gaze sharpened at the word only. Fane looked suddenly less comfortable, and Ned saw Hobbs' pencil pause above the slate. The paper had not touched the frame, but it had changed the whole trial ground. The machine was still standing on the lower switchback, scraped and ugly and barely proven, while official ink had already begun walking it somewhere else. "May I see the note?" Rafiq asked. Haversham's brows lifted, not enough to be insult and not little enough to be courtesy. "It is a staff paper, Mr. Khan. It is a paper proposing to change the use of a machine standing on a road I'm measuring," Rafiq said, holding out his hand with the timing slate still tucked beneath his arm. "If you mean to count the frame as assault capacity, the route loses it as carrying capacity. I need to know which lie I'm correcting." Fane made a low sound that might have been warning. Before it could become an order, a woman's voice spoke from the lower path. "If it contains trial expansion language, I would also like to read it before someone calls it harmless." Ned turned. Livia came up the switchback with her field coat buttoned tight and a document wallet held against her side, Peregrine Roth 2 paces behind her and looking as if mountain mud had been invented to offend his family. Neither of them looked surprised to find trouble already dressed in good boots. Haversham's expression cooled. "Miss March, Mr. Roth, this trial grows crowded." "Crowding is often what happens when a useful thing attracts signatures," Peregrine said. Livia reached Ned's side and held out her hand for the paper. "Colonel, if this note is not binding, There can be no harm in letting the responsible technical party understand what it attempts to prepare. That is a lawyer's sentence, Price said from his crate. I mistrust it, but I'm grateful. Haversham gave the note to Livia because refusing would have looked worse than consent. She opened it with 2 fingers, read the first page, then turned the second without changing expression. Ned knew that stillness. It meant she had found a knife and was checking how deep it had already gone. This does not merely recommend observation, Livia said. It changes the trial category from load assist field apparatus to potential tactical mobility apparatus. It also permits selected additional burdens under officer discretion, including protective plating, weapon carriage, and short assault movement, before the safety faults from this trial are formally closed. Rafik took 1 step closer, Slade already shifting under his pencil. Then the supply column loses men twice. First to training for a use the frame was not built for. Second to carrying less, because every frame fitted for armor and weapons is not carrying batteries, food, bandages, or signal housings. Add repair burden, spare hinge demand, broken straps, and men resting after assault drills. You have not created mountain troops. You have stolen legs from the pass and painted them brave. Bell looked at Rafik. I vote we keep him. Haversham's mouth hardened. You are all very quick to assume ambition is vanity. No, Peregrine said, stepping close enough that the aides could not pretend he was outside the conversation. We assume vanity when a man praises an ugly load frame by imagining a named assault section, a staff paper, and a new category before the mudflap exists. This is not only military need, Colonel. This is a chance to be the officer who saw the future early. The silence after that was sharper than any raised voice. Ned watched Haversham's face and saw Peregrine's words land where no hinge file or timing slate could reach. The frame stood between them, still scuffed from its first honest climb, while everyone around it began to understand that the next danger might not come from the enemy at all. Haversham did not explode. Ned would almost have preferred it. Anger made men easier to read. The colonel instead folded the preliminary note with careful fingers and looked over the little group as if deciding which of them could be treated as obstacle, witness, or future inconvenience. Mr. Roth, Haversham said, you have a talent for making service sound like vanity. Peregrine inclined his head. Only when vanity has dressed for service. Fane stepped in before the exchange could sharpen past repair. Colonel, the trial record is not yet complete. The tested apparatus is listed under load assist field use. Reclassification before closure of safety faults would be difficult to defend. That is a procedural answer, Haversham said. It is also the only answer my signature can survive, Fane replied. That changed the air more than Ned expected. Fane had not become warm, kind, or particularly fond of Ned's machine. He had simply put his own name between Haversham's ambition and the paper, and in the army that seemed to matter almost as much as courage. Livia drew a pencil from her wallet and held it above the note without touching the page. With your permission, Colonel, I'll mark the objection separately. No alteration to your original paper. Addendum only. Haversham's eyes narrowed. You are very fond of addenda, Miss March. I find they keep people honest after rooms change, Livia said. Price looked at Bell. I have no idea whether we're winning, but the ink seems frightened. Bell shifted in the frame and winced as the hip strap reminded everyone it still had teeth. If the ink wants a turn wearing this thing, I'll help strap it in. Ned bent to the frame again because his hands needed work before his mouth ruined the small victory. He unfastened the lower guide, eased the pressure off Bell's hip, and felt the strap relax under his fingers. The machine remained what it had been before Haversham arrived, scuffed, flawed, promising, and not yet safe enough. Nothing in the argument had fixed the hinge gap, the governor delay, or the way success made polished men imagine cleaner uses for dirty work. Haversham handed the folded note back to his aide. Very well, logistics category remains for the present. I will recommend continued trials under more realistic pass conditions before any broader proposal is pursued. Ned looked up sharply. More realistic how? Mud, fatigue, greater cold, longer course, Haversham said. If this apparatus belongs to the pass, Mr. Vale, then let the pass judge it. Rafik's pencil stopped for half a breath, then began again. Livia's mouth tightened. Bell looked down at the frame, and the brave humor in his face thinned. Ned nodded because refusal would only make Haversham's wrong argument stronger. Then we test it honestly. Load first, safety first, no weapons. For now, Haversham said. Ned watched him turn away with his aides, the polished boots picking their path down the switchback while soldiers, engineers, and clerks pretended not to stare. The frame had kept its purpose today, but only barely, and not because usefulness was safe. Usefulness was the danger. The moment a machine helped a tired man stand, someone else began wondering how much more the man could be made to carry. 22. The frame that fell. The past judged things without kindness. By the next trial, the lower switchback had been replaced by a meaner stretch above the pack station, where the track narrowed between a wet stone wall and a drop screened by scrub, and where the mud had learned to polish itself into treachery under passing boots. The cold came through gloves, cuffs, straps, and temper. It made buckles stiff, leather resentful, and every man present look as if he had been personally invited to regret progress. Ned stood beside the adjusted frame with a coil of spare strap over one shoulder and a list of corrections pinned under his thumb. Leather mud flaps now hung over the lower hinges. The hipkeeper had been lowered. The shoulder guides had been repadded with field cloth that could be replaced by any man with a knife, needle, and enough anger. The governor housing had a new catch and a bigger handle because Bell had called the last one a polite little button for men with dry fingers, and Ned had hated how right that was. Private Bell stamped one boot into the mud and watched the frame with narrowed eyes. It looks less murderous. It looks less pretty, Hobbs said from behind his slate. That's different. It was never pretty, Ned said. Price, still confined to supervisory cruelty, sat on a folding stool with his bad leg wrapped in a mug of tea in both hands. I thought the earlier model had charm. Mostly the charm of a dockside crane assembled during a bar fight, but charm all the same. Lieutenant Fane ignored him with professional effort. Colonel Haversham had not come himself, but one of his aides stood near the wall with a notebook, which was nearly worse. Captain Sayer was there too, expression shut against the cold, and Rafik had already walked the route twice, marking the worst turns with chalk that the mud tried to swallow. This course is longer than agreed, Rafik said. Fane looked down the slope. It is more realistic. It is more realistic in 4 different directions at once, Rafik replied. Mud, cold, fatigue, and length. If the frame fails, we won't know which condition found the weakness first. The aide made a note. Ned heard the pencil scratch and disliked it at once. Sayer glanced at Ned. Can the trial proceed? Ned looked at Bell. The man's face held bravado, but his fingers flexed twice near the release handles before settling. He had already climbed once that morning without the frame so Rafik could time the unassisted route, and the effort still lived in the set of his shoulders. That was the point, the officers said. Fatigue belonged to the pass. They weren't wrong. Ned hated that too. Bell caught his look. Don't make that face, Mr. Vale. If you fuss any harder, I'll start thinking you like me. I like data, Ned said. You're carrying it. Then I'll try not to drop myself. Ned crouched and checked the right lower hinge by hand, pushing mud away from the flap's edge. It moved, not smoothly, but enough. He checked the governor catch, the chest releases, the hip keeper, and the load lashings on the 40-pound signal casing. Then he stood, wiped his glove on his coat, and made himself give the only answer the pressure left him. Proceed, but no added weight, no weapons, and Bell stops at the first pinch that feels like pain. Bell began well enough to make hope dangerous. The first stretch took him past Rafik's lower chalk mark with the frame clicking in rough obedience behind his knees, the mud flaps slapping wetly over the hinges instead of letting grit chew straight into the joint. Ned walked at his left shoulder, one hand near the chest release and the other hovering uselessly because every useful thing required him not to grab too soon. How does it feel? Ned asked. Like a mule with opinions is attached to my backside, Bell said, breath already working harder than before. But it's pulling in the right direction. Helping, Ned corrected. Feels like arguing politely. Price called from below, if it starts arguing rudely, insult its mother. Bell reached the first bend. The track narrowed there, and the stone wall forced him to turn with the load close to his ribs. His left boot slid half an inch in the polished mud. The frame checked him, too sharply, then steadied. Ned's stomach tightened. Stop, Ned said. Bell stopped, but the slope had its own opinion. The 40-pound casing shifted against the lashings, and the right brace took the sudden load while Belle's left leg was still planted crooked. The governor caught late, then overcorrected with a hard metallic clack that sounded wrong before Ned understood why. Belle's face changed. Release. Ned lunged for the chest handle. Belle's own gloved hand slapped at it, missed once because mud had smeared the grip, then caught the lower edge. The right brace locked. The frame drove his hip sideways into the turn rather than letting the load drop. Belle swore, twisted, and the strap at his thigh tore with a sound like canvas ripping under a wagon wheel. Down, Ned shouted, grabbing the shoulder guide. The command came too late for dignity and almost too late for safety. Belle fell toward the wall, not the drop, thank God, but the casing dragged him hard enough that his knee struck stone and his shoulder slammed into the wet face of the retaining wall. The frame folded around him in one ugly motion, one brace locked straight, the other buckled under, leaving him pinned half on his side with the load still fighting to pull him downhill. For a heartbeat, everyone froze around the shape of what nearly happened. Then Fane barked, hands on the load. Now. Sayer and Hobb caught the signal casing. Ned dropped to his knees in the mud and shoved both hands under the torn thigh strap, hunting for the release catch by touch. Belle made a choked sound through his teeth. Pain? Ned asked, his voice too sharp. Yes, you bloody optimistic idiot, Belle gasped. That one counts as pain. The release catch refused Ned twice before it gave. Mud had worked under the guard and packed itself into the very gap meant to keep the handle free, a small, dirty truth that mattered more than any officer's note. He dug it clear with the edge of his thumb, hauled the catch outward, and felt the right brace unlock with a shudder that ran up his arm. The casing sagged into Sayer's grip. Hobb swore, caught the lower corner, and together they lifted enough weight off Belle for Fane to drag the torn strap aside. Don't move his knee, Ned said. I wasn't planning a dance, Fane snapped, but his hands were careful. Belle breathed through clenched teeth while Ned freed the shoulder guide and eased the hip yoke open. The frame came away in bad pieces of motion, one joint still trying to stay straight, one leather flap twisted under the hinge, the torn thigh strap hanging like a tongue. Ned wanted to apologize to Belle. He wanted to kick the frame down the slope. Instead, he put both hands under the lower brace and lifted when Fane told him to lift. A medical orderly came up from the pack station with a field roll under one arm and dropped beside Belle in the mud. Where? Knee struck stone, Fane said. Hip twisted, shoulder impact. Belle opened one eye, pride destroyed. Noted as unrecoverable, the orderly said, cutting trouser cloth with quick fingers. Price had gone very quiet on his stool. Rafik stood at the bend, staring not at Belle but at the black smear where the boot had slipped and the frame had decided too late what balance meant. His pencil did not move. That frightened Ned more than the fall had. Sayer turned to the aide. No note goes upward until the injury report is complete. The aide's mouth tightened. Colonel Haversham requested immediate trial impressions. Then tell him the immediate impression is that a man is on the ground, Sayer said. Write nothing clever. Ned looked at the locked brace in his hands. The governor had not failed alone. The mud had slowed the catch. The cold had made Belle's glove clumsy. The load had shifted at the bend. The strap had torn under sideways force because Ned had designed it to hold under climb, not twist under panic. Every separate fault was small enough to defend. Together, they had put Belle against the wall. Ned, Rafik said, and his voice sounded careful in a way Ned disliked. The course didn't break it. The turn did. Ned knelt in the mud beside the ruined strap and laid the brace flat before his hands could shake too visibly. No, he said, forcing himself to look at Belle's face, the torn leather, the packed catch, and the smear of one boot sliding where the road narrowed. The turn showed where I lied to myself. The orderly finished binding Belle's knee and shoulder, then looked up at Fane with the flat patience of a man whose opinions were written in bruises. He walks back only if you want him worse by supper. Stretcher. Belle tried to sit higher and immediately regretted it. I can limp. You can be quiet, the orderly said, tightening the last knot. That's related, but not the same skill. Price set his mug aside and reached for one crutch, fury making him look less injured for half a second. I'll go down with him. You'll sit there, Fane said, then soften just enough to make the order human. You'll be useless if you fall too. The stretcher party came up from the pack station, boots sliding in the same mud that had caught Belle. Ned watched them lift him with practiced care, one man at each corner, the orderly walking beside the bad knee. Belle's face had gone pale under the dirt, but he turned his head as they passed Ned. "Don't kill the idea just because it threw me," Belle said. Ned's throat tightened. "It shouldn't have thrown you." "No," Belle said. "So teach it better." The stretcher moved downhill, and the frame remained in the mud like a confession with straps. Ned crouched beside it and began laying the failed parts in order on an oilcloth: torn thigh strap, jammed release guard, twisted mud flap, scuffed hinge pin, governor catch, shoulder guide, load lashing. Rafik knelt opposite him and placed the timing slate between them, the figures now less important than the sequence. "The slip came before the lock," Rafik said. "The load shift came before the overcorrection," Ned said, touching each part as he named it. "The release failed because mud packed under the guard. The brace locked because the governor chose saving the load over saving the man." Sayer stood over them, his coat hemmed dark with wet. "Can that be changed?" "It has to be," Ned said. "The frame drops the load before it breaks the wearer. Always. If a strap tears, it tears away. If a brace locks, the man can still fall free. If mud gets everywhere, the release handles still answer. Bigger grips, open guards, fewer clever gaps, hinges that can be cleared with a boot knife. Fitting that doesn't depend on a perfect body standing on a perfect road." Hob rode as fast as he could. "Soldier-proofing?" Ned looked down at the ruined strap and thought of Belle's knee-striking stone. "No, war-proofing. Soldiers are the ones we're trying not to blame." Fane let out a slow breath. Trial halted pending redesign. The aide began. "Colonel Haversham will want a full failure report." "He'll have one," Sayer said, "and it will say the apparatus failed usefully." Ned looked up, startled and angry enough to reject comfort before it settled. "A man is hurt." "Yes," Sayer said, "and the machine told you exactly why before it killed one. That is not success, Mr. Vale. But it is not death either." Ned folded the torn strap into the oilcloth and tied it beside the locked brace. The frame had fallen. The idea had not. It had simply stopped pretending the past would forgive anything delicate. 23. Beatrice's letter. By evening, the repair station had become a battlefield fought with straps, mud, temper, and insufficient light. The failed frame lay across two trestles with its right brace propped open, its governor housing exposed, and its torn thigh strap pinned beside Ned's notes like evidence at a trial. Hob sorted bent pins into a tobacco tin. Rafik had covered half a crate lid with sequence marks from the fall. Sayer had requisitioned forms under one elbow and a look on his face that suggested the forms were losing. Ned sat on an upturned ammunition box with the jammed release guard in both hands, scraping dried mud from under its lip with the point of a knife. His coat was stiff at the knees where the track had soaked him through. Every time the blade caught, he saw Belle's shoulder hit the wall again, heard the wrong clack of the brace, and felt the little ugly delay before the release answered. Hob held up a pin. "This one's bent past saving." "Keep it," Ned said without looking up. "I want the bend measured." "It's ruined." "That's why I want it measured." Rafik glanced over the crate lid. "He's cataloging shame by angle now. It may be best not to interrupt." Sayer looked toward the entrance flap as a runner ducked inside with a leather message satchel darkened by damp. "If that is Haversham demanding the failure report before the blood dries, tell him the report has developed a limp." The runner looked uncertain enough to prove he was new. "Post packet for Mr. Vale, sir. Marked personal." That stopped Ned's knife more effectively than any order had managed all day. Personal letters reached the pass in bruised batches, bent by railbags, sorted between ammunition manifests and medical supply lists, and delivered whenever some clerk found enough time to remember men were not made entirely of duty. Ned wiped his fingers twice before taking the envelope, then still left a smudge on one corner. The handwriting was Beatrice's. For a moment, the station's noise sharpened around the envelope instead of fading. Rain ticking on canvas, Hob's tin clattering shut, a mule complaining outside, men arguing over a missing wrench, Sayer's pen scratching across a requisition line. Beatrice's hand sat in the middle of it all, precise and slanted, every letter controlled enough to make distance feel cruel. Rafik saw his face and closed the crate lid halfway. "Read it before the mud does." Ned turned the envelope over and found the seal only slightly cracked from travel. "I'm filthy." "You're at war," Hobbs said. The letter has probably adjusted its standards. Ned opened it carefully anyway, easing the paper free with the same care he wished the frame had shown Belle. The first line was perfectly composed, almost too composed, and that frightened him more than tears would have. My dear Ned, I hope this finds you safe, or at least sensibly occupied in the direction of safety. Ned read the first page in silence because the words were hers, and the room did not deserve them. Then the second paragraph tightened under his eyes, and the repair station returned in harsher detail. Mud on the boards, wet canvas overhead, the broken frame on its trestles, and men close enough to watch him learn that distance could still put a hand round the throat. Rafiq's voice softened. Bad? Ned kept his eyes on the page. Polite. Hob made a small sound. That bad, then. Beatrice had not written panic. She had written arrangement. Sir Reginald had called twice since Ned's last note, once to dine and once to escort Lady Ashcombe to a hospital subscription meeting, where he had spoken admiringly of women who understood duty without needing public argument. Her father now referred to him as steady. Her mother had begun saying wartime made prudent futures less cold than they might appear in peacetime. An aunt had sent Beatrice an invitation to a country house gathering where Sir Reginald's sister would also be present, which Beatrice had underlined once and then, in the margin, written, "Convenient chaperonage is apparently still called coincidence when one is rich enough." Ned's fingers tightened on the letter until the paper crackled. He eased them at once, ashamed of the mark his temper nearly made. Sayre looked up from his requisition form. "If you need privacy, Mr. Vale, take the lamp by the rear bench." "No," Ned said, too quickly, then forced his voice steadier. "If I read it alone, I'll put worse words into it than she did." Rafiq came round the crate but stopped before he could see the page. "Then read only what you choose." Ned swallowed and found the next lines. Beatrice wrote that nothing had been formally proposed. That phrase appeared 3 times in different shapes, each one worse than the last. Nothing had been formally proposed, but her father had asked whether she valued stability. Nothing had been formally proposed, but Lady Ashcombe had said affection often followed respect when households were well matched. Nothing had been formally proposed, but Sir Reginald had begun speaking to her as if the future were a room he had already inspected and found suitable for her occupation. Price, from the shadows near the stove, said quietly, "That sounds like a trap being assembled politely." Ned looked at the broken frame, at the torn strap laid beside the governor catch, and hated how familiar the pattern felt. 1 piece alone could be explained. 2 could be dismissed. 3 became a mechanism. "She says no one has ordered her," Ned said. Rafiq's mouth tightened. "No, they are arranging the road until only one direction looks like walking." Ned folded the letter once along its existing crease, then unfolded it again because closing it felt too much like accepting the shape of the trap. He reached for a clean sheet from Hobbs' stack, stopped when he saw grease at the corner, and stood. "I need proper paper," he said. Hobb looked offended. "That is proper paper. It has pin oil on it. You're writing from a repair station." "I'm writing to Beatrice," Ned said. That settled the matter more completely than rank would have. Hobb found a cleaner sheet inside the map tube. Rafiq cleared a corner of the crate lid with his sleeve, and Sayre moved the lamp closer without comment. Ned sat, dipped the pen, and discovered at once that machines were kinder than letters. A broken release guard could be examined, blamed, cut open, redesigned, tested, and made uglier until it worked. Beatrice's future sat across hundreds of miles of rail, drawing rooms, family expectation, and polite men who had never needed to raise their voices to take up space. He wrote "Dear Beatrice" and stopped. Rafiq leaned against the trestle beside the broken frame. "Start by not proposing a war from a repair bench." "I wasn't. You looked as if you might." Ned scratched one line out before it became too forceful to forgive. "I can't tell her what to do." "No," Rafiq said. "You can tell her what is true." Ned looked down at the empty space beneath her name. True was harder than clever. He wanted to write that Sir Reginald could go to the devil with his hospital meetings and steady manners. He wanted to promise to come back at once, as if the Saffron Line would politely release him because his heart had found more urgent business. He wanted to say mine, and the wanting of it shamed him enough that he put the pen down. Price's voice came from near the stove, gentler than his usual cruelty. "She isn't asking you to own her, Mr. Vale." "I know," Ned said. "Good. Don't answer as if you forgot. Ned picked up the pen again. This time the words came slower and cleaner. He told her that he hated the pressure because it was pressure, not because he doubted her strength. He told her that nothing about Sir Reginald's steadiness gave any man the right to arrange her future as if she were a comfortable room. He told her that if she chose to fight, he trusted her judgment, and if she needed help, he would give what he could without pretending distance made him useful in every way. The last line took longest. He wrote it, read it, and did not scratch it out. I want a future with you because you choose it, not because anyone corners you into needing rescue. Sayer looked away before Ned could feel watched. Rafik did not. That one, he said quietly. Keep that one. By the time Ned's answer reached Ashcombe House, Beatrice had learned that quiet pressure did not lessen because one named it. It merely put on better gloves. The morning post arrived on a silver tray with 3 invitations, 1 note from her aunt, and Ned's letter placed beneath them as if the household had tried to bury the only honest thing in the pile. She took it to the window seat in the small blue parlor and read it with her back straight, because she would not give the footman outside the door the satisfaction of carrying worry downstairs as gossip. Ned's hand was less elegant than hers, darker where the ink had thickened, and one corner of the paper bore a faint mark that might have been mud or oil. She touched that mark before reading the last line again. I want a future with you because you choose it, not because anyone corners you into needing rescue. Beatrice closed her eyes for one breath. It would have been easier, in some small treacherous way, if he had written something foolishly possessive. Anger would have steadied her. Instead, he had trusted her, and trust was far harder to hide from. Lady Ashcombe entered without knocking, which meant the conversation had been planned before breakfast. There you are. Sir Reginald's sister writes that the house party would be a small one, quite respectable, and very suitable after these unsettled weeks. Beatrice folded Ned's letter along its crease and tucked it into the pocket hidden inside her skirt. I won't be attending. Her mother paused. Beatrice. I have accepted a position with the Saffron Relief Committee's Hospital Supply Board, Beatrice said, turning from the window. Not honorary attendance, working attendance, records, subscription correspondence, ward deliveries, family notifications, and inspection of donated stores before they become useless gifts with pretty labels. Lady Ashcombe's expression tightened around the word working. You did not consult us. No, Beatrice said. I informed Lady Wetherby yesterday. She was delighted to have someone who can read a ledger, speak politely to difficult donors, and tell the difference between good linen and social vanity. This is not the moment to make yourself difficult. This is exactly the moment, Beatrice said, softly enough that it could not be called rudeness. War has made everyone speak of prudence. I am being prudent. I am making myself useful somewhere no one can pretend I am idle enough to be arranged. Her mother looked toward the closed door, then back at her. Sir Reginald only wishes to offer security. Then he may endow a ward, Beatrice said. It will be much appreciated. For a moment, mother and daughter stood in the careful room with its pale curtains, polished tables, and civilized little clock ticking between them. Beatrice felt the fear under her own composure, but it no longer ruled the shape of her spine. Later, when she wrote to Ned, she did not write victory because that would have been childish and untrue. She wrote that she had taken work, made herself inconvenient, and begun moving before anyone could politely close the door. She ended with the only command she had any right to give him. Come home alive, Ned Vale. I am not waiting to be rescued, but I am waiting for you. 24. Enemy eyes on the pass. The first missing sketch could have been wind. Ned told himself that twice before he stopped believing it. The repair station lived under canvas, boards, and bad habits, and paper wandered whenever men worked too quickly beside open flaps. But the sketch had been pinned beneath a brass washer on the inner frame board the night before, between the emergency release drawing and Rafik's turn sequence map, and by morning the washer remained while the sketch did not. Hobbs stood beneath the board with both hands in his pockets and guilt all over his face. I moved the governor notes to the left peg. I can see the governor notes, Ned said. I didn't touch the release drawing. I know. You say that like you're deciding whether knowing helps. Ned looked at the empty rectangle where the paper's corners had kept the board cleaner. It doesn't. Rafik crouched by the trestles, checking the bundle of failed parts before they went into Ned's redesign crate. He lifted the torn thigh strap, frowned, then turned it toward the light. Ned. The tone did more than the word. Ned crossed the boards, took the strap, and felt yesterday's chain change shape under his fingers. The tear from Belle's fall was still there, stretched and ugly across the leather, but another cut lay nearer the buckle, short, clean, and angled where the leather should have held. Hob leaned in. That wasn't there yesterday. No, Ned said. Yesterday I folded it myself. Sayer came in from the yard with Rain on his shoulders and a supplier chit in one gloved hand. Your Blackstone man at Railhead West wants confirmation of whether the next frames use open guards, exposed hinge pins, and external release rods. Ned looked up slowly. I haven't sent him the redesign. He says a corporal from the repair section asked about compatible stock. There is no corporal from my section ordering parts without me. Outside, a mule shrieked. The sound cut through canvas, followed by shouting from the boneyard and the hard flat crack of a shell landing close enough to shake dust from the lamp hooks. The whole repair station flinched as one body. A second later, dirt pattered across the roof canvas like thrown gravel. Price's voice came from the stove corner, thinner than usual. That was close. Rafik had gone still beside the root board. Too close for the guns they've been using. Sayer stepped to the flap and looked out toward the boneyard, where smoke lifted beyond the stacked dead walkers and salvage heaps. Men were running now, not in panic, but with tools, buckets, and rifles. Ned set the cut strap down beside the missing sketch mark, and the two facts sat together more neatly than he liked. Hob swallowed. Still calling it wine? Ned reached for his coat. Not unless the wind has a knife and questions about hinge pins. Outside, the boneyard had become a confusion of smoke, shouting, and men angry enough to move quickly without waiting to be brave. The shell had landed beyond the nearest salvage stacks, close to the row of dead walking frames stripped for knees, braces, and governor housings. One shattered mule cart lay on its side, spilling cracked crates into the mud. A fire team dragged a smoking tarpaulin clear while two soldiers beat at sparks with wet sacks. Fane came at a run from the upper track, coat open, pistol in one hand and irritation already looking for somewhere lawful to stand. Report. Single shell, close fall, Sayer said. No direct hit, possible ranging. Everything is possible ranging when artillery misses, Fane said, then looked at Ned, the cut strap still in his hand. Why are you carrying evidence like a funeral ribbon? Ned held the leather out. Because someone cut this before Belle fell. Fane took it, examined the clean angled nick, and gave it back too quickly. Straps get cut, scraped, stepped on, and abused. Men use knives for everything out here. Not under a buckle I folded last night, Ned said. A corporal from the salvage detail hurried over, face gray under soot. Sir, nothing vital hit. Mostly scrap. One crate of hinge pins scattered, 2 dead walker knees knocked loose, 3 boxes of old governor housings cracked open. Rafik's head lifted. Those are all parts Ned has been pulling from. The corporal blinked. Sir? The shell didn't land on the store's tent, Rafik said, already looking across the yard rather than at the smoke. It landed near frame salvage. The missing sketch was an emergency release. The false supplier question was about hinge pins and external rods. The cut strap was near a buckle. Those are not random points if you know what the frame needs next. Fane's jaw tightened. Mr. Khan, war produces coincidence in bulk. So does bad accounting, Rafik said. I still check the column. Sayer turned toward the repair station, then toward the smoke beyond the salvage heaps. This is not an attack on Mr. Vale. No, Ned said, and the certainty surprised him with how little comfort it brought. It's an attack on the thing the pass might gain. If they wanted me, they had better chances. If they wanted the line weaker, they'd make the frame slower, dirtier, harder to trust, and easier for our own officers to call unsafe. Fane looked from the cut strap to the scattered salvage, and for the first time his refusal became work instead of dismissal. Names of everyone with boneyard access. Names of anyone asking after frame parts. Close the supplier channel until confirmed. The aide near the repair tent said, Colonel Haversham will dislike the delay. Fane holstered his pistol with care. Then Colonel Haversham may explain to the enemy why impatience is useful to them. Ned looked back at the repair station where the missing sketch had left its clean rectangle on the board. The pattern was not neat. It was worse than neat. It was practical. They found the proof because Hob tripped over it. He came backward through the repair station flap with a crate of hinge pins in both arms, caught his heel on the lower guy rope, and saved the crate only by sacrificing his dignity against the nearest trestle. The crash brought every head round. It also knocked the false bottom loose from the crate. A folded sheet slid out beneath the scattered pins and landed in the mud beside Ned's boot. Hobbs stared at it. That is not a hinge pin. Ned bent slowly and picked it up by one clean corner. The paper had been folded small, too small for workshop use, and wrapped in waxed cloth against damp. When he opened it, the missing emergency release sketch looked back at him, copied in a hand that had kept the lines and lost the smudges. Beneath it, someone had added notes in cramped script. External rod vulnerable before casing sealed, mudguard inhibits inspection, pressure point under thigh buckle, delay safer than destruction. Rafik read over Ned's shoulder and went still. Delay safer than destruction. Sayer's face hardened. Who packed that crate? Hobbs swallowed. It came from the bone yard store, sir. I only carried it. Fane turned on the salvage corporal. Names. The corporal looked as if every name in the army had deserted him. Private Deller packed hinge pins this morning. No, not Deller. Deller took knees to upper repair. It was Corporal Ames, or a corporal with Ames's chit. I saw the sleeve mark. There is no Corporal Ames in salvage, Sayer said. The station seemed to tighten around the words. Ned looked at the copied sketch again, then at the open crate. The hinge pins inside were real enough, but 4 had been filed along one side, each weakened where the head met the shaft. Not broken, not obviously wrong, just ready to fail after being trusted. Ned picked one up and held it to the lamp. This would pass if a man was tired. Fane's voice cut across the station. Seal the exits. Outside, boots pounded. Someone shouted at the lower yard gate. Ned shoved the copied sketch into Sayer's hand and ran with the damaged pin still in his fist. He reached the flap in time to see a man in a salvage corporal's coat vault the low rail behind the dead walker stacks and drop into the drainage cut beyond. A rifle came up beside Ned's shoulder, but Sayer snapped, alive if possible. The shot did not come. The false corporal vanished between smoke, rain, and scrap iron, leaving only a muddy handprint on the rail and one brass sleeve button caught on a torn edge of metal. Fane reached the rail seconds later, breathing hard. Search the cut. Double the lower gate. No one leaves with papers, crates, tools, or salvage without my written word. Ned opened his hand and looked at the weakened pin lying across his palm. The enemy had not tried to kill the frame in one grand stroke. They had tried to teach it to betray the next man slowly. Security arrived faster than replacement pins. By noon, the repair station had 2 sentries at the flap, a signing board beside the trestles, a sealed crate for suspect parts, and a clerk who looked deeply unhappy each time Ned reached for anything sharp. The boneyard gate had been chained. Salvage crews waited in lines to have tool rolls inspected. Every hinge pin, strap buckle, release rod, and governor catch now required a name, a time, and a witness. Hobbs stood beside the parts table with both hands raised while a sergeant checked his pockets. If I meant to steal hinge pins, I would choose a crime with more glamour. The sergeant removed a washer from Hobbs' cuff. This yours? No, Hobbs said. Probably, possibly, it may have followed me. Record it, the clerk said. Ned closed his eyes for one breath. It's a washer, not a confession. Fane, standing near the entrance with the cut strap wrapped in evidence cloth, looked as if the morning had personally betrayed his schedule. Until we know who handled what, every loose part is a question. Then the questions are about to bury the answers, Ned said. He picked up the weakened pin between finger and thumb and held it toward the lamp. I need to cut every replacement pin open enough to show whether it's been filed. I need the straps soaked, bent, pulled, and checked under buckles. I need guards tested with mud packed into them on purpose. I can't do that if a clerk asks the pin for references before I touch it. The clerk stiffened. Procedure protects the work. Procedure is standing between me and the work with a clean pen, Ned said. Sayer stepped in before Fane could answer. Mr. Vale, you will get a working lane. Lieutenant, give him 1 bench, 1 locked parts chest, 2 named assistants, and a running record instead of separate permissions for every screw. Fane's jaw worked. And if something else vanishes? Then we know which bench, which chest, which assistants, and which record, Sayer said. A net too fine to move through catches the fisherman as well as the fish. Rafik looked up from the access list he had started rebuilding by hand. Also, every delay here delays the pass. If the enemy's aim is delay, then excessive security becomes their unpaid labor. That landed. Ned saw it in Fane's face, in the clerk's guilty blink, in Sayer's stillness. British caution had begun doing enemy work by accident. Fane pointed to the rear bench. One bench. Hobb and Khan named. Sayer witnesses the first inventory. No one else touches the frame parts without written entry. Ned nodded because it was not freedom, but it was room enough to breathe. He carried the weakened pins to the rear bench, laid them beside the cut strap and copied sketch, and pulled a fresh sheet toward him. The next frame would not assume loyalty, clean hands, dry ground, honest parts, or sensible orders. It would be ugly enough to survive enemies on both sides of the line. 25. Ugly enough to work. Ned stripped the failed prototype down to parts under guard, which made the work feel less like repair and more like dissection performed for a suspicious jury. The rear bench had become his permitted kingdom. One locked parts chest, one lamp, one mud pan, two named assistants, a running record, and a sentry at the flap watching as if enemy agents might crawl out from under a washer. The frame lay open across trestles in straps, pins, braces, rods, buckles, cloth pads, hinge leaves, and the governor housing that had tried to save a load by hurting a man. Hobb stood beside the inventory sheet with ink on his thumb. Right lower brace removed, inspected, and placed in tray 3. Do I write, sullen, under condition? Right scored at outer face and sticky under mud load, Ned said, loosening the next pin. That is less honest. It's more useful. Rafik tipped a spoonful of wet road dirt into the mud pan and stirred it with a broken file until it became the same dark paste that had packed the release guard. This is the lower bend mixture. The upper track has more grit. The pack station mud has straw and mule hair. Hobb looked at the pan. I miss when mud was simply mud. That was before it became a design partner, Rafik said. Ned set the opened guard beside the pan and pushed 2 gloved fingers into the packed slot. Even knowing the fault, even expecting the jam, he had to work too hard to find the catch. He imagined Bell's hand, cold, tired, slick with mud, one leg sliding, the load moving, the wall coming up. His jaw tightened. Too clever, he said. Hobb looked up. The guard? All of it, Ned said. Too many neat pockets, too many hidden places, too many parts that work if a man is standing square in decent light with warm fingers and a polite road. A voice at the bench end said, most prototypes look refined when they improve. Ned glanced up. The speaker was Captain Vale, one of the field artificers sent to observe the redesign, with clean gloves, a trimmed beard, and the painful expression of a man watching good craft dragged through a ditch on purpose. Ned lifted the jammed guard and dropped it into the mud pan. Then this one is improving the other way. Vale frowned. You can't make every part larger. Larger means heavier. Small means lost, Ned said. Hidden means jammed. Fine means broken. Smooth means slippery. If it can't be found by touch in rain, opened with cold fingers, cleared with a boot knife, and fixed by a man who hasn't slept properly, it doesn't belong on the pass. Rafik slid the mud pan closer, and Ned began making the list in thick pencil at the top of a fresh sheet. Big handles, open guards, sacrificial straps, visible pins, no secret cleverness. The words looked crude. That comforted him. The first useful change came from Bell, who arrived on crutches with his knee bound, his shoulder strapped, and the offended dignity of a man who had been told bed rest by people with no respect for boredom. The sentry tried to stop him at the flap. Bell looked him up and down, balanced on one crutch, and pointed at the trestles. That thing threw me into a wall, Bell said. I have visiting rights. The sentry looked to Fane, who had come in behind him with a clipboard and the pinched expression of an officer already regretting whatever answer he gave. Fane sighed. 5 minutes. If the orderly asks, I was elsewhere. Bell came to the bench and looked over the stripped parts with more caution than humor. His gaze stopped on the new release sketch. Ned had drawn the handles larger, lower, and uglier, with open guards that looked almost crude beside Captain Vale's neat suggestions. Bell tapped the paper with one finger. That one I could find, Bell said. Ned reached for the old handle and set it beside the drawing. With gloves? With gloves, mud, panic, and my eyes busy watching the ground try to kill me, Bell said. Make the edge rougher. Vale frowned. Rough edges catch. So do smooth ones when your hand slips off, Bell said. Not knife rough. Grip rough. Like a tool handle, not a teacup. Hob wrote grip rough in the margin and looked pleased with himself. Price, who had been allowed in only because no one had the strength to exclude all injured men at once, leaned on one crutch near the stove. Also move that thigh strap. It sits where a man bends wrong when he's scared. You bend wrong when you're scared? Vale asked. Price gave him a pitying look. Captain, men do everything wrong when they're scared. That is why officers shout, straps tear, and machines should not require poetry from knees. Rafik moved the strap mark on the paper. Lower and wider? Wider, yes, Bell said. Lower, maybe. If it sits too low, it catches when you step high. Ned took the pencil from Rafik and redrew the strap path with a broader, replaceable band and a separate tear-away link near the load yoke. If it goes wrong, the link breaks before your leg does. Bell looked at the sketch for a long moment, then nodded. Good, I like my leg better. Vale touched the governor housing with one gloved finger. And the protected governor? Ned pulled the old housing closer and marked 2 wide service slots across the face. Protected from blows, not hidden from hands. If a soldier can't see the catch, clear the mud, or swear at the right part, it's too protected. Price grinned. At last, a doctrine founded on correct swearing. Captain Vale endured the next hour with the expression of a craftsman watching a chapel window be repaired with dock rope. He did not complain when Ned widened the service slots. He did not complain when Bell insisted the release handle should be large enough to find while swearing. He lasted until Ned replaced Vale's neat paired hinge pins with a single thicker pin, a visible locking wedge, and a retaining cord that made the whole joint look as if it expected to be repaired by a tired blacksmith in a ditch. That, Vale said, pointing with the end of his pencil, is crude. Ned did not look up from filing the wedge. Yes. It is heavier, less precise, and visually dreadful. Yes. It makes the joint look unfinished. Ned blew filings from the wedge, checked the bite against the hinge, and passed it to Hob for the record. Good. Vale stared at him. Mr. Vale, I am beginning to suspect you think ugliness is a virtue. No, Ned said. I think usefulness is. Ugliness is only what happens when usefulness stops apologizing. Price made a pleased sound near the stove. Put that on the official plate. Fane, who had returned to check whether the redesign had become sedition with bolts, looked at the thickened joint and frowned. It does look rough. It is rough, Ned said. So is the pass. Vale set his pencil down with care. A field apparatus still reflects its makers. Sloppy construction breeds sloppy handling. Ned's temper stirred, but Bell's bound knee sat between him and any easy answer. He picked up the old filed sabotage pin and placed it beside the new wedge. This is neat. This nearly became invisible murder. The old catch was neat. It trapped mud. The old strap path was neat. It twisted Bell into a wall. Fine work is only fine if it survives the work it's asked to do. Rafik pushed the root slate closer. A carrier section rests for 8 minutes at the second bend if unassisted. With a frame, maybe 5. If the frame needs 20 minutes of delicate correction after every stumble, it loses the road. Hob added, and if the pin needs a jeweler, we're doomed. We have Hob. You are Hob, Bell said. That's why I know. Ned fitted the wedge into the hinge and tugged the retaining cord hard enough to make the trestle creak. It held. Then he pulled it free with 2 fingers and held it out to Vale. Battlefield beauty is a part a tired man can replace before the next load moves. Everything else is decoration pretending to be discipline. Vale took the wedge, turned it once in his clean glove, and said nothing for long enough that Ned knew the argument had reached him. The part still looked crude. It also looked as if it might come home. The first rebuilt joint did not move beautifully. It opened with a blunt clack, seated with a stubborn scrape, and made Captain Vale close one eye as if the sound had offended him personally. Ned worked it through again, this time with his left glove soaked in mud from Rafik's pan and his right hand half wrapped in cloth to make his fingers clumsy. The big release handle resisted, then came free under his palm. Hob leaned over the record sheet. Condition after deliberate abuse? Answering, Ned said, breathing harder than a bench test deserved. Right answering. Vay's mouth tightened, but he did not object. They hung a sandbag from the load yoke next, not the full 40 pounds, but enough weight to make the frame care about gravity. Ned had the trestle tilted with blocks under one side to mimic the turn that had thrown Bell. The rig looked absurd, one half-dressed frame strapped to wood, mud dripping from its hinge, a sandbag swinging under its belly, and 3 grown men watching it as if it might confess. Bell, perched on a crate with his bad leg stretched out, pointed with one crutch. "Load's riding too high. It is where the old casing rode," Vay said. "And the old casing tried to climb into my ribs before the frame made friends with the wall," Bell said. "Lower it." Ned lowered the yoke by 1 notch, then added a second loose link below it. "If the load shifts, that link takes the first pull. If it goes badly, the link tears." "Intentionally weak?" Vay asked. "Intentionally honest," Ned said. "I'd rather replace a link than collect a knee." Rafik lifted the tilted trestle another inch. "Bad turn." Ned pulled the frame forward. The sandbag swung. The right brace checked, scraped, and settled. The old version would have locked hard. This one groaned through the wedge, bit into place, and then let go when Ned slapped the release. The sandbag dropped into the mud pan with a wet thump that splattered Hobb's boots. Hobb looked down. "I record resentment." "Record load dropped before wearer breakage," Ned said, but he was watching the joint, not Hobb. It had not saved the load. It had saved the imagined man inside it. That was the first time all day the machine had chosen correctly. Price gave a slow nod from near the stove. "Ugly little brute, isn't it?" Ned wiped mud from the release handle and worked it once more. "Yes." Bell's grin was pale but real. "Feels like praise, coming from you." Ned looked over the frame. Broader straps, rough handles, visible wedges, service slots, sacrificial links, replaceable pads, crude notes tied to every compromise. It was less elegant than the first version, heavier in places, simpler in others, and covered in decisions no gentleman's catalog would admire. It also looked as if a tired man might curse it, fix it, trust it, and live. "Good," Ned said quietly. "Then it's starting to suit the pass." 26. The First Load Company. The First Load Company was not a company in any officer's proud sense of the word. It was 12 men, 6 improved frames, 2 stretcher crews, 1 muleteer who had volunteered only after being told he hadn't, and a quartermaster's clerk trying to decide whether a machine could be issued in pairs without becoming an argument in the ledger. They gathered on the flat below the pack station in cold morning light, with the pass climbing behind them and the frames standing in a crooked row like ugly metal scarecrows waiting to be blamed. Ned walked down the line with Hobb carrying the record board and Rafik watching the men more than the apparatus. The improved frames looked worse in a group. Their big release handles stuck out plainly. Their broad straps crossed shoulders and thighs without elegance. The visible wedges, retaining cords, mud open guards, and sacrificial links made them look half-finished to anyone who valued polish. To Ned, they looked honest enough to make his stomach hurt. Sergeant Merrick slapped one frame's hip yoke. "Right, gentlemen, these are not horses. They are not wives. They are not miracles. They are Mr. Vale's latest attempt to make you useful past the second bend without killing you before the third." A labor troop with a nose flattened by old fighting raised a hand. "Do they bite, Sergeant?" Bell, seated on a crate with his bound knee stretched out in authority borrowed from injury, said, "Only if you flirt with them." The men laughed, not because it was very funny, but because laughter gave their hands something to do before straps started closing around them. Ned helped the first wearer, Corporal Jessup, settle into the yoke, then reached around to bring the chest straps flat. "Don't fight it upright," Ned said. "Stand how you stand under a load. If you pretend to be parade straight, it'll learn the wrong lie." Jessup bent his knees slightly. "Like this?" "More tired," Bell called. Jessup slouched. "Less dead," Ned said. Rafik made a mark on the slate. Training note: natural stance lies between parade and corpse. The first steps were dreadful. One man tried to march and nearly kicked his own frame. Another grabbed the release handle whenever the spring assisted his stride, then apologized to the machine as if it had been offended. A stretcher bearer froze when the load yoke shifted behind him, and Ned stepped close but did not touch until the man found his breath again. "It moved," the bearer said. "It helped," Ned said. "Badly, Because you stopped trusting your own feet. Try again. You lead. It follows. The bearer swallowed, set his boots into the mud, and took 3 more steps. This time the frame clacked behind him, ugly and late, but it followed. His shoulders loosened by a fraction. Merrick nodded once. Again. All of you. Learn the ugly thing before the road does. The first real use began before Ned had finished objecting to it. A runner came down from the signal hut with a red-tagged order in one hand and breath tearing in his chest, and the neat training line changed shape around him as if the road had reached down and taken hold of the morning. The upper relay needed 2 battery casings, a coil of shielded wire, and a replacement governor before noon. A mule string was already late coming down. The ordinary carrier party had been sent to help with a broken cart above the 3rd bend. No one had arranged the emergency to respect the lesson. Fane read the tag and looked toward the frames. Sergeant Merrick, select 4. Ned turned at once. They've only walked the flat. They have walked the flat in the frames, Fane said. The relay has not. That's not the same as ready. No, Sayer said, taking the tag from Fane and reading the lower line. It is the same as needed. The words were true enough to be unfair. Ned looked at the men, at their half-set straps and nervous hands, and then at the pass above them, where the track vanished round the first bend as if it had no interest in what men thought they were prepared for. No ammunition boxes on the first run. Battery casings and wire only. The quartermaster's clerk hugged his ledger to his chest. The order lists cartridges for the upper post as attached load. Then the order can learn disappointment, Ned said. Merrick pointed to Jessup, the stretcher-bearer named Ward, and 2 labor troops who had stopped laughing now that the frames had become work instead of training. You 4. Loads light and honest. If Mr. Vale says drop, you drop. If the frame says something unpleasant, you tell him before it writes a complaint in your bones. Bell lifted his crutch, and if your pride says keep going, hit it with a rock. They loaded in mud, not on the flat boards where Ned would have preferred to check every strap twice. The battery casings were awkward rather than heavy, all corners and bad temper. The wire coil wanted to swing. Ward's frame took the load a little crooked, and Ned had to shift the yoke while the man stood breathing through his nose, eyes fixed uphill. Rafik stood beside the root slate. First rest at lower wall. Second at the split stone. No one tries to make the old carrier time. The clerk looked offended. Then how do I record improvement? Alive, Rafik said. Start with that. The little column moved. It was not grand. Jessup swore at his frame by the 6th step. Ward stopped too soon, started again, and nearly clipped a muleteer's bucket. One labor troop laughed when the spring helped him over a rut, then immediately apologized to no one in particular. Ned walked beside them with his hands empty and hated the emptiness. The road, at last, was testing the machine without asking his permission. The first bend tried to make fools of them. Jessup took it too quickly, remembered Bell's fall halfway through the turn, and froze with both hands spread as if he could persuade the frame by gesture. The battery casing swung wide, the sacrificial link stretched, and Ned's whole body leaned forward before discipline caught him by the collar. Stop properly, Ned said. I am stopped, Jessup snapped. No, you're frightened in place. Put your left boot uphill, let the load settle, then breathe before you turn. Jessup muttered something unkind about inventors who gave advice without wearing the contraption, but he moved his foot. The frame clacked, shifted, and settled. The load dropped half an inch against the yoke instead of climbing toward his ribs. Jessup stared down at it. Well, he said, that was almost sensible. Don't praise it yet, Bell called from below, voice carrying thinly up the track. It gets vain. They reached the lower wall with everyone still upright. That alone changed the men's faces, not into confidence, not yet, but into the wary interest of people discovering that an ugly thing might be ugly in their favor. Ward leaned against the wall, breathing hard, one hand on the rough release handle. He had not pulled it. Ned noticed and marked it down. Rafik checked the watch. Slower than a fresh carrier party. The quartermaster's clerk looked relieved. Then the improvement is not proven. Rafik did not look at him. Faster than a tired carrier party after one prior climb, with fewer shoulder rests and no load changeover. Write the whole sentence or don't write anything. The clerk blinked, then wrote. At the split stone, the real measure came from above. 2 signalmen appeared round the upper bend, half running and half sliding, one with a bandaged arm held against his coat. "Where's the governor?" the first shouted. "Relays dropping charge." Ward looked at the replacement governor strapped beside his wire coil, then at the remaining climb. His face tightened with the awful knowledge that waiting would be easier and wrong. "Mine." Ned stepped close. "Do not run." "I wasn't planning heroics," Ward said, though his voice shook. "Just being useful." Merrick took the front of the little column. "Jessup, wire behind him. Keep the casings steady. No one overtakes the man with the part that matters." The last stretch was not fast. Ward slipped once, caught himself with the frame's help, and cursed so loudly the upper relay men laughed despite themselves. When he reached the signal hut, he was bent double, shaking, and still carrying the governor. The signal sergeant took it from him as if it were bread, blood, and prayer in one. Rafik stopped the watch. Ned looked back down the track, where no man had collapsed at the wall and no load had been abandoned in the mud. The pass had not become kind, but for one small climb, it had taken less from them than it meant to. The return down to the flat took longer than the climb because the men had begun treating the frames like tools rather than punishments. That made them slower in a different way. Jessup stopped at the lower wall and asked whether the yoke should sit higher for downhill balance. Ward, still flushed from reaching the signal hut with the governor, insisted the wire coil had swung less once he let the frame take part of the pull instead of fighting it like a thief. The labor troops argued about whether the rough handles should be wrapped in cloth or left bare for grip, which Hobb wrote down as if soldiers disagreeing had become a recognized branch of engineering. At the pack station, the quartermaster's clerk took Rafik's timing slate with the caution of a man expecting arithmetic to accuse him personally. "So it is faster?" "No," Rafik said. The clerk blinked. "It is not faster?" "It is faster at the part that matters," Rafik said, taking the slate back before the man could misunderstand it in writing. He knelt beside an empty crate, spread 3 sheets across the lid, and weighted them with hinge pins. Fresh men without frames still beat them on a single clean climb. Tired men after previous work do not. Men carrying awkward loads do not. Men carrying parts that must not be abandoned definitely do not. Fane leaned over the figures. "Plainly, Mr. Khan." Rafik drew one line with the pencil, then another below it. "The frame does not make the pass easy. It gives tired men back enough minutes to keep the next handoff alive." Today, the governor reached the relay before charge dropped below safe margin. Without the frames, by our morning tired carrier time, it likely arrives late or arrives with a changed carrier and one abandoned casing. Ward, who had sunk onto a crate and looked as if he might never stand again, lifted one hand weakly. "I object to being called likely." "You arrived," Ned said. Ward looked at the frame leaning beside him, broad-handled, mud-streaked, and ugly as a guilty confession. "So did it." The clerk wrote more carefully after that. Fane did not smile, but he did not cut Rafik's sentence down either. Sayer stood with the red-tagged order folded in one hand, watching the upper signal lamp burn steadier than it had that morning. Merrick tapped one boot against a frame's lower brace. "What do we call this lot, then?" "Load company sounds like a punishment invented by clerks." Bell, from his crate, said, "Ned's legs carried Ward's governor, didn't they?" The name moved through the flat before Ned could object, half laugh and half acceptance. Men repeated it while unbuckling straps, checking rubbed shoulders, and asking who got the next turn. Ned looked at Rafik's amended table and saw the numbers change by inches, minutes, pauses, and one relay kept alive. The route was still cruel, still thin, still hungry. But today, in one marked column, the pass had given something back. 27. The East Railhead burns. The first warning came through the relay Ward had saved. Its signal lamp, steady for half an hour after the new governor went in, flickered twice, steadied, then began blinking in the hard red cadence that made every man at the pack station look up before anyone translated it. Ned was kneeling beside Jessup's frame, checking a rubbed strap mark with 2 fingers, when the signal hut door flew open above them and the sergeant shouted down the track. "East Railhead reports fire." For a moment, the words did not fit the morning. The frames still stood mud-streaked after their first useful run. Ward sat on a crate with tea in both hands. Bell was telling a labor troop that Ned's legs preferred praise in small doses. Rafik had just added one careful number to his amended table. Then the relay lamp flashed again, and the whole pass seemed to tighten like a rope pulled from the far side. Fane came up from the lower yard at a run. Say it properly. The signal sergeant leaned out with the message strip in his fist. East Railhead Transfer Yard under attack. Fire in coal stacks, lower depot, and bridge approach. Signal uncertain after second burst. They report obstruction on the outgoing rail and wounded in the loading sheds. Rafiq's pencil snapped in his hand. Ned stood too quickly, the strap still in his grip. The bridge approach? That's what it says, the sergeant called. Not the main bridge confirmed. Approach. Sayer took the lower path 2 steps at a time, coat flaring behind him. Which depot? Lower East, sir. Mixed stores. The quartermaster's clerk went pale in the particular way of a man realizing that ink could burn. Mixed stores means what? Rafiq had already grabbed his route board. Everything that came over yesterday and anything waiting to go forward by rail. Coal, medical crates, signal stores, reserve rations, replacement housings, possibly ammunition if they were behind schedule. They were behind schedule, Sayer said. The clerk swallowed. How do you know? Because everyone is behind schedule, Sayer said, not looking at him. A second message clattered from the signal needle, thin brass striking paper inside the hut. The sergeant tore it free and read with his jaw tightening. Smoke visible from East Ridge. Transfer cranes down. Fire parties engaged. Request immediate accounting of westbound loads still on pass. Ned looked up the switchbacks. Men were already turning toward orders. Muleteers called for strings. Carriers reached for straps. The first load company stared at the frames as if the ugly things had changed shape while standing still. Bell's humor vanished. That's the far mouth of the pass. Rafiq nodded once, eyes fixed on the line of the track as if he could see through the mountain. No, it's the far throat. If it closes, everything we carry has nowhere to breathe. Ned let the rubbed strap fall back against Jessup's frame. Yesterday, the pass had given them a small number back. Today, the enemy had reached for the place where all their small numbers were meant to become movement again. The first accounting board arrived 15 minutes later and made the attack worse by trying to become numbers. A clerk from the route office carried it down from the signal hut with both hands, paper slips pinned under brass clips and fresh pencil marks already crossing out older ones. He set it on an ammunition crate near Rafiq, then looked at the pass as if the mountain might confess what still existed on the far side. Rafiq bent over the board. This is not an accounting. This is panic with columns. The clerk flushed. It is what East sent before the signal wavered. East sent fragments, Rafiq said, moving one slip aside. Coal stack burning. Lower depot burning. Loading shed wounded. Crane down. Outgoing rail obstructed. Where are the westbound loads already across? The clerk looked at his papers. In transit. Rafiq's hand stopped. In transit is where clerks hide things they cannot find. Fane took the board and scanned it with a soldier's impatience. We need to know what loads are stranded on the east side, what loads are on the pass, and what loads must keep moving west to east despite the fire. That is 3 questions, the clerk said weakly. That is why the Empire supplies pencils, Fane replied. Ned moved to the frame line, where the men had begun unbuckling and rebuckling straps without instruction, restless because useful work had become frightening again. Ward's Governor run had steadied one relay, but now the far railhead was burning, and one saved signal only meant bad news could arrive more accurately. Ned touched Jessup's load yoke, checked the sacrificial link by habit, and looked uphill. Sayer came from the lower stores with a quartermaster sergeant beside him. Medical crates are priority if the east loading shed is hit. Signal parts second. Coal third unless the east boilers are losing pressure. The sergeant bristled. Coal third? Without coal, nothing moves once it's across. Without bandages, men bleed beside crates that move perfectly, Sayer said. The clerk made an unhappy mark. What about ammunition? Fane's eyes lifted toward the smoke haze showing faintly above the eastern ridge. Ammunition is not a single word. Rifle cartridges, artillery charges, signal flares, and spell frame cells do not weigh, burn, or matter the same way. Rafiq pointed with the broken half of his pencil. And none of them matter if they sit on the wrong side of a burned transfer yard. We need a holding pattern on the pass. Loads that can wait at pack shelves wait. Loads that spoil, heal, signal, or explode move under named escort. Everything else stops before it clogs the throat. Ned looked at the 6 frames standing in mud and cold light. They had been a first load company an hour ago. Now they were one of the few ways to move awkward things while ordinary carriers were already being pulled in 4 directions. Belle's crutch tapped once against the crate. Sounds like Ned's legs just got promoted. Ned did not smile. No, they got kneaded harder. They moved the argument to the root board because shouting at the pass did not improve it. Sayer had the clerks bring crates for tables. Fane demanded every fresh signal strip, and Rafik began pinning slips into 3 columns with the broken pencil stub still in his hand. East stranded. On pass. Must move. The categories looked too small for the panic they were meant to hold. Ned stood beside the frame line, listening as if the board were a machine with a bad bearing. If the East transfer cranes are down, anything heavy that reaches them may just become another obstruction. Which is why Cole waits, Sayer said. The quartermaster sergeant braced both hands on the crate. If Cole waits, boilers fall behind. If boilers fall behind, clearing the rail takes longer. If clearing takes longer, every crate behind it waits too. Rafik moved 1 slip from must move to East stranded. Coal needed at East matters only if they can receive it, unload it, and burn it. If the coal stack is already on fire, sending more coal into a burning yard is not supply. It is enthusiasm. Fane glanced toward the upper signal hut. Medical crates go first. Not all medical crates, Ned said, and the words made several faces turn because he had not meant to interrupt command. He pointed to the board before caution could catch up. Bandages, field splints, burn dressings, healer focus cells, yes. Glass tinctures packed for ordinary rail transport, no. They'll break on the pass if they're rushed by tired men. Then you've carried medicine uphill to make expensive mud. Sayer looked at him for 1 hard second, then nodded to the clerk. Separate medical by field tolerance. The clerk made the mark as if each new category personally wounded him. A fresh signal strip came down by runner. Fane took it, read, and swore under his breath. Bridge approach partially blocked. East requests labor, tools, and portable lifting gear. They have wounded in the loading shed and 1 crane jammed across track 2. Ned looked at the 6 frames. Portable lifting gear means men. Men in frames, Bell said from his crate. Rafik's pencil moved faster. If we send all 6, we gain urgent carrying power eastward and lose west side load work for the next half day. If we don't send them? Fane asked. Then East clears slower, the pass backs up, and by tonight the line becomes a shelf full of loads with nowhere to go, Rafik said. The board seemed to tilt under the weight of that. Ned reached for Jessup's frame and checked the big rough handle by touch. The machine had barely learned its own name, but the war had already found a larger sentence for it. 4 frames east, Ned said. 2 stay here. Send repair tools, spare links, hinge wedges, and men who already know the handles. No new loads on them until the bridge approach is cleared. Fane's eyes narrowed. You're giving orders now? Ned shook his head. No, I'm telling you what the machines can survive. Sayer folded the newest signal strip. Then I'll give the order. The order turned the flat into a stripped-down workshop before anyone had finished being afraid. 4 frames were dragged into a working line, their straps checked by men who had worn them once and now handled them as if ignorance had become expensive. Hobb opened the locked parts chest with fingers that fumbled only once. Rafik pinned a new root strip to Jessup's shoulder strap, then added the same mark to Ward's frame so no one could claim confusion halfway up the pass. Ned moved from frame to frame, checking the rough handles, sacrificial links, visible wedges, and load yokes with hands that wanted to hurry and had learned not to. No clever loads, tools close to the spine, medical crates on the steadier men, spare links where hands can reach them. If a link tears, you stop and replace it, not argue with gravity. Jessup tightened his gloves. If East is burning, we may not get polite stopping places. Then you make impolite ones, Ned said. Against a wall, behind a rock, beside a mule if the mule doesn't object too much. The frame doesn't decide that for you. Ward looked at the upper track, then at the relay lamp still flashing red behind the hut window. We were training this morning. Yes, Bell said from his crate. His face was pale, but his voice held. And now you're soldiers with ugly legs. Try not to make the rest of us look bad. That got the laugh it needed. Not much of one, but enough to put breath back into the men before the straps closed. Sayer came down the line with written movement orders and handed one to Merrick, one to Fane, and one to Rafik. 4 frames east under Merrick, Sayer said. 2 frames remain west for urgent relay work. Mr. Khan controls movement priority at this station until east confirms receiving capacity. Mr. Vale remains here. Ned looked up sharply. I should go with them. No, Sayer said. You are worth less walking behind 4 frames than keeping the next 2 working, building replacements, and answering failures when the messages come back. It was a sensible answer. Ned hated it in the plane. Helpless way men hated doors that locked for good reasons. He checked Ward's release handle one last time and stepped back. Fane gave the signal. Merrick led the 4 framed men onto the track, followed by 2 stretcher bearers, a tool carrier, and a mule string stripped down to essentials. They climbed past the lower wall, awkward and slow, but not empty-handed. Above them, the red relay lamp kept blinking eastward, carrying fire through brass and crystal until the whole pass seemed to pulse with it. Rafik stood beside Ned with the root board under one arm. We had margin yesterday. Ned watched the frames vanish round the first bend. How much? Enough to pretend. The answer settled colder than the wind. The frame project had stopped being experiment, argument, or promise. It was now part of the artery the enemy had tried to cut, and the line had just lost the softness that let mistakes remain survivable. 28. Too few skyships. The skyships arrived like an answer designed for men who watched war from maps. By late afternoon, 3 Crown supply vessels came over the western ridge in a staggered line, their gas envelopes pale against the hard blue cold, brass engine nacelles flashing where the sun found them through smoke haze. Men on the pack station flat stopped with crates in their hands and looked up as if the Empire itself had decided to float over the problem. For one foolish breath, Ned understood the comfort. The pass below him was mud, men, mules, straps, broken carts, and ugly frames climbing one bend at a time. The skyships moved above all of that with dreadful grace, clearing ridges that took carriers hours to earn with their lungs. Signal flags snapped from the lead vessel. A cheer began near the lower stores, moved through the mule lines, and reached the repair station as a ragged sound of relief. Hobbs shaded his eyes with one hand. Well, that does look like cheating. Bell, seated with his bad leg propped on a crate, lifted his crutch toward the sky. I vote we let them cheat. Cheating seems restful. Rafik did not cheer. He stood beside the root board with his pencil behind one ear, watching the ships as if they were numbers pretending to be birds. How much can they carry? The quartermaster's clerk, restored by the sight of something large and official, opened a folder. Lead vessel rated for 8 tons under ordinary conditions. Second and third, 6 each. Ordinary conditions, Rafik said. Fane came up beside them, field glasses already raised. Altitude? High enough to clear the western ridge, the clerk said. That wasn't the question, Rafik said. Sayer arrived from the signal hut with a strip in his hand and no cheer in his face. They're not crossing fully loaded. East wind over the upper notch, smoke over the railhead, and enemy guns sighted near the north spur. Lead vessel will attempt partial drop at Ridge Shelf 2. Others hold west until the first run reports. The clerk looked down at his folder, then back at the skyships. Partial drop? Ned watched the lead vessel lower slowly, its grand shape beginning to look less like certainty and more like a large fragile thing hunting for a safe place in bad air. Men were already running toward Ridge Shelf 2 with flags, ropes, and handcarts that could not possibly make the shelf wider. Bell's crutch lowered. So not cheating, then. Rafik took the pencil from behind his ear and made a small mark on the board. No, expensive climbing. Ridge Shelf 2 had been called a shelf by someone with a generous relationship to furniture. It was a widened shoulder of rock above the lower bend, barely broad enough for 2 handcarts, a coil of mooring rope, and a dozen men pretending not to notice the drop beyond the outer stakes. The lead skyship drifted above it with its engines laboring in short, anxious bursts, while signal men on the ground waved flags and shouted instructions the wind immediately tried to steal. Ned reached the shelf behind Sayer and Rafik, breathing hard from the climb and already understanding why the skyship looked less grand from underneath. Its envelope rolled in the crosswind. The belly rigging creaked. A cargo sling hung below, swaying too wide with every gust, and the men at the mooring ropes moved as if they were handling a nervous animal the size of a chapel. The skyship lieutenant on the ground cupped both hands round his mouth. "Bring her down 3 yards." A voice from the speaking trumpet above answered thinly. "Cannot hold lower. Bad lift fluctuation in the ridge wash." The quartermaster's clerk, who had followed them with his folder hugged to his chest, looked offended by the air. "But the manifest lists 12 medical crates, 2 signal batteries, and 4 boiler plates." The lieutenant laughed once without humor. The manifest was written at a desk. Rafik took the pencil from behind his ear. "What is actually in the sling?" 6 medical crates, 1 signal battery, 1 field coil, and rations," the lieutenant said. "Boiler plates stayed aboard. Too much swing on descent." Sayer looked up sharply. "East needs lifting plates for the crane." "East needs a ship not shot out of the sky," the lieutenant replied. "Enemy gun on the north spur fired twice as we crossed the smoke. We climbed, dumped ballast, and cut the load. You can have what we can put down without killing the receiving party." A gust struck the shelf hard enough to make Ned step sideways. The sling swung, men shouted, and one mooring rope snapped taut with a crack that made everyone flinch. The cargo dropped the last 2 feet instead of settling, smashing one crate corner against the rock. A medical orderly swore and threw himself forward to keep it from sliding toward the stakes. "Hold it," Sayer snapped. 6 men dragged the sling inward. Ned caught the broken crate, felt glass shift inside, and smelled sharp tincture before the lid was even opened. He looked at the skyship still straining above them, engines coughing smoke into already dirty air. Rafik marked the board without looking pleased. "Air delivery, partial, damaged, delayed, and requiring ground labor at both ends." Bell would have called that cheating badly. Ned only tightened his grip on the cracked crate and watched the second skyship circle westward, waiting for the first to survive leaving. The second skyship tried after the first clawed back into cleaner air, and the attempt made the shelf fall silent in a way the first drop had not. Men had already learned enough to stop cheering. The vessel came lower with less confidence, engine note uneven as it nosed toward the ridge wash, its cargo sling tucked tighter beneath its belly and signal flag snapping frantic little corrections from the gondola rail. The skyship lieutenant watched through field glasses. "She's too far north." Sayer looked up from the cracked medical crate. "Can she correct?" "She can try," the lieutenant said, which answered more honestly than yes would have. A dull flash winked from the north spur. A second later, the report reached them, flattened by distance. The skyship lurched as if the sound had shoved it. Men shouted from the shelf. The sling swung outward, and one of the mooring crews ducked though the shot had gone nowhere near him. "Enemy ranging," Fane said. The lieutenant's face tightened. "Not ranging. Warning. They know the route now." The speaking trumpet above crackled with a thin, wind-broken voice. "Taking fire. Cannot descend. Releasing outer cargo." "No," Sayer said, though no one aboard could hear him. 2 bundles dropped from the sling. One parachute snapped open too late and dragged its crate into the rock face below the shelf, where it burst into pale splinters and scattering tins. The other drifted wide, caught a gust, and vanished beyond the scrub line toward ground too steep for carts and too dangerous for quick recovery. The skyship lifted hard, engines coughing black, and turned west before the guns could correct. The quartermaster's clerk stared after it. "Was that deliberate?" "That," Rafik said, voice flat, "was a very expensive way to lose half a load." A runner came down from the signal point with the next strip already damp in his glove. "Third vessel ordered to hold west. Lead reports fuel strain and envelope stress after ridge descent. Second returning with damaged rigging. East still requests boiler plates and lifting gear." Ned looked at the broken crate under his hands. 6 medical crates had become 5.5 if the tinctures could be saved. 1 signal battery, 1 field coil, some rations, no boiler plates, no lifting gear, 1 lost drop somewhere beyond the scrub, 2 skyships turning away and a third waiting like a promise too frightened to land. Rafik set his board on the rock and wrote numbers in hard strokes. Daily pass requirement after the East strike, estimated minimum, 27 tons. Confirmed air delivery to shelf, under 2 tons usable. Recovery labor required, unknown. Ground carriage still required from shelf onward. The clerk whispered, but people saw 3 ships. Ned looked up at the pale shapes retreating west. Seeing them isn't the same as being fed by them. The usable crates came down from ridge shelf 2 on handcarts, backs, and 2 of Ned's remaining frames, which ended the last hope that air supply had somehow escaped the mud. The skyships had brought the cargo to an inconvenient rock. Men still had to carry it from there to the pack station, sort it, repack it, and send it on through the same narrow throat the enemy had tried to close. One cracked medical crate leaked tincture through its straw packing, sweet and sharp enough to make the orderly swear each time the cart jolted. At the lower flat, the cheering had gone. Men watched the sky instead with the wary anger usually reserved for officers, bad rations, and animals that bit without warning. The third skyship still circled far to the west, too high to help and too valuable to lose. Its pale envelope caught the sun beautifully, which made Ned dislike it more. The quartermaster's clerk stood beside Rafik's board, clutching his folder as if paper loyalty might repair the numbers. Air supplies still relieved the pass. Yes, Rafik said, by less than 1 hour's urgent demand. That is relief. It is not replacement. Sayer took the cracked crate from the handcart, opened the lid, and looked at the broken glass inside. How much is spoiled? The orderly picked through the straw with careful fingers. 2 bottles gone. 3 suspect. Dressings dry. Burned salve survived because someone packed it as if they expected the Empire to drop it from the sky. Someone did, Bell said from his crate. Ned helped unstrap the frame team that had brought the signal battery down. Ward's shoulders trembled under the yoke, not from panic this time, but from honest effort after a day that had kept asking him to become useful again before he had finished being tired. Ned loosened the chest buckle and felt the strap come away warm from the man's coat. Ward looked toward the skyship. I thought those would save us some climbing. They saved some, Ned said. Ward gave a short, exhausted laugh. That's a cruel amount. Fane came down from the signal hut with the final strip from the attempted run. Third vessel recalled west, enemy guns adjusting. No further drops until night, and only if the wind falls. Rafik marked the board. The wind will not fall because command writes politely to it. Sayer looked at the frames, the leaking crate, the handcarts, and the long line of men already reforming beside the pass. Then we plan for ground carriage. Ned tightened the loose strap on Ward's frame and looked up at the circling ship as it turned away. The sky had not failed them because it was useless. It had failed them because usefulness at that height was too rare, too fragile, too costly, and too easily frightened off by guns, wind, smoke, fuel, rope, and rock. The pass remained under their boots. So did the answer. 29. Murdoch at the front. Joseph Murdoch reached the fighting line in a wagon that had once carried officers, then stretchers, then ammunition, and now carried a correspondent, 2 cracked camera cases, and 3 boxes of photographic plates wrapped in blankets against the jolting. By the time the driver pulled up behind the forward artillery park, Murdoch's teeth hurt from the road, his fingers were numb, and the whole eastern sky had the bruised color of smoke dragged across late light. The front did not look like the illustrations London preferred. There were guns, yes, and mechs standing behind earthworks with steam breathing from their vents, and battle mages in dark coats walking the ward line with rods and polished foci. But there were also men asleep beside shell crates, mule carcasses dragged half behind a broken wall, a steam tank with its left tread opened like a butchered animal, and a field kitchen serving something thin to soldiers who watched the ladle more closely than the horizon. A captain with a bandaged cheek met him beside the wagon. Mr. Murdoch, you'll be given 10 minutes near the observation bank. No photographs of the ward anchors, no photographs of the left battery position, and no questions that interfere with operations. Murdoch lifted one camera case down carefully. That leaves heroism, fog, and boots, Captain. I'll do my best. The captain did not smile. Command wants the public to see the line standing firm. Murdoch looked past him to a row of artillery limbers with empty racks where shells should have waited in neat brass certainty. A gun crew sat around one half-filled crate, not resting exactly, but conserving themselves with the bleak intelligence of men who knew the next order might spend more than powder. The line may be standing firm, Murdoch said. It also appears to be counting rounds. The captain's jaw tightened. Supplies are moving. So is smoke, Murdoch said, setting the tripod legs into mud. Direction matters. A distant battery fired. The ground shuddered through the tripod, and Murdoch steadied the camera before the plate could rattle loose. The answering sound came from beyond the blasted fields, deep and delayed, and the ward line flared pale where invisible pressure struck and broke into sparks. The captain glanced toward the flare. "Take your picture, Mr. Murdoch." Murdoch bent beneath the dark cloth and framed the image. Gun crews waiting with too few crates, mages at the ward line, smoke over the railward road, and soldiers looking back not toward the enemy, but toward the supply track behind them. Whatever story command wanted, the lens had already found the question the front was asking. The captain tried again after the first plate was sealed. He brought Murdoch to a rise where the ward line caught the last light cleanly and the nearest steam tank still had both guns elevated, which made it look whole if one ignored the repair crew crawling under its belly with hammers and a replacement pressure hose. "From here," the captain said, "you can show the public the line unbroken." Murdoch unfolded a fresh plate from its wrapping. Unbroken is a strong word for something tied together with wire. "The enemy has not passed." "That is a different sentence," Murdoch said. He set the camera anyway, because the angle did have power. The guns faced outward. The ward rods gleamed. A battle mage raised one hand to test the air, and pale sparks ran along the field as if the Empire had drawn a bright wall across ruin. Then a limber team rolled through the edge of the frame with 3 wheels patched in mismatched wood and 1 ammunition rack empty enough to look hungry. Murdoch shifted the camera slightly. The captain noticed. "The wall, Mr. Murdoch." "I have the wall," Murdoch said. "I also have what feeds it." A healer wagon lurched up the track behind them, canvas sides stained dark where rain had found old blood. One horse limped. The driver shouted for passage, but 2 artillery carts blocked the lane while men argued over which one carried shells and which carried empty cases meant to be refilled when the railhead opened again. A soldier near the lane called, "Is the pass open?" No one answered him quickly enough. Another man, younger and soot blackened across one cheek, leaned out from beside a patched field gun. "Did East send cartridges?" "Stand clear of the correspondent," the captain snapped. The soldier stood clear, but his eyes stayed on the road behind Murdoch. That was the photograph Murdoch wanted, and the wanting of it made him feel suddenly old. Not the gun, not the wall, not the official line of men facing the enemy with theatrical firmness. The truth sat in the turned heads, in soldiers looking backward for crates, wagons, bandages, and the thin mountain road that had become more important than courage. Murdoch ducked beneath the cloth and adjusted the focus. The image formed upside down and exact. Patched gun, empty rack, healer wagon halted behind artillery carts, captain stiff with embarrassment, soldiers waiting for an answer no speech could supply. "Hold," Murdoch said softly, though no one had posed for him. The plate took the moment. When he withdrew it, the captain's face had gone hard. "That is not the victory angle." Murdoch slid the plate into its holder with care. "No, Captain, it is the angle victory appears to be using." Murdoch found the man by following a stretcher that should not have moved so quickly. It came up from the rearward track between 2 orderlies and 1 soldier in a mud-streaked frame, the metal braces clacking behind his legs as he hauled the front weight through churned ground that had defeated the wagon wheels. The wounded man on the stretcher had one arm bandaged across his chest and his face turned toward the sky, blinking as if each gunshot had to be counted before he was allowed to breathe again. Murdoch lifted his camera case at once. "What is that apparatus?" The captain beside him stiffened. "Field assist frame. Experimental support equipment. Do not obstruct them." "I wasn't planning to," Murdoch said, already moving. The framed soldier reached the healer wagon and let the stretcher down with a rough, gasping care that made the nearest orderly grab his shoulder before he followed the load into the mud. The frame kept him upright, but only just. Its broad straps were stained dark with sweat, rain, and road dirt. One release handle stuck out bluntly from his chest. A spare link dangled from the hip yoke on a piece of cord, ugly as a boot repair and twice as honest. Murdoch set the tripod fast. "Name?" The soldier looked at him as if names were luxuries issued after tea. "Ward." "Unit?" "Stretcher section today. Labor troop yesterday. Something else tomorrow if anyone finds paperwork." The wounded man on the stretcher opened one eye. "He carried me from the lower washout." Ward swallowed and looked away. "Frame carried half." "Half is more than the wagon managed," the wounded man said. Murdoch slid the plate into place. "Who made it?" Ward's hand settled on the rough release handle with the unconscious possession of a man touching the thing that had hurt and helped him. "Vale, Mr. Vale. From the pass side. We call them Ned's legs. The captain made a quiet warning sound. That name is not official. No, Ward said, too tired to be properly afraid of him. That's why men remember it. Murdoch bent beneath the cloth. In the glass, the image formed upside down. The stretcher, Ward sagging in the ugly frame. The wounded man still alive enough to argue, and the official captain trying to decide whether the truth had stepped outside its permitted line. Murdoch held the moment until the plate took it. When he straightened, Ward was already reaching for the next stretcher pole. Murdoch lowered the dark cloth slowly, suddenly aware that he had photographed not an invention, but a private piece of the war becoming public before anyone had named it safely. Murdoch wrote the report in the back of a field signals wagon while the guns spoke in uneven intervals beyond the ridge. The wagon's lamp swung from a hook, making his notebook shadows jump with every tremor. His plates sat in their padded cases beside his boots, each one labeled before fatigue could blur memory into something more convenient. Ward with stretcher and frame. Empty limber by Ward line. Healer wagon waiting on open road. Men looking back. The captain stood outside the wagon flap with his arms folded. He had not been ordered to censor Murdoch, not officially. That made his presence more irritating because it could still call itself courtesy. You will remember operational limits, the captain said. I remember them better than the army remembers full ammunition racks, Murdoch said, dipping his pen. That sort of line helps no one. It helps the reader know where the shell should have been. The captain exhaled through his nose. The public needs confidence. Murdoch looked at the wet ink, then at the nearest plate case. He could write confidence. He knew the shape of it. Gallant stand, iron nerves, steadfast batteries, sky over the empire still held by brave men and brighter machines. It would even be partly true. The Ward line had held. The guns had fired. The mechs had not broken. Men had stood under fire with faces too tired for theatrical courage and too stubborn for collapse. It was the other truth that made his pen hesitate. Confidence built on the wrong fact breaks at the first proper blow, he said. The captain's voice lowered. And what fact do you intend to build it on? Murdoch turned a page and began again, slower. That the line is held by guns, yes. By mages, mechs, and officers, yes. But also by the road behind them, by men carrying weight over mountains, by repair crews, muleteers, clerks who know where crates are, and by ugly little frames no parade would willingly put in front. Experimental frames, the captain said. Men called them Ned's legs. That name is not cleared. It is clear enough to the men using them. A shell landed far off, and dust sifted from the wagon roof onto the page. Murdoch brushed it away with the back of his hand, leaving a gray smear beside the headline forming at the top of his draft. The battle behind the battle. The captain read it upside down and went still. Command will not like that. Murdoch capped his ink before the next tremor could spill it. Then command may send me a cleaner war. 30. The procurement man. The name arrived before the man who wanted to bury it. By mid-morning, Ned had heard Ned's legs from a muleteer, 2 stretcher bearers, 1 signal clerk, and a cook who had never touched a frame but had decided they looked like something that ought to be fed nails. The words moved faster than the load company itself, carried by men who liked jokes better than official designations and trusted ugly names more readily than clean ones. Ned was checking the lower wedge on Ward's returned frame when the flat quieted in the wrong way. It was not the silence of incoming fire or fresh bad news from east. It was the silence of men noticing polish. A motor cart had stopped beside the pack station, its brass lamps wiped clean despite the road, its driver still in gloves, and its passenger stepping down as if mud were an underling expected to make way. Captain Sayer saw him first and muttered something Ned could not quite hear. Rafik, standing beside the route board, looked up. Is that a problem wearing a good coat? Most of them do, Sayer said. The newcomer crossed the flat with a leather document case under one arm and a smile arranged for rooms warmer than this one. His field cloak was cut in military style but not worn like a soldier's, and the little enamel badge at his collar showed crossed calipers over a crown stamp. Procurement, then, not the man who bought what existed, but the sort who decided what existing things ought to become once paper improved them. Mr. Edmund Vale? The man asked. Ned wiped grease from his fingers onto a rag. That depends what's broken. The man's smile widened as if the answer delighted him. Arthur Fenwick, War Office Standardization and Emergency Apparatus Procurement. I have been sent to congratulate you on the promising field reports concerning your assisted load frames. Bell, from his crate, said, "Careful. That sentence has boots under it." Fenwick glanced at him, decided injured soldiers were scenery, and returned his attention to Ned. Informal names are inevitable at this stage, of course, but they need not trouble us. What matters is that a useful apparatus has emerged under pressure, and useful apparatus must be standardized before enthusiasm turns it into 6 competing mistakes. Ned felt Sayer come to a stop just behind his left shoulder. Rafiq's pencil paused above the board. Hobbs' hand settled protectively over the parts ledger. Fenwick opened his document case and drew out a printed proposal already bearing 3 signatures in blue ink. My office can assist with designation, procurement class, manufacture, materials allocation, and training doctrine. The working term suggested is Imperial Pattern Assisted Mobility Frame, Light Load Variant. Dignified, expandable, and easier to place before committee than Ned's legs. Ned looked at the cleaned badge, the polished boots, and the paper already trying to rename a thing that had not finished surviving its first week. You've come a long way to improve the name. Not merely the name, Fenwick said. The future of the apparatus. Fenwick's proposal unfolded across the nearest crate with the smooth confidence of a thing written far from mud. Columns marched down the page in tidy ranks. Designation, material allocation, emergency licensing, patent status pending review, manufacturing eligibility, crown priority, field doctrine, officer approval, future tactical variants. Ned followed the lines with growing unease, not because any single word shouted theft, but because all of them together had begun moving the frame away from the men who had made it honest. Fenwick tapped one gloved finger beside the designation. Nothing alarming. In wartime, private invention must pass through accelerated pattern control if it is to be manufactured at useful scale. Useful scale sounds generous, Sayer said. It is meant to be, Fenwick replied. Mr. Vale's contribution will be recognized, naturally. Ned looked up. Contribution? The originating field concept, Fenwick said. Hobb made a strangled sound near the ledger. Originating field concept? That's a polite way to steal a whole cart. Fenwick's smile did not move. No one is stealing anything. But the Crown cannot rely on workshop idiosyncrasy, soldier nicknames, and improvised mud tolerances when lives are at stake. Lives were at stake before your paper arrived, Ned said. Livia's voice came from behind Fenwick, cool enough to cut thread. And they will be more at stake if this wording stands. Ned turned and saw her stepping down from a supply wagon with a travel cloak over her field dress, a dispatch wallet under one arm, and irritation contained so neatly that Fenwick should have feared it on sight. Peregrine followed her, immaculate despite the road in a way that made even Fenwick's polish look newly purchased. Fenwick looked briefly annoyed. Miss March, I believe? You believe correctly, Livia said, crossing to the crate without waiting to be invited. She placed one hand on the proposal and read fast, her eyes moving line by line. Patent status pending review means no recognized ownership until a board decides whether this is private invention, Crown service output, or emergency field apparatus. Manufacturing eligibility gives your office discretion to assign production to approved contractors. Future tactical variants permits scope expansion beyond load assistance without renewed inventor consent. Fenwick's tone warmed artificially. A legal simplification. A legal trap, Livia said. Ned felt the wrongness finally take shape in words. It was not only the name. It was not even only credit. The paper made the frame sound safer, cleaner, broader, and less answerable to Bell's knee, Ward's hands, and the past that had taught it what it was for. You want to take the ugly bits out. Fenwick blinked. I want to refine them. That's worse, Ned said. You don't know which ugly bits are keeping men alive. Fenwick recovered by becoming reasonable, which Ned was beginning to mistrust more than anger. Mr. Vale, no responsible office would remove a safety feature without review. You called them improvised mud tolerances, Ned said. Because that is what they are. They are reasons men still have knees. Bell lifted his crutch from the crate. I am fond of mine in principle. Fenwick gave him another brief, polished glance. Your injury is exactly why unregulated field alteration is dangerous. The flat went unpleasantly quiet. Ned saw Bell's face close. He saw Hobbs' hand tighten round the ledger and Rafiq's pencil stop moving. It was the wrong sentence. Worse, it was the sort of wrong sentence that arrived wearing concern. Ned picked up Ward's returned frame and set it across 2 crates with enough force to make Fenwick's proposal flutter. No. Bell was hurt because the first version assumed the road would be fair and the parts would be honest. This one assumes mud, panic, sabotage, cold hands, bad orders, and tired men. That isn't in regulated alteration. That is the regulation the pass wrote in bruises. Livia drew a pencil from her wallet and began marking the proposal in clean, ruthless strokes. Any agreement must state that Mr. Vale retains inventor credit, design authority over safety-critical features, and approval rights over manufacturing changes. It must also restrict use to load assistance, casualty movement, field repair carriage, and pass logistics unless separate consent is obtained. Fenwick's smile vanished at last. Miss March, the Crown is not in the habit of asking a young maker's permission to win a war. Peregrine leaned over the crate, looking mildly bored in the way only dangerous aristocrats managed. The Crown is also not in the habit of allowing procurement clerks to create scandals while correspondents are photographing the front. Fenwick looked at him sharply. What correspondent? Murdoch, Rafiq said, eyes returning to the board. He photographed Ward in one of the frames. Bell's eyebrows rose. Did he get my good side by association? No, Hobbs said. War has limits. Fenwick's gaze flicked from Ward's frame to the men around it, and Ned saw calculation shift behind his eyes. The paper had arrived expecting a private invention, a pliable inventor, and a useful name to clean away before committee. Instead, the apparatus had witnesses, soldiers, injuries, numbers, legal teeth, aristocratic attention, and now a lens pointed at it from the front. Sayer placed one finger on the proposal. You may still help, Mr. Fenwick. We need materials, tools, trained makers, and controlled production. But if your office removes what keeps men alive, you will not be standardizing the frame. You will be manufacturing accidents. Fenwick looked at the proposal as if it had betrayed him by becoming legible to the wrong people. For several seconds, only the pass made noise around them. Mule bells, shouted load calls, the clank of a frame being unstrapped, and the distant cough of a gun that reminded everyone this argument was happening inside a war rather than a committee room. At last, Fenwick took Livia's pencil from the crate and held it between 2 fingers. You understand that excessive inventor control can delay manufacture. Livia's expression did not soften. You understand that dead soldiers also delay manufacture, because funerals are famously inefficient. Bell lifted one hand. I vote for the lady's version of efficiency. Fenwick ignored him with visible effort. Very well. Safety-critical features to remain under field inventor review until formal pattern board inspection. Use restricted to load and casualty assistance pending separate tactical evaluation. Inventor credit noted. Not noted, Livia said. Named. Fenwick wrote with a sharper motion. Inventor credit named. Ned watched the words appear and felt no triumph. The paper still smelled of danger. It had only been made to show its teeth before biting, and the ugly bits stay until the pass says otherwise. Fenwick glanced up. That is not contractual language. No, Peregrine said, but it is excellent doctrine. Sayer reached for the parts ledger and opened it beside the proposal. Every frame made from this point carries the field correction list as part of the pattern, not as optional advice. Big handles, open guards, sacrificial links, visible wedges, replaceable pads, mud clearance, load drop preference over wearer injury. Hobb whispered, that's poetry. It is not, Rafiq said. It has measurable nouns. Fenwick finished marking the page, then laid the pencil down. In exchange, Mr. Vale, my office will secure material priority, approved workshop capacity at Railhead West, and transport for tools and trained makers. I will not promise unlimited supply. I will promise your request stop waiting behind ornamental brass fittings and office's chair repairs. Ned looked at Sayer. Sayer nodded once. That is useful. Useful. Not clean, not safe, not victory, but useful enough to take with both hands before pride spoiled it. Ned picked up the proposal, read the amended lines, and signed where Livia pointed. His name went onto the page in dark ink, untidy and stubborn beneath a title he did not like. Fenwick gathered the papers. I assume the informal name will fade once a proper designation circulates. A muleteer passing behind him called, "Oi, who's taking Ned's legs up to the signal shelf?" Bell smiled without mercy. You may need a larger circulation. 31. Beatrice at the rear line. Beatrice Ashcombe arrived at Railhead West beneath the protection of three perfectly respectable things: a hospital committee badge, a sealed letter from Lady Ashcombe to the Imperial Relief Office, and a luggage label that declared her trunks contained linen, writing paper, knitted socks, preserved broth tablets, and other comforts suitable for women of good family to send toward men who were not expected to look too closely at the hands that packed them. Her family would have preferred her to attend meetings in London, pour tea for donors, and write encouraging notes to officers' wives, but war had stretched propriety in useful directions. Relief trains needed ladies who could inventory gifts without fainting at bloodstains, speak gently to wounded men, and persuade anxious families that service had not turned into neglect. The platform did its best to defeat every polite fiction attached to her arrival. Smoke hung low beneath the iron roof, mules stamped beside stacked crates, orderlies carried stretchers between wagons, and a line of convalescent soldiers waited near the hospital siding with blankets over their shoulders and the blank patience of men who had learned that pain also cued. Beatrice stepped down from the relief carriage with her gloves buttoned, her hat pinned, and her traveling cloak clean enough that several men looked at her as if she had been misplaced by a drawing room. A matron in a dark blue coat met her beside the baggage trolley and glanced at the badge pinned to Beatrice's collar. "Miss Ashcombe, Hospital Comforts and Correspondence Committee?" "Yes," Beatrice said, handing over the sealed letter before the matron could decide she looked decorative. "I was told to report to Mrs. Elspeth Cardew at the Rear Relief Office. These trunks are committee stores, not personal baggage. The two green banded cases contain sterile linen and should not be left near coal dust." The matron's brows rose a fraction. "You've read the packing instructions." "I helped rewrite them after a donor sent lavender sachets in the same crate as bandages," Beatrice said. The lavender survived. The bandages became unusable, though everyone agreed they smelled charitable. That earned a tired sound that was almost laughter. "Good. Then you may last until dinner." The matron took the letter and nodded toward a low brick building beyond the platform, where clerks moved between doors marked relief, casualty returns, and family correspondence. Mrs. Cardew expected someone older. "My family also finds that inconvenient," Beatrice said. The matron looked at her properly then, past the hat, gloves, and good coat. "This is not a visiting room, Miss Ashcombe. We have officers who want blankets recorded twice, men who cannot write their own names today, mothers waiting for answers, and committees that send 6 kinds of sympathy but forget lamp oil." Beatrice lifted her small notebook from her reticule. "Then please begin with the lamp oil." Mrs. Cardew proved to be a square woman with iron-gray hair, ink on 2 fingers, and spectacles worn on a chain as if she expected the world to misplace itself without warning. Her office had 3 desks, 4 clerks, 6 baskets of letters, and a wallboard crowded with pinned requests: lamp oil, clean linen, writing paper, socks, splints, tea, tobacco, envelopes, warm broth, stretcher straps, bootlaces, and 1 angry note demanding that no one send more hymn sheets until someone sent soap. Beatrice took the board in quickly and understood at once that comfort, here, was not sentimental. It was inventory with a pulse. Mrs. Cardew read Lady Ashcombe's letter without sitting down. "Your mother says you are composed, obedient, and accustomed to delicate correspondence." "My mother is correct about one of those 3 things," Beatrice said. The matron from the platform made a brief sound behind her clipboard. Mrs. Cardew looked over her spectacles, then pointed to the second desk. "Good. Sit there. You'll start with officer family replies, but you will not send anything until I've read it. If a man is missing, you don't improve him into safe. If a man is wounded, you don't soften it until the wound becomes a picnic. If a man is dead, you bring the paper to me." Beatrice removed her gloves, folded them, and sat. The first letter was from a mother asking why her son's last note had stopped mid-sentence. The file beside it said transferred east, hand injury, unable to write. The second asked whether Captain Hensley had truly returned to duty. His record said light wound, held rear line, nerves unsteady. The third came with a request from an officer who wanted 3 dozen clean blankets marked for his company, though the casualty return attached to his name showed only 9 men in hospital and the rest on pass duty. Beatrice looked up. Captain Hensley is not requesting blankets for hospital use. Mrs. Cardew paused. No? No, Beatrice said, reading the officer's note again. He writes as though apologizing for greed, not need. He says, the men will make do if necessary, which means they already have. He asks for blankets, but he wants permission not to send cold men back up the line before night. The matron came to the desk and took the note. That is exactly the sort of lie officers tell when they're afraid of sounding soft. Mrs. Cardew's eyes sharpened. And what would you answer? Beatrice dipped her pen. That the committee has reclassified the blankets as convalescent protection during transport delay, not company comfort. That gives him the things without making him beg for mercy in uniform. Mrs. Cardew studied her for a moment, then nodded once. Write it, neatly. Beatrice was halfway through the reply when a runner appeared in the doorway, mud to his knees and a folded chit in his hand. Mrs. Cardew, urgent from the frame yard. Captain Sayer says Mr. Vale's lot have 6 wounded coming down and need linen, straps, broth tablets, and anyone who can take dictated letters before the men are moved on. He glanced at Beatrice, saw her pen stop, and mistook the reason. Beg pardon, miss, it's only the new load frame fellows. Men call them Ned's legs. Beatrice did not ask permission to react. She stood, capped the ink, and took the chit from the runner before Mrs. Cardew could decide whether feeling counted as inefficiency. Which frame yard? The runner blinked. Lower West, miss, near the repair sheds. Mrs. Cardew looked from Beatrice's face to the name on the chit and understood enough to become more brisk, not less. Take the green linen case, 2 broth tins, and the short straps from the 3rd shelf. Matron Graves, go with her. Miss Ashcombe, if you faint, do it away from the clean linen. I'll make every effort to be considerate, Beatrice said, already lifting the case with both hands. The lower west yard had been made from a siding, a repair awning, and the sort of hope that expected rain, mud, and injured men to respect chalk lines. 6 soldiers sat or lay on stretchers near the open shed doors while orderlies moved among them with bowls, splints, and rolled bandages. 2 frames stood against trestles nearby, their ugly legs spattered brown, their straps hanging open like tired harness. A 3rd lay on its side with one knee joint locked and a mechanic swearing at it under his breath. Ned was kneeling beside a stretcher with his sleeves rolled, one hand on a frame's release handle and the other guiding an orderly's fingers through the safer motion. He looked thinner under field grime, older in ways Beatrice disliked at once, and so completely absorbed that he didn't see her until she set the linen case on the crate beside him. He looked up. Beatrice. There was too much in the single word, and no room for any of it. Captain Sayer stood 3 paces away with a ledger in hand. 2 orderlies were waiting. A soldier on the stretcher had his jaw clenched hard enough to crack teeth. Beatrice opened the linen case. Mrs. Cardew sent what was requested. Linen, straps, broth tablets, and writing hands. Ned stared at her for half a heartbeat too long, then looked back at the release handle because war had no manners. You shouldn't be this close to the yards. You shouldn't be inventing yourself into casualty traffic, Beatrice said, laying out the straps where the orderly could reach them. Yet here we are, both disappointing sensible people. The wounded soldier gave a breathy laugh and immediately regretted it. Ned's mouth tightened, but something warm and pained moved through his eyes before he hid it under work. This handle sticks if mud dries under the guard. Don't pull hard. Lift, then drop. If it fights, leave it and call one of us. Beatrice watched his fingers, memorized the motion, and hated that this was what passed for courtship at the Saffron Line. And if one of you isn't close enough? Then shout louder, Ned said, too quickly. She looked at him then, and the anger she had carried from London, from drawing rooms and careful invitations and older men with settled fortunes, found the fear beneath it. Ned. His face changed, only slightly. He had heard the unsaid thing. Her family, the plans, the distance, the possibility that both of them were being arranged by forces too polite to name themselves until after the trap closed. Sayer cleared his throat, not unkindly but firmly. Vale, frame 3. Ned stood, wiping his hand on his trouser leg. I have to go. I know, Beatrice said, taking the pencil from Mrs. Cardew's kit and turning toward the nearest soldier with a letterboard. So do I. The nearest soldier was young enough that his mustache looked more ambitious than established, and his right arm lay strapped across his chest while mud dried in a cracked line along his cheek. Beatrice set the writing board across her knees, settled the pencil in her hand, and waited until his breathing steadied. "Who am I writing to?" "Ma'am," he said, then swallowed as if the word hurt more than the arm. "Mrs. Ellen Pritchard, Chapel Lane, Walsall." "Don't say I cried out when they took the frame off." "I wasn't planning to begin with slander," Beatrice said, and his mouth twitched despite the pain. "What shall I say instead?" He closed his eyes. "Say I'm down from the pass for a bit. Say the new legs did their job. Say my own legs are still mine, which she'll want to know before anything else." Beatrice wrote exactly enough truth to hold and kindly enough that fear would not read between every line. Around her, the frame yard kept moving. Ned crossed from one trestle to another, crouched, adjusted a knee lock, and snapped at a mechanic who had put a pin in backward. Sayer argued with an orderly about transport priority. Matron Graves opened the broth tins and made 3 men drink before allowing them to claim they were perfectly fit to be ignored. The soldier watched her pencil. "Make it sound brave, miss." Beatrice looked at the bandage, the dried mud, the frame standing ugly and faithful behind him, and the way his fingers shook when no one important was watching. "It already does." By the 3rd letter, Mrs. Cardew had arrived with 2 clerks, another linen case, and the expression of a woman who disliked finding disorder she had not personally authorized. She watched Beatrice finish a note for a stretcher-bearer who wanted his sister told where he had hidden his good watch, then took the page and read it without apology. "You don't embroider," Mrs. Cardew said. "No," Beatrice said. "If they want embroidery, I can send them to my aunt." Mrs. Cardew handed the letter back. "Can you remain through the evening train?" Beatrice looked toward Ned, who was bent over the damaged frame with mud on one sleeve and urgency held tight in every line of him. Then she looked at the men waiting for words to travel home faster than pain could. "Yes. Your family expected you on the return carriage," Matron Graves said. "My family expected me to be useful at a safe distance," Beatrice said, tearing a clean sheet from the pad. "Please lend me a telegram form. I'll correct the distance." Mrs. Cardew's mouth became almost a smile. "Careful, Miss Ashcombe. The rear line has a way of keeping capable women." Beatrice began the telegram in her neatest hand, giving her mother no open scandal and no useful retreat. Remaining under Mrs. Cardew's supervision. Relief correspondents urgently understaffed. Committee stores being put to proper use. She sanded the ink, folded the form, and passed it to the runner with instructions to send it before anyone could improve it into obedience. Ned looked up just as the runner left. Their eyes met across the yard for less than a breath, too brief for promises and too public for tenderness. It was enough. Beatrice turned back to the next soldier, lifted her pencil, and felt the machinery of the war make a small, necessary place for her hand. 32. The camp that broke. Ned had nearly convinced himself the lower west yard could survive the evening if everyone kept lying politely to their bodies. The 6 wounded from the pass had been moved toward the hospital siding. Beatrice had vanished back into the relief office with 2 clerks and a stack of dictated letters, and the frame yard had returned to its ordinary work of ugly miracles. Mud scraped from knee joints, straps hung to dry, cracked pads sorted by whether they could be patched or deserved the fire, and men pretending they weren't watching the sky above the western ridge. Captain Sayer stood beside the frame rack with the amended procurement list in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. 2 more frames can go up with the night party if you certify the lower locks. "I'll certify one," Ned said, tightening a wedge under a lantern. "The other gets a new pin, or it stays here and sulks." "It has a name now," Hobbs said from the crate ledger. "Ward calls it Aunt Mildred. Says it nags his left hip." "Then Aunt Mildred gets a new pin," Ned said. The first explosion landed beyond the mule lines, far enough away that the sound arrived before the ground truly shook. Men stopped in the exact shape of their tasks. A hammer hung above a peg. A clerk froze with his pencil touching paper. One mule screamed, and then every animal behind the lower fence tried to become several smaller panics at once. Sayer dropped the tea. Down. The second shell struck the store's row. The neat world came apart all at once. Crates burst open in splinters and flour, Blackstone collars rolled across mud like thrown coins, and a stack of stretcher poles collapsed into the path of men running for the hospital awning. Smoke and dust drove through the yard hard enough to turn lantern light brown. Someone shouted for water. Someone else shouted for a healer. A signal bell began ringing from the rail office, not the clean pattern of orders, but the frantic hammering of a man who had lost the card. Ned found himself on one knee beside the frame rack with a wrench still in his hand and no memory of choosing the ground. Sayer was already up, blood on one cheek from flying glass. Vale, count frames. Hob, ledger and pattern sheets. You two, get those mules loose before they pull the fence through the hospital. A third blast hit closer, and the frame rack lurched. Ned lunged under it before thought could call him a fool, shoved his shoulder against the side brace, and caught the falling weight long enough for two soldiers to drag the nearest trestle clear. Hob shouted through the smoke, "Mr. Vale, the part's chest." Ned looked where the chest had been and saw only broken boards, scattered tools, and a wounded orderly trying to crawl away from a spilled crate of guide screws. "Leave the chest. Get him." The orderly was heavier than he looked, or perhaps fear had made Ned's arms stupid. He hooked both hands under the man's braces and dragged him clear of the spilled screws while Hob stumbled in beside him and caught the other shoulder. A shell burst somewhere beyond the rail office, close enough to throw grit into Ned's mouth and make every lantern flame jump flat inside its glass. The orderly cried out when his boot caught on a broken crate, and Ned nearly apologized before remembering that being gentle in the wrong second could kill a man politely. "Lift on 3, Hob said, pale under the dirt. 1, 2, 3. They got him behind the frame rack just as Matron Graves came through the smoke with 2 stretcher bearers and the expression of a woman prepared to arrest artillery if it inconvenienced her patients. "Put him down where I can see the leg." "Not there, Mr. Vale, that board has nails." Ned shifted the man by half a foot and felt a nail scrape his own sleeve instead. "Hospital awning still standing?" "For now," Matron Graves said, cutting the orderly's trouser leg with small shears. "But some brilliant soul has ordered stretchers to the east gate while casualties are arriving at the west." A lieutenant ran past shouting for all salvageable frames to be moved under the stone shed. A quartermaster shouted back that the stone shed held powder. 2 mule handlers were trying to cut panicked animals loose with one knife between them, while a clerk knelt in the mud gathering papers as if the enemy had shelled filing order personally. Sayer caught Ned by the shoulder before he could run after the mule handlers. "Frames first. If we lose the frames, the pass loses night lift. If the mules tear through the hospital, night lift can write condolences," Ned said, pulling free. "Hob, pattern sheets under your coat. Don't argue. Captain, give me 2 men who can carry and 1 who can read labels when frightened." Sayer's jaw tightened, then he pointed with the ledger. "Ward, Ellis, with Vale. Bell, get that knife to the mule line. Anyone moving frames into the powder shed answers to me after the guns finish trying." The signal bell stopped. The absence struck harder than the ringing had. Ned looked toward the rail office through the brown smoke and saw the roofline sagging at one corner. A blue-coated signal clerk staggered from the doorway with blood running from his ear and a cracked slate clutched to his chest. The clerk grabbed the nearest post to stay upright. "West relays out. Field governor was in Stores Row for the night party. If it's gone, we can't halt the uphill loads or warn east the camp's under fire." Ned turned toward the Stores Row. Half of it burned low and angry beneath torn canvas. The other half had collapsed inward, hiding crates, tools, and whatever comm paperwork had decided belonged safely there until needed. "Of course it was in stores," he said, already moving. "Where else would anyone put the thing that matters?" The Stores Row had become a map no sensible man would follow. Canvas burned along the roofline in short, hungry licks, rainwater barrels steamed where splinters had knocked them open, and labels flapped from broken crate lids as if the quartermaster's careful order still meant something. Ward reached the first gap ahead of Ned, then stopped so quickly that Ellis almost ran into his back. "Can't get through," Ward said, coughing into his sleeve. "The rack's down." Ned pushed beside him and saw the trouble in pieces. A timber support had fallen across the central aisle, pinning 3 crates beneath it and crushing a handcart against the sidewall. Behind the timber, half hidden by smoke, a blue-banded governor case lay tilted under a collapsed shelf with its carrying handles trapped under planking. Beside it, a signal corporal sat wedged between the handcart and the wrecked rack, one leg caught below the knee and both hands clamped around a broken brace as if grip alone could keep panic out. The corporal saw them and tried to straighten. "Don't pull the shelf. It shifts when I breathe." Ned crouched low, squinting through smoke and sparks. The governor case's brass corners were dented, but the blackstone cradle still looked intact. He could feel the crystal inside it, not cleanly, not with the old quiet of a bench, but as a strained pulse under heat and impact. Alive enough to matter, buried enough to kill time. Ellis swore. "That's the governor?" "That's the governor," Ned said. Ward stepped toward the timber, but Ned caught his coat. "No. If you lift that side, the shelf drops on him." The corporal's voice shook. "You can leave me and take the case." "No, we can't," Ned said, because some answers had to be given before fear found better words. He looked past the man to the crushed cart, the trapped handles, the burning canvas, and the split racking. Ordinary hands could drag one thing if the path stayed kind. This path had stopped being kind before the first shell. Sayer reached them with a wet cloth over his mouth and saw the governor at once. "How bad?" "Bad in two directions," Ned said. "If we pull him first, the rack drops and buries the governor. If we pull the governor first, the shelf shifts and takes his leg, maybe more." "Engineers are coming," Sayer said. Ned glanced back across the yard, where men were already carrying wounded through smoke and the signal clerk was still shouting uselessly at a dead relay. "From where?" Sayer looked at the trapped corporal, then at the blue-banded case. Command wanted a clean choice. The yard had offered him a filthy one. Ned wiped soot from his mouth with the back of his wrist and felt the heat crawling closer along the canvas seam. "We need lift, not hands. Steady lift, low pull, something that can take weight without jerking." Ward stared at him. "A frame?" Ned did not answer at once. He was already looking back toward the rack where Aunt Mildred stood with one bad pin and one good leg too many to be useless. Aunt Mildred had been halfway stripped when the shelling began, which made her both useless and available in the particular way Ned's life seemed to respect. Her left lower pin lay on the crate beside her, bent just enough that no honest man could call it sound, while the right leg, hip brace, back yoke, and load arms remained intact. The frame had been built for Ward, who had shoulders like a door lintel and the sort of steady balance that came from hauling loads before breakfast. Ned looked at it and understood immediately that it was the wrong size, the wrong fit, and the only answer close enough to matter. Sayer followed his gaze. "No. I haven't said anything," Ned said. "You don't have to. Your face is already writing the casualty report." Sayer gripped the frame's shoulder bar and shook it once. The bad leg kicked loose at the knee with an ugly clack. "This thing isn't cleared, and you aren't trained to wear it." "Neither is the shelf," Ned said, pulling open the tool roll at his belt. "Neither is the fire. Neither is the corporal's leg." Ward grabbed the replacement pin box and found it empty. Pins went with the part's chest. "Of course they did," Ned said. He swept a look over the wreckage, found the broken stretcher rack, and pointed. "That hinge bolt, brass cap, ugly washer. Bring it." Ellis stared. "That's not a frame pin." "No, but it is round, stubborn, and less dead than waiting." Ned took the bolt as soon as Ellis freed it, wiped mud off the threads with his sleeve, and shoved it through Aunt Mildred's knee housing. It sat proud, wrong, and serviceable enough to anger every workshop instinct he owned. He wrapped the washer with a strip of torn strap, tightened it with the wrench until the joint moved with a grudging scrape, then dropped his hand to the lower guard and lifted. The leg answered, badly but honestly. Sayer's voice lowered. "Vale, I am ordering you to wait for engineers." Ned looked past him to the burning stores, the trapped corporal, and the governor case with the signal clerk's whole line of hope caught under planks. Another shell struck beyond the rail siding, and the sky lit behind smoke like a furnace door opening. Waiting had become a tidy word for deciding which thing to lose first. Beatrice appeared at the edge of the yard with a medical satchel in one hand and Mrs. Cardew behind her, both halted by Matron Graves's sharp command. Ned saw Beatrice's face change when she understood what he was looking at. She did not call him back. That hurt more than if she had. Ned set both hands on Aunt Mildred's open harness. "Then don't give permission," he said. "Just tell them to clear me a path." 33. Ned in the frame. Sayer stared at Ned for the length of one shell's distant scream, then turned and pointed across the yard with the clean fury of a man choosing the least illegal disaster. "Ward, Ellis, clear him a path to the stores row. Hob, Keep that ledger dry if you have to put it under your shirt. Graves, if he falls over, I want him dragged out before he finishes being noble." "I object to noble," Ned said, already stepping into Aunt Mildred's open harness. "You may file that later," Sayer snapped. The frame did not fit. Ned had known it would not, but knowing a thing on a bench was different from feeling it close around his ribs while the camp burned. The shoulder yoke sat too broad, the hip brace bit low, and the back strap hung loose until Ward hauled it tight enough to force the breath from him. The right leg settled beside his own with solid, ugly confidence. The repaired left knee answered with a scrape that made every part of Ned's mind trained by Pike and Harrow shout that no sane maker trusted such work under load. Ward crouched at the bad joint, his big hands moving faster than his face liked. "If that bolt slips, it'll kick sideways." "I know," Ned said. "You're smaller than me. I also know that. You made these for men carrying weight, not for clever idiots running into burning stores." Ned swallowed smoke and fear together, then reached down to check the release line himself because if his hands were moving, they were less likely to shake. "Then it's a field expansion." Ellis gave a laugh that sounded close to panic. "That what we call dying stupid now?" "Only if it fails," Ned said. Beatrice had come as close as Matron Graves would allow. Her face was pale beneath the soot drifting through the yard, but her voice stayed steady when it reached him. "Ned, look at me." He did, because refusing would have cost more courage than he had spare. She held his gaze across smoke, mud, and men running with buckets. "Come back with both legs. Yours, preferably." The word struck too deep to answer cleanly. Ned nodded once, then looked down at Aunt Mildred's lower braces and set his boot against the stirrup plate. He pulled the guide strap, felt the frame's weight take him, and nearly went sideways as the bad knee caught half a beat late. Ward grabbed the shoulder bar. Sayer caught his arm. Ned forced himself not to fight them, breathed once, and shifted his balance the way he had taught other men to do from the safe side of the harness. The frame steadied, though it was not strength, not really. It was weight borrowed badly, iron and brass agreeing to take part of him and asking payment in bruises, jolts, and trust he had not earned as a wearer. Ned looked toward the trapped corporal and the blue-banded governor case under the burning stores, then lifted Aunt Mildred's right foot from the mud. "Clear the path," he said, "and don't let me hurry." The first steps were worse than Ned expected because the frame did not walk so much as argue with him in iron. Aunt Mildred's right leg wanted a longer stride, her left knee wanted caution, and the loose shoulder yoke translated every mistake into a shove against his ribs. Ned crossed the yard with Ward and Ellis moving ahead of him, kicking broken planks aside and shouting men clear, while Sayer kept close enough to grab him if the frame made good on its threats. "Short steps," Ward called back. "Don't fight the hip." "I know," Ned said through his teeth. "You said don't let you hurry." "I also said I know." "You're hurrying." Ned swore, slowed, and felt the frame steady by a miserable fraction. Smoke pressed wet cloth taste into his mouth. Heat slapped from the store's row in waves, each one carrying canvas stink, burnt flour, and the sharper mineral bite of cracked blackstone. A shell burst farther up the line, and Aunt Mildred's bad knee jumped at the sound as if frightened machinery had instincts after all. Ned's left boot skidded. The frame caught him a heartbeat too late, driving the shoulder bar into his collarbone hard enough to flash white behind his eyes. Sayer caught the rear brace. "Back, that's enough." "No," Ned said, but the word came out ragged. He forced one hand down to the release handle and stopped himself from pulling it by habit. The frame wanted him to panic in the exact place he had designed panic not to kill trained wearers. That was almost funny, if anything had been funny. The left knee's lagging because the bolt's biting on the wrap. I need half weight on the right, then drag the left through, not step. Ward looked back, eyes watering in the smoke. That's not walking. It's getting there. They reached the store's gap one ugly movement at a time. The trapped corporal had lowered his head against his arms, but his eyes opened when he heard the frame scrape close. The shelf above him shifted with a small, terrible sigh, and the blue-banded governor case slid another inch beneath the planks. The corporal whispered, "You're wearing one." "Badly," Ned said, setting the frame's feet where the ground looked least treacherous. "Don't admire it yet." Ellis coughed hard. "Fire's coming along the top." "I see it," Ned said. He lowered Aunt Mildred's load arms toward the fallen timber and felt the whole frame tense around him. Ward, guide the right hook. Sayer, if the left knee twists, kick the bolt inward, not out. If I go over, cut the back strap before the frame lands on me. Sayer's mouth tightened. That is a very poor set of instructions. Ned swallowed smoke and locked both hands around the control grips. It's the set we've got. The first pull nearly threw Ned over the timber. Aunt Mildred's right hook caught properly, but the patched left knee hated the angle and tried to twist him toward the burning canvas. Pain flashed up from his hip where the brace bit wrong, and for one blind second he understood every complaint soldiers had made about chafing, lag, and trust as something carved into muscle rather than written in a trial note. Stop, Ward shouted, both hands on the right load arm. You're levering against the bad side. I know, Ned said, though he had known it too late. Smoke clawed down his throat. He eased the control grip back, let the frame settle, and forced himself to think like a maker instead of a frightened man wearing too much iron. The timber did not need to be lifted high. It needed to stop pressing in the one direction that trapped both shelf and leg. Not up, sideways first. Ellis, shove that broken cartwheel under the shelf edge. Corporal, when it moves, you don't pull yourself free. You wait until Graves has your shoulders. The corporal gave a thin laugh that broke halfway. Wasn't planning acrobatics, sir. Good, Ned said, shifting Aunt Mildred's right foot into the mud until the frame sank half an inch and stopped skidding. I'm very cross with acrobatics. Sayer moved in beside him, cloth over his mouth and eyes fixed on the bad knee. Left bolt's walking out. Kick it in when I take weight, Ned said. Not before. He lowered the left load arm, not to lift, but to pin the timber from rolling. The frame groaned through his ribs. The patched bolt scraped, then held. Ned took one breath, dragged weight onto the right leg, and pulled the timber sideways by inches. Ward guided the hook. Ellis jammed the cartwheel under the shelf. Sayer drove his boot against the bad knee housing just as the bolt began to creep. The shelf lifted a hand's breadth. Matron Graves was suddenly there on her knees, as if fear had made room for her because it knew better than to argue. Corporal, arms around my neck. Mr. Vale, keep that thing still. I am trying very hard not to make it interesting, Ned said. The corporal slid free with a strangled cry, one boot tearing loose and left behind under the wreckage. Graves and Ward hauled him back. The shelf sagged onto the wedged wheel, and Ned changed grip before his shaking hands could betray him. Governor next. Ellis, strap through the handles. No knot you learned from poetry. A dock knot, ugly and mean. Ellis looped the strap, hauled it tight, and slapped the loose end into Ned's hand. Ned hooked it to Aunt Mildred's load arm, released the timber pin, and dragged the blue-banded case clear in one scraping, brutal pull that tore two planks loose and sent sparks up around his boots. The governor came free, and Aunt Mildred's bad knee failed with a crack. The failure did not throw Ned at once. It took him in stages, which was worse. Aunt Mildred's left knee snapped inward, the hip brace drove hard into his side, and the frame tried to fold him around the governor's strap before the right leg locked and held just long enough to keep the blue-banded case from sliding back under the burning shelf. Ned bit down on a shout and tasted blood where his teeth caught his lip. Ward lunged for the governor. Let go, Mr. Vale. Take the case first, Ned said, though the words came out as smoke and stubbornness. He shoved the load arm down with both hands, using the failing frame as a brake rather than a lift, and felt the bad knee grind through the patched bolt. Now, pull straight. Ellis and Ward dragged the governor clear. Sayer seized the carrying handle and passed it backward to the signal clerk, who caught it against his chest as if it were a rescued child. Get it to the relay, Sayer ordered. If it's cracked, carry the pieces and pray Vale can still swear at them. The clerk ran. Only then did Ned pull the release. The strap jammed. Of course it jammed. The frame had saved a man and a governor, so it had decided courtesy was excessive. Ned reached for the secondary catch, missed it because his fingers had gone numb, and swore with enough feeling that Ward stopped looking frightened for half a second. That sounded alive, Ward said, hauling at the back strap. Don't make it worse by being cheerful, Ned said. Beatrice reached them with Matron Graves behind her, ducking beneath Sayer's outstretched arm before anyone could stop her neatly. She put one hand on the frame's shoulder yoke and one on Ned's wrist, not pulling, only finding him inside the machinery. Tell me where it holds you. Hip, Ned said. Left side. Back strap jammed. Don't pull the knee. It's pretending to be attached. Matron Graves snapped her shears open. Then the strap goes. No, Ned said sharply, and everyone froze because the old maker command had cut through panic. He forced himself to breathe shallower. Cut the lower wrap. The back strap is keeping the weight off my leg. Beatrice's eyes flicked once to the frame, then to the torn strap around the bad bolt. She took the shears from Graves, slid them exactly where Ned had meant, and cut. The frame sagged away from him with a clatter. Ward and Sayer caught the yoke before it dragged him down, and Ned stumbled free into Beatrice's grip with one leg shaking too hard to trust. From the rail office, the dead signal bell rang once, then again in a clean pattern. Men across the yard shouted in answer. The uphill loads would halt. East would know. The corporal was alive. The governor was moving, and Aunt Mildred lay broken in the mud with her bad knee twisted beneath her like proof no drawing room could tidy. Sayer looked at Ned, at the wrecked frame, and then toward the signal office. His voice had gone hoarse. You proved it. Ned leaned against Beatrice because pride had become less useful than standing. No, he said, watching smoke curl above the frame that had nearly crushed him and saved more than it broke. The men proved it. I just finally wore the bruises. 34. One more load. Morning did not arrive cleanly at Railhead West. It seeped through smoke, broken canvas, and the sour smell of wet ash, finding every crate split open in the mud and every man who had sat down during the night and failed to stand again before someone made him. Ned sat on an upturned ammunition box outside the hospital awning with his coat open, his left side bound tight enough that breathing had become a negotiation, while Matron Graves checked his ribs with fingers that had never believed in mercy for its own sake. You are fortunate, she said, pressing once near the bruise. Ned saw white at the edge of his sight and gripped the box. That word is doing too much work. It usually does near artillery. Graves wrapped the bandage another turn. Nothing broken that I can find. Deep bruising, strained hip, smoke in the lungs, cut lip, and enough stubbornness to trouble the burial office for decades. You will not wear another frame today. I wasn't planning to collect the set, Ned said. Beatrice stood close enough to pass Graves a pin and far enough not to be told to leave by rank or propriety. Her gloves were ruined, her sleeve had a smear of soot across it, and the medical satchel at her feet had been emptied twice in the night and refilled from wherever Mrs. Cardew found supplies after everyone insisted there were none. If he argues, Matron, I can write to Mrs. Maddie. Ned looked at her. That's cruel. That's efficient, Beatrice said. Across the yard, Sayer's voice moved through the damage like a tired blade. 3 frames serviceable with repair. 2 stripped for parts. Aunt Mildred written off except for right leg, back yoke, load arm, and whatever Mr. Vale refuses to admit is dead. Tools lost. 1 main chest, 2 probe rolls, 6 gauges, most of the pins, half the spare pads, and all dignity attached to store's placement. Hob, blackened ledger under one arm, answered, saved apparatus. Field governor, pattern sheets, 4 correction lists, 1 relay slate, and the blue tool roll Mr. Vale said was not worth cataloging. It was not worth cataloging until everything cataloged exploded, Ned said. Sayer turned then, and several men nearby turned with him. That was the worst part. Not the pain, not even the smoke still caught in his throat, but the way faces found him and softened into gratitude before he had earned any right to refuse it. The signal clerk crossed the yard carrying the dented governor case with both hands. East acknowledged before dawn, he said, stopping in front of Ned. Loads halted. Hospital warned. Upper switchback cleared before the next party reached it. His voice shook once, then steadied. Men didn't walk into the shelling because that governor moved. Ned looked at the blue-banded case, its brass corners battered and its blackstone cradle soot-streaked but whole. He should have felt proud. Instead he saw the corporal's trapped leg, Aunt Mildred folding around him, and Beatrice cutting the strap with her face gone pale and exact. Sayer said quietly, that deserves saying. Ned swallowed, and the smoke in his lungs made the answer rough. Then say the frame did 1 more load than it was built for, and write down what broke. Rafiq arrived while the signal clerk was still standing with the governor case in his hands, as if putting it down might make the night happen again. He had a root board under one arm, his hair flattened by rain and soot, And a look on his face Ned knew from Avalon tables, railway timetables, and any moment when a line on paper had started killing men in Rafiq's head before anyone else noticed. "I need the time the governor reached the relay," Rafiq said, not greeting anyone because arithmetic had no patience left in it. "Exact if possible, approximate if everyone was too busy being shelled." The signal clerk blinked. 14 minutes after the bell stopped. "Maybe 15. 14, Sayer said. "I was counting." Rafiq nodded once and knelt in the mud beside Ned's ammunition box, setting the route board across his knees. The board was already crowded with chalk marks: Lower Camp, Mule Line, West Relay, Upper Switchback, East Approach, Hospital Halt, Ammunition Column, Night Party. He drew a short line from the rail office to the pass route, then circled 3 points with the end of the chalk. Ned tried to lean forward and regretted it at once. Beatrice put one hand near his shoulder without touching the bandage. "Don't make Matron Graves prove she can threaten an injured man twice before breakfast." Rafiq looked up briefly. "Please don't interrupt the one useful thing I can do by requiring medical violence." "I'm sitting," Ned said. "You're thinking about standing," Rafiq said, and went back to the board. If the governor had not reached the relay, the uphill party would have continued into the marked section here. The warning from East would have arrived late because their western receiver was waiting on the relay correction. The hospital carriers would have crossed this path at the same time the mule party tried to turn back. Sayer crouched beside him. "How many?" Rafiq's chalk stopped. He did not answer quickly, which told Ned the number was not small. The signal clerk said, quieter, the uphill load was ammunition and 2 medical chests. 26 men in the load party, Rafiq said. 8 mule handlers, 6 hospital carriers coming down with wounded, 4 signalmen trying to repair the upper box, plus whoever ran toward the mess once the first shell landed. He tapped the board, each little mark suddenly becoming a body with cold hands and bad boots. Minimum 44 in the crossing zone. Probably more. The yard seemed to listen around the number. Ned looked at the ruined frame parts laid in the mud, at Aunt Mildred's twisted knee, at the governor case that had seemed so absurdly heavy beneath the burning shelf. One more load, he thought, and hated how small the phrase sounded beside 44 men. Ward, standing nearby with one sleeve torn, rubbed soot from his jaw. So the ugly thing did more than pull a box out. "No," Rafiq said, looking at the frame instead of Ned. "It moved a message through weight. That is different." Sayer rose slowly. His face had changed from aftermath to command, and Ned disliked the change before the captain spoke. "Then we cannot treat this as one brave accident." Ned closed his eyes for one breath. He had asked them to write down what broke. He heard, in Sayer's voice, the next sentence beginning to build itself from what had worked. Sayer did not say the next sentence at once. He looked toward the wrecked rack where the remaining frames stood like injured animals, then toward the pass road, where smoke still marked the place the shelling had tried to turn into confusion. "If one damaged frame moved a governor under fire, I need to know what 6 sound frames can move by tonight." Ned's ribs tightened before Graves's bandage could do it for him. "No." Sayer turned back. "No?" "No," Ned said, and the word came out sharper than he had meant, which did not make it less true. "You don't get to take last night and make it permission for every bad idea the frame happened to survive. Aunt Mildred nearly crushed me because she was damaged, badly fitted, and being asked to do something she wasn't built to do." Ward shifted beside the wreckage. "She did it, though. She broke doing it," Ned said. He pointed at the twisted knee and felt anger rise because the frame was easier to look at than the men. "That isn't proof she was safe. That's proof she failed late enough to be useful." Rafiq sat back on his heels, root board across his knees. "Useful failure is still data." Ned looked at him, stung. "Don't make it sound tidy." "I'm not," Rafiq said, and the gentleness in his voice was worse than argument. "I'm saying the line doesn't care whether the lesson came neatly. It only cares what we do with it before the next shell." Sayer folded his ledger closed. "Then what do we do with it, Mr. Vale?" The title scraped. Ned almost snapped again, but Beatrice moved beside him, close enough that he could see soot at the edge of her cuff and the cut on one knuckle where she had used Graves's shears. She did not touch him this time. He was grateful for that and resentful of needing gratitude. "You write limits before scale," Beatrice said. "Not after." He is not refusing the frame's value. He is refusing to let panic decide what value means. Sayer's eyes moved from her to Ned. And the maker's version? Ned breathed slowly because fast breathing hurt. He made himself look at the frames, not at the praise, not at the numbers, not at the imagined men on the pass who would live or die by what he said while his own body still remembered being trapped. No damaged frame goes up as serviceable. No wearer takes an unfitted frame. No load arms used for rescue unless the man knows the release drill. Every frame gets a cut-safe strap, bigger secondary catch, spare pins tied to the harness, and an emergency brace that locks the knee before it folds. Hobbs' pencil had begun moving before Ned finished. Cut-safe strap, bigger secondary catch, spare pins on harness, emergency knee brace. Rafik added quietly, and route use changes. Frames don't go where they look heroic. They go where moving one load changes 10 movements behind it. Sayer looked toward the pass again, and this time command did not sound quite so hungry when he spoke. Good, then we expand with limits. Ned closed his eyes for one breath, not because he had won, but because the anger had finally found a job. With limits, he said, or we're only teaching the war to break men faster. The order arrived on paper that was too clean for the yard. A dispatch rider brought it from brigade headquarters in a leather tube still polished at the cap, then stood among broken crates, ash, bandage scraps, and ruined canvas while Sayer broke the seal with muddy fingers. Men nearby pretended not to listen. Ned did not pretend. He watched Sayer's face move from tired command into something tighter and colder. Sayer lowered the paper. All serviceable assisted load frames are to be prepared for immediate expanded deployment along the lower and middle pass. Priority uses ammunition carriage, relay recovery, casualty movement, and emergency signal apparatus transport. Hobb let out a breath. That's everything. That's scale, Rafik said, and the words sounded less like victory than a door closing over the yard. Ned pushed one hand against the ammunition box to stand, failed halfway, and sat again before Graves could put a hand on him. Read the rest. Sayer did. Technical restrictions to follow under field authority. No, Ned said. Not to follow. Attached. The captain looked at him over the page. Vale. Attached before the frames leave this yard, Ned said, fighting for enough breath to make anger useful rather than embarrassing. If command wants them tonight, command gets the limits tonight. Hobb has the list. Rafik has route priority. Ward knows the wearer drill. Beatrice can make the words sharp enough that some clerk can't soften them into advice. Beatrice's chin lifted slightly, not pride, not pleasure, but acceptance of work that had found her hand. Bring me a table that doesn't wobble, 2 copies of the order, and every phrase Mr. Vale refuses to trust. Mrs. Cardew, who had appeared beside the hospital awning with a basket of correspondence and the expression of a woman discovering another department in need of supervision, pointed to 2 clerks. You heard Miss Ashcombe. Move the broken crate, turn the sound one upright, and find ink that hasn't been shelled. The yard began to reorganize around necessity. Ward and Ellis hauled the 3 repairable frames into a line. Hobb opened the blackened ledger across the makeshift table and began copying Ned's limits in blocky, careful script. Rafik marked the route board with frame teams, not by who shouted loudest, but by where one carried load would prevent 5 later failures. Beatrice wrote the field restriction sheet in language that looked polite until it closed around misuse like a trap. Sayer signed first. Then he handed the pen to Ned. Ned looked at the serviceable frames, at Aunt Mildred's broken knee, at the men waiting to carry more than their bodies had any right to bear, and signed beneath the limits because refusal would not keep the war gentle. It would only leave the frames in hands that had not listened. Sayer sanded the ink. They move at dusk. Rafik's chalk tapped the middle pass. Then by dusk, the line changes shape. Ned leaned back against the box, bruised, furious, and afraid of how true that was. Yesterday, the frames had been a project the camp argued over. Tonight, they would become part of the Saffron Line itself. 35. The line narrows. Rafik's route table was still there when dusk should have made the yard slower. Nothing at Railhead West had earned the right to slow down, so lanterns were hung from bent hooks, frame teams were fitted under harsh light, and the repaired legs moved out in pairs while clerks tried to turn urgency into numbered columns. Ned sat on a chair someone had stolen from the relief office and pretended not to notice that Beatrice had placed it where he could see the frame rack without standing. His ribs disliked gratitude almost as much as they disliked breathing. Rafik had not stopped working since the order came. He stood over the root board with 2 lamps, 3 chalks, and a pile of message slips weighted by a cracked Blackstone collar. Every few minutes a runner brought him another note from Signal, Mule Control, Hospital Movement, or the Pass Office, and each time he placed it, his face became a little less tired and a little more afraid. Ned watched him draw a line across the lower switchback, erase it, then draw it again in red. That's the 3rd time you've changed that mark. It deserved changing the first 2 times, Rafik said without looking up. That usually means the mark is lying. No, Rafik said, and now he did look up. It means everything around it is telling the same truth too politely. Sayer came to the table with Hob behind him, both carrying fresh returns from the dusk parties. Frame teams 1 and 2 passed the lower post. 3rd delayed by a cracked pad. 4th held for hospital load. Rafik took the slips, read them, and set them beside 3 older notes. Then he tapped each one in order. Shelling at Stores Row, cut receiver wire above the west relay, mule panic at the lower fence, false stretcher order to the east gate, enemy probes against the middle pass, and now 2 delayed ammunition loads stacked behind a hospital movement that should not have been scheduled there at all. Sayer's expression sharpened. Say it plainly. Rafik's mouth tightened. They are not trying to damage us in pieces anymore. They're arranging the pieces so the pass cuts itself when the next blow lands. Ned leaned forward despite the pull in his side. Beatrice's hand moved, then stopped because she knew better than to make him smaller in front of the table. Where? Rafik turned the board so the lamps caught the red chalk. Here, middle pass, between the broken culvert and the upper mule shelf. It is the narrowest practical crossing still carrying ammunition, wounded, signal traffic, and return animals. Too much has been pushed toward it, and not by accident. Hob swallowed. How long? Rafik looked at the message slips, then at the dark line of the pass beyond the yard lamps. Before morning, if they are clever. Sooner, if they know we have noticed. The next runner brought paper instead of route slips. He came from the command office with a red-tagged folder under his coat and Livia March at his shoulder, which told Ned the paper had already misbehaved badly enough to attract a proper enemy. She had soot on one cheek, her hair pinned with less victory than usual, and a leather field wallet clamped under her arm. Peregrine followed half a pace behind her, immaculate only by comparison with men who had spent the night being shelled. Livia put the folder flat on Rafik's table without asking whether anyone had room for law. Emergency authority from brigade headquarters. Temporary route control, frame allocation, labor reassignment, and apparatus seizure powers. Sayer's mouth tightened. Seizure? That word appears twice, Livia said, opening the folder and turning the first page toward the lantern. Acquisition appears once. Reallocation appears 6 times, which is seizure wearing a cleaner color. In the right hands, this lets you move men, frames, tools, animals, and signal apparatus quickly enough to keep the pass alive. In the wrong hands, it lets half the War Office steal Vale's designs before breakfast and call it necessity. Ned rubbed one hand across his face and felt grit drag under his fingers. Can you stop it? No, Livia said, not without stopping the useful part too. That is not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be accurate. She took Hobbs' pencil, crossed 2 clauses, and wrote in the margin with brisk, vicious neatness. But I can make the authority name field safety limits, inventor credit, restricted use, and post-action review. If anyone takes a frame outside those terms, the theft becomes visible instead of patriotic. Peregrine leaned over the table, eyes moving across the order faster than Ned liked. The real danger is not the man who steals openly. It is the officer who borrows under emergency power, loses the paperwork, and discovers afterward that his uncle's contractor can manufacture a less troublesome version. Sayer looked up sharply. Name him. Peregrine smiled without humor. If I could name one, Captain, we would have a smaller problem. Watch Colonel Bracknell's staff, anyone carrying procurement authority without mud on his boots, and every gentleman who says, afterward, as if afterward belongs to him. Rafik tapped the red mark on the route board. Afterward may not exist if this crossing closes. Livia's pencil stopped for the first time. She looked at the board, then at Ned's bruised posture, then at the frames waiting in the yard. Then we write fast and make panic useful before panic learns to read. Peregrine's gaze flicked toward the command tents beyond the lamps. And I shall go be unpleasant near the men who enjoy emergencies too much. Ned looked from Livia's marked clauses to Rafik's narrowing line and felt the pieces close together with ugly precision. The enemy was aiming at the pass. The Empire was reaching for whatever might keep it open. Between those two hung a handful of frames, a wounded maker, and paper sharp enough to decide who owned the answer when morning came. Arthur arrived with mud up to his thighs, one sleeve torn near the elbow, and a look on his face that belonged to no boy Ned had ever watched dreaming over artillery frames. He came from the direction of the forward command path with two junior runners trailing him and a folded position sketch clenched so hard the paper had gone soft at the edges. No one at the route table needed to ask whether the military side had brought comfort. Arthur's silence had already spent it. Sayre straightened. Penrose. Arthur laid the sketch beside Rafik's board. Middle pass pickets report enemy movement below the shale cut. Not a full push yet. Probes. Small teams. Wire cuts. Shots at mule handlers, not officers. They know who keeps loads moving. Rafik leaned over the sketch. That matches the pressure here. It matches the men, Arthur said, and his voice caught on the last word before discipline forced it flat again. The lower companies know the line is thin. They may not know your numbers, but they can feel it. Ammunition is arriving late. Wounded are coming down through carrying routes. Men are being told to hold shelves and culverts that were never meant to be positions. Ned looked at him properly. Arthur had always wanted courage to be useful. Now he had brought it back looking ashamed that usefulness had mud on it. Which position is worst? Arthur tapped the sketch where Rafik's red mark already waited. The mule shelf above the broken culvert. There is no good cover, no proper turning space, and if it closes, the men below it keep climbing into a blocked throat. The officer there says he can hold. The sergeants say he can hold if nothing else goes wrong, which means he cannot hold. Peregrine, still beside the table, said softly, "That is the closest thing to honesty command permits." Before Sayre could answer, Beatrice came from the hospital side with Mrs. Cardew's basket on one arm and a stack of casualty tags tucked beneath her fingers. She had been away only 20 minutes, but something in her face had changed from tired resolve to a quieter dread. "The hospital has cleared the correspondence desks." Ned frowned. "For what?" "For stretchers," Beatrice said. "And the relief office has moved family letters into crates because the floor is being scrubbed for triage. Mrs. Cardew is asking for more ink, but Matron Graves is asking for more sheets that can be boiled. They are not saying they expect a flood. They are making room for one." Arthur's hand closed slowly on the edge of the table. "The men know it too. I heard one corporal telling his section to write before supper if they had anything that shouldn't wait." The route table changed without moving. Chalk, paper, clauses, positions, blankets, stretcher sheets, frame teams, and men trying not to frighten one another all pointed at the same narrowing place. Sayre looked at Ned. "Can the frames reach the mule shelf by nightfall?" Ned looked to Rafik, because this was no longer a question hands alone could answer. Rafik drew one hard line through the middle pass. "They can reach it if we stop sending them as loads and start sending them as hinges." Arthur looked down at the mark. "Then send me with them." No one answered Arthur quickly, which told Ned the request had landed exactly where courage most often became expensive. Arthur stood with one muddy hand on the position sketch, no longer glowing with old schoolboy hunger, and did not look away from Sayre. Behind him, the dusk parties moved around the frame line, tightening straps, testing locks, and loading compact ammunition cases into harness slings while the lamps made every buckle shine too cleanly for the work ahead. Sayre said, "You are attached to forward liaison, not frame escort." "I am also the only officer here who has been on that shelf in the last 2 hours, Arthur said. "The men know my face. The sergeants know I heard them. If a captain they do not know arrives with a clever new plan and metal legs, they will waste time deciding whether to resent him." Peregrine's brows lifted slightly. That was almost politically intelligent. "I'm unsettled." Arthur ignored him, which proved more than any reply could have done. "Send me with Ward's team. I won't command the frames over their wearers. I'll carry the route order, speak to the shelf officer, and make sure the frames are used where Khan marks them, not where some frightened man thinks they look impressive." Ned felt the old urge to refuse on Arthur's behalf, the same stupid instinct that wanted Beatrice away from hospital floors and Rafik away from maps that counted bodies. He looked at Arthur's torn sleeve, then at the red line on the route board, and understood with a twist of shame that keeping friends safe could become another way of making them smaller. Rafik turned the board toward Arthur. You do not hold the shelf by standing on it heroically. You hold it by keeping movement possible. Frame Team 1 clears the ammunition choke here. Team 2 relieves the hospital carriers here. Team 3 waits below the culvert until the return animals pass. If anyone tries to send all three upward because gunfire sounds urgent, you stop him. Arthur nodded once. I can do that. Livia slid the marked authority sheet across the table. Then you carry this too. If someone orders the frames outside the restrictions, you require the order in writing, with name, rank, and purpose. Arthur managed a tired smile. That sounds like you coming with me in paper form. It is the most reliable version, Livia said. Beatrice handed him a packet of folded correspondence sheets and 2 small pencils tied with thread. And if men ask to write before they move, you give them these. You do not tell them there is no time unless there truly is no time. Sayer looked over all of them, then signed the movement order on the crate table. Penrose goes with frame teams 1 through 3. Khan controls route priority from here. March attaches restrictions. Miss Ashcombe returns to the hospital before Matron Graves arrests me for letting civilians run a war. Mrs. Cardew, listening from the awning, said, "Too late, Captain. We have minutes." The first frame team moved out under lantern light, Ward at the lead, Arthur beside him with the papers inside his coat and Fear held so straight it looked like discipline. Ned watched them turn toward the dark pass where the red mark waited. By morning, either the line would narrow into a trap, or their little arrangement of bruised friends, ugly frames, sharp paper, and stubborn men would hold it open long enough for the war to stumble through. 36. The cut line. The first report came back wrong. Not late, not confused, not written by some clerk whose hands shook over too many columns, but wrong in the way a machine sounded wrong when 2 true parts had been forced to tell a false story together. Ned heard the runner before he saw him, boots slipping hard on the yard mud, breath tearing in his throat, and every man near Rafik's table turned because Fear had a rhythm once it learned to run. Middle pass signal out, the runner gasped, shoving a folded slip toward Sayer. Upper mule shelf blocked. Shelling on the lower turn. Frame Team 1 delayed. Frame Team 2 diverted for wounded. Frame Team 3 ordered up by Captain Lyle. Rafik's chalk snapped between his fingers. Captain Lyle was told to hold Team 3 below the culvert. He says the order changed, the runner said. He had a paper. Livia reached for the slip before Sayer had finished reading it. What paper? I didn't see the seal, miss. The sergeant said it looked proper. Ned tried to stand and got halfway before his ribs reminded him that last night had not become history simply because morning had gone away. Beatrice's hand closed around the back of his chair, not on him, but near enough to be a warning. He sat because he had no time to waste on falling. Across the yard, the pass began to answer the report with noise. A dull boom rolled down from the heights, then another, then the distant crackle of small arms that made men look toward the darkness as if staring could thicken it. The signal mast above the rail office flashed twice, paused, flashed once more, and went dark. A mule broke loose near the lower fence and dragged a length of rope through 2 stacked crates before a handler caught it by sheer fury. Sayer's voice cut through the yard. Find me the source of that order. Hob, copy every restriction again. Livia, if this is false authority, I want language that hangs it around the right neck. Rafik bent over the board, already shifting pieces with hard, fast movements. No, first we stop the damage. Team 3 cannot go up. If it leaves the culvert, return animals hit wounded traffic here, and ammunition stacks behind the shelf. They are cutting the line by making us obey in the wrong order. Ned looked at the dark pass where Arthur had gone with Ward's team, and the cold inside him had nothing to do with smoke or night air. Then Arthur is walking into the cut. Rafik did not answer Ned's fear directly. He moved the pieces instead, which was how he spoke when words would only make terror decorative. One chalk mark became Arthur's party. Another became Frame Team 3. A third, smaller mark became the false order, because Rafik gave even Lies a place on the board if they moved men. Sayer bent over the table. Command has reports from 8 points. None agree. That is because they are treating them as 8 points, Rafik said. They are not. They are one route being wounded in sequence. Livia looked up from the false order slip. Wounded? Rafik's chalk moved from the burned stores row to the west relay, then to the mule shelf, then to the lower turn where shelling had landed after traffic had already been redirected. Here, 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 and here. They are not striking where the pass is strongest. They are striking where one mistake forces the next person to make a sensible mistake. A signal fails, so an officer sends runners. Runners crowd the mule path, so wounded wait. Wounded wait, so stretcher parties are diverted. Stretcher parties divert, so ammunition stops. Ammunition stops, so the shelf commander calls for frames he was told not to move. Ned stared at the marks and felt the old sick certainty of a machine whose parts were not broken separately, but forced against one another until the whole thing tore itself apart. It's a governor failure, he said. Sayer looked at him. What? Not a crystal governor. A root governor. Ned reached for the chalk before remembering his ribs, and Beatrice picked it up and placed it in his fingers without comment. He drew a small circle around the middle pass crossing. Every correction is arriving after the load has already moved. So the pass keeps overcorrecting, like a machine hunting around its proper setting until it shakes itself loose. Rafik nodded hard. Yes, exactly that. A staff captain from the command office pushed through the gathering men with two clerks behind him and irritation sharpened by exhaustion. Captain Sayer, brigade requires your frame status now. If you cannot provide a clean count, command will assign the frames directly by need reports. Livia's eyes went cold. Which need reports? The late ones, the wrong ones, or the forged ones? The staff captain stiffened. Miss March, this is not a legal office. No, Livia said, holding up the false order slip. That appears to be the problem. Sayer stepped between them before the argument could spend another minute they did not have. You will tell brigade that the frame count is useless without root control. If command orders by isolated reports, they will feed the cut. The staff captain looked to Ned, perhaps because wounded men in chairs were easier to overrule than captains with blood on their collars. Mr. Vale, can your apparatus move enough weight to clear the shelf or not? Ned looked at Rafik's board, then toward the dark pass where Arthur was somewhere inside the moving failure. Not if you keep asking what they can carry, he said. Ask where they have to stand. Rafik took the chalk from Ned before Ned could press too hard and turn anger into dust. He drew 3 circles on the board, one below the culvert, one at the mule shelf, and one at the lower turn where shelling had begun herding men toward the wrong place. Then he linked them with a single crooked line that made no officer's map look proud. Frame teams are not loads now, Rafik said. They are gates. Team 3 stays below the culvert and holds return animals until wounded traffic clears. Team 2 takes the hospital carry and makes only 2 trips, not 4. Team 1 goes to the shelf, but not to haul ammunition upward. They pull ammunition sideways into the old drainage cut until the shelf breathes again. The staff captain stared at the board. That leaves the upper company short. Arthur's name was not on the board, but Ned saw him in the gap where the old drainage cut bent away from the mule shelf. It leaves them short for less time than a blocked shelf leaves them dead. Sayer glanced at Rafik. How do we get the order there if middle pass signal is out? Rafik did not hesitate. 3 ways. Runner to lower post with written priority. Lamp code from west relay to the last working mirror above the culvert. Mule handler carrying the same order along the animal track because soldiers stop runners and ignore mule men until the mule man starts swearing. Hobbs' pencil hovered. Which mule man? Bell, Ned said, before anyone could suggest a tidier person. He'll swear convincingly. Livia was already writing. Countermand any order advancing frame team 3 beyond the lower culvert unless signed by Captain Sayer and countersigned by route control. Frame teams to act as route regulators, not independent carrying parties. Misuse creates liability under emergency authority. The staff captain made a strangled sound. Liability? Under shelling? Especially under shelling, Livia said, without looking up. Panic loves blank spaces. Beatrice stepped closer to the board and pointed to the hospital mark. If Team 2 takes the hospital carry in 2 trips, I can have the stretcher tags sorted before they reach the lower turn. Matron Graves will not like being told to hold men, but she will obey if the order says holding them prevents a crush above. She will obey if the order is sensible, Ned said. She'll murder us later if it isn't. Sayer looked once toward the pass, then took the pencil from Hob and signed at the bottom of Livia's sheet. Do it. Khan has route control until Brigade produces someone less likely to kill us with clean reports. The staff captain's face colored. Captain Sayer, you cannot place a civilian route clerk over military movement. Rafik looked up at last, exhausted and very still. Then call me a bad idea and write my marks down. But send the order first. For one hard second, the staff captain looked as if dignity might kill 40 men to preserve itself. Then another boom rolled down from the pass, closer than the last, and the rail office lamp flickered back to life with a frantic white blink from the repaired relay. Sayer took the signed sheet, folded it once, and shoved it against the staff captain's chest. Carry that to Brigade, Sayer said. Tell them route control is acting under emergency authority and my name is on it. If they dislike that, they may court-martial me after the shelf is open. The staff captain stared at him. You are making yourself responsible. Yes, Sayer said, finally. That ended the argument more effectively than anger would have. The captain took the paper and turned for the command office, already calling for his clerks. Livia caught one sleeve before he escaped. Not that copy. This one goes to Brigade. That one goes to the pass office. The one without my countermark goes nowhere unless you want the false order and the real one breeding in the dark. He looked at her hand on his sleeve, thought better of whatever his upbringing suggested, and took the corrected sheets. The yard broke into motion around Rafik's board. Bell was dragged from the mule line, given a folded order, and told the animal track was his. He looked at the paper, then at Ned. If some officer stops me, do I say route control sent me or do I bite him? Start with route control, Ned said. Save biting for officers who read slowly. Bell grinned once, fierce and white in a dirty face, then vanished toward the lower animal path with two handlers and a mule that looked personally offended by artillery. At the rail office, the signal clerk bent over the cracked slate while Hob read Rafik's lamp code aloud in short chunks. Hold Team 3 below culvert. Team 1 to drainage cut. Team 2 hospital carry. Confirm Penrose. Confirm Ward. Beatrice stood beside Ned's chair with a tray of casualty tags in one hand and her eyes fixed on the dark pass. How long before we know? Rafik did not look up from the board. Too long if it fails. Barely soon enough if it works. The relay lamp flashed once, then twice, then began answering in broken discipline from somewhere above the culvert. Hob translated with his pencil shaking only a little. Message received lower post. Runner redirected. Bell sighted on animal track. Team 3 not yet past culvert. Ned's breath caught and hurt. Not yet is alive. The lamp flashed again. The signal clerk leaned closer, lips moving as he counted. Penrose acknowledges. Ward holding Team 1. Shelf under fire. Drainage cut reachable. Sayer closed both hands around the back of Rafik's chair. Then we have them. Rafik's face did not change, which frightened Ned more than relief would have. He drew a fresh red mark across the board where the enemy's pressure would fall next. No, he said softly. Now they know we've stopped the cut. The next blow comes harder. 37. Rafik's Road. Rafik's board stopped being a board and became the pass itself. Ned watched it happen from the chair he hated, with his ribs strapped, his breath short, and his hands useless except for holding chalk when someone put it there. The yard around them rang with orders, hoof strikes, coughing lamps, and the distant hammer of guns, but the table drew men toward it because Rafik had given the chaos edges. Blocked switchbacks sat in red. Working relays shone in white chalk. Frame teams were marked with little brass washers. Wounded stations were scraps of blue paper held down by spent shell caps. Mules were black buttons, spare stretchers were splinters, and the last working mirror above the culvert was a sliver of broken glass that caught lantern light whenever the table shook. Don't crowd me, Rafik said, though half the men around him outranked him and the other half were too tired to remember manners. Sayer moved one sergeant back with a hand on his shoulder. You heard him. Give the road room to breathe. Ned heard the strain under that joke and knew Sayer was watching the same thing he was. Rafik's fingers moved too quickly, then stopped too completely, each pause measuring men Ned could not see. A runner from the lower post delivered a slate with mud smeared across half the message. Rafik wiped it with his sleeve, read the broken words, and moved frame team 3-1 chalk width down the board. The sergeant beside Sayer muttered, that sends them backward. It keeps them alive, Rafik said. and it keeps the wounded from meeting return animals in the dark. The sergeant looked at the board as if offended by the idea that retreat could be useful. We need ammunition up. You need a road that still exists when the ammunition reaches it, Rafik said, sharper now. He tapped the mule shelf, then the drainage cut, then the lower turn. If Team 3 goes up, this locks. If this locks, the wounded stop here. If the wounded stop here, the ammunition waits below them. Then the enemy shells the whole queue and gets everything at once. Ned felt the shape of it settle in his bones. Not victory, not even a proper plan yet. A road made of avoiding the worst place at the worst minute. Beatrice came from the hospital side with fresh casualty tags and laid them beside the blue paper stations. Matron Graves says she can hold 6 stretchers for 15 minutes, not 20. Rafik changed 2 marks without looking up. Tell her 15 saves the turn. 20 loses it. She will ask whether that is a promise. It is arithmetic, Rafik said. That is not a safer answer, Beatrice replied, but she was already moving. Ned looked across the crowded board, where every ugly little token stood for hands, hooves, smoke, pain, and time borrowed from the next mistake. Rafik, he said, where does the next load move? Rafik placed one last washer in the narrow space above the culvert. Not forward, he said. Across. Across sounded too small for the argument it began. The staff captain from brigade stared at the board as if Rafik had suggested moving the mountain by politeness. 2 lieutenants leaned in behind him, one with a field map folded to the official road and the other with a pencil already poised to prove the clerk wrong before the clerk finished breathing. You are proposing lateral movement under shelling, the staff captain said. Along a drainage cut that is not marked as a military route. It is marked as a drainage cut because it drains water, Rafik said. Tonight it also drains traffic. That is not doctrine. No, Rafik said, moving 2 brass washers across the board. Doctrine has the ammunition going upward through the shelf, the wounded coming downward through the same shelf, and the return animals trying to pass both in the dark. Doctrine is about to make a very tidy pile of dead men. One lieutenant flushed. You cannot run a pass on scraps of paper, buttons, and guesses. Rafik's hands stilled over the board. These are not guesses. Frame Team 1 left the lower post 18 minutes ago and is delayed by shelling near the outer bend. Team 2 can take 12 stretcher cases in 2 trips if the hospital holds the 6 least urgent men for 15 minutes. Team 3 has not passed the culvert. The drainage cut is too narrow for mules but wide enough for a frame team with side loads and hand guides. The ammunition cases can be broken into 6 loads, not 4, if we stop caring whether the manifest looks elegant. Ned saw the staff captain's eyes flick from Rafik to Sayer, looking for an adult in uniform to rescue command from arithmetic. Sayer did not oblige him. He stood with his hands on the back of Rafik's chair, mud drying on his cuffs and command settling around him in a shape Ned liked better than polish. The staff captain said, small teams fail. 1 man falls, 1 frame jams, 1 mule bolts, and your clever road dies. Rafik looked up then, and the exhaustion in his face had burned down to something harder. Large columns fail louder. If a small team jams, we pull it out, redirect around it, or spend 4 men fixing 1 point. If a column jams on the shelf, the enemy does not need artillery skill. He only needs patience. Beatrice returned from Matron Graves with 1 hand on a stack of stretcher tags. The hospital will hold 15 minutes, not 16. Graves said if anyone calls that delay instead of prevention, she will educate him with a basin. Ned looked at the board, at the ugly sideways mark where Rafik wanted the war to bend. Can the frames take side loads without tipping? With hand guides, Rafik said. With the right hand guides, Ned corrected. Men who listen when a wearer says the hip is pulling. Rafik nodded once and shifted 3 splinters beside the washers. Then we make the road out of listeners. Ned could not stand, so the frame changes came to him as pieces. Hob dragged a crate close and laid out what had survived the night. Spare pins in a biscuit tin, 2 cracked pads, 3 serviceable hip straps, 1 snapped load hook, 4 short guide ropes, a bundle of torn harness leather, and Aunt Mildred's right load arm with soot still blackening the joint. It was a miserable inventory, which meant it was honest enough to use. Short relays, Ned said, touching the good pins with 1 finger. No team carries from lower post to shelf. They carry from lower post to the first mark, hand off, and return before the frame heats or the wearer lies about his hip. Ward, back from the frame line with a bandage around his forearm and contempt for rest in every inch of him, frowned. Men hate handing off loads. Feels like quitting. Then tell them quitting is when a man keeps a load until he falls under it, Ned said. Handing off is how the load gets farther than his pride. Rafik moved the washers into shorter gaps. Relay marks here, here, and here. Recovery points? Ned looked at the board, then at the bits on the crate. One below the culvert with pins, straps, pads, and water. One at the drainage cut entrance with 2 men who can fit hip straps. One below the mule shelf with hooks and release knives. No full repairs uphill, only safe enough to move down or sideways. A lieutenant beside the staff captain looked offended again. You are leaving broken apparatus on the route. I am leaving useful failure where men can survive it, Ned said. If a frame jams uphill, the wearer drops the load and comes back. If some officer orders him to keep going because the crate is expensive, Livia's paper bites him. Livia, riding beside the lantern, said, with name, rank, and purpose. Beatrice returned with 2 hospital orderlies and a canvas bundle of cut sheets. Matron Graves says these are not bandages, because if anyone calls them bandages she wants them boiled first. They may be padding, sling cloth, or a moral disappointment. Ward accepted the bundle. Padding. Good, Beatrice said. She prefers useful disappointment. Ned took one strip and wrapped it around the snapped hook, testing how it would sit under load. Engineers can wear them for tool loads. Stretcher parties can use the load arms for lift assist only, not full carry. Mule handlers get guide ropes, not frames, unless they've done the release drill twice. Rafik added each rule to the route, and the ugly sideways road began to look less like a desperate line and more like a chain of hands. Ned's ribs hurt, his head ached, but the plan, for the first time, had places where broken things were expected rather than hidden. Good, he said. Now make every relay small enough that failure doesn't become a funeral. The plan should have needed a room, a clean map, and a staff officer with rested eyes. Instead it was authorized on a crate table under shaking lamps while the pass fired and answered above them. Sayer took the marked sheet from Livia, read Rafik's road once from lower post to mule shelf, then read it backward as if retreat might expose a lie advance had missed. The staff captain waited with his jaw tight. Brigade will not like this. Brigade does not have to like it, Sayer said. Brigade has to receive ammunition, keep wounded moving, and still possess a pass by morning. Rafik's chalk hovered over the board, but his hand had begun to tremble. Ned saw it before anyone else seemed to. Not fear alone. Where? Rafik had been holding the whole road inside himself, every mule, bearer, frame, stretcher, signal flash, and minute pressed into the space behind his eyes until his body began objecting to the Empire's weight. Ned reached for the chalk and set it down before Rafik could drop it. Say it out loud once. Then make them repeat it. Rafik looked at him, understood, and straightened with effort. Frame Team 1 takes broken ammunition loads across the drainage cut in 6 parts. No upward push until the shelf clears. Team 2 moves stretcher cases in 2 controlled trips, hospital holding 15 minutes. Team 3 stays below the culvert and controls return animals. Bell carries the animal track copy. Lamp code confirms with Penrose and Ward. Recovery caches at lower post, cut entrance, and below shelf. No officer moves a frame outside the route without written authority. Livia slid the order toward the staff captain. Repeat it. He looked offended. I beg your pardon? Repeat it, Sayer said. The captain repeated it, badly at first, then better when Rafik corrected the culvert and Beatrice corrected the hospital hold. By the time he finished, the plan no longer belonged only to the board. It had entered mouths, hands, lamps, runners, mules, and men who would swear at one another in the dark until the road existed because they kept making it exist. Sayer signed. The staff captain signed beneath him. Livia countersigned the restrictions. Rafik placed the final washer at the drainage cut and pressed it flat with one soot-dark finger. There, he said, almost too quietly for anyone beyond the table to hear. That is the road. Ned looked at the board and knew it was no road at all, not in the way maps meant roads. It was Ward's team under shellfire, Bell on an animal track, Graves holding stretchers, Arthur carrying papers through the dark, Livia's clauses, Beatrice's tags, Hobbs' shaking pencil, Sayer's name on the order, and Rafiq's timing stretched between them like a rope over a gorge. The first lamp signal went up from the rail office, sharp and white into the night. Rafiq did not smile. Now we see if it carries. 38. The men in Ned's legs. The road began as light. One lamp flash from the rail office leapt toward the lower post, broke against the last working mirror above the culvert, and came back in a trembling answer that made every person around Rafiq's table lean without meaning to. Then the first runner arrived from the lower turn with mud to his waist and the look of a man who had seen a plan become something heavier than ink. Frame Team 3 is holding below the culvert, he said, bracing both hands on his knees. Return animals stopped. Bell says the mule men are swearing at everyone equally, which he calls good discipline. Rafiq moved a black button half an inch down the board. Good. Team 1? Across the drainage cut, the runner said. First ammunition split into 6 loads. 2 men on each guide rope. Ward says the side pull is ugly but holding. Ned's fingers tightened on the chair arm. He could picture it too clearly. The frame legs biting into sloped ground. Ammunition cases broken into smaller burdens. Men walking sideways where no official road admitted men could go. Are they leaning into the hill? The runner blinked. What? Are the wearers leaning into the hill or away from the load? Ned asked. Into the hill, the runner said after a breath. Ward shouted that until someone listened. Ned let out the air carefully, because relief hurt if taken too quickly. Then they may keep their hips. Sayer looked toward the dark pass as another distant burst rolled across the ridge. May is doing useful work tonight. The next signal came from the rail office, read aloud by Hobb in a voice that tried to be official and failed at being young. Team 2 reached hospital mark. First stretcher lift beginning. Graves confirms 15-minute hold. She adds that if route control wastes her time, she will send the next basin uphill by catapult. Beatrice closed her eyes for one brief moment, perhaps in prayer, perhaps in recognition. That means she is frightened enough to be funny. Rafiq did not look up. Then the hospital mark holds. A third message arrived by Slate, scratched fast and smeared at one corner. Signal parts, not ammunition this time. A cracked relay coil, 2 lantern shutters, a replacement mirror bracket, and a healer chest had moved in the same frame relay because no one had waited for the manifest to approve reality. Ned read the slate, then looked at the brass washers inching along Rafiq's road. They're not carrying loads, he said quietly. Rafiq's chalk paused. No? They're carrying consequences before consequences arrive. Ned looked toward the pass, where tiny lights moved in broken lines across the Black Mountain. Keep them small. Keep them moving. The next messages stopped sounding like reports and began sounding like men. Hobb read the first one twice because the handwriting had been done on the move and anger had sharpened half the letters into hooks. Private Dawes, Frame Team 1, says, tell Mr. Vale the left hip pulls like a tax collector, but the side load crossed. Tell him we use the guide ropes, not pride. Tell Ward he is still ugly. Ward, who had come back long enough to drink half a cup of water and be told to leave again, snorted. Dawes was ugly before the frame had opinions. Ned touched the brass washer marking Team 1. Private Dawes had mocked the first trial so loudly that the whole lower switchback had learned 3 new insults for assisted walking. Now his ugly complaint had carried ammunition across a path no mule could take. The second message came from a laborer named Pikely, who had not been trained as a soldier and had apparently trusted machines less than weather until one took a boiler patch plate off his shoulders near the drainage cut. The runner delivered it breathless, grinning despite the mud. He says the legs make him feel like a drunken crane. Then he says send another drunken crane, because the engineers have 2 more plates and no time to admire dignity. Sayer marked the request. Another frame to the cut entrance. Not without a hand guide who knows slopes, Ned said. Rafiq moved a splinter beside the washer. Assign Ellis. He listens. A stretcher-bearer's note came next, brought by a hospital orderly with blood drying along one cuff. Frame Team 2 lifted Corporal Ames over the broken turn without rolling him. Bearer says the load arm saved his own back, but he never wants to hear a knee joint click near his ear again. Beatrice took that one, read the name, and made a mark on her casualty tags. Ames's letter is in the second blue crate. I'll have it matched before the next hospital run. Then an engineer arrived in person, black-faced, furious, and carrying a cracked relay coil wrapped in canvas like contraband. "Where's Vale?" Ned lifted 2 fingers from the chair arm. "Here." The engineer stared at him, then at the frame washers, and some of the fury changed direction. "Your lads got this coil through." Frame jammed twice, wearer cursed in 3 languages, guide rope snapped once, and the drainage cut tried to eat Sergeant Mullen's boot. But it got through. He set the coil on the table with both hands. "Tell your men their stupid legs are useful." Ned looked at the soot on the coil and the small brass washers crawling across Rafik's impossible road. "They know," he said. "That's why they're still moving." The first bad message came folded around a good one, which made it worse. Team 1 had cleared the first ammunition crossing, but the second side load had jammed where the drainage cut narrowed under a fallen slab. The runner brought the slate with his thumb pressed over the last line, as if hiding it might make it kinder. Rafik took it from him. "Read what you are covering." The runner's face tightened. Private Dawes pinned at the hip. Frame upright. Load safe. Enemy fire increasing from shale side. Ned's body tried to stand before sense caught it. Pain locked his ribs and Beatrice's hand went to the back of his chair again, steady as a gate. He hated the chair, hated the bandage, hated the helpless distance between his hands and the place where one of his frames was holding a man still under fire. Sayer leaned over the board. "Can they free him?" The runner swallowed. "Ward says yes, if they abandon the second ammunition load." "Then abandon it," Ned said. The staff captain stiffened beside the table. "That ammunition is needed above." "So is Dawes," Ned said, and the answer came out hard enough to scrape his throat. "A load can wait in the cut. A man pinned under fire can't." Rafik moved the washer back half a chalk mark, then set a splinter across the drainage cut. "No, they do not abandon the load to the enemy. They leave it wedged, free Dawes, and send the empty frame back with a guide rope. Team 3 holds return animals 5 minutes longer. Team 2's second hospital lift pauses below the turn." Beatrice looked at the blue tags. "That leaves the stretchers exposed." "It leaves them waiting behind cover, not walking into a jam," Rafik said. Another lamp signal flickered from the rail office before anyone could argue. Hobb read it in bursts. "Penrose at mule shelf. Ward requests authority to cut load strap. Dawes conscious. Says, tell Vale the hip pulls less than the taxman now because the taxman has shot at him." A laugh moved around the table, too sharp and too close to breaking. Ned closed his eyes for half a breath and opened them again. "Cut the strap. Save the frame if they can. Save Dawes first." Sayer signed the instruction without asking brigade. "Send it." The signal clerk bent to the lamp. Rafik held one finger over the drainage cut, waiting for the little brass washer to become a man moving again. Ned watched the light go out and come back, and understood that the frames had crossed some invisible line. They were no longer Ned's invention being tested by soldiers. They were soldiers now, with jokes, wounds, orders, and the terrible right to matter more than the thing they carried. The answer came in 3 pieces, because nothing on the Saffron Line arrived whole if it could arrive breathing hard instead. First came Bell, staggering in from the animal track with one sleeve torn away, a mule rope burned across his palm, and a grin so fierce it looked borrowed from a man with better sense. He slapped a folded message onto Rafik's table and bent double over his own knees. "Dawes is loose," Bell said. "Still got both hips, though he's making no promises about affection. Ammunition wedged in the cut, not lost. Ward says he can pull it out with the empty frame if the shale men stop expressing opinions." Ned closed his hand over the chair arm and felt the breath he had been holding scrape its way out. "Tell Ward to stop asking the enemy for manners." Bell's grin widened. "He said you'd say something like that, only with more shopkeeper misery." The second piece came by lamp. Hobb read it with his pencil pressed to the slate, each flash dragging the whole yard closer. Frame Team 2 completed second hospital lift. 12 stretcher cases clear of lower turn. Matron Graves confirms no crush. Adds that she remains personally displeased with everyone. Beatrice covered her mouth with one hand, and for once Ned could not tell whether she was holding back a laugh or something more dangerous. "That means the wounded are through." Rafik moved the blue paper station down the board. "It means that part of the road carried." The third piece took longest. The drainage cut went silent except for gunfire and the small white answers of the relay mirror, and the silence made Ned imagine every bad possibility wearing Dawes's voice. Then the signal clerk leaned into the lamp slate, shoulders hunched as if he could pull the message faster by force. Critical load at shelf, Hobb read at last. His voice cracked, but he kept going. Ammunition split delivered. Relay coil delivered. Healer chest delivered. Penrose confirms shelf still open. Ward reports 1 frame damaged but walking down. Dawes walking assisted. Message ends. Ned's legs got here ugly. The yard did not cheer. It was too tired, too frightened, and too full of men who knew the night was not done. But something passed through them all the same, a loosening, a breath, a quiet turning toward the dark pass where the little lamps still moved. Sayer looked at Ned. That was the load. Ned looked at the washers on Rafiq's board, then at the men around it, then at the night beyond the yard. No, he said softly. That was the men. 39. Arthur holds the gate. Arthur Penrose had imagined battle too many times as a boy, which made the real thing feel less like fulfillment than punishment for vanity. The mule shelf above the broken culvert was not a heroic place. It was a cramped scrape of stone and mud, just wide enough for men, mules, stretchers, and fear to obstruct one another. Smoke drifted up from the lower turn. Loose shale rattled under every boot. The enemy fired from the dark below the cut, not in clean volleys but in clever, patient snaps that made mule handlers duck, bearers flinch, and tired men clutch loads they should have dropped. Keep them moving sideways, Arthur said, pointing toward the drainage cut because his voice had to sound as if it belonged to someone who had not noticed his own hands shaking. Not up, sideways. Ward's team clears the ammunition first, then the healer chest. No one blocks the shelf to argue with me. A sergeant with a bandage under his cap looked at him as if officers were usually decorative obstacles. Captain Lyle ordered Team 3 up. Captain Lyle's order is countermanded, Arthur said, pulling Livia's marked sheet from inside his coat and holding it under the lantern. The paper trembled until he locked his elbow. Route control has priority. Captain Sayer signed it. Miss March made it vicious. Take comfort from both. Ward came out of the drainage cut bent under a side load, the frame around him clanking with every step and 2 guide men braced against the slope. If you gentlemen have finished reading bedtime stories, I'd enjoy fewer bullets. Arthur turned at once. Guide ropes left. Give him room. The sergeant moved before his men did, shoving a gawking private back with one arm. You heard him. Left guide clear, ammunition through, wounded hold. A shot cracked against stone above them and showered grit over Arthur's collar. He ducked too late, which was better than not ducking at all, and hated that part of him still cared whether anyone had seen. Then a mule screamed below the culvert, and 3 return animals surged toward the shelf exactly where Rafiq's board had said they must not. The sergeant swore, if they hit the stretcher line, we're done. Arthur saw the gap, the animals, the frame team halfway across the cut, and the wounded waiting under thin cover with faces turned toward him as if rank could whiten stone. Courage, he realized, was not the shining thing he had wanted it to be. It was choosing which fear got obeyed first. Close the gate, he said, stepping into the mouth of the shelf with his pistol still holstered and both hands raised toward the mule handlers. No return animals through, not one. Hold them below until Ward clears the cut. The sergeant stared. Sir, that puts you in the lane. Yes, Arthur said, and planted his boots where the road narrowed. That is rather the point. The first mule hit the halt like a thrown cart. It came up from below with its eyes rolled white, packs clattering. Handler dragged half a step before he found a rock to brace against. Arthur stood in the narrowing with both palms up and every sensible part of him screaming that animals did not respect noble blood, officers' grade, or tidy intentions. The handler shouted something drowned by gunfire. The mule lunged again, rope snapping taut enough to sing. Hold it below, Arthur called. Below, damn you, not onto the shelf. The handler's face twisted. It'll break its neck if I turn it here. It'll break 6 men if you don't, Arthur said. He stepped closer, not because he wanted to, but because the mule's head followed movement and the handler needed 1 second not to be alone. Easy, let it see my hand. Bring its head left. The sergeant swore under his breath, then moved beside Arthur with 2 privates. You heard the officer. Left, not up, left. Ward's frame clanked behind them, the ammunition load scraping sideways through the drainage cut with a sound like a coffin being dragged over stone. Shelf clear in 10, Ward shouted. "Unless someone parks a horse with opinions in my lap." "Mule," Arthur called back, absurdly offended by the inaccuracy because fear needed somewhere ridiculous to go. "Then tell the mule to enlist properly." A shot struck the shelf edge and sent chips across Arthur's boot. The mule reared, one foreleg kicking high enough to catch him in the shoulder if the sergeant had not yanked him sideways by the coat. Arthur stumbled, recovered, and found the handler staring at him as if officers were not supposed to be movable. "Left," Arthur said again, breathless now. "Bring it left. It follows your voice, not your panic." The handler swallowed, then spoke to the mule in a low, furious stream of stabiliard affection and threats. The animal's head came round by inches. One private caught the loose pack strap. Another shoved a fallen crate out of the way. Arthur stepped back only when the mule's shoulder passed the mouth of the shelf instead of driving into it. The first stretcher line waited 10 yards above, faces pale under lantern cloth. Arthur looked at them, then at Ward's team, then at the drainage cut where the last of the ammunition load scraped clear. The sergeant released Arthur's coat. "You're in the way, sir." Arthur nodded, shaking so hard that the nod nearly became agreement with everything. "Yes, keep saying that whenever I forget." The second push came while the mule was still being turned. Arthur heard the enemy before he understood the shape of them, boots skittering on shale below the culvert, a whistle from the dark, then 3 quick shots aimed not at officers or lamps, but at the guide ropes holding Ward's frame steady in the drainage cut. One rope snapped, the side load lurched, and Ward went down on one knee with the ammunition case dragging him toward the open edge. "Guide rope gone," Ward shouted. "Loads pulling." The shelf reacted like a frightened body. 2 men turned toward Ward, one stretcher bearer stepped forward when he should have held, and the mule handler, seeing motion above him, began to let the animal climb. Arthur saw the whole gate failing in pieces. Every instinct drilled into him by officers and old stories wanted him to draw his pistol, fire down toward the shale, and look like the sort of man who met attack with smoke and brass. Instead he grabbed the loose mule rope. The handler shouted, "Sir, don't." Arthur wrapped the rope once around his forearm and pulled himself backward across the mouth of the shelf, not to stop the mule by strength, which would have been ridiculous, but to make himself a living bar where the road wanted to open. "Sergeant, Ward needs a guide rope. Take mine." The sergeant stared at him for less than a heartbeat, then understood. He cut the mule's spare lead from the pack saddle, tossed one end to Ward's nearest guide man, and drove 2 privates toward the drainage cut. "Anchor it low, low, you fools. Make the hill carry with you." A shot cracked past Arthur's ear close enough to slap heat against his cheek. He did not fire back. He held the mule's head down and left, speaking nonsense because the handler had done it and the animal seemed to understand nonsense better than command. "Easy, you overburdened brute. Not yet, not through. You may hate me in a moment." The stretcher bearer shouted, "Sir, the wounded are backing up." "Then they back up alive," Arthur said, and his voice sounded so unlike the panic inside him that he almost trusted it. "Ward clears first. Wounded move second. Return animals last." Ward's frame heaved in the cut. The new rope snapped tight, 2 privates leaned their whole bodies against it, and the ammunition case scraped sideways another foot. Arthur could not see the enemy below. He could only feel the road deciding whether to remain a road while his arm burned under the rope and the mule breathed hot against his sleeve. The sergeant looked back from the cut. Frames clear. Arthur wanted to sag. Instead he stepped aside, released the mule one careful hand's breadth, and pointed uphill. "Stretcher line first. Move them now." The stretcher line moved because everyone had finally become too frightened to waste motion. 2 bearers came first, bent low beneath a lantern cloth, their wounded man strapped tight and biting a folded glove instead of crying out. Arthur stepped backward with the mule rope still in his hand, making the gate narrower for the animals and wider for the wounded because Rafiq's road had never been stone. It was choices repeated quickly enough to look like a path. "Next stretcher," Arthur called. "Keep left against the rock. Don't look down." A private did look down, saw the shale fall away beneath the broken edge, and stumbled. Arthur caught the stretcher pole with his free hand before it tipped, and the weight tore at his shoulder hard enough to make his knees dip. The sergeant seized the rear pole and shoved upward. "Eyes on my coat," Arthur said to the private, forcing the words out evenly. "Not the drop. My coat is hideous and much safer." The private gave a strangled laugh and found his feet. Yes, sir. Ward's frame clanked out of the drainage cut behind them, empty now except for a snapped strap and a bent hook banging against one side. He was limping, but moving. Ammunition's through. Healer chest too. Relay coil went ahead with Penrose's paper wrapped round it like a love letter. Arthur wanted to ask whether the shelf was clear, whether Dawes still had both hips, whether the lower road had held. Instead he heard another whistle from below and shoved the mule's head left as 2 shots cracked against stone behind Ward. Down, the sergeant shouted. Arthur did not go down. If he dropped, the mule surged. If the mule surged, the stretcher line folded. He kept his boots planted and his hand on the rope while splinters of rock struck his cheek and collar. For one sharp instant he was certain he was about to die in the least graceful posture imaginable, holding a mule like a farmhand and blocking a road like misplaced furniture. Then British rifles answered from above the shelf. The enemy fire thinned, not gone, not defeated, but pushed low enough that the last stretcher cleared the bend. The mule handler got the first animal turned. Ward's team dragged the damaged frame aside. The sergeant looked down the shelf, then up toward the narrow track where the wounded had vanished under lantern cloth. That's it, the sergeant said hoarsely. Gates clear. Arthur opened his hand and discovered the rope had burned a red line into his palm. He stared at it stupidly until the sergeant took his elbow. Sir? Arthur swallowed and looked at the road they had kept open for only minutes, for only loads, for only wounded men who were now alive elsewhere. It felt nothing like glory. It felt like having been hollowed out and left standing. Send the signal, Arthur said. Tell Railhead West the shelf held long enough. 40. The Saffron Line holds. The signal from Arthur reached Railhead West as a thin white stutter through smoke, mirror, lamp, and human nerves. Hobb read it once, then again because no one at Rafiq's table seemed willing to trust good news unless it came bruised. Penrose reports mule shelf held long enough. Wounded clear. Ammunition through. Frame damaged but descending. Enemy pressure continuing below shale cut. No one cheered. Ned had learned by then that relief at the Saffron Line was only the space before the next thing arrived. He sat with his bandaged ribs aching, one hand flat beside Rafiq's board, and watched the little brass washers hold their impossible places across the chalk road. Arthur had bought minutes. Ward and the frame teams had moved loads. Graves had held stretchers. Bell had carried an order where soldiers would have been stopped. Rafiq had made a road out of timing. It should have felt like enough, but the mountain disagreed. A flash lit the upper pass, too broad for ordinary shelling, followed by a sound that rolled down the valley like iron stairs collapsing. The rail office windows shook in their frames. One of the lamps on Rafiq's table went out. Across the yard, men turned toward the pass as the mirror above the culvert flashed once, twice, then broke into frantic light. The signal clerk shouted from the office door, upper relay failing. East reports ammunition low at forward guns. Hospital column stalled below middle turn. Enemy assault forming under cover of shale smoke. Rafiq's chalk hovered, then dropped onto the board. That's the next blow. Sayer leaned over the table. Where? Everywhere that answered correctly, Rafiq said, and for the first time his voice sounded nearly empty. They waited for us to unclog the line. Now they are striking the open places. Beatrice came from the hospital awning with Mrs. Cardew behind her and a ledger hugged against her chest. Matron Graves says if the hospital column does not move in 10 minutes, she begins laying men in the mule yard. That is not a metaphor. Livia arrived from the command tent at a fast walk, Peregrine beside her and Murdoch a few paces behind with his camera case banging against one hip. Brigade is split between feeding the forward guns and clearing wounded, Livia said. There are 2 orders already drafted, and both pretend the other need does not exist. Peregrine's face had lost its polish. Colonel Bracknell's staff wants the frame sent to ammunition only. Ned looked at the board, at the hospital tags in Beatrice's hand, at the dark pass where men were still moving because all of them had made them move. His side hurt badly enough that thought came with teeth. Then we don't choose one. We make the same road carry both. Rafiq stared at Ned's hand where it lay beside the board, then at the 2 sets of marks already fighting for the same narrow road. Both means alternating, not mixing. Then alternate, Ned said. Ammunition up in pieces. Wounded down between them. Frames don't carry one purpose. They carry the next needed thing to the next safe place. The staff captain made a sound of disbelief. That is chaos. No, Rafik said, and the emptiness in his voice hardened into work. Chaos is two separate orders meeting on one shelf. This is a pulse. He moved washers, blue paper, black buttons, and splinters with sudden precision. 2 ammunition loads across the cut. 1 stretcher return. 1 relay repair. 2 ammunition. 1 stretcher. Hold animals below unless the lamp shows white red white. Sayer bent over the board. Can the men follow that? They can if the words are short, Beatrice said. She took one of Mrs. Cardew's order slips, turned it over, and wrote in large, clean lines instead of pretty ones. Ammunition 2. Wounded 1. Relay 1. Repeat by lamp. Hold animals below unless signaled. Livia read over her shoulder. Add, no officer may combine pulses without route control. Peregrine looked toward the command tents. And I will stand where Colonel Bracknell's staff can see me watching them consider disobedience. Murdoch, who had been silent until then, lifted his camera case. Do you want the officers photographed before or after they decide to be remembered badly? Sayer glanced at him. After. Give them the opportunity to be useful first. A runner arrived from the motor park with a parcel wrapped in oilcloth and stamped with a mark Ned knew so well that for one impossible second the yard smelled of Vale and Company instead of smoke. Hob cut the string. Inside lay a packet of spare Blackstone collars, 3 ugly guide clips, 2 wrapped probe heads, and a note in Maddie's square hand. Stop making miracles from empty drawers. Tom says the guide clips are ugly. Slip says ugly sells after victory. Invoice enclosed. Ned's throat tightened so hard that the smoke had nothing to do with it. They got through? Last supply cart before the shelling closed the West Road, Hob said. Rafik took the guide clips as if they were jewels and placed them beside the relay mark. Then the relay repair moves with the next pulse. The lamp above the rail office flashed Arthur's position again, broken but alive. Sayer signed the new order. Beatrice folded copies for runners. Livia marked them. Peregrine walked toward command. Murdoch followed with his camera. Rafik set the pulse moving with one chalk line, and Ned watched all of them become the answer he could never have built alone. The pulse went out as light, paper, and men who had stopped waiting for perfect permission. From the rail office, the lamp flashed the pattern Beatrice had made short enough for fear to remember. 2 ammunition, 1 wounded, 1 relay, repeat. At the command tents, Peregrine stood in view of Colonel Bracknell's staff with Murdoch beside him, the camera raised just often enough to make disobedience look as if it might develop a caption. The first answer came from the shelf in broken flashes. Hob translated with his pencil racing. Ammunition 1 moving. Ammunition 2 staged. Wounded holding under cover. Penrose confirms pulse understood. Rafik moved the brass washers, then the blue paper, then 1 guide clip across the board. Good. The road breathes in. Ned watched the marks and felt every inch of the pass as if the frame straps had been buckled round his own ribs. And out? The lamp flashed again. Hob swallowed. First wounded group descending after ammunition clears. Ward reports frame hip pulling but manageable. Dawes reports taxman still worse. A laugh went round the table, smaller this time, but steadier. Beatrice folded another set of casualty tags and handed them to a runner without looking away from the board. Tell Matron Graves the first group is moving. The runner hesitated. Exactly that, miss? Exactly that, Beatrice said. Do not add optimism. She distrusts it. A thunder of guns rolled from the forward ridge, not incoming this time, but British guns answering. The sound changed the yard. Men looked up, not because they were safe, but because the forward batteries had been fed enough to speak. The rail office lamp flashed white, and the mule handlers below the culvert began releasing animals in controlled pairs instead of panicked clots. The staff captain stared toward the pass. The guns are firing again. Sayer did not look away from the board, because the ammunition reached them. Another message came. Hob read it once, then lifted his head. Relay repair party reached upper mirror. Guide clips fitted. Signal strength improving. Hospital column moving through lower turn. Enemy assault stalled below shale smoke. Rafik's hand hovered over the final red mark. For the first time all night, he erased instead of added. The chalk squeaked against the board, and the narrow cut that had nearly strangled the pass became an open line again. Ned let himself breathe too deeply and paid for it, but he did not regret the pain. Again, he said. Rafik looked at him. Again, Ned repeated, softer. Until morning or until they stop trying to cut us. Rafik picked up the chalk. 2 ammunition, 1 wounded, 1 relay. Sayer nodded. Make the line hold. The last enemy push came just before dawn, when the mountain was a black shape against a colorless sky and everyone at Railhead West had begun to move like a machine powered by refusal rather than strength. The shale smoke thickened below the shelf, rifle flashes pricked the dark, and the rail office lamp stuttered so fast Hob had to grip the slate with both hands to keep from losing the count. Assault under shelf, he read. Forward guns firing. Ammunition pulse continuing. Wounded column clear of lower turn. Relay holding. Penrose requests confirmation that Team 3 may release return animals in pairs. Rafik's face was gray with exhaustion. Confirm. Pairs only. No clots. Sayer repeated it to the signal clerk. Pairs only. No clots. The staff captain beside him did not argue. No one did now. The board had stopped being Rafik's improvised answer and become the only truth anyone trusted. Brass washers moved. Blue paper stations shifted. Black buttons came down the lower track in controlled pairs while the guns above the pass answered harder and faster, fed by small loads carried through ugly gaps by men who had every reason to fall and kept choosing not to. Another flash from the upper mirror hit the yard like a held breath released. Hobbs stared at the slate. His mouth opened, closed, and then he found the words. Enemy assault faltering below shale cut. Forward guns report sufficient ammunition. Shelf remains open. Hospital column through. East confirms line traffic restored. For a moment Ned did not understand. He heard each part separately, as if the sentence were another machine he had to assemble before it could work. Forward guns fed. Shelf open. Hospital through. East confirmed. Traffic restored. The Saffron Line had not become safe, or whole, or clean. It had simply not broken. Rafik set the chalk down very carefully. The line holds. The words passed around the table without becoming a cheer. Sayer bowed his head. Beatrice shut both eyes and pressed one hand to her mouth. Livia gripped the signed authority sheets as if paper could bruise. Murdoch lifted his camera and took one photograph, not of Ned alone, but of the whole battered table, Rafik's board, Hobbs' slate, Beatrice's tags, Sayer's muddy signature, Livia's marked clauses, Maddie's ugly guide clips, and Ned sitting bandaged among the people who had made his invention larger than him. Ned looked toward the paling pass and thought of Ward, Dawes, Arthur, Bell, Graves, mule handlers, engineers, bearers, clerks, and men whose names he would only learn afterward if someone had written them down. His ribs hurt. His hands were empty. He had not died into anyone's legend, and he was fiercely, painfully grateful for that. Sayer looked at him at last. Mr. Vale. Ned shook his head before the praise could land wrongly. Not me, he said, voice rough with smoke and dawn. Write down everyone. 41. Write down everyone. Morning found Railhead West unwilling to understand that the line had held. Men still ran because stopping felt dangerous. Clerks still copied orders because paper had become a kind of sandbag. The rail office lamp still flashed tests toward the upper mirror, white against a sky slowly losing its smoke-black edge, and every answer from the pass made men glance up as if the mountain might change its mind and take the news back. Ned sat where he had been left, bandaged, filthy, and too tired to resent the chair properly. Rafik had fallen asleep with one arm folded beside the root board and his forehead nearly touching a chalk mark that had once meant the mule shelf. Hobbs stood over him like a nervous guard dog, holding a mug of tea no one had remembered to drink. Beatrice had taken possession of Mrs. Cardew's spare ledger and was ruling columns across the page with a hand that did not shake until she paused. Sayer stood beside the table, looking at the battered board, the signed orders, the casualty tags, and the first pale light on the pass. We need an official account before Brigade writes one for us. Livia, seated on an ammunition crate with ink on her cuff and 2 sealed orders under one elbow, looked up sharply. You mean before someone improves it? I mean before someone simplifies it, Sayer said. Which is worse? Murdoch opened his camera case on the crate beside him. Simplified stories photograph well. A wounded inventor, a brave captain, a heroic machine, one neat image, one neat headline, and half the truth buried by breakfast. Ned looked at him. Don't. Murdoch's hands stilled on the glass plates. Don't photograph you? Don't make it neat, Ned said. His voice came rough, and Beatrice's pen stopped as if the sound had touched her. Dawes got pinned and kept joking. Ward kept the load moving. Arthur held the gate. Bell carried orders on the animal track. Graves held the hospital when everyone wanted movement. Rafik kept the road alive. Hobb kept the signals straight. Beatrice made the words short enough to survive fear. Livia made the theft visible. Sayer signed what could have ruined him. And there are mule men, bearers, engineers, clerks, and names we don't have yet. Sayer nodded once, slow and grave. Then we get them. Beatrice turned the ledger toward him. At the top of the first page she had written, in clean dark ink, names to be recorded. Start with the ones you know. Ned looked at the empty lines and felt, more sharply than pain, the terrible mercy of still being alive to fill them. Ward, he said. Dawes. Bell. Arthur Penrose. Matron Graves. Rafik Khan. The first names came easily because they were close enough to touch. Ward returned from the lower road with mud dried white on his trousers and one frame strap slung over his shoulder like a trophy he intended to insult later. Dawes came behind him, walking with two men under his arms and a grin fixed too hard across a face gone gray with pain. Bell arrived from the animal track still smelling of mule, smoke, and victory denied the right to become clean. Beatrice looked up from the ledger. Full names, if you please. Ward blinked at her as if no one had ever asked him to be more official than trouble. Samuel Ward. Private Samuel Ward, Sayer said. Ward shifted. That sounds like I'm about to be blamed. It sounds like you were about to be recorded, Beatrice said, writing carefully. You may object once history has dried. Dawes lowered himself onto a crate with a hiss and lifted one hand. Private Lionel Dawes, with both hips, despite Mr. Vale's machine making an ambitious attempt at taxation. Ned looked at him. The machine reports you abused it. Then the machine is a liar and should be court-martial-led. Murdoch raised his camera slightly. May I photograph the liar and its victim? Dawes glanced at Ned, then at the broken frame being dragged into the yard behind him. Only if you get its bad side. It tried very hard to have one. The little laugh that followed did not erase the night, but it made space around it. Beatrice wrote Dawes's name under Ward's, then Bell's, then the mule handler's Bell supplied with surprising precision once Mrs. Cardew threatened to spell them as he pronounced them. Hobb copied from signal slips. Livia marked which actions had occurred under emergency authority. Sayer added ranks when he knew them and sent runners for the ones he did not. Rafik woke when Beatrice asked for the names of the lower postmen. He lifted his head, saw the ledger, and for a moment looked so young and empty that Ned almost told him to sleep again. Instead, Rafik reached for the pencil. Noor Patel at the lower post. Sergeant Ibbotson at the culvert. Mirror operator was Evans, I think. No, Evan Lloyd. He corrected me twice because I kept calling him Evans. Beatrice wrote them down. Then Evan Lloyd he shall remain. Ned watched the page fill and felt the shape of the victory change. It was not becoming smaller by being divided among them. It was becoming true. By noon, the first official version arrived with the smell of clean ink and safe distance. A brigade clerk brought it in a folder tied with red tape, followed by the same staff captain who had argued with Rafik through the night and now looked as if history had given him indigestion. He set the draft on the crate table beside Beatrice's ledger and cleared his throat before anyone invited him to make things worse. Sayer took the page, read 3 lines, and handed it to Livia without changing expression. Miss March. Livia read aloud because cruelty sometimes required witnesses. By the ingenuity of civilian specialist Edmund Vale and the disciplined execution of command, the assisted load apparatus enabled the timely movement of ammunition, contributing materially to the stabilization of the Saffron Line. Ward, sitting on a crate with his injured arm propped on a rolled coat, looked around. Is that us? No, Dawes said. We were uglier. Ned stared at the line where his name stood bright and lonely in the middle of all that careful emptiness. Civilian specialist Edmund Vale sounded like a man who had arrived with a polished answer in a box, wound it up, and watched soldiers move around it. There was no Dawes pinned under fire, no Arthur in the mule lane, no Rafik's chalk, no Graves holding stretchers, no Bell on the animal track, no Beatrice writing orders short enough for fear, and no Livia making theft show its teeth. Murdoch took the page from Livia when she offered it and read the same lines with a reporter's flat patience. This is not false. That may be the most damning thing anyone has said today, Peregrine murmured. The staff captain bristled. It is a preliminary summary. The public cannot be expected to follow every mule handler and stretcher bearer through a night action. Beatrice's pen stopped against the ledger. The public can learn names. Some names will be in the full report, the captain said. Full reports are where truth goes to be filed safely out of sight, Murdoch said. He tapped the draft once. This version is printable because it is tidy. Tidy is not the same as true. The captain looked at Ned. Mr. Vale, no one is diminishing the others. But inventions require inventors. The public understands that. Ned looked at Beatrice's ledger. The page had filled with names, ranks, corrections, smudges, and one line where Bell had insisted a mule deserved honorable mention as that vicious gray devil with military instincts. It was messy enough to breathe. Then teach them something better, he said. Write that the frame worked because men made it work. Write that the line held because everyone carried the next thing. Murdoch closed his camera case gently. I can write that. Livia drew the official draft toward her and uncapped her pen. And I can make Brigade sign a version that does not pretend the rest of the Empire was scenery. Livia's corrected version did not grow longer so much as heavier. She sat at the crate table with the Brigade draft under her left hand, Beatrice's ledger under her right, and Murdoch standing close enough to read without interrupting. Every time the official language tried to polish the night smooth, Livia put a line through it and made the sentence carry weight again. Civilian Specialist Edmund Vale stays, she said, not looking at Ned. But not alone. In concert with route control led by Rafiq Khan, field command under Captain Sayer, relief coordination under Matron Graves and Miss Ashcombe, and the actions of named frame teams, signalmen, mule handlers, stretcher bearers, and engineers. The staff captain looked pained. That is a crowded sentence. It was a crowded pass, Beatrice said. Murdoch smiled faintly and wrote something in his notebook. I may steal that. No, Beatrice said. You may quote it properly. Ward leaned toward Dawes. This is worse than being shot at. They're making grammar tactical. Dawes shifted carefully on his crate. Good. Perhaps grammar can carry the next load. Ned listened as names entered the revised report, not all in the first paragraph, not all with equal shine, but there. Samuel Ward, Lionel Dawes, Arthur Penrose, Bell and the Mule Handlers, Noor Patel, Evan Lloyd, Sergeant Ibbotson, Matron Graves, Hobb, who tried to protest until Sayer asked whether signal accuracy had been optional. Rafiq Khan, whose route board Murdoch photographed from above while Rafiq slept through the click of the camera like a man beyond vanity or defense. When Livia finished, she turned the page toward Sayer. Sign this, and the official account cannot later pretend the machine acted by itself. Sayer read every line. Then he signed. Send it to Brigade, to the War Office, and to anyone who thinks a clean summary is worth more than clean truth. The staff captain took the corrected draft with both hands, looking older than he had at dawn. They will object to the length. Peregrine, who had returned just in time to look amused without looking rested, said, Then tell them the Empire narrowly survived a long night. It can survive a long sentence. Ned looked at Beatrice's ledger, now thick with smudged names and uncertain spellings to be chased down later. His own name was there too, not erased, not inflated, merely placed among the others. That felt bearable, more than bearable, perhaps, though he was too tired to know what gratitude should do with itself. Beatrice closed the ledger gently. We'll keep adding them. Ned nodded, watching the first runner carry Livia's corrected report toward Brigade and Murdoch lift his camera toward the whole battered yard. Good, he said. No one gets left behind just because they survived. 42. Vale and Company, open. Vale and Company was open when Ned came home, which was exactly the sort of offense Maddie would commit against sentiment. The front shutters were folded back, the brass bell above the door had been polished badly by someone in a hurry, and 3 order slips hung from the outside hook before he had even reached the threshold. A boy from the gasworks stood at the counter arguing over a cracked pressure gauge. 2 railwaymen waited beside a crate of coupling pins. Somewhere deeper in the shop, a lathe hummed, a kettle hissed, and Tom's voice said something sharp about anyone who filed a guide clip on the good vice without asking first. Ned stopped on the pavement with his cane in one hand and his traveling bag in the other. His ribs had healed enough to ache politely instead of shout, and the limp from his strained hip only showed when he was tired, which meant it showed almost always. The shop windows reflected a thinner man in a military cut coat that was not quite uniform and not quite civilian. He looked at himself only long enough to decide the windows were being unhelpful. Slip saw him first through the glass. Her face appeared between hanging coils of copper wire and a rack of replacement springs, eyes wide, mouth open, one hand still holding a biscuit she had clearly stolen from somewhere important. Then she vanished. Inside, something crashed. Maddie's voice cut through the shop. If that is another customer fainting over prices, tell him war has made us expensive in character building. The door opened so hard the bell struck twice. Slip came out at a run, stopped 3 feet from Ned as if remembering he was breakable, then threw both arms round his middle with careful violence anyway. "You're late." Ned set his bag down before it fell. "The railway apologized." "I don't care what the railway did." Slip held on tighter, then let go quickly and glared at his cane. "You brought a stick." "I thought the door might be rude." Tom appeared behind her with a file in one hand and spectacles pushed up into his hair. He looked Ned up and down, nodded once as if confirming the return of a difficult component, and took the traveling bag from the pavement. "You're thinner. Bench still knows you. Don't touch the governor job until you've eaten." Maddie reached the doorway last. She did not run. She stood very still with her ledger under one arm and her lips pressed together so hard that Ned suddenly understood she had been balancing the accounts against this exact moment for weeks and had found no column where fear belonged. "You're standing outside like a customer," she said. Ned swallowed. "Am I allowed in?" Maddie's face broke into fury, relief, and something too private for the street. "Don't be stupid," she said, and stepped aside. "Vale and Company is open." Inside, the shop had grown without asking him. Ned had left it as a workshop with ambitions, accounts, and too many corners where hope had been stacked in crates. He came back to find labeled shelves, job racks, 3 apprentices he did not know, and a wallboard divided into crown orders, railway orders, domestic repairs, and things Mr. Vale must not be allowed to touch until reviewed. The last column was in Maddie's hand and already had 6 entries. Ned stared at it. "That seems excessive." Tom put his bag behind the counter. "It was longer last week." Slip lifted the stolen biscuit in solemn evidence. "We showed mercy." Before Ned could answer, the bell rang again, and Arthur Penrose stepped in with Rafik just behind him. Arthur's left hand was bandaged, his coat sleeve sat awkwardly over the dressing, and he looked more embarrassed by the shop bell than he had by enemy fire. Rafik carried a parcel of folded root proofs under one arm and had the haunted, tidy look of a man who had slept and disliked what waking gave back. Arthur stopped when he saw Ned. "You made it home first." "The railway apologized to me too," Ned said. "That is a grave strategic development." Arthur crossed the shop and held out his right hand because the left was still wrapped. His grip was careful, but not fragile. "Good to see you standing." Ned took his hand and found that the old academy warmth still knew where to fit around everything war had put between them. "Good to see you not blocking a mule shelf." Arthur gave a short laugh. "I have retired from livestock command." Rafik set the parcel on the counter and glanced at the wallboard. "Your shop is better organized than brigade headquarters." Maddie looked pleased despite herself. "That is because I permit fewer officers." The bell rang a third time before anyone could recover. Livia entered with Peregrine at her shoulder, both carrying the unnatural composure of people who had dressed carefully because arriving in pieces would have been impolite. Behind them came Murdoch, who held up a folded newspaper without ceremony. "It printed," he said. No one moved for a heartbeat. Murdoch laid the paper on the counter and unfolded it. The photograph showed the battered table at Railhead West, Rafik's board, Beatrice's tags, Livia's marked clauses, Sayer's muddy signature, Hobbs' slate, and Ned sitting among them rather than above them. The headline read, "The Night the Saffron Line Held." Slip leaned over the counter. "You're in the corner." Ned looked at the names beneath the image, so many of them that the print had gone small. "Good," he said, and only then let himself smile. "That's where the bench usually is." The shop had barely made room for the newspaper before the bell rang again, softer this time, as if the person outside had opened the door carefully to avoid disturbing a place that had already survived enough noise. Beatrice stepped in with Mrs. Cardew behind her, both dressed for travel rather than hospital work, though Beatrice still carried herself as if somewhere nearby a ledger needed rescuing from idiots. Her gloves were clean. Her eyes went first to Ned's cane, then to his face, and only then to the room full of people pretending not to watch. Ned forgot what his hands were meant to be doing. Miss Ashcombe. Slip turned her head slowly. Miss Ashcombe, is it? Beatrice's mouth twitched. For another few minutes, perhaps. That moved through the shop more sharply than Murdoch's printed headline. Arthur looked at Rafik. Rafik looked at the wallboard as if it might offer route guidance for romance. Livia's expression became very still, which Ned had learned meant she had seen the trap before anyone else and was deciding whether to spring it herself. Mrs. Cardew cleared her throat and placed a sealed letter on the counter. Lord Ashcombe's carriage reached the corner behind us. He has decided, after considerable delay, that the war's conclusion makes this an appropriate moment to resume a family conversation Miss Beatrice declined to finish by post. Ned looked at Beatrice. The older gentleman? The very wealthy older gentleman, Beatrice said, calm enough that only Ned saw the tightness under it. Apparently patience is a virtue when practiced by people waiting to purchase daughters. Maddie's ledger closed with a flat crack. Not in my shop. The bell rang once more before anyone could answer. A footman in Ashcombe livery entered first, saw the crowd, the newspaper, the railwaymen, Slip's biscuit, and Maddie's face, and visibly regretted his profession. Behind him came Lord Ashcombe, stern, silver-haired, and dressed as if mud, war, and trade were rumors beneath notice. Beatrice, he said, this is not a suitable place for this discussion. Beatrice set her travel bag down beside Ned's. No, father, it is exactly the place. Lord Ashcombe's gaze moved to Ned, measuring cane, shop coat, scars of tiredness, and the name over the door all in one cold glance. Mr. Vale, I thank you for your service. But gratitude does not alter station. Ned felt the old wound of that word, cleaner than shrapnel and meaner because it expected obedience. Before he could answer, Beatrice stepped beside him, not behind him, and laid one hand on the counter between Vale and Company's order slips and Murdoch's newspaper. No, she said, but choice does. Lord Ashcombe looked at his daughter's hand on the counter as if she had placed it on a voting rail in Parliament and not beside a rack of coupling pins. Choice is a word young people use before consequence has had time to educate them. Beatrice did not move her hand. Then consequence has been a poor tutor. It has had years. Ned shifted his weight against the cane and felt the shop watching him with a force gentler and more dangerous than pressure. He could have reached for pride, for anger, for the easy sharpness war had taught tired men to mistake for courage. Instead he looked at Beatrice, not at her father, because this was not a negotiation over him. Do you want me to speak? Yes, Beatrice said, but not for me. That steadied him more than the cane. Ned set it against the counter, freeing both hands, and faced Lord Ashcombe with grease-stained order slips, Murdoch's newspaper, and Vale and Company's name above the door behind him. I cannot offer her your world, my lord. I don't have it, and I don't want to pretend I do. I can offer her this one. It is noisy, profitable on good weeks, disgraceful on bad ones, and full of people who argue before breakfast. It has work, friends, ledgers, engines, apprentices, railwaymen who complain, and enough crown orders to make sleep a rumor. If she chooses that, then I will spend my life making it worthy of her choice. Lord Ashcombe's mouth tightened. You speak as if affection pays settlements. Maddie opened her ledger with alarming calm. It helps when accompanied by a business with assets, patents, crown contracts, railway orders, and investors who are currently pretending not to listen. Arthur coughed into his bandaged hand. Pretending poorly. Rafik said, the pretense is structurally unsound. Livia stepped beside Beatrice and set one finger on Murdoch's printed article. Mr. Vale is no longer merely a promising maker. He is owner of a wartime proven apparatus, named in official reports, protected by field restrictions, and surrounded by witnesses who understand contracts. If you are worried about money, Lord Ashcombe, worry more carefully. Peregrine smiled. And if you are worried about status, you may take comfort. Everyone who matters will know exactly whom Miss Ashcombe chose. Beatrice drew a breath that trembled once, then settled. She turned to Ned, and the shop, the father, the friends, and the newspaper all fell back in his awareness until only she remained clear. Ned Vale, I am not asking you to rescue me from my family. I am asking whether you will let me build the rest of my life beside yours." Ned's answer came without polish, which made it true. "Yes, always, if you'll have me." Beatrice smiled then, bright and fierce enough to make the whole shop feel newly lit. "Then that is settled." Slip leaned over the counter toward Lord Ashcombe. "Tea?" Matty said, "Expensive tea." Ned laughed, and it hurt his ribs, and he did not care. Outside, the brass bell above the open door moved in the wind, and Vale and Company went on working around them. Epilogue: The Maker's Wedding. Ned's cane stood beside the church door, where everyone could see it and no one could pretend it had been forgotten. Matty had placed it there herself with the same expression she used when setting a finished invoice on the counter, as if to declare that the matter had been inspected, approved, and would not be discussed further. It leaned against the stone beneath a spray of orange blossom and brass wire leaves, polished at the handle, scuffed near the foot, and stubbornly present. Ned stood without it. He had argued that this was sentimental foolishness, then had argued that sentimental foolishness was exactly the sort of thing people remembered for the wrong reasons. Matty had listened for nearly half a minute, which was generous by her standards, then had told him that if he could stand through 3 Crown inspections, 2 railway board meetings, and 1 argument with a bishop's steward about pew flowers, he could stand while marrying Beatrice Ashcombe. Tom had observed that the cane would be within falling distance, which Ned had not found comforting, and Slip had offered to trip anyone who stared at his limp. Now he stood at the front of the little church with his left hip aching, his ribs no more than an old warning under his waistcoat, and his hands clasped because if he did not clasp them, he would check his pocket watch, his cuff, the ring, the floorboards, and possibly the structural integrity of the altar rail. The church smelled of beeswax, flowers, damp stone, and too many people wearing their best clothes at once. Morning light came through colored glass and fell in small bright pieces across the aisle, as if some careful hand had sorted the day into usable parts. Arthur Penrose stood at Ned's right, solemn until he caught Ned looking and raised his bandaged hand a fraction in mock salute. The bandage was unnecessary now, but Arthur had claimed it made him look distinguished and discouraged small talk with elderly aunts. Rafiq sat 2 rows back beside Livia, both of them whispering over a folded seating list that had already survived 3 revisions and 1 near scandal involving a colonel, a railway investor, and Bell's mule handler being put too close to the Ashcombe cousins. Peregrine lounged with perfect impropriety in the pew behind them, wearing morning dress as if he had personally improved the institution by tolerating it. Murdoch was near the side aisle with his camera packed away, under strict instruction from Mrs. Cardew that no plate would be exposed during the ceremony unless he wished to be removed by matrons. Sayer stood near the back with Matron Graves, both of them looking uncomfortable in civilian clothes and dangerously competent in their discomfort. Ward and Dawes had been placed together after Matty declared that separating them only made them shout farther. Bell sat with the mule handlers and had already whispered something that made Slip choke on laughter. Ned looked at them all and felt the old, impossible ledger of the Saffron Line flicker through him. Names to be recorded. Names that had been recorded. Names that had kept arriving, in letters, reports, and newspaper columns, until the War Office had discovered that truth, once made inconveniently public, took up more shelf space than planned. There had been medals, commendations, arguments over patents, contracts with teeth, and 1 astonishingly stiff letter from Lord Ashcombe admitting that Vale and Company's financial position was less precarious than formerly represented. Matty had framed that one in the office lavatory. The organ changed, and everyone stood. Ned forgot the pews, the aches, the cane by the door, and the fact that half London seemed determined to witness whether a maker could marry above himself without dropping anything essential. Beatrice came down the aisle on her father's arm, and the world narrowed without becoming small. Her dress was ivory silk cut simply enough to move in and fine enough to annoy anyone hoping for a surrender of elegance. Orange blossom pinned her veil. At her throat she wore the small brass and pearl brooch Ned had made from the first clean profit after the Crown contracts cleared, a little gear hidden inside the setting so that when touched it opened like a flower. Lord Ashcombe walked stiffly, but he walked beside her. That mattered because Beatrice had chosen peace where it could be had and steel where it could not. He did not smile until they reached the front, and even then the expression looked as if it had been negotiated in committee. But when Beatrice turned to him, he lifted her hand from his arm and held it for 1 extra moment. "You are certain?" he asked quietly. Beatrice's face softened, not into obedience, but into mercy. "Yes, Father." Lord Ashcombe glanced at Ned. The old measurement was still there, but it no longer found the same answer. "Then stand straight, Mr. Vale. She dislikes repair work on avoidable damage." "I am learning that, my lord," Ned said. Beatrice's mouth trembled with suppressed laughter. Lord Ashcombe placed her hand in Ned's, then stepped back. The motion was small, formal, and probably the hardest concession the man had made in years. Ned respected it more because it was difficult. The service began. Ned had feared the words would be too grand for him, that they would ring hollow around a life of grease, brass filings, invoices, and late suppers over half-finished mechanisms. Instead they were practical in the old way, full of promises a man could not keep by feeling alone. To have and to hold. For better, for worse. Richer, poorer, sickness, health. The words had the shape of maintenance, of returning to the bench, of tightening what had loosened and tending what would not mend itself. When the vicar turned to him, Ned found that his prepared certainty had fled and left him with something rougher. Beatrice's hand was warm in his, steady but not still, and he loved her more for the small tremor that proved courage had come with her rather than ahead of her. "Edmund Vale," the vicar said, "will you take Beatrice Ashcombe to be your wedded wife? Will you love her, comfort her, honor her, and keep her, in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, so long as you both shall live?" Ned looked at Beatrice, not at the church, not at her father, not at the gathered world waiting to decide what sort of answer a common-born maker could give. "I will," he said, and his voice steadied as it left him. "I will love her when the work is easy and when it is not. I will honor her choice as much as her heart. I will not make a cage out of care, or call fear protection, or mistake silence for peace. I will build beside her, listen when she sees the fault before I do, and come home to her with the truth, even when the truth is ugly." Beatrice's fingers tightened around his. Somewhere behind them, Slip made a small sound and was immediately hushed by Matty with devastating force. The vicar looked to Beatrice, his expression kind enough that Ned suspected he understood when a ceremony had acquired workshop amendments and was better for them. "Beatrice Ashcombe, will you take Edmund Vale to be your wedded husband? Will you love him, comfort him, honor him, and keep him, in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, so long as you both shall live?" "I will," Beatrice said. She did not look away from Ned. "I will love him in the workshop and away from it, in noise and quiet, in profit and worry, in ordinary mornings and impossible nights. I will not ask him to become simpler so the world can understand him, and I will not let him hide behind usefulness when he is afraid to be loved. I will build beside him, argue honestly, keep the ledgers clean when necessary, and make room for joy even when he insists joy needs a proper filing system." A soft ripple of laughter moved through the church, warm rather than careless. Ned swallowed and felt the promise settle somewhere deeper than pride. He had expected the vows to bind him. Instead they gave shape to the life already reaching toward them. Arthur placed the ring in Ned's palm without mishap, though not without looking relieved. Ned took Beatrice's hand and slid the ring onto her finger. He had made it himself from gold, brass, and a thread of crystal so fine that it caught light only when turned. Inside the band, where only she would know it, he had engraved "Build beside me." Her fingers tightened when she felt the hidden words. "With this ring," Ned said, "I give you my promise, my work, my name, and my home. Not as a shelter from the world, but as a place we make strong enough to meet it." Beatrice placed his ring with steadier hands. "With this ring, I give you my promise, my counsel, my name, and my heart. Not as a reward for surviving, but as a life freely chosen." Her thumb brushed the edge of the band. "And I reserve the right to add instructions later." Ned looked at her over their joined hands. "You still can." "I intend to." The vicar coughed with heroic restraint and continued. The final words were spoken, the blessing given, and Edmund Vale and Beatrice Ashcombe became husband and wife under the old church roof while outside. Carts rolled, gas lamps waited for evening, and Vale and Company's bell hung over an open door. When the ceremony ended, the church did not erupt into polite applause so much as release several different worlds at once. Matty cried furiously and denied it before anyone accused her. Tom shook Ned's hand, then immediately checked the ring setting because he was Tom. Slip hugged Beatrice with such enthusiasm that Mrs. Cardew had to rescue the veil from becoming a casualty. Arthur bowed over Beatrice's hand with absurd courtliness until she laughed at him. Rafik offered a carefully folded packet of route maps as a wedding gift and then, mortified by everyone's attention, explained that they were for future travel and not symbolic, unless symbolism proved efficient. Livia kissed Beatrice's cheek and then inspected Ned with narrowed eyes. "You appear to have survived the ceremony." "So far," Ned said. "Good. The marriage settlement has 3 clauses I am particularly proud of, and it would be untidy to waste them." Peregrine appeared behind her with 2 glasses of champagne. "She means romantic." "I do not," Livia said. "She does," Beatrice said, accepting 1 glass. The reception filled the yard behind Vale and Company because no hall had seemed right once Maddie pointed out that the shop had carried them this far and might as well host the next bit. The benches had been cleared, the floor scrubbed until the apprentices complained of unnatural conditions, and the courtyard strung with lanterns, orange blossom, polished brass offcuts, and little crystal lamps too small for street use but perfect for making evening kind. Railwaymen stood beside old parish friends. Officers drank with mule handlers. Lord Ashcombe found himself in conversation with Matron Graves and emerged from it visibly altered. Murdoch took the photograph later, when no one was arranged properly and everyone looked more alive for it. Ned and Beatrice slipped into the workshop for 1 quiet minute while the dancing began outside. The benches smelled of oil and clean wood. Half-finished devices sat under cloths. Orders waited in trays. On the wall, Maddie's forbidden list had been amended. Things Mr. Vale must not be allowed to touch until reviewed now included wedding cake supports, experimental honeymoon luggage, and anything that claims to improve matrimony. Beatrice read it and laughed softly. "Slip?" "Maddie," Ned said. "Slip would have added a price." Beatrice turned to him then, her dress bright against the honest clutter of the shop. "Are you happy?" Ned looked through the open door at the courtyard, at friends arguing under lantern light, at Maddie scolding a footman into carrying plates correctly, at Arthur attempting to dance with dignity and failing because Belle had begun counting steps aloud. He looked at the benches, the wallboard, the order slips, the tools waiting where his hands knew them, and then at Beatrice, who had not chosen a rescued life, but a built one. "Yes," he said. The word was too small, so he tried again. "I'm afraid of it, but yes." Beatrice stepped closer and took his hand, careful of old injuries and utterly uncareful of his composure. "Good, we'll build around the fear." Outside, someone called for the bride and groom. Slip shouted that if they were hiding in the workshop already, the marriage was doomed to profitability. Maddie shouted back that profitability was a respectable blessing. The brass bell over the front door rang as another late guest arrived, and the sound carried through the shop like the first note of work beginning. Ned kissed Beatrice's hand because anything larger would have stolen the moment from itself. Then he led her back toward the open door, his steps uneven but steady, her fingers firm in his. Beyond the threshold waited music, ledgers, engines, arguments, orders, friends, family, and years of things not yet made. Vale and Company was open. End of Book 5 of 5.